Among the outsiders there, two of them became somewhat uncertain upon seeing Wang Tao and his group. Level 3? Really? They could vaguely sense an oppressive aura distinct from Level 1 and Level 2 ability users emanating from Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan, but it wasn't as evident as that of a Level 3 zombie. Wang Tao ignored the gazes of others, scanned the area, and did not spot Zhang Hong. "Excuse me, sir, my name is Shanghai. May I help you with anything?" At that moment, a short, plump middle-aged man with only a few hundred health point walked over, nodding and bowing to Wang Tao. "I'm looking for someone. An outsider, a woman who is quite pretty." Wang Tao described her simply. Shanghai thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, "I think I know who you are looking for. May I be so bold as to ask what your relationship with the lady is?" Their base dreads incidents involving grudges because, if a fight breaks out, they can't afford to offend either party. However, judging by the look of Wang Tao and his companions, they didn't seem like they were after revenge, which is why he dared to ask. Of course, the most important point was that his good brother from the inspection team had just communicated with him using a walkie-talkie, saying that a group of very generous bosses had arrived. "Good friends," Wang Tao replied. "All right, please wait a moment, I'll go notify." Shanghai hadn't finished speaking when Wang Tao threw him a white crystal core. "Take me to her," Wang Tao said calmly. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, Shanghai suppressed his excitement and said, "Please follow me." He led Wang Tao and his group to a room on the second floor and stopped outside the door. Wang Tao knocked directly. "Knock knock knock, who is it?" A wary female voice came from inside. Wang Tao was very familiar with this voice, it was indeed Yang Qingong. "It's me." Wang Tao spoke deliberately in a lowered voice. Click, the door opened a crack, and Yang Qingong's haggard face appeared. Upon seeing Wang Tao at the door, she froze. Then she instinctively reached out. "Am I dreaming again?" Chapter 235. "Do you still have planes here?" Wang Tao grabbed Yang Qingong's hand and then, smiling, said, "What? Don't recognize me anymore? It really is you." Only then did Yang Qingong react, instinctively throwing herself into Wang Tao's arms. Breathing in his scent, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of security. Then she quickly let go of Wang Tao, her face showing a hint of embarrassment. "Sorry, I got a little excited seeing someone familiar, come in and let's talk." Yang Qingong quickly ushered Wang Tao and his group inside. The room inside was larger than Wang Tao had imagined, with 3 bedrooms and a living room. After inviting Wang Tao and his companions to sit in the living room, Yang Qingong suddenly became somewhat silent. Her relationship with Wang Tao was actually quite awkward. To call them friends was not quite right, since they were closer than ordinary friends, having known each other so well. But lovers wasn't suitable either. Their time together had not been long, and apart from the physical, they knew little else about each other. The only fitting description, perhaps, was friends with benefits. The reason she had been intimate with Wang Tao was because she felt that either of them could die at any time, so she might as well indulge herself before death. She never anticipated that they would meet again. So after the initial excitement, Yang Qingong felt a bit awkward. It was Wang Tao who broke the silence. He briefly introduced Nisa Ayan to Yang Qingong. They had not met before. Zhu Xiaojun and Zhang Shixu had met Yang Qingong before, so there was no need for introductions. "Hello." The two women shook hands. Yang Qingong wasn't surprised to see another woman with Wang Tao. She had seen many strong individuals with multiple partners before, both men and women. As for Nisa Ayan, she felt somewhat resigned. She had thought this trip to the military base would be a time for her to be alone with Wang Tao. But by the looks of it, there would likely be another person joining them, and one who had a close relationship with Wang Tao. Of course, she certainly wouldn't reveal her thoughts, as causing Wang Tao to be unhappy would be unfortunate. Wang Tao, looking at Yang Qingong who didn't know what to say, took the initiative and asked, "Zhang Hong, what's your situation now? How come you're alone? I heard from Lan Yulian that you had news of your sister." Hearing this, Yang Qingong was somewhat surprised. "You've seen Jade Lotus? That makes sense, with both of you in Zhejiang City, you would have the chance to meet. As for me..." Yang Qingong recounted her experiences since she had separated from Wang Tao. Half an hour later, Wang Tao understood her situation. In short, not long after separating from Wang Tao, Yang Qingong also went to Zhejiang City downtown. That was exactly when Wang Tao had captured Nisa Ayan and gone to the Skull Club's lair. Therefore, on her way to the downtown area, apart from zombies, Yang Qingong didn't encounter any human threats. If it hadn't been for Wang Tao, it's possible she and Nisa Ayan might have met. Given the circumstances at the time, it was hard to say who would have won or lost. Yang Qingong's purpose for coming to Zhejiang City was to see if she could find her sister, even though she had little hope. To her surprise, she did come across some information about her sister, She met a classmate of her sister who had seen her in Zijing City. But it was just a passing meeting, and they didn't even have the chance to speak. Afterward, her sister wasn't seen again. Though the news couldn't be confirmed as true or false, she still began to search frantically in Zijing City. During her search, she met Lan Yulian. Lan Yulian invited her to stay, but she refused, using the excuse of looking for her sister. Moreover, at that time, she had just found some clues and left without much discussion with Lan Yulian. Unfortunately, in the end, she couldn't find her sister. However, she discovered some other information about her sister. All these clues pointed in one direction. Her sister had left with a group of people heading towards Yueyang City, and most likely to the military base, because there weren't many survivors left anywhere else in Yueyang City. At that time, Yang Qingong suddenly regretted not going with Wang Tao to Yueyang City. Of course, she didn't know that at that time, Wang Tao was still in Zijing City. Zijing City was large, Wang Tao's activities were all within the downtown area. Yang Qingong went to many other places, so it was normal that they didn't run into each other. Yang Qingong knew Yueyang City was dangerous, but she had to go. She didn't want her subordinates to risk their lives by accompanying her, and she could tell that they weren't keen on going. Therefore, Yang Qingong disbanded her team and let her subordinates stay in Zijing City. They were in the suburbs at that time, so those subordinates headed for a small camp there. Yang Qingong set off towards Yueyang City alone in a car. Although she wasn't weak, traveling alone still led her to encounter many troubles. Fortunately, it had rained recently, which quickened her pace, and she arrived in Yueyang City half a day earlier than Wang Tao. And her reason for coming to Duzhu Town was not to avoid the rain, but because there was news of her sister here. I really didn't expect to meet you here. I thought you had already gone to the military base and that I would never see you again in this lifetime. After chatting with Wang Tao for a while, Yang Qingong's excitement had somewhat subsided, yet she still felt very moved. So, what are your plans going forward? Wang Tao asked again. Yang Qingong didn't answer but instead looked at Wang Tao. Chapter 235. Do you still have planes here? Looking at her tired expression, Wang Tao invited her with a smile, then come with me, we're headed in the same direction. Okay. A radiant smile instantly appeared on Yang Qingong's face. She naturally wanted to accompany Wang Tao, not only because he was strong, but also because they were on the same path. However, she had a bit of pride and didn't really want to take the initiative to ask. Luckily, Wang Tao took the initiative to invite her. This made her feel very grateful. What exactly is the news about your sister? If your sister was still alive, that would definitely be good news. Someone saw her in Duzhu Town, described some of her characteristics, and those characteristics are ones I've never mentioned before. So there's a high probability that it's her. Right now, I just want to know if she left any other clues here. Yang Qingong spoke with some excitement. I see. Wang Tao nodded. He was a bit worried that Yang Qingong might be deceived, even though she used to be a very capable boss. When it comes to someone she cares about, she might lose some of her judgment. But now it seemed fine, her thoughts were still very clear. What about you, why did you come here? Yang Qingong was curious. If Wang Tao hadn't came to the Duzhu Town base, they might never have met again in their lives. The reason Wang Tao came was, of course, because his car had been exposed to the corrosive acid rain for too long, and he wanted to find a place to rest and repair it. But Wang Tao said, I originally planned to take advantage of the rain to hurry to the military base. But by chance, I saw your car at the entrance of the Duzhu Town base, so I came over. Nisa Ayan, who was beside him, upon hearing this, immediately looked down on Wang Tao a bit. He had clearly planned to come to the Duzhu Town base first before seeing Yang Qingong, but Wang Tao made it sound like he purposely went to the Duzhu Town base for Yang Qingong. Poor sister, unable to escape Wang Tao's clutches. But thinking about it, she felt a bit envious. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingong's heartbeat sped up a bit, as if she had been struck by Cupid's arrow. She instinctively grabbed Wang Tao's hand, and he in turn firmly held her small hand. Have you eaten yet? If not, shall we eat something together? Sure. I haven't had a full meal in a while. Yang Qingong had a magical stomach pouch from Wang Tao, but there was not much food left in it. Recently, she had been eating sparingly, and she came here partly to exchange for some food. Wang Tao brought some food, and they ate simply. At that moment, a knock on the door suddenly came from outside. Mr. Wang, Miss Yang, I hope I'm not disturbing you. It was Shanghai's voice. Wang Tao had Zhu Xiaojun open the door, and Shanghai stood outside holding a notebook. Here's the thing, we've had a lot of visitors in the past few days, all from different places, so our leader wants to organize a gathering to exchange information and allow for trade amongst ourselves. If you're willing, I can register your name. Sure. Wang Tao nodded. He was almost completely in the dark about Yueyang City, so getting some information would be great. Great, where did you come from? And Miss Yang? Zheng Hai asked again. Although Wang Tao and Yang Qingong knew each other, it was clear they didn't come together, so he asked for clarification. I came from Zijing City downtown. I suppose I am from the outskirts of Zijing City. Okay. Zheng Hai registered the information from both of them, then handed the notebook to Wang Tao. Mr. Wang, you can have a look to see where the others have come from. You might find some of your friends among them. Wang Tao glanced at it, and naturally, there were no friends. He did not recognize a single one of the registered names. However, the origins of these people surprised Wang Tao. Are there people from other provinces as well? Traveling from Zijing City to Yueyang City was already challenging, as the two cities were neighbors. Coming from another province, even Qingzhou province which was adjacent to Yueyang City, would mean covering a much greater distance than from Zijing City. Hearing Wang Tao's confusion, Yang Qingong explained, if they had a choice, they definitely wouldn't want to travel such a long distance, but they were chased by hordes of zombies, fleeing for their lives. During such escapes, they basically ended up wherever they could survive. That makes sense. Wang Tao nodded, then asked Zheng Hai, what's the exact time? Tonight, in the trading hall downstairs. Zheng Hai replied promptly. Okay. Does Mr. Wang need another room? As long as you are a second-order superpower owner, you can stay in any of the vacant rooms here. Zheng Hai offered. Their entire base had only one level 2 ability user as their leader, so they treated other second-order superpower owners with great respect and caution. No need, we'll just stay here. The place where Yang Qingong was staying already had 3 rooms, which was enough for Wang Tao to stay in. Alright then, Mr. Wang, please continue with your business. Zheng Hai took his leave respectfully. It was afternoon, and Wang Tao had nothing to do for now, so he took a few people to the parking lot to repair his car. The protective layers on his car needed to be replaced after being exposed to the acid rain for so long. Huh? The car's been washed clean, too. Wang Tao was a bit surprised. It seemed that the people in the parking area were quite considerate. Seeing that Wang Tao was still driving the car she had given him, while the other cars from her fleet were gone, Yang Qingong felt a little emotional. Chapter 235 Do you still have planes here? 3 Back then there were more than 10 vehicles together, and now only these 2 are left. After everyone finished organizing the cars, night had already fallen. Let's go. Check out the hall. Okay. The number of people inside the trading hall was much less than during the day, but it was livelier. Most of the locals who were there during the day had left. Now the place was full of outsiders who were stronger, and many of them were trading with each other, bringing out items that were much better than what the locals had. Mr. Wang. At this moment, Zheng Hai came over with several middle-aged men and women. Let me introduce you, this is our base leader, Fan Peng. Fan Peng was a tall middle-aged man with second-order strength, but his health point was not even 10,000. His mana was also not much, and he had no hidden attributes. This was an ordinary second-order ability user. Mr. Wang, hello, I've heard a lot about you. When he was still at a distance, Fan Peng bent slightly at the waist and extended both hands. Hello. Wang Tao shook his hand. After a few polite exchanges, Fan Peng said, Mr. Wang Tao, if there's anything you need our help with, just mention it. I will do my best to satisfy your needs. He positioned himself very humbly. He had to be humble, as these outsiders were not easy to provoke, with almost every team having several level 2 ability users. Their base had only one level 2 ability user. If there really was a conflict, their small base would not withstand the turmoil caused by these ability users. Moreover, his subordinates reminded him that there might be a level 3 ability user among Wang Tao's group. He had to be even more cautious and submissive. Of course, there was also a most important point, Wang Tao's group was very wealthy. Due to the small population and few zombies in Dazhu town, crystal cores were also scarce. For them, crystal cores were a very rare resource. Now that such a rich man had come, if they could trade for some crystal cores from Wang Tao to help cultivate some ability users, that would be very worthwhile. So he was exceptionally polite to Wang Tao. Alright, then we'll trouble you. Wang Tao said with a smile. Haha, no trouble at all, no trouble. Please, this way Mr. Wang. Fan Peng led Wang Tao and his group to the center of the trading hall. When the others saw this, they also immediately stood up. Although they were considered strong in this place, they still had a big gap compared to Wang Tao's team, which was suspected to have a level 3 ability user. Especially Wang Tao and Zhu Xiaojun, their physiques were so oppressive, they looked hard to mess with. Hello everyone. Wang Tao greeted everyone with a smile and then sat down in the spot arranged by Fan Peng. Fan Peng stood in the middle and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Fan Peng, the leader of Dazhu town. The purpose of hosting this exchange is to share what we have and what we lack. There are no rules here, and everyone should speak freely. Wang Tao also took the opportunity to observe the other people. There were more than 30 outsiders, a considerable number. Among them, 20 were level 2 ability users, and the rest were level 1 ability users, with not a single ordinary person among them. However, among these level 2 ability users, only 2 had 29,999 health point, 1 male and 1 female. The man was named Kai Ping, in his 40s. The woman was named Tanya, in her 30s. The rest were mostly between 10,000 and 20,000 health point. In Wang Tao's view, of course, this strength was not enough, but actually, it wasn't weak either. They could be considered second or third tier people. After Fan Peng finished speaking, everyone began to exchange with each other, some seeking information, others bringing out items for trade. But these people didn't have any good crystal cores in hand, or maybe they had some but didn't bring them out. Anyway, Wang Tao was not interested in them. However, Fan Peng beside him seemed very interested. Unfortunately, the things they wanted were either vehicles or weapons which Fan Peng simply couldn't provide. Their base had plenty of food, but since level 2 ability users could generally find food themselves, the value of food was relatively not so high. Do you need anything? Wang Tao looked towards Yang Qingong, Zhu Ziajun, and the others. They all shook their heads. Wang Tao's supplies were quite sufficient, and they weren't lacking anything for now. Since they didn't need supplies, they went straight to exchanging information. Wang Tao cleared his throat and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I want to know what the situation is like in your areas." To show sincerity, Wang Tao first roughly described the situation in Zijing City. Hearing that the survivors in Zijing City were all inside a large base where they could grow vegetables and grains, and that there was even a level 3 ability user there, everyone's eyes, including Fan Peng's, lit up. Damn. Zijing City has such a place? If I had known, I would have headed for Zijing City. Someone regretted. Damn it. I had planned to escape to Zijing City, but I lost my map and ended up taking the wrong road to Yueyang City. Someone was even more regretful. It's not too late to turn back now. Shall we go to Zijing City together in a few days? Someone made a suggestion. Okay, let's plan it properly later. The people were very excited about the news from Wang Tao. After discussing for a while, they began to share the situation in their own areas. After Wang Tao heard it, he felt it was just one word, difficult. Then Wang Tao asked, "How much do you know about Yueyang military base?" Everyone shook their heads. They knew there was a military base in Yueyang City, and some came here because of it. But as far as knowing more, they probably only knew the name. Nobody knows? Wang Tao frowned slightly. He thought for a moment and then asked, "Then have you picked up the recent airlifts from the military base, and did you find any news about the military base or any novel items inside?" There had been frequent airlifts lately, and there might be some clues in them. However, after Wang Tao said this, everyone was stunned. Fan Peng said in a shocked whisper, "Ah. Mr. Wang, do you mean to say that those planes flying over our heads are airlift planes?" Before Wang Tao could reply, several people from other provinces said with a baffled look, "Ah. There are planes here?" Chapter 236, turns out to be an example. 1. The reaction of the crowd caught Wang Tao by surprise. The leader of Duzhu Town, Fan Peng, didn't know about the airdrop plane. Had he never seen an airdrop? And the response of those outsiders was even stranger, they had never even seen a plane. "Brother, you're not dreaming, right? The government and the military fell a long time ago, how could there still be airdrops?" Kai Ping spoke up at this time. Although Wang Tao and his group were strong, Kai Ping still felt there might be something wrong with Wang Tao's head, or perhaps he was hallucinating due to too much pressure. The others also quickly came to their senses. "Mr. Wang, you really have a sense of humor. There are neither planes nor airdrops now. We've been to many places, but we've never seen an airdrop. Not to mention airdrops, we haven't even seen a plane, at most some drones." "That's right, I've never seen or even heard of airdrops before. Oh, not that I've never heard of them. In the early stages of the viral outbreak, before the government had completely fallen, we received official news that they were preparing for airdrops. But on the appointed date, we didn't see anything, no airdrops, no planes. Yes. I had some hope back then, but nothing happened." Everyone spoke at once. Tanya looked at Wang Tao and asked cautiously, "So, Mr. Wang, forgive me for being direct. Have you been under too much pressure lately, causing you to have hallucinations?" Nisa Ayan got a bit angry when she heard this. Just because they hadn't seen it didn't mean it didn't exist. How dare they contradict Wang Tao and even suspect that he was hallucinating? Yang Qingong and Zhu Ziajun were also a bit displeased but remained rational and didn't say anything. Zhang Shixu was indifferent, she never cared about what others said. As for Wang Tao, he furrowed his brows deeply. He wasn't afraid of being doubted, nor did he care about what people said. He wasn't even interested in proving anything. But there clearly were planes and airdrops. Why hadn't they seen them? These outsiders were not from the same place, and it might be due to luck that one or two of them hadn't seen a plane, but if all of them hadn't seen one, then there was a problem. If these people weren't lying, Wang Tao thought there was only one likely possibility: every other military base had fallen except for Yueyang City's military base. Soldiers obey orders as their supreme duty. Perhaps Yueyang military base's mission was to make airdrops over the entire Yueyang City, so they didn't drop anything outside the province. And if the other military bases had fallen, then they couldn't airdrop within their own provinces. Wang Tao felt heavy-hearted. If this was the case, it meant the military might really be down to nothing. Everyone. At this moment, Fan Peng suddenly spoke up, interrupting everyone's conversation. I can testify that we indeed have planes here. But I don't know if it's an airdrop because I haven't seen it. Fan Peng's voice was excited. If it really was an airdrop, that meant at least one military base was safe. After all, if they could airdrop to others, how could it not be safe? This was absolutely good news, even making him feel an urge to immediately take his people to Yueyang military base. However, he also felt a bit sour because the planes had never made an airdrop to their area. Such bad luck. When people heard what Fan Peng said, they immediately stopped discussing. Kai Ping looked at Fan Peng with skepticism. Brother Fan, are you really not joking? There are really planes here. Why would I lie to you? There's no benefit for us in that. There really are planes, but I don't know if they are airdrop planes because I haven't seen an airdrop. At this, Fan Peng looked at Wang Tao with hopeful eyes. Mr. Wang, if I may ask, have you ever found anything from an airdrop? Upon hearing the question, Wang Tao came back to his senses and nodded. I have. Whoosh, everyone was in an uproar. Really? There really are airdrops? Impossible, right? It's been 6 months since the apocalypse began, and I've moved around a lot of places in these 6 months, never seeing a plane or an airdrop, nor have I heard others talk about airdrops. But Mr. Wang said he has found them, so there should be no need to lie, right? People were skeptical but also excited. If it was true, at least it meant that a military base was still alive. Wang Tao didn't explain much but instead took out a beautifully crafted vial. Inhibitor, it can suppress early-stage infection mutations. If used before the zombie virus acts, the infected person will not mutate. This is one of the items from the airdrop. Silence. Everyone was instantly quiet. They looked at the small bottle in Wang Tao's hand, full of disbelief. Inhibitor? It could suppress the outbreak of the zombie virus? My god. Isn't that equivalent to an antidote for the zombie virus? Whoosh, after the silence, everyone erupted once again. Really? Is there such a thing? Seeing that the vial is so delicate, it's obviously not some small workshop's product, it must be from a production line. Then doesn't that mean we're saved? We won't have to fear the zombie virus anymore? Tanya, her hand trembling over her mouth, looked at the inhibitor bottle. Mr. Wang, is it true what you say? Can this inhibitor really address the zombie virus? Wang Tao shook his head and explained, it's not about resolving the zombie virus, it can only suppress the virus temporarily and also has some side effects. Moreover, one must use it long-term afterwards, otherwise, there is a high risk of relapse. Chapter 236, turns out to be an example. 2. It's not a cure, but to some extent, it's equivalent to one. Tanya suddenly knelt before Wang Tao. Mr. Wang. I beg for a bottle of inhibitor. I can exchange all my resources for it, whatever your terms, I can satisfy them. Please, I beg you. After speaking, she directly kowtowed to Wang Tao. Why? Has someone in your team been infected? Wang Tao frowned. Logically, it shouldn't be possible, right? The method of checking pupils, though old-fashioned, is still effective for those infected with the zombie virus. Since they passed through Duzhu Town's inspection, they shouldn't have any virus carriers among them. Unless it's due to the fusion crystal core causing an excessive internal impurity. In such cases, you can't judge by the color of the pupils. But if that were the case, it would either be nothing, or, if something goes wrong, it would result in a mutation. There wouldn't be an infection step. The others, upon hearing Tanya's words, all looked at her anxiously. If she really brought an infected person into the base, that would be like a ticking time bomb. No, there's no one infected in my team right now. But we were ambushed by zombies last night, and my husband got infected trying to protect me. He told us to go ahead, and he stayed behind in the wild, waiting to die. Tanya sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Tanya lifted her head, her face streaked with tears. Wang Tao was silent for a moment, then directly tossed the bottle of inhibitor to her hands. The zombie virus outbreak time is between 1 minute to 24 hours. The inhibitor only works if used before the infected person fully turns into a zombie. This bottle of inhibitor is for you. I hope you're lucky. Thank you. Thank you. Tanya kowtowed 3 times to Wang Tao, then immediately got up and said to Fan Peng, please open the gate. No problem. Fan Peng nodded seriously, then turned to the others and said, excuse me for a moment, everyone. Fan Peng hurried off with Tanya and her group. Those left behind had complex expressions on their faces. They had mostly all experienced life and death separations, and if the inhibitor truly was effective, and they just happened to have some, it would undoubtedly prevent many tragedies. They looked at Wang Tao with eager eyes. If they could get inhibitors now, it wouldn't be too late. Their loved ones might be gone, but their current teammates were their family. They were only hearing about the inhibitor for the first time, unsure of its effectiveness, and did not know the price, so they did not strike a deal immediately with Wang Tao. That is, of course, if Wang Tao was willing to make a deal. From what Wang Tao had previously said, these inhibitors might need to be used continuously, so certainly, Wang Tao wouldn't mind having more on hand, but whether he was willing to sell was another question. Wang Tao didn't speak again. What he wanted to know now was the situation at the military base. The inside of the military base must be safe, but there was the fear that outside was too dangerous. If that were the case, how he would get in was another issue. Ahem, Mr. Wang, I'd like to ask if the inhibitors you have are for sale? At this point, Kai Ping couldn't help but ask. Want to buy? Sure, exchange them for crystal cores. Wang Tao spoke up. He had many inhibitors, not just a lot, but very many. He had monopolized the recent airdrops. A single airdrop crate contained 100 bottles of inhibitor, and although not every crate had inhibitors, the total number was not small, especially with those he had stored previously. Although he had left most of the inhibitors for Lan Yulian, he still had 500 bottles with him. Their group had armor, and they took precautions seriously, so they were not likely to get infected. The inhibitors Wang Tao had were reserved for emergencies and trading. So, of course, they were for sale. Upon hearing that Wang Tao didn't mind selling, Kai Ping and the others became excited. Crystal cores are good, but in truth, most of them are useless to individuals. Inhibitors, on the other hand, could save lives. Mr. Wang, please allow us to discuss which crystal cores to bring out for the trade. Kai Ping said. Sure. Wang Tao responded indifferently. He knew that Kai Ping obviously wanted to wait for news from Tanya's side. If the inhibitor truly saves Tanya's husband, he would definitely buy it. If Tanya's husband had turned into a zombie or was already dead, then he would be cautious about buying. If Tanya's husband was still alive but the inhibitor had no effect after use, then he would have to consider. Although Kai Ping felt that the likelihood of Tanya's husband being alive was very low, there was still hope. You couldn't blame him for being cautious. He was scammed before the apocalypse, losing tens of thousands, money he earned from toiling at a construction site. It drove him to the brink of suicide. So when it came to matters like this, he was rather careful. As for the others, seeing that the big shot, Kai Ping, did not immediately make a move, they too restrained themselves for the time being. They also decided to wait and see. At that moment, Fan Peng, who had gone to open the gate, returned. Upon hearing that Wang Tao was willing to sell the inhibitor, he was ecstatic. But when he heard that Wang Tao wanted crystal cores in exchange, he immediately became disheartened. Even though Dezhou Town was safe, with few zombies, there were also few crystal cores. What their base lacked the most was crystal cores. Otherwise, he might not have been the only level 2 ability. Fan Peng felt upset for a while, then suddenly asked Wang Tao, Chapter 236, turns out to be an example? 3 Mr. Wang, what else is in these airdrops? Could you let us take a look? We really have never seen anything like it and are quite curious. He was very curious about what else was inside the airdrops. They couldn't only contain inhibitors, could they? When the others heard this, they all looked at Wang Tao with faces full of curiosity. Wang Tao didn't hide anything. Besides inhibitors, there are also some compressed foods, firearms, ammunition, etc. Among some of the more special items to come later, there are energy detectors, crystal core extractors, and some mechanical exoskeleton equipment. Zhu Xiaojun would only wear armor and a mechanical arm when fighting. Naturally, he wasn't wearing them while traveling, otherwise, he couldn't drive. Otherwise, he could have let them see for themselves. But even though they couldn't see these items with their own eyes, just hearing about them caused everyone to feel a sense of longing. It wasn't just the items themselves they were yearning for, it also signified that the higher-ups of the country had not been completely wiped out. They still had an army, they still had scientists, they still had hope. Seeing the excited expressions in these people's eyes, Wang Tao sighed silently to himself. Contrary to the thoughts of these people, Wang Tao felt somewhat melancholic. He had previously assumed that Yueyang military base was a common phenomenon, that there would be many bases like it across the country, and that every city would have airdrops. Now, he realized that this seemed to be an exception. Wang Tao didn't mind if other people were doing well, but he was afraid if everyone was doing badly. Because that meant it would be very difficult for the survivors to resist. No matter how strong he was alone, he couldn't fight against the entire disaster. I must go to the military base. I need to understand what exactly is going on. The military base seems to have special communication methods. They can contact the Hope Research Institute in Capital City. I reckon once I get to the military base, I'll be able to find out what's happening in other parts of the country. Wang Tao pondered. Seeing that Wang Tao had stopped speaking, the others began to talk amongst themselves. However, the topic always tended to loop back to the airdrops and the military base. These people came here to seek refuge not only because some didn't have a map and were forced to come, but others had originally wanted to go to the military base. They thought the military base must have already been overrun, but perhaps later some survivors took it over and made it into a survivor base. So they wanted to check it out. But after they arrived at Duzhu Town base, they found out that the military base was also very dangerous. Going there would mean certain death. So they hesitated, and some even thought about just staying at Duzhu Town base. It was at this time that Wang Tao arrived and brought the news of Zijing City base. This instantly made everyone think, why bother with the military base where death is almost certain when they could just go directly to Zijing base? After all, Zijing base was an official base left over from before, and even though it was only half completed, the facilities inside were still quite comprehensive, including their own fields for farming and fishing. Moreover, their leader was not averse to outsiders and was actively recruiting people. So it was indeed a good time to go there. But then Wang Tao spilled the news about the military base, that there were abundant supplies, planes, airdrops, soldiers. Looking at it this way, Yueyang military base seemed more appealing. After all, it was a proper military base with strong firepower, surely better than the half-completed Zijin base. So now they were conflicted. Should they stubbornly continue to the military base, or take a risk and go to Zijin base? Wang Tao had just said that there were level 3 zombies roaming Zijing City now, which was still dangerous. Or should they be a bit more cautious and just stay at Duzhu Town base? It was indeed a real dilemma. While they chatted and wrestled with their decisions, Danya came back. They had left with 5 people, but now they were 6. Looking at the pale-faced, skinny man that Danya was supporting, who had only a sliver of health point left and was a level 2, Wang Tao stood up with a smile and said, "Congratulations." The others all looked at this man with faces full of surprise. Did they really save him? Thud. Danya helped her husband to his knees while also kneeling down in front of Wang Tao. "Mr. Wang, thank you. Thank you." Tanya was crying uncontrollably. Her husband, though weak, also spoke, "Thank you, Mr. Wang. If you ever need anything, just command me." Wang Tao gave Nisa Ayan a look, and she understood immediately, quickly helping Tanya to her feet. Then Wang Tao asked curiously, "Could you tell me what just happened?" Tanya wiped away her tears, her voice choked up as she said, "After my husband got infected while saving me, he asked me to kill him, but I couldn't do it. So he told us to go ahead, and he stayed alone in a house in town, ready to wait for death. When I rushed over just now, it was almost 24 hours since he'd been infected. Although he hadn't mutated yet, he was almost losing consciousness. I called out to him to keep him awake and then gave him the potion. After drinking the potion, he started convulsing, looking like he was in a lot of pain. After a while, he stopped moving. I thought he was. But then he slowly woke up. He still recognized me, he hadn't mutated." Listening to Tanya's story, Wang Tao said with a smile, "I have to say, you were very lucky. There is a certain risk of failure when using an inhibitor under such circumstances of near mutation, but you succeeded. Of course, it wasn't just luck, it also had to do with your husband's strong will to live and his concern for you." Tanya and her husband looked into each other's eyes, seeing reflections of one another. "Ahem, Mr. Wang, we've decided. We want to exchange these crystal cores for inhibitors. What do you think?" At this moment, Kai Ping came up to Wang Tao with a bunch of crystal cores. Seeing his action, everyone else immediately started to take out their crystal cores as well. Wang Tao glanced at the crystal cores in Kai Ping's hands. There were level 1 and level 2, most of which were of no use to Wang Tao, but they weren't trash either, and some of them were quite good. We can exchange. Chapter 237 Duzhu High School 1. After the exchange meeting ended, Wang Tao and his group went upstairs. He traded for quite a few crystal cores with the inhibitor and even gave away the zombie information previously released by the military for free. This gesture touched everyone, as such data was quite valuable. Wang Tao had no intention of selling these materials for profit. After all, they were originally produced by the military base to be distributed for free, and he couldn't possibly earn such unscrupulous money. For Wang Tao, the biggest gain from this trip was the news that there seemed to be no airdrops in the neighboring province, only in Yueyang province. This further solidified Wang Tao's determination to go to the military base. He needed to find out what was going on and see if he could establish contact with the outside world. Before that, Wang Tao planned to enhance Yang Qingong's strength. "Come to my room tonight?" Wang Tao said to Yang Qingong beside him, raising his eyebrows. Yang Qingong gave Wang Tao a sidelong glance, thinking he was implying something naughty, but she didn't refuse. The apartment they stayed in had 3 bedrooms and a living room. Zhu Xiaojun had a room to himself, Nisa Ayan and Zhang Shixi shared another, and Wang Tao and Yang Qingong shared the last one. Inside the room. "I'm going to take a shower first," Yang Qingong said, not even looking at Wang Tao. "What a coincidence, I was just about to go too." "Let's go together," Wang Tao said with a smile. "You go first, I'll wait." Yang Qingong's face reddened slightly. "No, that won't do." After some back and forth, Yang Qingong was carried by Wang Tao into the bathroom. Wang Tao wasn't planning to do anything bad, but to deal with serious matters. He wanted to try if his yin and yang balance ability could increase his magic point further. Over an hour later, Wang Tao carried Yang Qingong out of the bathroom. Wang Tao found that his magic point had increased by 1,000, reaching 42,000. Not bad. Wang Tao was very satisfied. The feeling of achieving results through effort was exhilarating. Yang Qingong nestled in Wang Tao's embrace. She admitted that the sensation of indulgence with Wang Tao was genuinely pleasant, and it was fortunate for her to encounter him again. Suddenly, Wang Tao pulled out a bunch of crystal cores. "Fuse all of these." Looking at such a large number of high-quality crystal cores, Yang Qingong was stunned for a moment before sitting up briskly. She had seen crystal cores before, but she had never seen so many level 2 orange crystal cores, all of which she could use, including a good number of omnipotent crystal cores. "All these are for me? Who else?" Wang Tao stuffed the crystal cores into her hands. After a moment of silence, Yang Qingong's face displayed gratitude yet with a wry smile. "Why do I feel like I'm being kept?" Wang Tao's eyebrows shot up. "How about calling me daddy to see how it sounds?" "Get lost." Yang Qingong gave him a light punch. Then she no longer stood on ceremony and started to synthesize the crystal cores one by one. Her 4 abilities were high-frequency vibration, full speed, stealth, and spittle nail. Wang Tao didn't have the high-frequency vibration crystal cores, so he naturally used the omnipotent crystal cores. There were only a few of the full speed and spittle nail crystal cores, but Wang Tao had traded for quite a few today, just enough to use. As for stealth crystal cores, Wang Tao had plenty. They would be perfect for her use. A moment later, Yang Qingong finished fusing all the crystal cores. Her 4 abilities had all reached level 2 plus 10. During the time she was apart from Wang Tao, she had killed many zombies, and now her health point was 29,999. After upgrading her 4 abilities to plus 10, she would be able to reach level 3 ascension. Thinking of advancing to level 3, Yang Qingong felt excited. "I hope I get lucky and can ascend to level 3 soon." She muttered and then asked, "By the way, have you all reached level 3? She wasn't very clear about Wang Tao's level, but considering his strength, he was probably at level 3. As for Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan, she could sense that these two were definitely at level 3. "Yep." Wang Tao nodded. "That's amazing. I wonder when I can reach level 3. She had her suspicions, but hearing Wang Tao confirm it, she still sighed with a hint of envy. Just as she sighed, she saw Wang Tao holding 4 level 3 orange ascension crystal cores, and then he said with a smile, "You can do it now." These were the last level 3 ascension crystal cores Wang Tao had, just enough for what was needed. Yang Qingong was speechless. She really found it somewhat unbelievable. 4 level 3 orange ascension crystal cores. Not only could she ascend to level 3, but also maximize her ascension. "For real, these are for me?" Yang Qingong still asked subconsciously. "If I'm keeping you, I've got to provide some benefits." Wang Tao pinched her cheek. Yang Qingong first gave Wang Tao a stare, then looked at him seriously and said, "Consider it a debt I owe you, I'll pay you back one day." Hearing these familiar words, Wang Tao felt the urge to laugh. The last person who said that still hadn't managed to repay it all. But Wang Tao knew that Yang Qingong was a prideful person, so he nodded earnestly. "All right." Soon, Yang Qingong had fused all 4 ascension crystal cores. "I can feel that I'm ready to reach level 3 ascension," Yang Qingong said excitedly, hugging Wang Tao. "Yeah, choose a time to start. I suggest you start now," Wang Tao replied with a smile. But Yang Qingong shook her head. "No. I'll start tomorrow morning. I still have something very important to do right now. Huh? What's that? Wang Tao was puzzled. I didn't do well in the bathroom just now. I want to do over. Chapter 237 Dazhu High School 2 Yang Qingong spoke with a high fighting spirit. When she last parted ways with Wang Tao, she swore to herself that if she saw Wang Tao again, she would certainly give him a hard time. She was a person of her word and couldn't go back on it. Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. As a woman, is it really good to have such a strong desire to win in this matter? However, Yang Qingong had spoken, and naturally, Wang Tao couldn't back down. Come on, let's have a showdown for 300 rounds. The next morning, Wang Tao rubbed his somewhat sore lower back helplessly as he looked at Yang Qingong, who had fallen asleep due to her level 3 ascension. This woman's competitive spirit was too strong. If Wang Tao hadn't had such a strong physical condition, he might not have been able to withstand it. After ensuring there was nothing wrong with Yang Qingong, Wang Tao went to the living room. Brother Wang, where's Zhang Hong? Nisa Ayan, seeing Wang Tao come out alone, asked curiously. She's in the middle of level 3 ascension. Wang Tao explained. Nisa Ayan had thought that Yang Qingong just didn't want to get out of bed, but it turned out she was overthinking it. The rain outside was still heavy, and Wang Tao and the others didn't go out today, instead staying inside to train their bodies. Mainly because there wasn't much to do around here. He planned to leave the Dazhu town base as soon as Yang Qingong woke up. At night, before going to sleep, Nisa Ayan looked at Wang Tao with a pitiful expression. Wang Tao had a soft heart and couldn't stand to see a woman looking like that, so he ended up sleeping in Nisa Ayan's room tonight. As for Zhang Shixu, who was in Nisa Ayan's room, she naturally went to Yang Qingong's room. The night passed without incident. When he got up in the morning, Wang Tao suddenly discovered something amazing. His magic point had increased by 1,000. It seemed like there was a mechanism to the cool-down time of his yin-yang harmony ability. That is, the cool-down time for each different person of the opposite sex was calculated separately. For instance, after being with Yang Qingong yesterday, he gained 1,000 magic point. Normally, he wouldn't continue to gain more magic point today, but in reality, he did. Clearly, the cool-down time was calculated separately. Doesn't that mean if he found a bunch of different people of the opposite sex, he could increase his magic point limitlessly? Wang Tao was somewhat tempted, but after some thought, he decided against it. The real world didn't have bugs for him to exploit, and this mechanism was likely kept or had other restrictions. Besides, these kinds of things should happen naturally. After all, Wang Tao was also a picky person. After washing up, Wang Tao timed it just right and arrived beside Yang Qingong as she happened to wake up. Congratulations. Thank you. Feeling the level 3 strength within her body, Yang Qingong was a bit excited. She quickly ran to the living room and tested her ascended body's capabilities. Wang Tao looked at her attributes. Health point, 30,000. Magic point, 13,600. Grade, level 3. Internal impurity, 11%. It was about the same as when Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun ascended before. It was not considered very strong among level 3s because both her health point and magic point weren't very high, but her potential was great, especially since she had fused with 4 ascension crystal cores. After playing around in the living room for a while, Yang Qingong approached Wang Tao and said, Wang Tao, when do we set out? She couldn't contain the all energies within her body any longer, and she was eager to find zombies to test her strength. Wang Tao looked outside. It was still raining heavily, but his car had been repaired and was ready to hit the road. Let's go now. Okay. The group packed up their belongings and just as they went downstairs, they happened to see Shanghai coming up. Mr. Wang, I was just about to look for you. Are you? I'm preparing to leave. Is there something you need? Hearing that Wang Tao was leaving, Shanghai was taken aback. Then he hurriedly said, Please wait a moment, Mr. Wang. Our leader needs to speak with you. I'll go call him right away. Okay. Wang Tao nodded. He wasn't in a big hurry and was curious about what Fan Peng wanted. A short while later, Fan Peng arrived, and not only him but the other outsiders came as well. Mr. Wang, here's the thing, we're hoping you and the others could help us resolve an issue. After listening to Fan Peng's explanation, Wang Tao suddenly understood. The zombies within Dazhu town were few and not very strong. However, last week he discovered a very powerful zombie, so powerful that even he couldn't see its exact appearance, only vaguely perceiving its strength. Although that zombie had always been in the town and there was no indication that it would come to the Dazhu town base, Fan Peng had to be cautious. After all, humans were a food source for zombies, and he felt it was only a matter of time before it would arrive. So, he wanted to enlist everyone's help to deal with this troublesome opponent. As for the reward, naturally, it was food, as Dazhu town didn't have much else to offer. However, killing zombies was highly beneficial for people, and even without a reward, it was expected that some would be eager to try. The original intention of Fan Peng was to have these outsiders take a look first, and if they couldn't handle it, they would then call for Wang Tao. But now that he saw Wang Tao was about to leave, he definitely couldn't wait any longer, so he quickly sought Wang Tao out. Fan Peng felt somewhat lucky. It was a good thing he hadn't gone out today, otherwise he might have missed his chance. A formidable zombie? Alright, then take me to see it. Wang Tao agreed. A zombie described as formidable by a second-order superpower owner was likely to be level 3, which was exactly what Wang Tao needed. As for the chance of it being level 4, that was unlikely. If it really were level 4, Fan Peng probably wouldn't have made it back alive. Great. Let's head over now. Chapter 237 Dazhu High School 3. Seeing Wang Tao agree, Fan Peng's face lit up with joy. The others were all curious, they wanted to see just how strong these suspected level 3 ability users really were. Fan Peng himself drove the car, leading several vehicles away from Dazhu Town base. The place he mentioned was in the center of the town, where there was a senior high school. The zombies were inside the high school. There were virtually no young faces in Dazhu Town except for the high school. According to Fan Peng, the high school had a closed management system, making it very difficult to leave. When the zombie virus outbreak occurred, classes were in session. So it was quickly overrun. Afterwards, no survivors dared to enter, and the zombies inside did not come out. Fan Peng planned to cultivate more ability users for the base, so he set his sights on the zombies in the high school. He had thought that, with his level 2 ability strength, he should be able to lure some zombies out for others to kill. But once he climbed in, he discovered there was an incredibly terrifying zombie inside. Since he hadn't seen the materials provided by the military before, he didn't know what type of zombie this was. Now, after going through Wang Tao's information, he realized this was probably a zombie lord. Knowing the characteristics of the zombie lord, Fan Peng no longer dared to go there alone. If it were only one zombie, he could probably still run away, but if that zombie had a bunch of underlings, then he would be in trouble. That's why he asked everyone for help, especially since Wang Tao and his group were level 3 ability users. With them there, it was definitely going to be a lot safer. The convoy braved the heavy rain and arrived at the entrance of the high school. Abandoned vehicles filled the entrance, blocking the road completely, forcing everyone to get out and walk. Fan Peng distributed to each person one of the heavy umbrellas made by their base. These umbrellas could partially shield against the corrosive acid rain. Although they too would be corroded, the umbrellas were so thick that they could last 2 to 3 hours without a problem. As soon as Wang Tao and his group got out of the car, they immediately drew everyone's attention. It couldn't be helped, aside from Wang Tao, who was holding an umbrella, standing together with Zhang Shixu. Nisa Ayan, Zhu Ziajun, and Yang Qingong were all dressed in armor, looking striking and projecting a sense of security. Especially Zhu Ziajun, who not only wore a set of black armor but also had a shield on his back and a giant axe in his hand, exuding an aura of lethal intensity. As for the mechanical exoskeleton on Zhu Ziajun's body, Wang Tao didn't let him use it this time. The corrosive acid rain was falling right now, and it would be too much of a loss if it got corroded, because Wang Tao couldn't repair that gadget. Looking at the abandoned vehicles at the school gate, Fan Peng sighed and said, these were driven by parents who hadn't been infected, coming to pick up their children when the zombie virus broke out. But by that time, basically everyone in the school had been infected, so... At that time, he was also one of the parents who had came to pick up their children. So you mean to say that the school has never been opened up to now, the zombies inside have never come out, and you haven't really gone in? Wang Tao asked. Yes. Upon receiving Fan Peng's affirmative reply, Wang Tao became immediately interested. Let's go in and take a look. The school, like other buildings, was also covered with thick green vegetation. It was as if a school had been built in a primitive forest. Wang Tao used his plant affinity ability to sense, feeling there were many zombies inside, and they were not weak. But he didn't feel the presence of the zombie lord yet, given the school's large size. There are quite a few zombies inside and many of them are level 2 zombies. Do you all want to go in with me? Wang Tao said to the others. There are a lot of level 2 zombies. The people exclaimed. They were at most level 2 themselves, and unlike Wang Tao and his group, they didn't have the ability to kill above their level. If they encountered a large number of level 2 zombies, they would be done for. However, with a level 3 ability user present, it'd be a pity not to seize this opportunity. I'll go with Mr. Wang. Fan Peng was the first to declare. Unlike others, who were outsiders and could leave at any moment, Fan Peng was the leader of Dazhu Town base, which they couldn't just pack up and move. If those level 2 zombies broke out of the school gates, it might be his base that would be out of luck. He hoped that level 2 zombies would appear, so that he could hunt them for their crystal cores. But he didn't want too many of them to appear. After all, his base was weak and comprised mostly of middle-aged and elderly people with poor fighting capabilities. He needed to assess the strength of these level 2 zombies. If he could kill one more, it would lessen the risk to his base, and at the same time, he would gain some crystal cores. Moreover, he clearly felt that Wang Tao was only interested in that suspected level 3 Lord zombie. He couldn't expect Wang Tao to help kill these zombies, so he had to try to do it himself as much as possible. Seeing Fan Peng step forward, the others hesitated for a moment, and eventually all decided to go in together. With a level 3 ability user backing them up, it was a rare opportunity. If they didn't seize it, they would surely regret it later. Great. Wang Tao was quite satisfied. He definitely couldn't kill all these zombies, and he didn't feel like doing so. Letting these people kill the zombies would resolve the danger in Dezhou Town and allow them to benefit as well. It was a win-win situation. Then Wang Tao said to Zhu Xiaojun, "You go and open up the main gate. We'll enter from the front entrance." The main gate and the surrounding walls of Dezhou High School had been heightened, reportedly because many boarding students used to climb over the walls to go to internet cafes at night. Not even the night duty teachers catching them or the installation of surveillance cameras could stop them. So the school simply decided to raise the walls and gate of the school grounds, preventing the students from climbing out. But since then, students secretly referred to the school as Dezhou Prison because the high walls and gates looked too much like a prison. Okay. With an agreement, Zhu Xiaojun promptly moved to the gate. Then, swinging the giant axe, to the astonishment of onlookers, he hacked open the iron gate in just a few blows. Chapter 238 Ghost Claw Zombie 1 So strong. This is a level 3 ability user. Everyone was extremely amazed at Zhu Xiaojun's strength. As soon as they entered the school, they distinctly felt that something was different, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what it was. They just felt very oppressed. Wang Tao raised his eyebrows. He knew the reason for the oppression. "Everyone be careful, these plants may attack." Wang Tao turned his head and warned the others. "What? Plants can attack?" Everyone was a bit stunned. They knew that plants had mutated, but they had never seen plants that could attack. Fan Peng couldn't quite believe it. When he was last here, these plants did not attack. But at that time, the plants weren't this big either. Wang Tao looked at the plants beside the road. They were all enlarged versions of various trees, tendrils, and flowers. Moreover, Wang Tao could see that these plants had health point bars. It wasn't that Wang Tao saw health point bars on everything. If that were the case, he wouldn't be able to live normally. Only some sentient beings or particularly dangerous things would display health point bars. The health point bars of the plants around now ranged from a few thousand to 30,000. But other than the health point bars, they had no other attributes. No mana, no level, no impurities. Clearly, they were not plant monsters but aggressive plants. After Wang Tao's reminder, everyone immediately became much more cautious, and some who had been about to touch the plants instantly withdrew their hands. Whoosh! Just then, a branch from an unknown tree suddenly fell from a tree above and smashed towards Wang Tao, who was holding an umbrella. Swish! Wang Tao stood still as a giant axe, coming later but arriving first, chopped the branch right off. By the time the others reacted, the tendril had already been chopped into several pieces by Zhu Xiaojun. The plants really do attack. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. And this tendril, like the flip of a switch, signaled various other plants to begin attacking the group as well. All sorts of tendrils, branches, even leaves could attack. Although these attacks were not potent, their strange methods were enough to give someone the chills. Some even regretted coming in. Meanwhile, Fan Peng felt somewhat relieved that he had not acted rashly and had instead thickened his face to bring a large group of people with him. Otherwise, if he had brought someone over by himself, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. "Don't panic, everyone, keep calm. These attacks aren't lethal." Wang Tao continued to hold Zhang Shixu's hand with one hand and the umbrella with the other, walking through the school campus very calmly. Zhu Xiaojun, Nisa Ayan, and Yang Qingong could easily handle these nuisances. Although the others were a bit panicked, seeing how calm Wang Tao was, they slowly stabilized as well. "We have several level 3 ability users, why panic?" It was only when they reached a teaching building that they hadn't encountered a single zombie, but they had been sneak attacked by the plants all the way. However, after arriving here, the plant attacks stopped abruptly. It seemed as though the plants had their own territory. These plants had health point bars, but they didn't seem to have much intelligence, nor did they have crystal cores. They attacked, it seemed, either because they were controlled or out of instinct. Wang Tao thought it was probably an instinct to attack that had evolved, since he didn't feel the presence of plant monsters here. "There are zombies." The eagle-eyed Nisa Ayan immediately pointed at the teaching building and said, Everyone looked in the direction Nisayan indicated and indeed saw some zombies wandering inside the hall of the teaching building. Those are level 2 zombies, but they're not strong, just ordinary zombies, Wang Tao said. At this, Fan Ping immediately stood up with a machete in hand. I'll take care of them. We'll go too. They could tell that Wang Tao clearly thought little of these level 2 zombies, but this was an opportunity for them. Shortly after, they managed to exterminate the zombies without any incidents. Wang Tao felt around and found that there were a lot of zombies in this teaching building. However, he was not sure if there were any level 3 zombies, as his plant affinity ability wasn't perception, and he could not accurately sense the levels of zombies. You guys wait here, I'll go up and take a look, Wang Tao said to the others. Yes. As soon as Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu went upstairs, a few zombies rushed in, and the two dealt with them easily. He ignored the other zombies, quickly checked the first floor, and, having ascertained there were no zombies above level 3, proceeded to the third floor. After about 10 minutes or so, Wang Tao came out. There are quite a few level 2 common zombies inside, there are no elites or higher. If you want to hunt, go ahead, but be careful, Wang Tao stated. Thank you, Mr. Wang. The group immediately rejoiced. Wang Tao also checked the other 2 teaching buildings and found many zombies, but all of them were level 1 or level 2 ordinary zombies, with occasionally a few level 2 elites. Beyond that, there were no level 2 lords or level 3 zombies. Let's split up and search other places. Wang Tao thought there should be level 3 zombies here, at least a level 2 lord. Okay. Everyone nodded. A while later, Yang Qingong's voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. Wang Tao, I've found something. Hold on. Wang Tao and the others reached Yang Qingong's location, which was the library of Duzhui High School. The library was the most prestigious building of the school. However, the times it was open were few and far between, and even many students might not have entered it except during a big cleanup. Chapter 238 Ghost Claw Zombie 2 Wang Tao, it's in here, I feel a very powerful presence. I have the sensation of being watched. Yang Qingong was waiting outside the door for Wang Tao. The higher the level of an ability user, the more acute their senses. The powerful presence she perceived should not be mistaken. Let's go inside and take a look. Wang Tao activated entangling roots, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a monster. Yang Qingong had seen my transformation before, but even now, she was still amazed. The reason Wang Tao was so cautious was that this library had no plants at all. This campus was full of plants, including many inside the teaching buildings, but this place was devoid of them, which was clearly strange. So it was better to be cautious. The group followed Wang Tao inside. The design of the library was quite good, with ample lighting. Without the obstruction of plants, one could see clearly inside even on overcast and rainy days. The first floor was a mess, with lots of coagulated black blood stains on the floor, but no bodies. This was normal. In areas with many zombies, bodies would not be left behind, they either mutated upon infection or were completely devoured by zombies. There was no third possibility. They arrived at the second floor. The second floor was much cleaner and had no zombies. The third and fourth floors were also zombie-free. Moreover, the bookshelves and everything else were neat and orderly, with no signs of being disturbed. Probably no survivors had come here. However, many books were missing, and many shelves were empty. The library had a total of 5 floors, with no basement. If the first 4 floors were fine, then the problem might be on the top floor. Wang Tao proceeded to the top floor with great caution. The situation on the 5th floor surprised Wang Tao. It was quite empty, although there were some bookshelves, they were devoid of books. Wang Tao and his companions continued walking further inside. Someone's here. In the open hall before them was a chair, and on this chair sat a slender figure from behind. Wang Tao had encountered many zombie surprise attacks, so he naturally didn't think much of this figure, especially with the conspicuous red health point bar above its head. Health point, 60,000 60,000, magic point, 60,000 60,000, grade, level 3, Lord. A white bone knife appeared instantly in Wang Tao's hands. Although he was now level 3, even when hunting a rabbit, a lion must use all its strength. At that moment, the zombie turned around. Hiss, Wang Tao couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air when he saw the face of the zombie. For it was truly a beauty. This was a beauty wearing a white shirt, a black pencil skirt, black silk high heels, with a figure featuring a golden ratio, a perfect face, and intelligent glasses. Huh? Yang Qingong and the others exclaimed in surprise as well. They had all prepared themselves mentally, but who could have expected this to actually be a beauty? The beauty was holding a book and looked at them with slightly furrowed brows, as if she were disturbed by their arrival and interrupted from her reading. Could it be that this isn't a zombie? Nisa Ayan asked in surprise. This didn't look like a zombie at all. Wang Tao was also puzzled. He wasn't questioning whether the other party was a zombie, it was obvious given the red health bar. He was wondering how this zombie managed to do this. Was it an illusion? But it was only a level 3, Lord, not a level 4. Could it create such an illusion? Wang Tao had encountered a black mist monster before that could create illusions, a level 3, Lord, but he could easily distinguish the real from the fake. Yet with this zombie, Wang Tao couldn't see any flaws. At this moment, Zhang Shixu raised her head to look at the group and then said to Wang Tao somewhat strangely, "Brother, do you like such an ugly zombie? You can see its true form?" Wang Tao immediately asked. Zhang Shixu did not answer right away, but instead tilted her head thoughtfully, and then her eyes emitted a burst of red light. "Ah!" The woman in front suddenly cried out while covering her face, as if she were in great pain. Then, she raised her head again, revealing a rotting countenance. At the same time, her head enlarged slightly, and her voluptuous body began to wither and decay. Especially her thin hands quickly grew sharp black nails like ghost claws. What was going on? Wang Tao was baffled, but now was not the time to be confused. The ghost claw zombie, having its true form exposed, seemed to be enraged and immediately lunged at Zhang Shixu. Wang Tao saw only a blur before the zombie appeared in front of Zhang Shixu, clawing wildly at her. Such speed! Wang Tao swung his knife out of instinct. Bang! -2034, 57,966 60,000, the ghost claw zombie was cut by the knife, losing 2,000 health point. Such high defense. With Wang Tao being level 3, his attack on a level 3 zombie would normally cost at least 5,000 health point with one strike. But this had only removed 2,000, indicating the high defense of this zombie. The ghost claw zombie was also quite strong. Wang Tao felt his hand go numb. But since it was lightweight, he managed to send it flying with a single blow. The others immediately followed up with more strikes. -945, -1043, -923, -821, 54,234 60,000, this damage. If Fan Peng and the others were here, it would be questionable whether they could even break through this zombie's defense. However, it was fortunate that there were so many level 3 ability users on Wang Tao's side, they were not at a disadvantage. After being attacked several more times, the ghost claw zombie seemed even angrier and vanished from its spot in a flash. Chapter 563-238 Ghost Claw Zombie 3 Be careful. When he reappeared, he was by Yang Qingong's side. Yang Qingong, who had just become a level 3 ability user, was still very excited, especially since her first formal opponent was a level 3 zombie lord, which excited her even more. As a result, before her eyes could adjust, the ghost claw zombie appeared in front of her and instantly pinned her down. With overwhelming force, the ghost claw zombie pressed her to the ground, rendering her immobile. Then it extended its sharp claws and began to swipe at Yang Qingong's chest. Bang! 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 However, Yang Qingong was wearing a suit of level 3 iron tree armor. Although the ghost claw zombie scratched many white marks on the armor, it couldn't breach Yang Qingong's defense. Whoosh! Zhang Shixu was the first to reach Yang Qingong. He grabbed the ghost claw zombie's shoulders and yanked it backward. The ghost claw zombie was pulled away. Wang Tao arrived at that moment. He first slashed fiercely at the ghost claw zombie, forcing it back, and then quickly helped Yang Qingong to her feet. Holy shit! Yang Qingong was somewhat shaken. She had never fought a level 3 zombie lord before, but were they really this strong? Bang! Crack! Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan immediately tangled with the female zombie. But Zhu Xiaojun had a hard time hitting her, after all, he was slow. Nisa Ayan managed to poke a few times with a steel rod, but didn't hit the head, and the ghost claw zombie barely lost any health point. Once Wang Tao confirmed Yang Qingong was alright, he charged at the ghost claw zombie again. At the same time, a few slime spitter grenades appeared in his hand. Splat! The grenades exploded, spurting out a large mass of white slime that immediately covered the ghost claw zombie's entire body. However, it only managed to restrain it for a second before it walked right out of the slime. But this was enough time for Wang Tao. He instantly got in front of the ghost claw zombie, charged up for a second, and then began to swing his blade wildly. -2,341, -2,091, -2,138, he struck several consecutive blows to the head, each cutting over 2,000 health point. Roar! The ghost claw zombie roared in anger, swiping its claw at Wang Tao's chest. -2,323, 40,000 40,000, 97,677 100,000ths, although the claw did great damage, scraping away 2,000 of Wang Tao's health point. It wasn't much in light of his combined health point of 140,000 with the entangled iron tree roots. Still, the immense impact forced Wang Tao to take a step back. Nisaian and the others caught up and tangled with the zombie once again. The Ghost Claw zombie's attack was very powerful. If it struck even once, it could probably maim its victim. Thankfully, Wang Tao and his teammates were all wearing armor, which had high defensive power and could withstand the zombie's attacks. "You guys hold it down, I'll attack," Wang Tao quickly said. "Okay." The others responded in unison. But the Ghost Claw zombie was very fast, holding it down wasn't going to be easy. It was at that moment that Zhang Shixu suddenly appeared in front of the Ghost Claw zombie, and those red glowing eyes gave it a stare. The zombie froze instantly, motionless. Opportunity. Wang Tao's instinct was to rush over and swing his knife, but then, as if something occurred to him, he immediately stretched out his left hand towards the zombie. Whoosh, a black tendril shot out from Wang Tao's wrist, wrapping around the zombie's waist in an instant. "Reel in." Wang Tao silently gave the command in his mind, and he saw the zombie being pulled directly in front of him. Almost forgot about the iron tree vines. By now, the Ghost Claw zombie had recovered from its stupor, disregarding the tendril around its waist as it charged towards Zhang Shixu. But the tendril held it back like a dog leash, and just a few steps away from reaching Zhang Shixu, it couldn't cross the distance. Only then did the Ghost Claw zombie seem to belatedly realize it should cut off the tendril around its waist first. Seeing the Ghost Claw zombie's action, Wang Tao immediately prepared to withdraw the tendril. It only had 10,000 health point, which couldn't withstand an attack from the Ghost Claw zombie. But just then, Zhang Shixu's red glowing eyes met those of the Ghost Claw zombie. The Ghost Claw zombie froze again in an instant. Attack. Wang Tao and the others immediately seized the opportunity, bombarding the zombie with various attacks. In just a second, the Ghost Claw zombie woke up. However, after waking up, it seemed to have forgotten about the tendril at its waist and instinctively attacked Zhu Xiaojun and the others. But entangled by the tendril, it couldn't land a hit. Indeed, it has no real intelligence. Wang Tao held tightly onto the tendril and then yanked it fiercely. The Ghost Claw zombie was pulled into the air and landed right at Wang Tao's feet. Wang Tao stomped hard on the back of the Ghost Claw zombie and swung his knife at the back of its head. The zombie writhed, trying to get up. But Zhu Xiaojun rushed over, imitating Wang Tao, and stomped on the Ghost Claw zombie. Their combined weight and strength were too much for the Ghost Claw zombie to rise. After struggling for a while, the joints in its arms suddenly bent the wrong way, reaching for Wang Tao and Zhu Xiaojun. Already on guard against the Ghost Claw zombie's counterattack, Wang Tao had the tendril wrap around its hands. With the iron tree vines tightly entwining its hands, the Ghost Claw lost its most powerful attack in an instant. Though the health point of the iron tree vines was rapidly dropping under its struggles, Nisaian, Yang Qingong, and Zhang Shixu also came over. The three of them stepped on the zombie and unleashed a fury of attacks. The Ghost Claw zombie's defense was high, but without speed and the ability to dodge, it couldn't withstand the onslaught of attacks from everyone. A moment later, Wang Tao's blade split its head open. Spurt. -1,279, 060,000, wham, a heap of loot packs burst out, and Wang Tao immediately collected the loot before checking his own health point bar. His health point ceiling increased by 14,400, and his special energy also increased by 14,400, bringing Wang Tao's total health point to 54,400. Huh? Only then did Wang Tao notice that the Ghost Claw zombie's claws had a name and could be put into the space backpack. But before he had the time to inspect them closely, Fan Peng's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Mr. Wang, come quickly. I've found the level 3 Lord Zombie." "Huh? Another one?" Chapter 564-239 Bone Chopping Uniform Hand Axe 1. It seems there's a level 3 Lord Zombie. Go. Wang Tao released the entangling roots, retracted the iron tree vines and the spoils of war, and then led everyone quickly downstairs. Fan Peng's location was in the school cafeteria, and he said the suspected level 3 Lord Zombie was inside the cafeteria. When Wang Tao arrived, everyone else was just getting there as well. "Mr. Wang." Everyone hurriedly greeted him. Judging by their countenance, they were slightly disheveled but all seemed invigorated. It seemed that they must have made quite a few gains during this time. Wang Tao nodded, then turned his gaze to Fan Peng. Fan Peng hurriedly said, "Mr. Wang, that zombie is in here. It's the one I saw earlier. It's very large." Upon hearing this, Wang Tao's eyebrows rose. Had he really identified the wrong zombie? However, whether he was mistaken or not, the zombie needed to be killed. The cafeteria was filled with moss, tendrils, and the like, blocking out the light and casting darkness inside. Using plant affinity perception, Wang Tao could vaguely sense there was a very large creature inside, surrounded by numerous smaller zombies. "Let's go in for a look." Wang Tao led the way, and everyone quickly followed behind him, entering the cafeteria together. The school cafeteria had 2 floors. The first floor was crowded with ordinary level 2 zombies, which charged at them, gnashing their teeth and clawing at the air as soon as they saw people entering. The level 3 Lord Zombie was on the second floor. Zhu Xiaojun cleared a path with a few shockwaves, quickly dealing with all the ordinary zombies. The others looked on enviously. Although they could handle level 2 common zombies, none of them could do so as effortlessly as Zhu Xiaojun, who was like a reaping machine. "It's coming down." Wang Tao looked toward the staircase. Thump, 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 a huge, rotting hand first stretched out from the stairwell, followed by a burly figure emerging from the staircase. Hiss, everyone felt a terrifying sense of oppression at the sight of this figure, even causing some involuntarily trembling in their legs. This was a zombie covered in bulging muscles, standing even taller than Zhu Xiaojun, likely around 2.5 meters in height. It wore a tattered chef's uniform, with a crooked chef's hat on its head, wielding a bone-chopping hand axe. Had this zombie once been a chef? Health point, 70,000 70,000, magic point, 40,000 40,000, grade, level 3, Lord. The chef zombie had 10,000 more health point than the ghost claw zombie that Wang Tao had just killed, and it looked more fearsome. But Wang Tao felt that this chef zombie didn't pressure him as much as the ghost claw zombie did. Generally speaking, the more health point a zombie has, the stronger it is. But this rule wasn't absolute, there are always exceptions. This chef zombie was a more common type, whereas the ghost claw zombie he had just killed was one of those exceptions. "This is a level 3 Lord Zombie, fall back," Wang Tao said without turning his head to the others. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately started to retreat. A level 3 Lord Zombie was not something they could handle. Then everyone noticed that Wang Tao had somehow acquired a huge white bone knife in his hand. Wielding the knife, he rushed toward the chef zombie. So brash. Everyone was somewhat taken aback by this move. Although Wang Tao was a level 3 ability user, this was a level 3 Lord Zombie after all. Shouldn't he first test the zombie from a distance to see what abilities it had, then formulate a combat strategy? But they soon found themselves gaping in astonishment. Because during Wang Tao's sprint, many black roots suddenly appeared around him, enveloping his entire figure in the blink of an eye and transforming him into a monster over 2 meters tall. Wang Tao reached the chef zombie and swung his knife directly. Bang! This blow, infused with high-frequency vibration, struck heavily on the zombie's head. -4,583, a nearly 5,000 damage number floated up. Hidden behind his mask, Wang Tao's lips curled into a grin. Now these were his normal numbers. Roar! The chef zombie roared in anger. It swung its hand axe at Wang Tao. Wang Tao, though hardy, didn't need to exchange blows directly. He immediately stepped back to avoid the chef zombie's attack and began to energize his next strike. Defense isn't high, speed isn't fast, but it likely has great strength. The damage must be significant. Wang Tao instantly assessed the physical attributes of this chef zombie. Wang Tao liked dealing with zombies that had low defense and speed or both. He felt that those types of zombies were simpler to deal with. What he hated most were zombies with high defense or fast speed, or those with bizarre abilities. Such zombies weren't undefeatable, but they were difficult to kill. In a post-apocalyptic world, wasting time was a true waste of life. Taking too long might mean getting overwhelmed by a horde of zombies, so a quick victory was always preferred. He felt that this chef zombie would likely be a quick battle. Of course, it remained to be seen whether it had any special abilities. Boom, Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan charged at the chef zombie together, hitting it at the same time. Zhu Xiaojun hacked with his axe, and Nisa Ayan stabbed with the steel bar. -2,495, -1,831, then came Zhang Shixu, who leaped high, clutching 2 night demon blades in her hands and slashing across the chef zombie's face. -2,234, -2,285, Chapter 565 to 239 Bone Chopping Uniform Hand Axe 2. Finally, it was Yang Qingong's turn. She held a large machete in her hand and swung it down at the zombie. -2,695, among the individual attacks, it was actually Yang Qingong, who had just achieved level 3 ascension not long ago, who inflicted the most damage. However, this was to be expected since she possessed the ability of high-frequency vibration, an ability that provided extreme offensive power with the only drawback being the requirement of close-range combat. The attacks by Zhu Xiaojun and the others were completed within 2 to 3 seconds. The chef zombie was indeed slow, it only began to retaliate at this point. But after striking their blows, everyone immediately retreated. No one was willing to take the hit from the chef zombie. After its attack missed again, the chef zombie became furiously enraged and let out a roar. Wang Tao saw its health point start to rise. Self-healing? Without a second thought, Wang Tao stepped forward and unleashed the Energize One hit he had been charging for 10 seconds on the zombie. Bang! -8,856, the Energize One hit dealt a massive 8,856 damage. Moreover, it directly interrupted its self-healing process. The damage made Wang Tao's eyes light up. It was the first time he had properly used Energize One hit. Indeed, the longer the charge, the higher the damage. Energize One hit could be charged up for a maximum of 10 seconds, and Wang Tao had just charged it for the full duration, doubling his damage output. In solo combat, it wasn't easy to charge up Energize One hit, usually only a second or two at most. But now, with his teammates providing a distraction, Wang Tao found it convenient to use. The chef zombie, having been attacked so many times, seemed to be getting frantic. However, Wang Tao and his comrades were agile and did not engage in prolonged combat. Despite it laying waste to the entire cafeteria, it hardly touched any of them. It was only Zhu Xiaojun, the slowest among them, who took a couple of axe hits, but protected by his armor, he did not lose any health point. However, there were some white marks on his armor, suggesting a significant loss in durability. Others initially wanted to observe a level 3 battle, but the commotion from Wang Tao and his team's fight with the zombie was so intense that the cafeteria seemed on the verge of collapse, prompting these onlookers to hurriedly make their escape. With these people gone, Wang Tao no longer needed to worry about collateral damage, and his fighting became even more unrestrained. Doesn't this chef zombie have any active abilities? After fighting for quite a while, Wang Tao hadn't noticed any special abilities from the chef zombie. It had relied solely on its strong physical prowess for attacks. If that was the case, then Wang Tao was not afraid. He withstood one of the chef zombie's attacks, then unleashed another Energize One hit. -9,485, 20,498, 70,000, nearly 10,000 health point worth of damage in an instant left the chef zombie with only about 20,000 health point remaining. Just then, the chef zombie's body began to swell, its health point shot up to a full 70,000 in an instant. Boom! The size of the chef zombie grew larger and larger until it smashed through the ceiling of the first floor. Frenzy? Wang Tao had not expected this chef zombie to have this ability as well. In the blink of an eye, the chef zombie transformed into a giant 2-story high monstrosity, its size exceedingly terrifying. At this point, the cafeteria was filled with dust, and visibility greatly reduced. Wang Tao, who was right under the chef zombie's feet, immediately signaled for his teammates to retreat. They couldn't reach its head anymore, they needed to draw the zombie out. As soon as Wang Tao and his team began to run, they immediately caught the attention of the chef zombie, which strode after them. Boom! No doubt about it, its destructive power was immense in that oversized form. As it chased after Wang Tao and his comrades, the cafeteria collapsed with a thunderous crash behind it. Even with heavy rain pouring outside, the sound of the building collapsing was distinct. Mad demon zombies are going to be lured here, we need to finish this quickly. Wang Tao fired a few shockwaves at the chef zombie's head, causing it to stall, then his tendril shot out, wrapping around one of the chef zombie's legs. Together now. Wang Tao called to Zhu Xiaojun and the others, and they all pulled on the tendril together, exerting a strong force at once. The chef zombie, fresh from stepping out, stumbled suddenly and, perhaps due to its immense size and difficulty in maintaining balance, was pulled down by the group. Crash. Wang Tao retracted the tendril, although it had lost quite a bit of health point from tripping the chef zombie, its mission was accomplished. Go. Wang Tao signaled for everyone to charge at the chef zombie. A standing chef zombie was too tall for them to reach, though they were capable of ranged attacks, the damage wasn't as high as melee. Thus, Wang Tao took it down to make things easier. The chef zombie tried to get up, but they were already bombarding its face with attacks. Though the frenzy ability could enhance many attributes, it actually reduced its defense. So despite the zombie appearing more fearsome, the damage from Wang Tao and his team's attacks actually increased significantly. Roar! Not knowing how many hits it had taken, the chef zombie finally rose in anger. Wang Tao's tendril had lost a lot of health point, so he was reluctant to use it. Instead, he started to wear down the zombie with shockwaves, and the others drew their ranged weapons and did the same. If melee combat had allowed the chef zombie to hold its own against Wang Tao and his team, switching to ranged combat put it at a clear disadvantage. It couldn't reach them or outrun them, it was like being led around like a dog. While the damage wasn't as high, it was enough to wear it down to death. In the end, the final shockwave from Wang Tao shattered the chef zombie's skull. Splat! With its skull burst open, the colossal figure of the chef zombie fell to the ground. Chapter 566 to 239 Bone Chopping Uniform Hand Axe 3. A pile of loot packs burst out. Wang Tao gathered up the loot packs, then noticed that the hand axe in the chef zombie's grasp could be stored in the space backpack. Without a word, Wang Tao collected the items, and after obtaining the crystal core from the chef zombie, he waved to the others. Let's head back quickly. Wang Tao had already seen quite a few mad demon zombies appearing. Although they were all level 1 and level 2 mad demon zombies, there were too many of them. And since there wasn't much benefit to killing them, everyone naturally didn't want to get entangled. When everyone arrived at the school gate, they found that many mad demon zombies had already rushed in. However, they were all held back, and it was the attacking plants that held them up. Interesting, let them fight each other. We'll take another route. Wang Tao led the others to the other side. Although it was a tall wall with no gate, Zhu Xiaojun had split a large hole in it with a few chops of his axe. The group squeezed through one by one and then hurriedly drove away. The heavy rain greatly affected the zombies' perception, and after chasing the convoy for a while, the mad demon zombies fell behind. Over 10 vehicles returned to Dezhou town base quite smoothly. Phew, after getting back to the base, Fan Peng and the others finally relaxed. Damn. That was thrilling. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Isn't it? I've never been in such a big battle before. Alto Ugaichai was just spectating. The strength of level 3 is so strong. Lucky for us Mr. Wang was with us, otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we died facing those zombies. Yeah. We must thank Mr. Wang. After getting out of the vehicles, everyone thanked Wang Tao. Wang Tao waved his hand and then asked with a smile, how was your loot? Hey. Not bad. Just by looking at them, Wang Tao knew they had gained quite a bit. However, Wang Tao didn't ask further and said to Fan Peng, we won't be leaving today, the battle took a lot out of us, so we need a day of rest. Of course. Mr. Wang, please rest assured you won't be disturbed. Wang Tao and the others returned to their room. Zhu Xiaojun and the others took off their armor. Wang Tao glanced at it and saw that the durability of everyone's armor had dropped somewhat, especially for Yang Qingyong. Her armor was a brand new set of level 3 Iron Tree armor given by Wang Tao. With a total of 30 durability, it had dropped by 5 points. And these 5 points were all scratched by the Ghost Claw zombie. It must be said that the damage done by the Ghost Claw zombie was really high. Wang Tao took out a medical kit and nutritional fluid to hand them. Everyone, get some good rest. The group wasn't hurt much, and the battle ended quickly, amounting to a swift victory. However, high-intensity combat was still very mentally draining, so they needed to recuperate properly. While everyone was resting, Wang Tao glanced at his health point bar. Having just killed this chef zombie, Wang Tao gained an additional 12,600 to his health point limit and special energy. This increase was actually not as much as the 60,000 health point from the Ghost Claw zombie. Nevertheless, it was not insignificant. Wang Tao's health point had now reached 67,000. After ascending to level 3, my health point is really shooting up fast. Wang Tao couldn't help but feel emotional. Although the higher the level, the more health point needed for ascension, the amount of health point gained from killing higher level zombies was also greater. Overall, his health point was increasing quicker than before. Wang Tao felt that if he encountered 2 or 3 more zombies like this one, he might reach 100,000 health point. Of course, the main reason was that Wang Tao was strong, with the ability to defeat enemies above his level. Plus, Zhu Xiaojun and the others were not competing with Wang Tao for the kills. Wang Tao then turned his attention to the other loot. He first checked the chef zombie. Inside the chef zombie's head was a purple, level 3 crystal core, self-healing. It had dropped 4 loot packs. The first crystal core gift bag contained a total of 3 crystal cores, including a red, level 3 crystal core, Ascension, a blue, level 3 crystal core, Strength, and a red, level 3 crystal core, Frenzy. Only then did Wang Tao understand why the chef zombie had given less health point than the Ghost Claw zombie. Because the chef zombie had fewer abilities inside, only power, self-healing, and frenzy. Zombies with more abilities provided a greater increase to the health point limit. After collecting the crystal cores, Wang Tao looked at the second loot pack. Inside were potions. Acquired, 20 strength potions, small, acquired, 20 berserk potions. A berserk potion? Wang Tao had never seen this potion before. Berserk potion, after injection, all attributes increased for 1 minute, with a 24-hour cooldown. This berserk potion seemed pretty good. Although the duration was only a short 1 minute and the cooldown was a lengthy 24 hours, it increased all attributes. Even if the potion gave just 1/10 the effect of the frenzy ability, it would still be quite exceptional. At critical moments, it could potentially turn the tide of battle. The third loot pack contained a set of clothing. Acquired, a chef suit set, durability plus 10, tear resistance plus 10. It was a white chef's uniform, including a hat, jacket, pants, and shoes. The attributes were quite good, very durable. But Wang Tao felt it was somewhat strange to wear a chef's uniform, and also, it definitely wouldn't be as convenient as his current sweatshirt in combat. I'll just put it away for now. Wang Tao checked his space backpack and found that he still had 2 other sets of clothing within: the pink nurse uniform he had acquired long ago, and a diving suit obtained from killing a zombie fish. These 3 sets of clothing were of no immediate use, but they might come in handy later. Since the drop rate for clothes was not high, it was better to keep them. The 4th loot pack contained a blueprint. Acquired, a standard bone-chopping hand axe blueprint. Standard bone-chopping hand axe blueprint, once learned, allows for the crafting of 1 standard bone-chopping hand axe each time. Required materials: any axe head, of any crystal core, level 1, level 2, or level 3 crystal cores can be used, 10 iron block, 10 blade, 10 screw, 10 wood block, A uniform hand axe. Upon seeing this blueprint, Wang Tao was immediately pleasantly surprised. Although the attributes of standardized equipment were slightly lower in comparison to non-standardized equipment, they could be mass-produced. Without a second thought, Wang Tao immediately learned the standard bone-chopping hand axe blueprint. He already had the Iron Tree standard armor and White Bone standard crossbow and crossbow arrows blueprints. Now with the addition of the standard bone-chopping hand axe, it was as if he had a complete set of equipment for defense, ranged combat, and close combat. Chapter 567-240, Merging Perception Abilities 1. Speaking of the hand axe, Wang Tao had also collected the weapon dropped by the chef zombie. Obtained, a bone-chopping hand axe. The equipment dropped by zombies had no attributes, so Wang Tao didn't know how good this hand axe was. However, he still had some firefighter axes, so there was no need to use the bone-chopping hand axe to make a standard axe. Wang Tao put away the bone-chopping hand axe and then took out 3 firefighter axes. A moment later, 3 white hand axes appeared. Bone-chopping standard hand axe, level 1, ordinary, durability plus 15, attack power plus 15. Bone-chopping standard hand axe, level 2, ordinary, durability plus 25, attack power plus 25. Bone-chopping standard hand axe, level 3, ordinary, durability plus 35, attack power plus 35. Compared to the previously made white bone standard crossbow, although it lacked the attribute for accuracy, each level of attack power and durability increased by 5 points, which was quite good. Moreover, the attributes of this level 3 hand axe were already better than the broken giant axe in Zhu Xiaojun's hands. Improved worn out great axe, level 2, excellent, attack power plus 30, durability plus 30, attack speed 5% to 50%. The broken giant axe would weaken the attack speed, but the hand axe would not. However, hand axes were quite short, so in some instances, they were not as good as longer weapons. Wang Tao planned to prepare 2 level 3 standard hand axes for each person. As for Zhu Xiaojun, Wang Tao would let him choose whatever he was comfortable with, since he could use both giant axes and hand axes. After crafting several hand axes, Wang Tao did not rush to call Zhu Xiaojun and the others over, but continued to check the loot. He had not examined the loot dropped by the Ghost Claw zombie they killed earlier in detail. The crystal core in the brain of the Ghost Claw zombie was a mental defense crystal core. Level 3 crystal core, mental defense, quality, ordinary, 20%, purity, 40%, side effect, reduced defense, mental defense, passive ability, increases mental defense power. It actually is a psychic system zombie? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. The Ghost Claw zombie was physically strong, and he had thought it was a zombie that relied solely on its physical capabilities. However, if it possessed psychical abilities, that probably explained why they initially thought it was a beautiful woman. Wang Tao quickly looked at the loot pack it had exploded with, which also contained 4 packs. The first crystal core gift bag contained 5 crystal cores. They were a blue, level 3 crystal core, Ascension, a red, level 3 crystal core, Omnipotent, a purple, level 3 crystal core, Perception, a red, level 3 crystal core, Disguise, and an orange, level 3 crystal core, Physique Enhancement. There's actually a perception ability. Wang Tao was very surprised. However, he suddenly remembered Zhang Shixu's words. She had said she felt like she was being watched. Wang Tao had thought that the Ghost Claw zombie had seen her from upstairs, but it turned out to be the site of the perception ability. This was great news for Wang Tao. Because he had 3 perception crystal cores in his possession, but one of them was level 2. Now that he had this perception crystal core, Wang Tao had 3 level 3 perception crystal cores. That meant he could synthesize a perception crystal core with no side effects or impurities for his own use. Perception ability was something he had wanted to learn before, but, unfortunately, had not been able to find until now. Finally, he had gathered them all. Wang Tao took a deep breath. After synthesizing these few perception crystal cores into an epic crystal core, he did not rush to synthesize them but instead looked at the other 2 crystal cores he had not seen before. Level 3 crystal core, disguise, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 40%, side effect, double energy consumption for using abilities, disguise, can disguise oneself as someone else, undetectable by those with lower mental power than oneself. Seeing the attributes of this crystal core, Wang Tao finally understood. No wonder he couldn't find any flaws in the appearance of the Ghost Claw zombie and hadn't noticed being affected by an illusion. It was because his mental power was lower than that of the zombie, and he couldn't see through it. Meanwhile, Zhang Shixu's mental power was higher than the Ghost Claw zombies, so she saw through it at a glance. Truth be told, this ability is quite impressive. Wang Tao was even tempted to fuse it. After all, it was the first time he had seen an ability that could change one's appearance. It's the perfect tool for getting away with murder and arson. However, a pity there was only one such core, and the side effect was rather significant. So for now, it could only gather dust in the space backpack, and he would have to wait and see if there was a chance to collect more in the future. Level 3 Crystal Core, Physique Enhancement, Quality, Epic, 100%, Purity, 40%, Side Effect, Double Physical Strength consumed for actions, Physique Enhancement, Continuous Ability, All-around enhancement of physical fitness during its duration. The last crystal core was a continuous ability that improved physical fitness. The Ghost Claw zombie's strong physique might be related to this crystal core. Wang Tao could also use this crystal core and it should be possible to combine it with his iron wall. But like disguise, he had to wait to eliminate the side effect before using it. The crystal cores dropped by the Ghost Claw zombie were much better than those from the chef zombie, as Wang Tao could use them. Perception, disguise, physique enhancement, including the mental defense core from the Ghost Claw zombie's head. All these were crystal cores Wang Tao could fuse. However, currently, only perception could be fused. Wang Tao was lacking 2 more for disguise and physique enhancement, and 1 more for mental defense. He already had 1 mental defense crystal core before. Wang Tao looked at the second loot pack, which contained potions. Chapter 568 to 240, Merging Perception Abilities 2, acquired, 20 mental boosting potions, acquired, 20 mental potions, small. Wang Tao had received both types of potions before and proceeded to use the mental boosting potions. After a moment, he had consumed them all. Spiritual power doesn't have a specific numeric value, and Wang Tao didn't know how much he had. However, as long as he could get more of those potions, he estimated that it might be possible to surpass Zhang Shixu. As for why Zhang Shixu's spiritual power was so strong, it could only be said that she was not a normal human being, and it was pointless to compare with her. The third loot pack contained clothing, just like the chef zombie. Acquired, a female secretary professional suit, female secretary professional suit, durability +10, tear resistance +10. This was a complete outfit, including a blazer, white shirt, black pencil skirt, high heels, and even included stockings and glasses. Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. The outfit looked nice and had decent attributes, but like the chef's uniform and the pink nurse uniform, it wasn't very useful to him. If only it was combat gear that could be worn in battle. However, in such a perilous environment, there was no room for daily wear. Shaking his head, Wang Tao looked towards the last loot pack. Acquired, a key on country map. It turned out to be a map. Wang Tao browsed through it and found it was similar to the ones he had seen before, the only difference being that this one had a name and could be placed into the space backpack. This is pretty good. Aside from these items, the Ghost Claw zombie's actual claws also had a name. Acquired, 2 dark sharp claws. Dark sharp claws. These claws have a certain armor break ability and can fuse with human females. Once merged, they grant dark sharp claws. Note, merging only one claw has no effect, huh? Seeing the attributes of the dark sharp claws, Wang Tao was surprised. This was similar to the night vision eyes he had merged before. After merging, one would gain a hidden ability. This was definitely a valuable item. So far, Wang Tao had only seen 2 things that could increase hidden abilities, one being the night vision eyes and the other being magic seeds, and now there was the dark sharp claws. Unfortunately, they could only be merged by females. Well, not exactly unfortunate. Even if Wang Tao could merge them, he wasn't too keen on doing so. He was more accustomed to using longer weapons, as he was afraid of getting infected. Wang Tao felt among the few people around him, Zhang Shixu was quite a fit. She wasn't afraid of the zombie virus and had been fighting with her bare hands before Wang Tao gave her the dagger. Wang Tao called Zhang Shixu over immediately. He was in the room, undisturbed, as everyone thought he was resting. "Brother. Here, I have something good for you. Eat it. Wang Tao handed the dark sharp claws to Zhang Shixu. After he stored the dark sharp claws in the space backpack, they slowly underwent some changes. They were no longer as fierce-looking as before but rather resembled oddly shaped bread. So, even if Zhang Shixu had to consume these, Wang Tao didn't find it disgusting. Of course, it wasn't exactly eating. Similar to when merging with a crystal core, they would just dissolve once placed in the mouth. Zhang Shixu trusted Wang Tao unconditionally. Hearing his words, she shoved the pair of claws into her mouth without hesitation. As soon as they entered her small mouth, the claws disappeared instantly. Eh? Zhang Shixu blinked her wide eyes, looking a bit confused. In her current memory, she had never merged with a crystal core before, so she was unaware of what was happening. But soon, Zhang Shixu felt a warm sensation throughout her body, and then she looked at her hands. Her fingernails started to grow longer. Zhang Shixu seemed to find this very interesting, turning her hands over and over. It doesn't quite look like that zombies. Wang Tao was surprised. He had thought Zhang Shixu's hands would turn into something similar to the ghost claw zombies' withered appendages, but instead, they remained fair and tender, and instead of black, the nails were a dark red. However, when Wang Tao pinched them, he found that they only seemed soft to the touch but actually felt quite solid, akin to the softness ability he previously had. Wang Tao pinched Zhang Shixu's hands. Does it hurt? I don't feel anything. Zhang Shixu shook her head. Wang Tao then took a small knife and lightly scratched her hand. It didn't break the skin. After scratching harder, her hand still didn't show any marks, but the blade now had a nick in it. Such strong defensive power. It's like steel. After testing for a while, Wang Tao found that Zhang Shixu's hands could even block his own bone knife. Powerful. Wang Tao gave a thumbs up, then asked, you can change them back to normal, right? These hands were powerful, but they didn't feel very nice. Zhang Shixu liked holding Wang Tao's hand, and if they remained this rigid, it would definitely be uncomfortable for him. I can. With a thought from Zhang Shixu, her nails instantly retracted, and her hands became soft again. Excellent. Wang Tao nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Zhang Shixu's attributes. Health point, 29,999 29,999, magic point, 28,000 grade, level 2, Lord, internal impurity, 100%, hidden attributes, eyes of contract, dark sharp claws. She now had 2 hidden abilities. Brother, do you want to take back the daggers? Zhang Shixu suddenly spoke up. Wang Tao had previously given her a pair of Night Demon Blade daggers, which she found quite suitable. Now with the claw ability, it seemed somewhat redundant. Chapter 569 to 240, Merging Perception Abilities 3. How could I take back something I've given to you? Just use whatever you want to use when it's your turn, Wang Tao said with a smile as he ruffled Zhang Shixu's hair. He wasn't in the habit of taking back what he had given away, and besides, nobody else could use the dagger since it was such a short weapon, except for Zhang Shixu. Okay. Zhang Shixu was very happy to hear Wang Tao's words. After all, it was something that Wang Tao had given her, and she wanted to keep it whether she used it or not. Wang Tao let Zhang Shixu get used to the claws on her own, while he prepared to start merging with the perception crystal cores. First, Wang Tao extracted the Berserk Enhancement ability, and then merged it with the epic crystal core that had already been synthesized in advance. A moment later, the perception merge was complete. An impatient Wang Tao immediately used his perception. Then, Wang Tao felt as if he were in a black world, with many gray figures that had normal human shapes, clearly human. Some human figures had small blue light points on them. The more blue points, the stronger the ability. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Wang Tao quickly distinguished them. Next, Wang Tao checked the range of his perception. He could sense almost the entire building. It was roughly a circle with a 30-meter radius centered around him that fell within his range of perception. However, buildings would block his perception range. He could also guess where the buildings were by the reduced range. Overall, this perception ability was very good. With this ability, Wang Tao no longer had to worry about being sneak attacked by zombies. After studying perception for a while longer, Wang Tao looked at the ability synthesis. Perception was also a psychic system ability, which could be synthesized with yin and yang balance. Yin and yang balance plus perception equals 91%, the success rate was 91%, worth a gamble. Wang Tao directly consumed 30,000 special energy to synthesize. A moment later, a new superpower appeared. Level 3 superpower, yin and yang balance, can sense surrounding objects, can slightly affect the minds of living beings, can cause instability in their spirits, can open a barrier that blocks mental attacks, and when having sexual intercourse with the opposite sex, both parties' magic point will refill quickly, and the user will permanently increase a certain amount of magic point. The permanent increase in magic point has a cooldown time, which is random. Side effects, none. The name of the new superpower hadn't changed much, but the content now included perception. Our capital for going to the military base has greatly increased. After playing with perception for a bit longer, Wang Tao walked out of the room with Zhang Shixu. Zhu Xiaojun and the others were resting with their eyes closed in the living room outside. Hearing Wang Tao come out, they all opened their eyes. Come on, I've got some weapons for you all to share. Having good things naturally meant sharing them with his people. Since Wang Tao had had his meat, he had to let everyone else have some soup. Huh? Seeing Wang Tao casually wave his hand and suddenly lots of hand axes appeared on the table, Yang Qingong was surprised. Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan were used to it, but they were curious about the hand axes that were clearly all identical. These are bone-chopping uniform hand axes. Their attack power is a little stronger than that of the bone hand crossbows, about the same as a hand crossbow plus a crossbow arrow. Wang Tao briefly introduced them and then let everyone try them out. The bone-chopping hand axe was a one-handed axe and not too heavy, everyone could swing it with ease. It actually feels quite good in hand. Yang Qingong was somewhat surprised. Her weapon was a machete, which was of decent quality but just decent. During the time she was away from the team, her machete had already dulled. She was just looking for a good weapon, and this hand axe seemed very suitable to her. Although the hand axe wasn't long, her machete wasn't particularly long either. The weight of both was similar, and the feeling of swinging them was more or less the same. Plus, she could swing two hand axes at the same time. As for the attack power, there was no need for comparison. The hand axes blew her machete out of the water. I want to use two hand axes. Yang Qingong didn't bother being polite with Wang Tao and simply spoke up. Sure. Wang Tao nodded. Making these wasn't difficult, it was just an axe and a level 3 crystal core. May I have one? Nisa Ayan raised her hand. Wang Tao nodded. So Nisa Ayan happily took one. Her weapon was a steel bar, which she didn't find very handy. The main reason was that she had the throwing master ability, which was more effective when she used the steel bar. She felt quite comfortable wielding the hand axe, but she didn't dare ask for more. After all, she knew she was the lowest in Wang Tao's esteem, and she had to be aware of that. As for Zhu Xiaojun, he looked quite conflicted. He found the hand axe very comfortable to use and its attack power stronger than his giant axe. But he was used to the big, sweeping attacks with the giant axe. If he suddenly switched to a small hand axe, there was a bit of an adjustment period. Just carry two on you for now, whether you use them or not. They'll do as backups, Wang Tao said with a smile. Back in Shuai's base, he used to carry 5 or 6 firefighter axes. Okay. Zhu Xiaojun nodded. He decided to practice with the one-handed axe later. He couldn't afford to drag the team down. Wang Tao then looked at Yang Qingong. You're not hurt, are you? She had been knocked down by a ghost claw zombie before, and although her armor had blocked the zombie's attack, she still suffered some internal injuries. I'm fine. Your armor has high defensive power, and I just got a little shaken up, that's all. Yang Qingong said with a smile. She was no fragile woman, such an injury was really nothing to her. Alright, glad you're fine. Wang Tao nodded and then said, I plan to make another trip to the school tomorrow, and we'll leave here the day after tomorrow. Did you find something? Yang Qingong asked curiously. I haven't found anything. But there are still a lot of zombies in the school, we can harvest some crystal cores. And by solving some dangers for Dazhu Town base, it can be considered a good deed. Wang Tao actually wanted to test out his new perception ability. The school area, with many zombies, was a great place for its deployment. Great. Everyone nodded. Chapter 570 to 241, reaching 110,000 health. 1 The next day. When they learned that Wang Tao was going back to the school, Fan Peng was somewhat surprised and quickly asked, can we come with you? Although Wang Tao had dealt with the level 3 zombie at the school, there were still many level 2 zombies. For them at Dazhu Town base, dealing with these zombies was still quite troublesome. If they could follow Wang Tao, they might at least get to share in the rewards. Feel free. Wang Tao wasn't an unkind person. As long as these people didn't get in the way, it was fine. Alright. Fan Ping immediately ran off excitedly to call people. Everyone had originally planned to rest for the day, considering they had fought intensely the day before. But upon hearing Fan Peng's words, they all ran over excitedly once more. After all, the chances of following a level 3 ability user like this might not come by often in a lifetime, so they had to seize the opportunity. Soon, a convoy set off from Dazhu Town base once again, heading for the school. The hole that Zhu Xiaojun had smashed open the day before was still there, and everyone entered in succession. Walking at the front, Wang Tao immediately activated his perception ability. All nearby zombies had nowhere to hide. This feeling of having X-ray vision. Amazing. Right, I should check those plants. Wang Tao informed the others of the zombies' positions, letting them go and kill. He himself approached the plants near the school's gate. Whether human or zombie, all were attacked by these plants. But these plants had no levels and probably offered no reward when killed. Besides, the plants were generally large, and Wang Tao wasn't sure how to kill them completely, perhaps uproot them? So he had left them alone. Now, having learned the perception ability, Wang Tao used it to see if he could find anything on these plants. Huh? And indeed, he found something. Though not monsters, these plants did contain some energy, hidden in a particular part of their trunks. Could this be their consciousness? Wang Tao took out his bone knife and approached a large tree of an unknown species. Instantly, several branches attacked Wang Tao. The branches only had a few thousand health point, and their damage was very low. Even without activating entangling roots, Wang Tao's armor, including his stubborn armor and rush suit, allowed him to ignore these attacks. He then stabbed a particular spot at the base of the tree. Thrust. The bone knife easily pierced it. Wang Tao then noticed that the tree seemed to have lost its life energy, wilting instantly, and even dropped a loot pack. But the tree hadn't died. Interesting. The spot Wang Tao had stabbed was where the tree's energy or consciousness resided. His strike might have directly killed its consciousness. But the tree itself hadn't died, instead, it had become an ordinary tree after losing its consciousness. Wang Tao looked at the loot packet dropped. You obtained 10 tree essence liquid, 10 servings of tree essence liquid, with 1 serving increasing health point and magic point by 100 each. However, there was a cool-down period for tree essence liquid, and it couldn't be increased indefinitely. After using 10 servings in a row, a cool-down period would start, the length of which varied from person to person. This was rather good stuff, and Wang Tao had been using it steadily, still having plenty on hand. After thinking a moment, Wang Tao used a bone knife to hollow out a cavity in the trunk. As expected. Inside the trunk, Wang Tao found a pool of tree essence liquid, gathering 14 servings in total. Although these plants' method of attack was strange, their attack power wasn't high, at least for now. Therefore, Wang Tao thought that it shouldn't be a problem for ability users with average strength to kill these plants. Wang Tao wasn't sure if others had discovered tree essence liquid yet, but sooner or later, someone certainly would. Perhaps in the future, there would even be people who specialized in collecting it. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, Wang Tao walked around the grove. He killed the consciousness of every plant there and also gathered quite a bit of tree essence liquid. After using his perception ability again to make sure nothing was missed, he finally left the grove. How did you discover this stuff? Yang Qingong held some tree essence liquid in her hands, looking at Wang Tao with great curiosity. The perception ability can detect the consciousness of these plants, killing it allows you to find the tree essence liquid, Wang Tao explained briefly. He didn't hide the fact that he had learned the perception ability. Though Yang Qingong was curious about how he could still fuse crystal cores, she didn't ask further. So that's how it is. Yang Qingong looked at the distant plants, her eyes shining. Wang Tao had just given her some tree essence liquid, and though she couldn't see the health point and magic point bars, after taking it, she truly felt as if she had grown slightly stronger. These kinds of things that can enhance one's strength are hard to come by. Some are ordinary plants, and some have consciousness. It's not easy to tell just from their appearance. Wang Tao led a few people back into the plant grove. He killed the plant's consciousness while Yang Qingong and the others collected the tree essence liquid. After all the plant's consciousness had been dealt with, Wang Tao finally relaxed. Keeping the perception ability active was exhausting. If he hadn't discovered the tree essence liquid, it would have been alright to miss out. But now that he knew how to get it, he didn't want to waste the opportunity, taking everything that he could. Chapter 571 to 241, reaching 110,000 health point 2. They ultimately managed to acquire over 30,000 portions, which was quite a bountiful harvest indeed. Wang Tao intentionally left a few plants that still had consciousness and then called over Fan Peng and the others to demonstrate for them. After all, there were no conflicts of interest between Wang Tao and them, and they might never have the chance to meet again. So, there wasn't a problem with sharing this information with them, as everyone was a human survivor, and the stronger humanity was as a whole, the greater its chance of survival. There's actually such a thing. Seeing Wang Tao extract some plant essence from a plant whose name they didn't even know, everyone was somewhat surprised. Especially when Wang Tao said that this plant essence could enhance one's strength, that got everyone instantly excited. We might not be able to deal with zombies that are too powerful, but can't we deal with these low-intelligence plants? We'll have to pay more attention from now on. We can't let any plant that can attack, but whose attack power isn't high, slip through. After Wang Tao shared these matters with everyone, he went to look around other places. This school wasn't small, and since he hadn't examined it carefully yesterday, now with his perception ability, he could conduct a carpet-style search. It took an hour, but Wang Tao had almost turned the whole school upside down. There were quite a few level 2 zombies, but there were no longer any level 3 zombies in the school. However, that didn't mean there were no gains. Wang Tao unexpectedly found a night demon's nest. This night demon's nest was not in the school but in a hotel next door. If it weren't for Wang Tao's perception ability, he would definitely have missed it. Night demons were strong, and there were many of them in the night demon's nest, but Wang Tao and his group were all level 3 now, and his own health point had even reached nearly 70,000. With this strength, they were more than capable of storming the night demon's nest. There's basically no significant danger left in the school now, just some level 2 zombies that you can easily handle if you cooperate. We're heading next door. Wang Tao picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke to Fan Peng on the other side. You guys are? There's a night demon's nest in the hotel next door, we're planning to check it out. Hiss. As soon as Wang Tao uttered those words, he could hear several people on the other end sucking in a breath of cold air. Everyone knew about night demons. These zombies were at a minimum level 3, with formidable strength. If a single night demon appeared, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Even if they could eventually kill it, they would likely have many casualties. They didn't know how many night demons were within the nest, but the military information Wang Tao had shown to them earlier stated that night demons were nocturnal creatures that only emerged at night, and during the day. They all hid inside their nest. A night demon's nest during the day was even more dangerous than at night. Mr. Wang, please be careful. Wang Tao and his companions climbed over the school's courtyard wall and directly entered the hotel's backyard next door. There were some ordinary zombies in the yard, which Uchiha eliminated in an instant with a shockwave. Wang Tao used his ability to sense the area. TSK, TSK. There were at least 50 night demons inside, and there was even a lord among them, likely a blue-skin night demon. Hearing the number, both Yang Qingong and Nisa Ayan were both nervous and thrilled. Let's go. Wang Tao immediately activated entangling roots and then swaggered through the hotel's main entrance. It was very dark inside the hotel, but Wang Tao's eyes gleamed with a green light. Zhang Shiksa followed next to him, her eyes glowing red, and dark red nails grew out of her delicate white hands. As for Zuzia Jun, Nisa Ayan, and Yang Qingong, they lacked night vision, so fighting night demons here was obviously a disadvantage. That's why Wang Tao immediately handed them ultraviolet flashlights and flares. These ultraviolet devices not only provided illumination but also caused damage to night demons. This was one of the reasons why Wang Tao dared to confront so many night demons. Roar! As soon as several people entered, a night demon immediately charged at them. Swish! Several ultraviolet flashlights were turned on at the same time, instantly illuminating the night demon's entire body. Sizzling, the night demon immediately stopped in its tracks and instinctively covered itself from the light as its body emitted a sound of burning. Roar! Smelling the scent of humans, the night demon was somewhat unable to control its own body, but the ultraviolet light made it so uncomfortable that it instinctively feared it. Thus, an interesting phenomenon occurred. The night demons seemed frozen in place, alternating between roaring and covering their faces, unwilling to leave. For everyone else, this was like shooting at targets. Immediately, each kind of attack was directed towards the night demon. With a total of 30,000 health point, the night demon's health bar was cleared in just a few seconds without Wang Tao even making a move. Roar! That's when more night demons ran down from upstairs. Wang Tao waved his hand, and several people immediately lit the ultraviolet illumination flares and threw them around the hotel lobby. By the time the other night demons arrived, the entire lobby was bathed in purple light. Sizzling, wave after wave of burning sounds rose as the skins of those night demons were scorched, smoking and cracking. Roar! The night demons roared loudly but were halted by the ultraviolet light, not daring to come closer. In the purple-lit lobby, a brief safe zone was created. Charge! Wang Tao gripped his bone knife and charged forward. These night demons all had 30,000 health point. If it had been back when Wang Tao was level 2, he might have had to be very cautious. But now, they were basically completely suppressed by him. Chapter 572-241, reaching 110,000 health point 3. Wang Tao casually picked an opponent and struck. A damage figure of -11,349, floated up. The second strike, -12,844, and the third strike directly zeroed its health point bar. After ascending to level 3, Wang Tao no longer considered killing these level 3 elite zombies as over-level kills, so he only obtained a loot pack. Moreover, the pack did not contain crystal cores or potions but an ultraviolet suit instead. Acquired. A high-power ultraviolet flashlight. Acquired. 20 many ultraviolet illumination shells. He didn't lack flashlights, but illumination shells were consumable, so it was fine to have more. Kill. Wielding his entangling roots, which gave him a hefty 100,000 health point, Wang Tao rushed directly into the night demon zombie group. At that moment, a blue figure suddenly appeared and instantly reached behind Wang Tao. If this were before, Wang Tao might have really been successfully ambushed. After all, with so many night demons around, it was hard for Wang Tao to locate the blue-skinned night demon. But now, Wang Tao's perception ability had already pinpointed the location of the blue-skinned night demon. Thus, the moment it appeared, Wang Tao reacted instantly. He swung his knife backwards without hesitation. Bang! The blue-skinned night demon's claws almost reached Wang Tao's chest, but Wang Tao's bone knife was longer and struck its head first. -6048, a 6,000 health point damage strike sent the blue-skinned night demon flying. Wang Tao dashed to where the blue-skinned night demon landed and struck its head with another blow. -6129, roar. The blue-skinned night demon let out an enraged howl, and the ordinary night demons immediately swarmed Wang Tao. Wang Tao's recent rush had taken him out of the ultraviolet illumination flare's area of effect, so the night demons swarmed him recklessly. Wang Tao temporarily ceased attacking the blue-skinned night demon, emitting a shockwave toward the encircling night demons. Boom! The assaulting night demons were all knocked down and lost a third of their health point. Taking advantage of their failure to get up, Wang Tao released 2 more shockwaves. Puchy! The surrounding night demons had their health point bars reduced to 0. Meanwhile, the blue-skinned night demon took the chance to flee. But now it was daytime outside, and the first floor hall was blocked by ultraviolet illumination flares, so it could only flee upwards. Wang Tao immediately chased after it. Along the way, there were many incubation flesh and half-incubated night demons, which Wang Tao had no time to inspect. He chased all the way to the rooftop, where the blue-skinned night demon, finding no escape, turned to attack Wang Tao again. With knife in hand, Wang Tao engaged in battle with it once more. Facing Wang Tao now, the blue-skinned night demon clearly was no match. Moments later, Wang Tao cleaved its skull in 2. After collecting the loot, Wang Tao immediately went downstairs to join Zhu Xiaojun and others in killing the rest of the night demons. Night demons were dangerous and not to be underestimated. After spending some time, Wang Tao led the others in eradicating all the night demons, incubation flesh, and half-baked night demons within the night demon's nest. After reassurance provided by his perception ability that no stragglers were left, Wang Tao then led everyone to the first floor hall to tally the loot. Did you all hunt level 3 zombies like this before? Yang Xingong looked at Wang Tao with a mix of excitement and admiration. Storming into the night demon's nest to hunt night demons, Yang Xingong only wanted to say one word: thrilling. With ultraviolet illumination flares at their disposal, night demons dared not to attack them. To a certain extent, as long as they had enough flares, they were on invincible terrain. There were more than 50 night demons in total here, and Wang Tao had killed about 20 ordinary night demons and 1 blue-skin night demon. The remaining 30 night demons were all slain by them. The thrill that Yang Qingong felt didn't come from the killing itself, but from the clear sense that her strength had greatly improved. She herself had slain a total of 15 night demons. Moreover, she found that Zhang Shixu was deliberately yielding kills to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to kill so many. 1 night demon could bring her an increase of 1,500 to her maximum health point, so 15 of them amounted to an health point improvement of 22,500. She had recently attained level 3 ascension and previously, after hunting zombies with Wang Tao, her health point was only around 32,000. Now, with such a sudden increase, her maximum health point shot up to over 50,000. This significant boost in maximum health point was very pronounced. She would have become increasingly exhausted from combat before, but now she grew stronger the more she fought. Such a degree of improvement was simply outrageous. Wang Tao took a glance at Yang Qingong's attributes. Health point, 55,000 55,000, magic point, 14,600 14,600, grade, level 3, internal impurity, 11%, her health point had reached 55,000. The reason she could kill so many night demons was actually because of the instructions Wang Tao had previously given to Zhang Shixu, allowing Zhang Shixu to let her claim the kills. After all, Zhang Shixu wouldn't gain health point from killing zombies, so taking the kills would be a waste. Wang Tao laughed and said, "That's not it, the night demon's nest is rather hidden, and it's not always possible to find it. Moreover, I lacked the strength before. This is my first time in such a condition. It's also my first time fighting in the night demon's nest." Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head and said, "Not only Yang Qingong but also he and Nisa Ian reaped a great harvest. His health point had reached 60,000, and Nisa Ian's health point had also risen to 50,000. However, the one with the greatest gains was naturally Wang Tao. His health point had reached the upper limit for level 3. He originally had an health point of 68,340. Although killing 20 ordinary night demons wasn't a feat of overpowering, it still added 30,000 to his health point. Then, he killed a blue-skinned night demon. The blue-skinned night demon was a level 3 lord, which counted as killing above his level. This brought him another 12,000 health point cap increase and 12,000 special energy. Therefore, his health point totaled 110,000. Even Wang Tao himself hadn't expected that just a few days after his level 3 ascension from having 30,000 health point, he would jump to 110,000 health point. But after gaining so much health point, Wang Tao also noticed something different from before. Level 1's maximum health point limit is 4,999, reaching 5,000 health point means level 2. Similarly, the maximum health point for level 2 is 29,999, reaching 30,000 health point qualifies for level 3. Wang Tao had thought the limit for level 3 was 99,999, having seen 4th order monsters with 100,000 health point. But now he realized this was not the case. The cap for level 3 is actually 100,000 health point. His 110,000 was due to the extra 10,000 health point he had from before. So Wang Tao was curious why the health point cap for level 3 was different from the previous levels. He felt that advancing from level 3 to level 4 might not be as easy as from level 1 to level 2, or from level 2 to level 3. For Wang Tao, upgrading with an Ascension Crystal Core is still relatively easier. Wang Tao thought of the 4th order monster he had seen earlier, which had an attribute Wang Tao had never seen before, Awakening. Could advancing to level 4 have something to do with this awakening? Chapter 573-242, Night Demon Breastplate, Gratitude and Repayment 1. Wang Tao shook his head. Although his health point had reached the upper limit of level 3, his ability level was still insufficient, and he also lacked a level 4 Ascension Crystal Core. No matter what additional conditions were needed to reach level 4, Wang Tao still had a long way to go, so he refrained from pondering it any further. As for how exactly to ascend to level 4, he assumed he would find out once he met the necessary conditions. Wang Tao turned his attention to the other loot. The loot from ordinary night demons consisted of ultraviolet flashlights and flares. He had used quite a few flares this time, which was perfect for restocking. Next were the incubation flesh and the incomplete night demons, which Wang Tao had specifically instructed his teammates to reserve for him. After all, killing these things would not yield loot packs. After personally killing these things, Wang Tao gained a total of 54, level 2 Crystal Core, Omnipotent, and 22, level 2 Crystal Core, Extraction. Even though they were all level 2, and of no use to Wang Tao, they were still valuable and could be traded with others in the future. The focus was on the loot from the blue-skinned night demon. Just like the last time a blue-skinned night demon was killed, its pair of night demon's claws also dropped and was collected by Wang Tao into his space backpack. Then there were 4 loot packs, a crystal core gift bag, potions, an ultraviolet suit, and blueprints. The first 3 loot packs contained the same items as the ones obtained from killing a blue-skinned night demon before. There were a red, level 3 crystal core, Ascension, a blue, level 3 crystal core, Energy Boost, a white, level 3 crystal core, Health Point Boost, and an orange, level 3 crystal core, Body Constitution Boost, crystal core. Then there were 3 kinds of potions that increased permanent attributes, as well as flashlights and flares. 10 strength boosting potions, 10 agility boosting potions, 10 mental boosting potions, 1 high power ultraviolet flashlight, 40 mini ultraviolet illumination shells. The ultraviolet suit was stored in the space backpack, and he used up all the potions. As for the last pack, last time he killed a blue-skinned night demon, it dropped the blueprint of the dagger, Night Demon Blade. But this time, it wasn't a dagger, it was an armor blueprint, obtained, a Night Demon Breastplate blueprint. Night Demon Breastplate blueprint can be used to craft a Night Demon Breastplate. Required materials: Night Demon Lord's Bone 10 kilograms, level 3 Crystal Core 1, Iron Block 20, Steel Wire 20, Nails 20, Rubber 20, Night Demon Breastplate, attributes unknown. It was a breastplate. Wang Tao had not come across a single piece equipment blueprint in a long while. He was currently wearing the stubborn chest armor, and also had rush arm guard, knee guards, and other pieces of equipment. This single-piece equipment might even have suit attributes, just like his rush suit that allowed him to use the rush ability once per hour. He had previously obtained a Night Demon Blade dagger, and now a Night Demon Breastplate. Wang Tao felt that this might also be part of a suit with attributes. Wang Tao basically had all the required materials for the Night Demon Breastplate. He just lacked the Night Demon Lord's Bone, but its body was upstairs. Wang Tao ran to the rooftop and began crafting beside the blue-skinned night demon's corpse. After a burst of radiant, colorful light, a black breastplate tinged with a hint of blue appeared before Wang Tao. In contrast to the ferocious appearance of the night demon, this breastplate seemed rather understated. Night demon breastplate, level 3, excellent, durability plus 55, defense plus 55. While this breastplate had no special attributes, a defense and durability of 55 were enough for Wang Tao to put it on. Moreover, the design of the night demon breastplate was not exaggerated and was very form-fitting, even somewhat flexible. Once Wang Tao had it on, it was like wearing an undershirt. He could wear a sweatshirt over it, and no one could tell there was a breastplate underneath. This was completely different from Little Jun's branch armor, which was a complete set of armor with a rather exaggerated look, making it impossible for him to drive while wearing it. Wang Tao moved around a bit and felt that the breastplate did not hinder his movements. It was very smooth. Not bad. Wang Tao nodded in satisfaction. I need to hunt down more of these blue-skin night demons. After all, this breastplate could very well be part of a suit, and it would be worth it to collect a full set, even if it had no special attributes. Let's go. Wang Tao went downstairs and signaled for everyone to leave. At the school entrance, Fan Peng and his team were still hunting zombies in the pouring rain. The opportunity was too good to pass up, and no one knew if more zombies would appear here tomorrow, so they were taking advantage of the chance to kill as many as they could now. Seeing that they were not in any danger, Wang Tao did not concern himself with them, but instead, he took a drive around Duzhu Town. He wanted to see if there were any level 3 zombies left. Duzhu Town was small, and Wang Tao quickly circled all the buildings in town on the cement road, conducting a thorough search. He didn't find any level 3 zombies, but he did find some level 2 zombies. Wang Tao didn't take action himself. He planned to tell Fan Peng about the locations with level 2 zombies so that they could hunt them and improve their strength. It seems there are no special circumstances. When Wang Tao returned to Duzhu Town base, Fan Peng and his team had also returned. Many locals and outsiders had gone to the school. Although they hadn't finished killing all the zombies there, they had almost cleared out the level 2 zombies. With the overcast and rainy weather, it got dark early, and it was dangerous to stay out late. Upon seeing that Wang Tao had already returned, Fan Peng immediately came over with a bag. Mr. Wang. He respectfully handed the bag he was holding to Wang Tao. Chapter 574-242, Night Demon Chest Armor, Gratitude and Repayment. Wang Tao glanced inside the bag, which was filled with a large number of crystal cores, including level 1 and level 2. What is this? Wang Tao was somewhat puzzled. To thank Mr. Wang for leading and protecting us in hunting zombies, this is a token of our gratitude we've prepared for you. Hearing this, Wang Tao looked at the number of crystal cores in the bag, comparing them with the number of elite zombies in the school. He felt that these crystal cores amounted to at least 30% of what everyone had harvested combined. To think they would give 30% of their earnings to him? Wang Tao was quite surprised. To say that he had led and protected the others wasn't wrong. After all, Wang Tao had eliminated the most significant threats. Without him, they wouldn't have had the chance to get these crystal cores. But Wang Tao was also acting based on his interests. To say he had actively protected them wasn't quite true. They had hunted and earned those crystal cores themselves, with no help from Wang Tao killing zombies. Moreover, the most important point was that Wang Tao had made it clear he would leave Duzhu Town. Whether he lived or died in the future, it was highly unlikely that he would have any more interaction with Fan Peng and the others. So to say that this was them trying to solicit or invest in Wang Tao didn't quite fit either. Therefore, this must be their sincere way of showing gratitude to Wang Tao. Although giving away 30% of crystal cores was indeed a significant number, they knew that without Wang Tao, they wouldn't have obtained even 70%. So, even though it was painful, they were willing to give these 30% to Wang Tao as a token of their appreciation. It's rare to see such grateful people these days. Okay, then. I'll accept it. Wang Tao didn't refuse their kindness and accepted the crystal cores with a smile. Then, he spoke again. You can sell me all the crystal cores you have. I can exchange them for high-quality ones. You give me yours first, and then I'll give you mine. Ah. Fan Peng was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded with some excitement. Yes, yes, yes. Please wait a moment. He had traded with Wang Tao before and knew that Wang Tao had a lot of crystal cores, many of which were of high quality. Combining low-quality crystal cores was basically down to luck, while high-quality ones meant stability. If they could get high-quality crystal cores, they would be willing to trade even if they had to give up several low-quality ones for one. After Fan Peng left, he quickly called everyone else over. I've already given Mr. Wang the token of gratitude, and he seems very satisfied. He has allowed us to exchange our crystal cores for the high-quality ones he has. Upon hearing this, Everyone was thrilled. They all knew that Wang Tao had a lot of high-quality crystal cores, many of which they could use. Exchange. Even if it's 10 to 1, or even 20 to 1, as long as I can exchange for what I can use, I'm willing to do it. Who wouldn't? Acquiring crystal cores is too difficult, and getting those that you can use is even harder. As for high-quality crystal cores that one can use, that's something you don't even dare to dream of. Now that we have this opportunity, we must seize it. Exactly, let's exchange. Hurry and get your crystal cores out. These people didn't hesitate much, taking out their crystal cores and registering them with Fan Peng. Having interacted for a few days, they knew Wang Tao would probably not cheat them out of their crystal cores, especially since there had been many opportunities to obtain crystal cores before. With Wang Tao and his group's strength, they could easily have killed those zombies and hoarded all the cores for themselves, but Wang Tao had allowed them to have them. Thus, Wang Tao's character was trustworthy. Soon, Fan Peng had collected everyone's crystal cores, then took them and knocked on Wang Tao's door. Mr. Wang, these are all our crystal cores, how many can we exchange? Looking at the heaping pile of crystal cores, Wang Tao nodded casually. Alright, just leave them here. I'll sort through them, come back in an hour. Yes. Fan Peng respectfully made his exit. Wang Tao was someone who reciprocated an inch of respect with a yard. Since these people knew how to repay kindness, Wang Tao would help them one more time. After all, synthesizing crystal cores didn't cost him anything, it was just a matter of spending some time. Wang Tao stored these crystal cores in his space backpack, setting them aside in a corner, and then he combined the same types of cores, creating purple, red, or orange ones. After his operations, Wang Tao took away those cores that were too few in number to combine. He then took out some from the newly combined cores. What remained was what he'd offer them. As soon as the hour passed, Fan Peng arrived. When he saw the purple, red, and even orange crystal cores on the table, he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Take these with you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Wang. When Fan Peng personally took the crystal cores, he realized there were far more than he had expected. Mr. Wang hadn't taken advantage of them at all. He might even be at a loss. Watching an exhilarated Fan Peng leave, Wang Tao smiled and shook his head. I hope more ability users emerge, and that Dazhu Town base manages to hold on. The next day was the day Wang Tao was preparing to leave. As soon as he stepped out, he found Fan Peng and the others waiting outside. Wang Tao could clearly feel a significant increase in their auras, presumably because they had fused the synthetic crystal cores the previous day. Mr. Wang, we would like to accompany you on part of your journey. Fan Peng spoke respectfully. Alright. Chapter 575 to 242, Night Demon Chest Armor, Gratitude and Repayment 3. Wang Tao smiled and nodded. After all, it was a kind gesture from them. The biggest threats in Dazhu Town had been eliminated by Wang Tao, so sending them off was no big deal. Now that Yang Qingong had joined Wang Tao's team, Wang Tao's group consisted of 5 people with 2 vehicles. 5 people could actually fit in one vehicle, but due to the corrosive acid rain, many cars were no longer usable. Sometimes cars were even more expensive than crystal cores, and you couldn't buy them even if you had the money. Thus, both vehicles had to be driven away. Following behind the 2 cars were more than a dozen others. These belonged to the people from Dazhu Town base who came to see them off. They escorted them all the way to the border between Dazhu Town and another town, where they finally stopped. Mr. Wang, take care. Fan Peng, Kai Ping, and Tanya rolled down the windows and gestured to Wang Tao with clasped fists. You too, stay alive. Wang Tao waved to them. In the eyes of the people watching, the 2 cars entered the rain and slowly disappeared from view. What are you guys going to do next? Fan Peng looked at Kai Ping, Tanya, and the others. Kai Ping replied with a smile, we're planning to go to Zijin base. We originally thought about heading to a military base, but even Mr. Wang, who is so strong, can't ensure his safety for certain. We thought it better to go to Zijin base for more stability. Moreover, Mr. Wang said that there's also a level 3 ability user in Zijin base, so we can seek refuge there. We're also planning to go to Zijin base. We'll be leaving in a few days, Tanya also responded. Then I wish you a safe journey in advance. Fan Ping sighed. To be honest, he wanted to go to Zijin base too. But there were too many survivors in Dazhu Town base, they couldn't just up and leave like Kai Ping and the others. However, Fan Peng could start preparing in advance. Maybe once the survivors at the base improved their strength, they might also be able to move directly to Zijin base. Suddenly, with so many people gone, it feels a bit unusual. Inside Yang Qingong's car, she couldn't help but remark. Then she glanced at the back seat. On the back seat, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixia sat together. Zhang Shixia rested her head on Wang Tao's chest, and he gently stroked her hair as if petting a cat. This time, Wang Tao was riding in Yang Qingong's car and brought Zhang Shixu along. Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ian were in the car in front. Wang Tao had switched cars for a simple reason, because Yang Qingong's was more comfortable. The car he had taken from Yang Qingong before was worth around $1 million. Wang Tao was attracted by its large space. Yang Qingong's own car, on the other hand, was worth $5 million and better in every aspect than the other car. Of course, now in the apocalypse, after all the abuses they suffered, the cars certainly weren't like they were before the apocalypse. But Yang Qingong was protective when using her car. As a fine specimen owned only by ladies, the interior of the car was well maintained, making Wang Tao's ride very comfortable. "How did you manage when you were alone before?" Wang Tao asked in return. I don't know. I somehow muddled through. Maybe it was the obsession with finding my sister that kept me going. Should I tell you about my sister?" Yang Qingong's eyes suddenly lit up. She realized she hadn't really shared details of her sister with Wang Tao. "Sure," Wang Tao nodded. "My sister is a bit older than little Zhu, just starting her sophomore year in college. She's really rebellious and doesn't listen to our parents, but for some reason, she listens to me. My parents dote on her, but I've never spared her the rod. Haha. After the apocalypse began, I was at the company, and she was escaping with her classmates. During our last call, she told me she wasn't actually scared of me at all, she only pretended to be to get pocket money from me. If we ever meet again, she said she's going to beat me up. Hey, if we meet again, if I don't whoop her butt into bloom, then I'm not her big sister. That little brat better wait for it." Yang Qingong talked while driving. The conversation was mostly one-sided, with Wang Tao quietly playing the listener. The cars drove on the national highway. Despite the heavy rain, there were still zombies wandering about. Wang Tao avoided them if he could, and if not, he let Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ian get out of the car and deal with them. They traveled without encountering any major danger until it was close to dark. The car didn't move very fast, as various messages suggested that Muayang City was very dangerous, so it was best for Wang Tao to be cautious. "Let's rest up ahead." There was an abandoned gas station ahead, which was a good chance to check for any gasoline. Okay. The two cars stopped one after another outside the gas station. Upon getting out of the car, Wang Tao immediately used his perception ability to scan the area. There are a few level 2 zombies in the building, and a few in those cars. With directives from Wang Tao, Yang Qingong and the others immediately took up their weapons and headed straight for the zombies. Moments later, the gas station was cleared out. Not a drop of fuel was left in the station's tanks, but there was some gasoline in the abandoned vehicles nearby, which Wang Tao siphoned out for future use. The group tidied up the inside of the building, and by that time, it was already dark. After assigning night watch duties, Wang Tao said to everyone, "All right, rest up. We'll get up early and continue on our way." Okay. The night passed without incident. The next morning, while Wang Tao was still asleep, he was suddenly awoken by a buzzing sound. "Brother Wang, there's an airdrop plane." Zhu Xiaojun, on the last watch, rushed in immediately. "I'll check it out." Wang Tao picked up the military walkie-talkie, then went outside and saw a black dot in the sky in the distance. Is it okay to fly a plane in such heavy rain, and the frequency of these airdrops seems too high lately? Wang Tao didn't understand much about this and frowned. However, he still took out the walkie-talkie and immediately tried to contact the pilot. "This is Wang Tao." Wang Tao tried to make contact for a while, but like last time, there was no response. But when the plane flew overhead, a large number of airdrops fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yang Qingong and the others were very excited. Only Wang Tao could get the airdrops? But Wang Tao's eyebrows were furrowed. What exactly is going on? Why won't Colonel Wu respond? Could the equipment really be broken? Chapter 576-243 Giant One Whoosh. The sky was gloomy with dense clouds as a downpour ensued. Phew, there should be nothing left behind now. Yang Qingong entered, wiped the rain off her forehead, and passed the last item from the supply drop box to Wang Tao. Everyone then began to categorize the items from the supply drops. There were a total of 10 supply drops, and the contents had been retrieved by the group. Inhibitors, compressed food, medical kits. The contents of the supply drops were the same as before, with no special items like mechanical arms. However, these items were still precious. Especially the inhibitors, which could currently only be found in supply drops. What Wang Tao actually wanted to see was the zombie guide and news from the military base, but unfortunately, neither was available. The zombie guide did indeed exist, but it was an outdated version, not updated for a long time. Let's pack everything up and continue on our way. Alright. Wang Tao now had 2 vehicles, which could carry quite a lot of stuff. Naturally, there was a place for these supplies. Once everything was packed, Wang Tao and his group hit the road again. Wang Tao knew the location of the military base, although it wasn't marked on the map. The first supply drop he retrieved had a precise location of the military base written inside it. But just knowing this location wasn't enough to find it at will, a lot of landmarks were needed. Wang Tao had a rough idea of the area it was in. Once they got close to the Yueyang City urban area, they could determine the location of the military base based on those landmarks. Is the urban area really as dangerous as they say? Inside the vehicle, Yang Qingong asked with some uncertainty. Before coming, she had heard many say that the urban area of Yueyang City, in fact the whole of Yueyang City, was extremely dangerous, a place of certain death. But now, they were already in Yueyang City, and the distance to the urban area wasn't very far. The journey hadn't been entirely peaceful, but they hadn't encountered any real danger either. The danger is certain. Don't forget, the urban population of Yueyang City is 10 million. Wang Tao had no doubts about this. After the apocalypse, he had traveled through many places. Less populated areas weren't necessarily safe, but densely populated areas were definitely dangerous. This was the wisdom he gained from experience. That's true, after all, it's a city with such a large population. Yang Qingong felt she might have been a bit too arrogant after increasing her strength, even daring to question the danger level of Yueyang City. Wang Tao then added, but there is no need to worry too much. As long as we don't encounter a large-scale swarm of zombies or level 4 zombies, we can handle anything. Wang Tao wasn't arrogant, he was simply confident in his own strength. After all, he had 110,000 health point. Even if it was a level 3 zombie lord with 100,000 health point, he felt he could put up a fight. Of course, if it were level 4 zombies, then running would be the only option. He didn't know much about level 4 yet, having only seen one that could create illusions. His data on them was limited, and he couldn't accurately estimate the combat power of a level 4. Yang Qingong nodded. She was very grateful to be with Wang Tao, otherwise, she wasn't sure if reaching this place would have even been possible. There's a level 3 zombie ahead. Wang Tao suddenly said. Where? Yang Qingong instantly became alert. Inside that abandoned car. It's one of the weaker level 3 elite zombies. Following Wang Tao's indication, Yang Qingong immediately responded, I'll deal with it. Don't interfere, I want to test my strength. Okay. Wang Tao nodded, then used the walkie-talkie to get Zhu Xiaojun to stop the car. The rain was still falling heavily outside, and even though it was corrosive acid rain, humans wouldn't have much of an issue as long as they didn't get drenched too much. This was especially true for ability users with high health point, who could withstand the corrosive acid rain for quite some time. Yang Qingong, holding the standard hand axe Wang Tao had given her, approached the vehicle. Roar! A zombie suddenly opened the car door and lunged at Yang Qingong. Well prepared, Yang Qingong dodged and then swung her high-frequency vibrating axe, chopping the zombie's hand off. Splat! The zombie's hand was severed. Yang Qingong's method of chopping off the limbs of zombies first was a common strategy among survivors. Although it didn't kill zombies quickly, it incapacitated them. Unless some zombies had special abilities, after having their limbs cut off, they became easy targets. Wang Tao didn't have this habit, he always aimed straight for the head. The reason was simple, he had high damage output. If he could kill quickly, there was no need to waste time with zombies. This level 3 elite zombie only had 30,000 health point, and no special abilities, though its defense was a bit high. After Yang Qingong sliced off its hands, it managed to hold on for a short time before she killed it. A defense crystal core, no wonder it was so tough. Yang Qingong got back into the car and conscientiously handed the crystal core to Wang Tao. Let's keep moving, Wang Tao informed Zhu Xiaojun over the walkie-talkie before turning to Yang Qingong and asking, how do you feel? Incredible. I've never felt so strong before. Yang Qingong said with some emotion. She now had over 50,000 health point and 4 abilities. Killing this level 3 elite zombie with 30,000 health point was no challenge at all. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I don't know if I'd ever have had the chance to reach level 3 in my lifetime. Yang Qingong looked at Wang Tao sincerely. Then just help me kill more zombies and earn crystal cores. And maybe warm my bed on the side. Wang Tao said with a smile. Yang Qingong rolled her eyes at him. The group continued their journey. Chapter 577 to 243 Giant 2. They hadn't walked much further when Wang Tao had the car stop again. 3 level 3 zombies have appeared, 3 level 2 elite zombies, and 1 level 3 elite zombie. Since Yang Qingong had already tested her strength with over 50,000 health point, there was no need to take on zombies single-handedly anymore. She, along with Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan, got out of the car and easily dealt with these zombies. After taking care of them, they continued on their way. About an hour later, they encountered level 3 zombies again. This time there were 3 level 3 elite zombies. It was still Yang Qingyong and the other 2 who got out of the car to handle them. The closer we get to Yueyang City, the more high-level zombies we encounter. According to the previous situation, unless there were maternal zombies nearby, it was rare to encounter level 3 elite zombies. But now they were encountering them frequently. The number of zombies on the route Wang Tao had chosen wasn't actually high, especially now that it was raining, and many zombies were not very active. This could only mean one thing: the overall level of zombies near Yueyang City was quite high. Afterward, they encountered zombies several more times, and although there was no real danger, it did affect their speed somewhat. Before nightfall, Wang Tao stopped in front of a small roadside motel. After getting out of the car, he used his perception ability to scan the motel and immediately raised an eyebrow. There are 3 level 3 elites inside and 1 level 3 zombie lord. A level 3 lord. Everyone was somewhat surprised. Zombie lords had much higher combat power than elite zombies. Although they were now level 3, it didn't necessarily mean they could defeat them. Let's go in and take a look. Wang Tao felt that this zombie lord wasn't particularly strong, but he still cautiously took out his bone knife. He didn't activate entangling roots, mainly because the motel wasn't very tall, and he would be 2.5 meters tall after using entangling roots, unable to even enter the door unless he destroyed it. But that would complicate a stealth attack. The group quietly entered the motel. Perhaps it was because Wang Tao and the others had been soaked in the rain, covering some of their scent. The zombies in the motel did not detect their arrival immediately. As a result, Wang Tao and his group managed to ambush zombies for once, an unexpected turn as it had always been the zombies ambushing them. This time, with the help of the perception ability, they could ambush the zombies. Health point, 40,000 40,000, magic point, 15,000 15,000, grade, level 3, lord. This was a level 3 zombie lord with 50,000 health point, wearing a shabby suit, with a somewhat overweight body. It was sitting on a bed in a room, seemingly contemplating life. When Wang Tao and his group burst in, it failed to react in time and was greeted with a barrage of attacks to the face. Minus 8,584, minus 3,482, minus 3,812, it doesn't have high defense, make it quick. Aside from Zhang Shixu, Wang Tao and his group were all level 3 ability users equipped with level 3 weapons. Although Zhang Shixu wasn't level 3, her attacks were not to be underestimated. Therefore, under the sudden onslaught from Wang Tao's group, the suit-wearing zombie only lasted 2 seconds before the ambush killed it. It might have been the most aggrieved level 3 zombie lord to die. Wang Tao withdrew the bone knife he had used to hack off the zombie's head. The suit-wearing zombie only added 4,800 special energy to Wang Tao, which was a bit low, even less than what the level 3 elite night demon had given him previously. But it was understandable since this suit-wearing zombie was probably one of the weaker level 3 zombie lords Wang Tao had encountered so far. The crystal core in its head was level 3 crystal core, power, but the crystal core gift bag it dropped only contained 1 crystal core, level 3 crystal core, running. There was no omnipotent crystal core, not even an ascension crystal core. Wang Tao cursed inwardly about its poverty and then looked at the other 2 loot packs. The second loot pack contained potions. Received, 20 power potions, small, received, 20 running potions, medium, a total of 40 potions, which was fairly acceptable. Yet, ironically, the suit-wearing zombie hadn't even used its running ability before being killed. The third loot pack contained clothes. Received, a black combat suit, durability plus 10, tear resistance plus 10, this suit seemed quite good, and Wang Tao could wear it. However, he still had the hoodie outfit he had obtained before, which still had plenty of durability. There was no need for him to change unless the clothes were worn out. After killing the level 3 zombie lord, the group also took care of the other elite zombies in the motel. Once they were sure there was no danger, Wang Tao opened the map. According to the map, we should reach the urban area tomorrow. Hearing this, Nisayan and the others were both excited and apprehensive. They were excited because they had finally reached the urban area of Yueyang City, which meant the military base shouldn't be far. The apprehension was the uncertainty of what the urban area might be like. It would be troublesome if it proved to be dangerous. Rest well tonight and maintain the best combat condition for tomorrow. Yes. The next day. Whoosh, boom, the heavy rain hadn't stopped and had even started to thunder. Wang Tao opened the window. This weather looks quite frightening, but it definitely maximally interferes with the zombie's perception. It's a suitable day to go out. After a simple breakfast, they continued on their journey. As soon as they stepped out, Wang Tao felt that today was different from the day before. Although it had been pouring the day before, there were still quite a few zombies on the road. Those zombies were basically zoning out on the road and could only sense people approaching when they were close. They hadn't even turned around before Zuziajun and the others killed them. Chapter 578 to 243 Giant 3 Today, there were far fewer zombies on the road, and those remaining weren't idly standing around but were instead running chaotically. Especially when the thunder sounded, they ran around like madmen. Moreover, Wang Tao saw many mad demon zombies, which were also frantically running around in the rain. Even when vehicles passed by them, they didn't even spare a glance. It seems the effect of thunder on the zombies is greater than I expected. If this is the case, perhaps we'll arrive at the urban area sooner. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. He had originally calculated that they would reach Yueyang City urban area by evening, but looking at the situation now, they might arrive in the afternoon. In fact, it was almost as Wang Tao had guessed. Along the way, they hadn't encountered any trouble, not too many elite zombies, nor any zombie lords. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Tao saw a road sign that read there were only 3 kilometers remaining to the Yueyang City urban area. However, due to the heavy rain and some fog, Wang Tao couldn't see the state of the urban area clearly. Everyone, stay alert, we're almost there, Wang Tao said to the others. Yes. For the last 3 kilometers, Wang Tao was exceedingly cautious. After a little time, Wang Tao finally saw high-rise buildings in the distance. Yueyang City urban area. They had arrived. Just then, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared, instantly illuminating the overcast sky, the urban area, and a huge and terrifying figure. Shit. Wang Tao cursed instinctively. He saw next to a building more than 20 stories high in the distance, there was a huge humanoid zombie almost as tall as the building itself. It was using its red eyes to peer closely into the exterior glass of the building, as if looking at the situation inside. Then it thrust its hand violently into the building and rummaged around. It seemed to have grabbed something and stuffed it straight into its mouth. Hiss, what is that thing? So terrifying. Yang Qingong and the others turned pale with fright when they saw it. Even Zhang Shixu, who was always fearless, subconsciously grabbed Wang Tao's hand, her small face utterly serious. Boom, the sound of thunder followed, the lightning was but a brief flicker, and the sky once again fell into darkness, with everyone losing sight of the giant zombie. That's a zombie, eh? Level 4, Lord Zombie. Wang Tao took a deep breath and said. Health point, 300,000, magic point, 200,000, grade, level 4, Lord, awakening, giant, body size grows without limit, all basic attributes significantly enhanced. The larger the body, the stronger the strength, although he had only seen it for a moment, he had still managed to glimpse the zombie's stats. 300,000 health point. 200,000 mana. But what was most important was not these numbers. What was most important was that, after his level 3 ascension, Wang Tao could now see awakening attributes. The giant zombie's awakening was, giant, whose attribute description was very simple and didn't reveal specific numbers, but even a fool could tell it was powerful, body size grows without limit. All basic attributes significantly enhanced. The larger the body, the stronger the strength. So this is the awakening after level 4. Wang Tao murmured to himself, but now was not the time to think about level 4. He immediately signaled the others to retreat. Let's go, we can't afford to mess with this zombie. Wang Tao felt that for a zombie of this size, health point alone couldn't define its strength anymore. He now had 110,000 health point, plus the 100,000 health point from the entangling roots, making it 210,000 health point in total. It seemed not far off from this zombie's 300,000 health point, but Wang Tao didn't feel he stood the slightest chance. Because this was no longer an issue of health point. Not to mention other factors, the zombie's weak spot was its head, but this zombie appeared to be 50 meters tall, and Wang Tao's attacks couldn't reach its head at all. Moreover, it was clearly thick-skinned and burly, even if Wang Tao could hit its head, he probably wouldn't be able to reduce much of its health point. Boom. The two vehicles slammed on the gas and immediately left the road. Wang Tao's goal wasn't to enter the urban area but to find a military base. The approximate location of the military base required passing through half of the city. However, if the city was too dangerous, they definitely couldn't go through it. Instead, they would have to take a detour. After leaving the area, Wang Tao opened a map and pointed to a location. Let's head there. Okay. The vehicles quickly left the road and started to prepare to bypass the urban area. However, the detour was longer than Wang Tao had anticipated, and many abandoned vehicles obstructed the road. We won't make it before dark. Let's find a place to rest for the night. Keep an eye out for any suitable places. Wang Tao said to everyone. Okay. Everyone responded in unison. Bang, suddenly, Wang Tao's ears twitched, and he turned to Yang Qingong beside him. Did you hear anything? Other than the rain, I don't think there were any other sounds. Yang Qingong shook his head. Wang Tao then looked at Zhang Shixu, who nodded. It sounded like gunfire. On the white asphalt road, there was an old, rusted abandoned sedan, inside which sat two figures. The passenger seat was occupied by an old man in worn military attire, with binoculars hanging from his chest and a knitted hat on his head, his face covered in a white beard. He rummaged through the glove box and pulled out a yellowed photograph, which depicted a little girl with a bright smile. Looking at the little girl's smile, the old man also broke into a grin. I have a granddaughter, as cute as the girl in this photo. She always liked to cling to me and ask for bedtime stories. The old man said while passing the photo to the driver for a look. Hee hee. The figure in the driver's seat suddenly lifted its head, revealing a rotten and ferocious face. But its jaw was missing, and both arms were broken. It struggled to move closer to the old man, but was tightly restrained by the seatbelt, unable to move. The old man didn't look at the ferocious zombie but continued to gaze at the photo and spoke. A few months ago, she asked me, Grandpa, are you old? I said, yes, I'm old. And someday, you will be old like me, haha. Then she asked, Grandpa, will you die? I said, of course, I will die. Finally, she asked, Grandpa, will I die too? Looking at the wound on her arm, brimming with black veins, it was the first time I didn't know how to answer her question. The old man lifted his head and looked at the zombie in the driver's seat. Have you ever explained things to a child? I am ashamed that I didn't get to explain before she ran away, not died, ran away. The old man took a police revolver from behind his waist and aimed it at the forehead of the driver's seat zombie. I will find her, I promise. Bang. Chapter 579 to 244. Hijijun Wan Wang Tao heard gunshots, which stirred some excitement in him. There was a military base close by. Hearing gunshots here could very well mean they had come across soldiers, right? Wang Tao immediately ordered Yang Qingong to drive towards the direction where the gunshots rang out. Are you sure you really heard gunshots? Yang Qingong was somewhat uncertain. She hadn't actually heard anything just now. It wasn't that her ears weren't sharp, but the noisy environment of rain, wind, and thunder made it difficult to distinguish other sounds. I think it was gunshots, but I'm not sure either. Let's go have a look. Wang Tao nodded. He and Zhang Shixu discussed for a while, and after some time, they finally set their sights on another asphalt road. The sound probably came from this direction. Let's go search. The two vehicles slowly searched along the asphalt road. At a certain moment, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu both looked towards one location. At the same time, a bang was heard, and a bullet hit the ground beside the vehicle Wang Tao was in. Yang Qingong and the others immediately became vigilant when they saw an old man with a white beard and a knitted hat appearing among the pile of abandoned vehicles. He was holding a shotgun aimed at the vehicle, with wisps of pale smoke coming out from the barrel. What are you following me for? The old man's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, staring at Wang Tao's two vehicles. Wang Tao was taken aback when he saw the old man. This was actually an ordinary person with 1000 health point. Health point, 896 1,000ths, status, corrosive acid rain, body slightly corroded, rest for some time to recover as usual, magic point, 00, level, none, hidden attributes, old but vigorous, physical strength and spirit not limited by age. In the vicinity of Luoyang City urban area, where it was said that even ability users would die 9 times out of 10, they actually encountered an ordinary person. Although he had a shotgun in hand, could he really survive here with just that weapon? Keep in mind, gunshots can attract zombies. However, the old man had a hidden attribute named Old but Vigorous, which seemed quite impressive. It might be one of the reasons he had survived until now. Old man, no offense intended. I mean you no harm. Wang Tao didn't get out of the car. His voice came from inside the vehicle. After all, the old man had a gun and was very alert. While Wang Tao was strong, there was no need to confront bullets head-on. No ill intentions? Then you all can leave. The old man's gaze flickered but he didn't say anything more. He clearly did not want to start anything. Wang Tao definitely couldn't just leave. Since leaving Duzhu Town, he hadn't seen a single human survivor on his journey. Now that he had finally met someone, he needed to find out more. Moreover, Wang Tao was quite interested in the old man himself. Old man, we really mean no harm. And to speak frankly, if I did harbor ill intentions, you wouldn't be able to stop me. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, the old man laughed derisively. Ha, then you can try and see whether your speed is faster or my bullet. Wang Tao didn't need to test the old man's gun, but he had a way to intimidate him. Little Sue, could you control him a bit? That shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhang Shixu's hidden attribute, the Eyes of Contract, allowed her to control others' thoughts to a certain degree, in addition to night vision. The lower the level and spirit of a person, the easier they were to control. It shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Shixu looked at the old man through the window, her eyes glinted red. The old man suddenly paused, his eyes becoming vacant in an instant. However, Zhang Shixu's expression was one of surprise. His spirit is so strong. I can only control him for a few seconds. That's enough. Wang Tao immediately got out of the car and swiftly moved behind the old man, taking his shotgun into his own hands. Any other guns? Wang Tao noticed another revolver at his waist and proceeded to take his pistol as well. By this time, the old man had recovered from being controlled. His eyes were filled with confusion. Had he just felt like he blacked out for a moment? Where's my gun? Only then did he realize that the shotgun was no longer in his hands. Whoosh! The old man immediately turned around and saw a tall figure standing behind him, holding the shotgun. Without thinking, he reached behind his back for a feel. His pistol was gone too. Looking for this, old man? Wang Tao now held a black revolver in his hand, the very one the old man had on him. The old man, surprised at Wang Tao's seemingly teleporting ability and his skill at disarming, was shocked but not afraid. Who are you? The old man looked at him angrily. Just an ordinary survivor. See, as I said, no harm intended, you would be dead otherwise. As he spoke, Wang Tao threw both guns back to him. Seeing Wang Tao's action, the old man was taken aback. He hadn't expected Wang Tao to actually return the guns to him, which suddenly made him regard Wang Tao more favorably. However, as soon as he caught the guns, he realized he had been naive, the bullets had been removed. While he could reload, given the opponent's unexplainable ability to move instantly, he clearly wouldn't have the chance. Nice to meet you, I'm Wang Tao. Wang Tao reached out his hand. The old man slung the shotgun over his back, and tucked the revolver behind his waist. He didn't shake hands with Wang Tao but spoke coldly, He-Jijun. He-Jijun. Wang Tao muttered to himself. He had never heard the name, but that didn't prevent him from offering some praise. Chapter 580-244 He-Jijun 2 Building on past achievements, valorous above all armies. What a great name! From He-Jijun's marksmanship, stance, vital energy, and that old military uniform on him, Wang Tao could guess that he had likely served as a soldier before. Therefore, complimenting him in this regard should be well received. Indeed, as soon as Wang Tao spoke, the cold look on He-Jijun's face diminished somewhat. Would the old master care to get in the car for a chat? I've only been in Yueyang City for a few days, and I'm quite unfamiliar with the situation here. I'd like to exchange some information with you, Wang Tao said, smiling. He-Jijun was clearly reluctant. The main reason was Wang Tao's eerily bizarre ability, and since he was unaware of Wang Tao's background, he had seen too much of the ugliness of human nature in his journey thus far. However, Wang Tao's invitation was somehow also a bit of a threat. Oh right, I have some fine liquor in the car. I don't drink myself, and nobody among us does either. If the old master likes, I can join you for a small drink or two. He-Jijun's eyes lit up when he heard about the liquor, and he gritted his teeth. Okay. Since Wang Tao had invited him with such sincerity, it would have been inappropriate for him to refuse any longer. Is the old master alone? Do you have a car? As they got in the car, Wang Tao asked. Alone, no car, He-Jijun shook his head. It's already dark. Shall we find a place to rest, old master? Whatever, now that he had gotten into the car, He-Jijun no longer dwelled on it. Wang Tao had already found a suitable place to rest when he was searching for the gunshot earlier, and now they could head over there. It was a civilian house by the roadside with a large garage capable of accommodating several cars. Even though ivy covered the outside of the house, the inside was still clean and free of zombies. After parking the car, Wang Tao took a bottle of wine down from the vehicle. He had promised Colonel Wogu Azong, the parachuting plane pilot he had contacted earlier, to treat him to a drink upon meeting. Wang Tao was a man of his word, so naturally, he had prepared the liquor. Lan Yulian had helped him ready several bottles of this strong drink, and taking one out now left enough for later use. Seeing this bottle of wine, He-Jijun, who had been grim-faced the whole time, had his eyes light up. Wang Tao didn't drink, so he didn't know much about liquor. However, Jade Lotus had mentioned that these bottles had been quite expensive before, so they must be of good quality. Zhu Xiaojun cleared the table inside the house, and Wang Tao laid out some food and a liquor. Then, he invited He-Jijun to take a seat. Old master, please take a seat, He-Jijun snorted coldly and sat down carelessly. He had boarded Wang Tao's car out of compulsion. In that situation, had he refused, he wasn't sure what Wang Tao might do to him. He had to get in the car. His expression had been quite cold in the car. Wang Tao didn't mind this at all. He personally poured a drink for He-Jijun and then raised his glass. Seeing Wang Tao being so polite, He-Jijun found it hard to keep up his stern demeanor. He picked up his glass, clinked it with Wang Tao's, smelled the aroma of the wine, looked intoxicated, and then drained it in one gulp. Great wine! He Jijun exclaimed instinctively. It had been so long since he had last tasted alcohol, and now, suddenly relishing such fine wine, his expression softened considerably. Wang Tao seized the opportunity to ask, "Is the old master from Yueyang City?" There was an old saying about how one's mouth was indebted to the one who fed them, and he Jijun wasn't cold anymore. He shook his head. "No. I came from Chanhua Province, SSS." As soon as he said this, Wang Tao and the others all gasped. Chanhua Province was separated from Yueyang Province by Kangzhong Province. That was a long way from here. Impressive. Wang Tao gave a thumbs up. Had he Jijun been an ability user, Wang Tao might not have been so shocked, but he was an ordinary man. Even with 1000 health point he was still ordinary. For an ordinary person to travel such a distance was certainly surprising. Feeling the astonishment from Wang Tao and the others, he Jijun didn't show any smugness. Only he himself knew the hardships encountered on the road. There was nothing to celebrate. Then what is the old master's purpose for coming here? Wang Tao asked. Looking for someone. This reason resonated with Yang Qingong, who said, "I'm also here to find someone. I'm looking for my little sister. I heard she came to Yueyang City. I don't know if she's alive or dead." He Jijun glanced at her. "I hope you find your sister." "Thank you. I hope you find the person you're looking for too," Yang Qingong replied politely. But upon hearing that, he Jijun's expression suddenly turned wistful, though he didn't say more. So Wang Tao asked, "I'm quite curious, how did the old master come to Yueyang City? Did you have a team before? Did the team disband?" "No, I've always been alone. But sometimes I'd travel through the wilderness where there are fewer zombies." No wonder. Wang Tao suddenly understood. If he Jijun avoided big cities or going into the cities, opting instead for the wilderness, and further had extremely good luck in not encountering any monsters, theoretically, he could have made it here alive. But that was just in theory. In reality, it would be much harder. After all, he was an ordinary person, and not to mention anything else, even food and sleep would pose big problems. By the way, how old is the old master this year? 66. Even though they had already guessed that he Jijun wasn't young, hearing the age of 66 still shocked everyone. Chapter 581 to 244 He Jijun 3 Wang Tao continued to ask, "Did the old gentleman serve in the army before?" "I was a regular soldier for a few years." When he said this, he Jijun's face showed a hint of pride. Clearly, he was quite satisfied with his military career. "I noticed the old gentleman is quite good with a gun." This was something Wang Tao made up, since he Jijun had only fired one shot at the ground, which didn't reveal much about his shooting skills. But it never hurts to say nice things, especially when it comes to flattery, and particularly so with the elderly. Ordinary. He Jijun didn't go into specifics. Has the old gentleman ever seen an ability user? Wang Tao was curious, wondering if he Jijun had never seen an ability user before. Otherwise, if he had, he would definitely know that fusing with a crystal core could grant abilities, and he would not still be an ordinary person. At the very least, he should have some impurities. But there were no impurities in him, which meant he hadn't fused with a single crystal core. "Someone like you?" He Jijun glanced at Wang Tao. "I've seen them. Not only have I seen them, but I've also killed them." When he said this, he Jijun's voice was filled with murderous intent. Wang Tao briefly learned that he Jijun had encountered 3 ability users trying to rob him, and he ended up shooting all 3 dead. Impressive. Wang Tao gave a thumbs up once again. "But they weren't as strong as you. Right now, I still don't understand how you managed to get behind me." He Jijun was puzzled. He believed he had good vision, even with his age, he could still shoot with remarkable accuracy, but he didn't see how Wang Tao had gotten behind him at all. Seeing the confusion in He Jijun's eyes, Wang Tao chuckled to himself. It wasn't that he was too fast, but Zhang Shixu had controlled He Jijun for a few seconds, erasing those seconds from his memory. Then hasn't the old gentleman ever wanted to become an ability user? Wang Tao asked, somewhat puzzled. Ability user? In my view, those are monsters. I don't want to become a monster like that. Even if I'm not an ability user, I can still kill zombies. He Jijun spoke as though he looked down on the notion. Monsters, huh? In some ways, ability users were very different from ordinary humans, so it was not wrong to call them monsters. Especially those whose fusion side effects were more evident, like those with body lignification, rigidity, or arms turned into bone knives. They really weren't much different from monsters. However, Wang Tao still shook his head. Whether or not they're monsters is actually not important. After all, our goal is to survive. If we can survive, what does it matter if we become monsters? As long as we have great strength, not only can we protect ourselves, We can also protect the people around us. He Jejun had no response to Wang Tao's words. He knew ability users were powerful, and he wasn't a stickler for tradition, but, after a moment of silence, He Jejun took a bag out of his pocket and placed it in front of Wang Tao. Clatter, the bag emitted a set of crisp, pleasant clinking sounds. He Jejun opened the bag, inside which were a bunch of shimmering crystal cores. Kid, do you know what abilities these things have? I heard that you need to consume these things to become an ability user. But each ability is different and may not suit oneself. Also, each ability comes with side effects. If you can make sense of them, pick a suitable one for me, and the rest I'll give to you. He Jejun could sense that Wang Tao and his group were very strong. Even the seemingly gentle and frail little girl who was always following behind Wang Tao was strong. He did not have a perception ability, but this was the intuition of someone who had been on the battlefield and seen bloodshed. Plus, after the brief interaction they just had, even though he kept a stern face, he could feel that Wang Tao's character was probably quite good. So he thought this might be an opportunity. The reason he hadn't fused with a crystal core wasn't because he was afraid of becoming a monster, but because he feared becoming a useless monster. He had seen an ability user before who did nothing but eat, ballooning up like a fat pig, useless for anything. He didn't want to become someone like that. When Wang Tao saw the crystal cores in He Jejun's hands, he was somewhat dumbfounded. Not only were there level 1 cores, but also level 2 ones, and even a level 3 crystal core. Goodness, a mere 1000 health point ordinary person was able to kill a level 3 zombie? What shocked Wang Tao even more was not just the levels of the crystal cores, but the cores themselves. How could He Jejun have so many crystal cores on him and still resist the temptation to fuse with them? The allure of crystal cores to humans was extremely powerful. Many people, upon seeing a crystal core, would fuse with it without even thinking. Even Wang Tao, who always thought his willpower was decent, lost control and fused with the shockwave crystal core the first time. By the time he came to his senses, the crystal core had already fused into his body. And yet, He Jejun, carrying so many crystal cores, hadn't fused with a single one. Such willpower was impressive. It reminded Wang Tao of someone, a former comrade at Shuai's base, the young member of the security army, Lu Gang. He was one of those with unwavering willpower. Wei Zhengao and the others entrusted him with their crystal cores for safekeeping. It's impressive, old gentleman, that you managed to resist fusing with the crystal cores. Wang Tao gave another thumbs up. People who could control their desires were indeed admirable. He Jejun gave Wang Tao a look as though it wasn't a big deal, just endure a little, and it would pass. Was it really that hard? Wang Tao eyed the crystal cores, then pointed at the only level 3 crystal core and asked, how did the old gentleman acquire this crystal core? This crystal core, ah. The level 3 crystal core was clearly distinct from the level 1 and level 2 cores, and He Jejun seemed to recognize it. His tone carried somewhat of a reminiscence. That zombie was injured somehow, but it still took me 7 days to kill it. It was the strongest zombie I've ever come across. Chapter 582-245 Soldier King 1. Upon hearing He Jejun's words, Wang Tao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Hunting a zombie in 7 days? Such patience, Wang Tao could only say was awesome. And he had actually succeeded. An ordinary person had succeeded in hunting a zombie that was probably a level 3 elite. This even made Yang Qingong and the others feel embarrassed. Admirable. Wang Tao truly admired him. Then he added, old man, do you know about the levels of zombies or ability users? Not very clear. He Jejun shook his head. Wang Tao explained, zombies, ability users, and some monsters are all classified into levels 1, 2, 3, and so on. Each level has different types, including ordinary, elite, lord. The zombie you killed is at least a level 3 elite, and your current level doesn't even count as level 1, you're just an ordinary person. Oh? So I'm pretty awesome, huh? Haha. Upon hearing Wang Tao's explanation, He Jejun raised his eyebrows. Very awesome. Wang Tao nodded. But He Jejun shook his head again. It's a pity. He didn't say what exactly was a pity, but Wang Tao could see the regret in his eyes. Wang Tao did not probe further about it. He looked toward the other crystal cores. He had seen most of these types of crystal cores before. Occasionally, there were some he hadn't seen, but Wang Tao could tell their effects at a glance. After looking for a while, he looked up at He Jejun and said, old man, some of these crystal cores are actually quite good. For example, rush, jump, precision shooting, throwing master, self-healing. Wang Tao briefly described the general functions of these crystal cores. He Jejun had mostly been on his own during his travels, and no one had told him about these things. Now that he heard the abilities of these crystal cores, his eyes widened. So these are ability users. No wonder so many people wanted to become ability users. However, He Jijun hadn't forgotten that these abilities had side effects. He looked at Wang Tao. So, what's the price to pay? The price is. The rush ability can cause stiffness in limbs, the jump ability can make one sensitive to noise, precision shooting can blind an eye, throwing master can make one irritable, and self-healing can reduce tactile sensitivity. As Wang Tao spoke, He Jijun's expression grew increasingly grim. These side effects were too severe. Then I'll have to consider it more. He Jijun was conflicted. The abilities were strong, but he didn't want those kinds of side effects. If it really came down to it, he would rather not have an ability. After all, he had gotten by without an ability up to now, hadn't he? Sure. Take your time to consider it. Wang Tao didn't say much else. He returned all the crystal cores to him, then mentioned, by the way, old man, do you know about a military base in Yueyang City? Wang Tao thought He Jijun, having been a soldier before, would probably know some information. I know about it. You planning to go? He Jijun really knew it? Wang Tao was a bit surprised. It would be even better if someone could guide them. He didn't conceal his intentions and said openly, yes, our destination is the military base. Old man, you came to Yueyang City, you must want to visit it too, right? Yeah. I served here before. He Jijun nodded, his eyes showing some nostalgia. Oh? That's really fortunate. How about we go together? Yueyang City is very dangerous, you must have experienced it, so if we go together, we can also have each other's company. Wang Tao immediately said. You want me to lead you to the military base? He Jijun saw through Wang Tao's intentions at a glance. Yes. Wang Tao candidly admitted it. He Jijun fell silent for a moment, then said, fine. I was planning to go there anyway. Haha, then here's to a happy cooperation. Wang Tao extended his right hand to him, and this time He Jijun did not refuse. They shook hands. After that, Wang Tao didn't say much more and focused on eating his food. Then he noticed a small detail. He Jijun, after having 2 sips of alcohol at the beginning, didn't drink anymore. He Jijun noticed Wang Tao's puzzled look and said calmly, drinking too much can lead to mistakes. A taste is enough to be content. Old man, your self-control is truly strong. He Jijun was very restrained when it came to drinking, but when it came to eating, he didn't hold back. Since Wang Tao was treating him, he might as well eat his fill. Despite looking thin, he had a large appetite, and he was especially capable of eating among ordinary people. Of course, Wang Tao didn't mind, he had plenty of food. After the meal, Wang Tao returned the bullets he had unloaded from He Jijun's gun back to him. After chatting for a while longer, they prepared to rest. For safety, everyone chose to rest in the same room. Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan took turns on watch, stationed in the outside living room. Yang Qingong lay on the couch, while Wang Tao and Zhang Shixa slept in the bed. Compared to finding a bed to sleep in like Wang Tao did, He Jijun was much more casual. He simply hugged his hunting rifle, sat down in a corner, closed his eyes, and seemed to fall asleep instantly. But when a zombie approached the door, he was the first to open his eyes. There's a zombie coming. Wang Tao, who had already fallen asleep, instantly woke up. He hastily used his perception to check and, upon discovering it was only an ordinary zombie, he sighed in relief. He thought, considering there were supposed to be people taking turns on watch, they would definitely have called him if there was a dangerous zombie. Why had no one called now? It turned out to be just an ordinary zombie. However, He Jijun wasn't familiar with them and didn't know their customs, so that was normal. Chapter 583-245 Soldier King 2 Wang Tao directly took out a bone-hand crossbow, his eyes glinting with a faint green light as he looked out the window, then he shot an arrow toward a certain spot. Whiz, splat. Thud. After dealing with the ordinary zombie, Wang Tao turned to He Jijun in the corner and said, you don't need to be so tense, grandfather. Little June and the others are very responsible on their shift. Any zombie daring to come over will definitely be killed by them. Because it was too dark, He Jijun couldn't see Wang Tao's actions, he could only see a pair of eyes emitting green light and another pair emitting red light. However, more than those glowing eyes, He Jijun was more interested in the way Wang Tao had just killed the zombie. What was that thing you used just now? Crossbows and bows? He Jijun asked directly. Wang Tao suddenly came to his senses. It was very dark now, there was no lightning, and there was the rustling sound of rain outside. How did He Jijun notice the zombie? Just a hand crossbow, let me show you. Wang Tao directly tossed the bone-hand crossbow over to him, and even in the pitch-black environment, He Jijun caught the hand crossbow accurately. Nice piece. He Jijun lightly caressed the bone-hand crossbow in his hand, subconsciously exclaiming in admiration. He felt it was more useful than his gun. He only dared to use his gun in the heavy rain, Usually, he dealt with zombies with close combat or traps. If grandfather likes it, then I'll give it to you. Wang Tao tossed a pack of crossbow arrows over to him. He caught it steadily, then looked somewhat surprised. Give it to me? Don't you need it yourself? I have more, I won't miss this one, Wang Tao said with a smile. Then I won't be polite. For He this was a life-saving treasure. If given to him, he would take it. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude. Don't mention it. By the way, grandfather, how did you figure out I was using a hand crossbow just now? And how did you spot the zombie? Wang Tao asked curiously. I just heard the sound of the bowstring vibrating. As for how I discovered the zombie, I heard its footsteps. I've heard too many zombies' footsteps, I'm very familiar with them. Really just by hearing? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. He thought He had some sort of sixth sense. If it was really by hearing, that was impressive. This wasn't just about having good hearing but about his ability to discern the footsteps of a zombie amidst the sound of pouring rain, a matter of discernment. Seeing Wang Tao's astonishment, He grinned and said, back in the days of raging war, I could hear the enemy tiptoeing towards us despite their attempts to suppress their footsteps. Not to mention these zombies with little intelligence. He spoke very proudly, and he had the capital to be proud. Awesome. Wang Tao didn't know how many times he had said awesome, but only that word could express his feelings at the moment. The rest of the night passed without incident, and Wang Tao slept until the next morning. He was already up, picking up crossbow arrows outside. Only then did Wang Tao notice that there were more than 10 ordinary zombies lying outside, their bodies and the ground nearby littered with numerous crossbow arrows. Wang Tao looked towards Zhu Xiaojun, who had been on duty for the latter part of the night. Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head and said, those were all of old He's achievements last night, any zombies that came near our house were killed by him. I told him there was no need to kill, they couldn't get in, but he said he just wanted to try the hand crossbow. He could actually kill zombies with a hand crossbow in such darkness? Although there were many missed arrows, many were also lodged in the zombies' skulls. Why was Wang Tao suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of security? Grandfather, let's get going after breakfast. To hit the road quickly, Wang Tao had nutrient solution for breakfast. What is this? He was quite curious. Wang Tao explained the nutrient solution, and He looked amazed. You have such wonderful things? He didn't hesitate, gulping down 2 bottles in one go. I actually feel quite full. He marveled with amazement, this thing was a treasure in the apocalypse. After thinking it over, he took a large pancake out of his bag and handed it to Wang Tao. I can't always just take from you without giving anything in return. This is a pancake I made, want to try it? Sure. Wang Tao said with a smile, took it, and tore off a piece for Zhang Hong and the others to taste. Aside from being a bit dry and choking, the taste was unexpectedly not bad. Seeing the expressions on Wang Tao and the others, He opened his mouth with some pride. I used to work in the cook squad. Cool. Wang Tao gave a thumbs up. He had heard that the cook squad was filled with hidden talents. This old man was no simple character. After packing up, everyone got into the car. He suddenly said to Wang Tao, I know a shortcut to the military base. If you trust me, we can take it. Sure, let's take the shortcut then. Wang Tao had Zhang Hong and Zhu Xiaojun follow the route provided by He. The route He provided went through a woodland area. If no monsters appeared, it was certainly safer than going through the city or city outskirts. The road was a bit difficult, muddy everywhere. Thankfully, both vehicles were off-roaders. Aside from slower speed, there were no major issues. Stop the car, there's a group of zombies ahead. Wang Tao suddenly called for a halt. He took out his binoculars to take a look and indeed saw a group of zombies in the forest. Chapter 584-245 Soldier King 3. He looked at Wang Tao with some surprise. Although the distance wasn't very far, all these zombies were in the woods, and the heavy rain obscured the view. How could Wang Tao have seen them? He naturally didn't know that Wang Tao's plant affinity combined with perception was essentially radar plus X-ray vision, making it easy to spot the zombies. The group of zombies was quite large, and they were at a turning point at an intersection, blocking the road. Therefore, they had to clear out these zombies first. Wang Tao and the others got out of the car. Clear out these zombies. Yes. Everyone took out their weapons. He also took out his hunting shotgun, then turned to Wang Tao and asked, it's not a big problem if I fire a few shots, right? If he were alone, he would have fired long ago. But now, they were a temporary team, and he had to consider the group as a whole. No problem. Wang Tao nodded. They were outdoors, and the sound of the rain was loud, which would greatly reduce the noise of the gunfire. Moreover, they weren't staying in this place for long, they would leave after clearing out the zombies. As long as they could fight quickly and decisively, making some noise wasn't an issue. Bang! Just as Wang Tao nodded, He-Jun raised his hand and fired a shot, directly blasting the head off a zombie. "Old man, your shooting skills are impressive." Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. At this distance of several dozen meters, using iron sights to headshot a zombie was not an easy task. If Wang Tao wasn't using precision shooting, he couldn't achieve this level. "Huh, did you really think this old man was bluffing you?" Between words, He-Jun fired another shot. Bang! A second zombie's head exploded. At this moment, the zombies heard the noise and began to move towards the group. He-Jun didn't continue talking to Wang Tao, focusing on aiming at the zombies, and in an instant fired another shot. The third zombie fell. While killing the zombies, He-Jun also took the opportunity to glance at Wang Tao and the others. He wanted to know how strong these ability users were. Since Wang Tao wasn't afraid to draw so many zombies over, he must have had a method to fend them off. If it was just him alone, he would not have been so reckless. He would most likely have chosen another path to avoid confronting these zombies. On the other side, Zhu Jun, holding a large axe, charged at the pack of zombies. Boom boom boom. Blood splashed everywhere as Zhu Jun instantly reached the midst of the zombie group. Many zombies were directly knocked flying, even smashed to pieces. Then he raised his giant axe and sent out a shockwave at the zombies. Splat! In an instant, dozens of zombies were shattered, turning into a pile of broken flesh. So this is an ability user. Not far away, He-Jun was somewhat astounded. The combat power of ability users was truly strong. Such a wide-range method of killing zombies, unless he had a machine gun, he simply couldn't compare. But He-Jun was not one to give up. He continued shooting. Bang! A zombie fell. Bang! Another zombie hit the ground. Bang! Two zombies were simultaneously pierced and had their heads blown off by the bullets. Wang Tao didn't join the fight, he was observing He-Jun the whole time. He-Jun was almost hitting his mark every time. So far, he had only missed one shot because Zhu Jun's shockwave had shattered the zombie first. After the battle, Wang Tao calculated, and the number of zombies He-Jun had killed was almost equal to that of Nisa Ian. Although He-Jun was using a gun, Nisa Ian was a level 3 ability user. He-Jun's marksmanship was practically identical to Wang Tao using precision shooting. The group set off once more, and Wang Tao couldn't help but ask, "Old man, what did you do in the military?" Soldiers come in various types, and he felt that with He-Jun's abilities, he must have been some kind of special forces, right? If you're asking what specifically I did, that's hard to say. I've carried rifles, fired cannons, operated tanks, piloted planes. An all-around talent, then? Wang Tao quickly asked. Then what was your military rank? You surely weren't an ordinary soldier, right? At this point, He-Jun did not remain humble, but instead proudly said, "Nothing much, just a little first sergeant." Hiss, Wang Tao, who had some understanding of military ranks, suddenly drew in a sharp breath. The non-commissioned officer ranks are divided into 7 levels, namely, Sergeant, Staff Sergeant, Master Sergeant, Warrant Officer Class 3, Warrant Officer Class 2, Warrant Officer Class 1, and First Sergeant. A First Sergeant is the highest rank, enjoying treatment at a division level. It's said that First Sergeants are even rarer than generals. They are the elite in various fields within the army, the true soldier kings. Good gracious, the old man randomly encountered on the road was a soldier king. Wang Tao suddenly understood why He-Jun had been able to travel such a long distance to Yueyang City. Why, with the body of an ordinary person, he could kill so many zombies. Why, without any abilities, his shooting was godlike, hitting the mark every single time. He was a former battle-hardened elderly soldier king. Wang Tao felt a sense of deep respect. He had been considering whether to invite He-Jun to join his own team. Even though He-Jun was older, he had the hidden attribute of being old but vigorous, and with certain combat experience, he was no worse than many ability users. But Wang Tao had only just met He-Jun, he thought he ought to observe and learn more about him first. But now, why bother learning more? This was a soldier king known as a panda soldier. His capabilities and character were definitely top-notch. Even though he was older, it also meant he had even richer experience. He was already this strong as an ordinary person, how powerful would he become as an ability user? Old man, I can help you become an ability user without any side effects, and then you join my team, what do you think? Wang Tao suddenly said. He-Jun looked at him. Let's not talk about joining you for now, as for becoming an ability user, I haven't decided yet. Those side effects are too much. Wang Tao immediately said, what I'm offering you is to become an ability user just like us, without any side effects. Chapter 585 to 246 Military Base 1. No side effects? He Jejun knew that crystal cores all had side effects, and he had seen many ability users with physical side effects. But he had never heard of an ability user without side effects. However, looking at Wang Tao and the others, it really seemed that there were no side effects, at least, he couldn't see any. Can there really be no side effects? He Jejun asked with some disbelief. Wang Tao immediately said, of course, could I possibly lie to you? The crystal cores we've fused with are all impurity-free and without side effects. Do you know what impurities are? I don't know. He Jejun shook his head. If there are impurities inside a crystal core, after fusion, those impurities will accumulate in the body. The human body can only tolerate a limited amount of impurities. The more impurities there are, the greater the chance of turning into a zombie. Once the impurities reach 100%, one is pretty much guaranteed to turn into a zombie. Thus, impurities are just as undesirable as side effects. Wang Tao explained to He Jejun about impurities. After hearing this, He Jejun suddenly felt that becoming an ability user wasn't so appealing. Not only were there side effects, but he also had to worry about turning into a zombie. But, I can help you ascend to become an ability user without side effects or impurities. What do you think, old master? Wang Tao spoke with a smile on his face. You want me to join your team, what for? I've said it before. I have my own matters to attend to, my search for someone. He Jejun did not answer, instead, he said with a frown. If it was really as Wang Tao said, with no side effects or impurities, that would certainly be great. But he was not willing to sell himself out just for that. Upon hearing He Jejun's question, Wang Tao's expression turned serious as he explained, Old Master, you've misunderstood. I'm asking you to join my team, not to work for me. We are all survivors struggling to live through these apocalyptic times, we need to help each other. I think you're very strong, you can help us, and in turn, we can help you. It's that simple. As for the person you're looking for, Zhang Hong is also here searching for someone, which doesn't conflict with joining my team. We can search together. By the way, who are you looking for? Any distinguishing features? If you don't mind sharing, with more of us, it will definitely be easier to locate them. He Jejun was silent for a moment before slowly saying, I'm looking for my granddaughter. Your granddaughter? How old is she? 10 years old. Wang Tao's mouth opened in surprise. A 10-year-old? If she got lost at that age, the situation is probably grim. Wang Tao then asked, when did she go missing? 5 months ago. Now it was mid-October, 5 months ago would be May, a month after the apocalypse began, during the most chaotic times. Of course, surviving wasn't completely impossible. For instance, if she encountered a kind-hearted person or the military. How did she get lost? She ran away on her own. Ah. She ran off by herself? Why did she do that? And you, with your capabilities, couldn't stop her? Wang Tao asked with furrowed brows. She turned into a zombie. Yang Qingong, inside the vehicle, instinctively turned to glance at He Jejun upon hearing this. Having turned into a zombie, hope dwindled. Zhang Shixi subconsciously gripped Wang Tao's hand. Wang Tao had told her that she had previously turned into a zombie and was rescued by him. But Wang Tao also said that the potion he used to save her was very rare, having appeared only as a single bottle so far. Moreover, the conditions for its use were strict, it was ineffective on those infected for more than 3 days. Even for those treated within 3 days of infection, it only had a certain chance of working, and could possibly lead to death through self-combustion. Wang Tao held Zhang Shixi's hand in return before looking towards He Jejun again. Old master, forgive my frankness, but your situation. It's very difficult. Unless He Jejun's granddaughter, after running away, was caught by a kind-hearted person who happened to have something like a purification potion and successfully administered it to her, and then this kind-hearted person continued to keep her alive amidst the apocalypse, persevering until now. Each one of these conditions was hard to meet on its own, imagining all of them combined made it nearly impossible. Wang Tao thought that the odds of rolling out the zombie virus antidote were higher than such a series of coincidences. I know. He Jejun sighed, then said with a firm tone, but when she turned into a zombie and escaped, I promised that I would find her and bring her home. In the apocalypse, some people lived just to stay alive, like Wang Tao. He was pure in his desires, simply not wanting to die or being afraid of dying. Others lived driven by their obsessions, such as Bloody Wolf intent on vengeance, Li Kaiyue longing to see her daughter, Yang Qingong searching for his sister, and the man before him, He Jejun, who wished to bring his granddaughter home. He Jejun knew in his heart that his granddaughter was likely gone. But even if she had died, he had to see her body with his own eyes before he could rest. From another perspective, as long as he hadn't found his granddaughter's body, she might still be alive. This was perhaps the ray of hope that kept He Jijun surviving in the apocalypse. Old master, your granddaughter. But without having seen her body, there's indeed still a possibility she's alive. Join us, let's look for her together. Even if we may not find her in our lifetime, I promise to help you search. Chapter 586-246 Military Base 2 Wang Tao spoke with a serious expression on his face. He Jijun was the legendary soldier king, and his abilities were strong. Wang Tao felt that such talents should be put to good use, and by joining him, He Jijun would be able to fully exhibit his capabilities. However, Wang Tao had also decided that even if He Jijun did not agree, he was willing to help him become an ability user for free. He Jijun had strong abilities, and his potential after becoming an ability user was enormous. Furthermore, he was a person who had dedicated himself to his country and people. Such a man should live. Sigh. He Jijun sighed and then looked at Wang Tao. All right. I agree to join you. In truth, He Jijun was somewhat at a loss. Not about whether or not he could find his granddaughter, he would persist in searching whether he found her or not. What puzzled him was how much farther he could go. He Jijun had seen formidable zombies and knew that their strength was continuously improving, while he was making no progress. In fact, he was getting older, his strength was waning, and he was sure to die at the hands of zombies eventually. But now, he had encountered Wang Tao, who promised to enhance his strength without side effects or impurities. Perhaps, this was the solution for him to keep going. Old man, welcome to our team. When He Jijun agreed, Wang Tao immediately extended his hand. He Jijun shook his hand, then chuckled bitterly, now that I'm one of you, there's no need to be so polite with me. Besides, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. Let's treat each other as equals. You can call me Old He, or even Old Mr. He. Haha, sure. It's just a name, don't worry about it. You can call me Little Wang from now on. After He Jijun decided to join Wang Tao's team, they both felt much closer and did not have the subtle defensiveness they had before. Then Wang Tao asked with a smile, Old He, what kind of ability would you like? I can choose? I still have quite a few crystal cores, and together with the ones you have, it's enough for you to choose. Oh right. You might not be familiar with the abilities, let me introduce them to you first. Wang Tao introduced all the level 1 crystal cores he had seen and had in his possession. After hearing about so many types of crystal cores, He Jijun felt each one was amazing and wanted them all. But he was ultimately a man of self-control and quickly came to his senses, then chose one of the abilities Wang Tao had mentioned. I want precision shooting. I consider my marksmanship to be quite decent, but I can feel that it can still improve. I want to see what level my marksmanship can reach with the precise shooting ability. Wang Tao wasn't surprised by He Jijun's choice. He took out a level 1 epic quality precise shooting crystal core and handed it to He Jijun, then explained further, then Old He, you can do the fusion now. But a person can fuse with more than one type of crystal core, up to 4 in fact. That means you can obtain up to 4 abilities. However, everyone's physique is different, and the number of cores one can fuse varies. You will have to try to find out exactly how many. You can fuse with up to 4. He Jijun was a bit surprised. If he could possess 4 abilities, that would be the best outcome. However, he did not expect much, being able to fuse just one ability would suffice. After all, it was an ability without side effects or impurities. He Jijun took the crystal core and without hesitation, swallowed it right away. In an instant, the crystal core seemed to vaporize, merging into his limbs and bones. He Jijun closed his eyes. He felt his body warm up, a cozy and comfortable sensation. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Wang Tao. Is that it? Congratulations. Old He, now you're an ability user too. You can try using your ability. After becoming an ability user, one naturally understands the basic usage of the fused ability, so no explanation is needed, as they automatically know how to use it. Let me try. He Jijun silently activated his precise shooting ability. In an instant, the whole world appeared different to him. He noticed many details he hadn't seen before, and his eyes seemed able to function like binoculars. Moreover, it felt like this precise shooting would not only be effective in ranged attacks, but also in close combat. This is what it means to be an ability user. He Jijun felt a thrill of excitement. He took another look at his eyes, which were both fine. The side effect of precise shooting was blindness in one eye. This meant it was indeed an ability without side effects. After experiencing his ability for a while, He Jijun felt a bit tired. He knew this was due to the excessive energy consumption Wang Tao mentioned, so he quickly deactivated his ability and gratefully said to Wang Tao, "Thank you. Don't rush to thank me yet, first sense whether you can continue to fuse with another crystal core." Wang Tao obviously hoped that He Jijun could fuse with several crystal cores. But this was something he could not control, it all depended on luck. Let me see. Hijijun closed his eyes, carefully sensed his body, then his face lit up with joy. I feel like I could probably fuse with another crystal core. That's great. Then old he, go ahead and choose another one. Wang Tao said cheerfully. Being able to fuse with one crystal core was good enough, and two would be a huge bonus. Chapter 587 to 246 Military Base 3. Let me think. I choose Rush. Although Hijijun excelled in marksmanship, it didn't mean his close combat was weak. He was once known as the Soldier King in the military, an omnipotent talent with no evident weaknesses, and his close combat skills were naturally strong. Rush, with its blend of melee capability, positioning, and retreat options, suited him well. Alright. Wang Tao nodded. In fact, soldiers like Wei Zhengou and Xiang Hongbin had all favored the Rush ability. Wang Tao then gave Hijijun a level 1 epic Rush crystal core. Hijijun placed it directly into his mouth. A moment later, the fusion of Rush was complete. However, as they were currently in the vehicle, there was no way to test the Rush ability. Without waiting for Wang Tao to speak, Hijijun immediately said, I feel like I can fuse 2 more crystal cores. Hearing this, Wang Tao burst into joyful laughter. Haha, it looks like you're quite lucky, old he, being able to fuse 4 abilities. Tell me, what are the remaining 2 abilities you want to fuse? I need to think this through. Hijijun was excited. He hadn't expected that he could fuse 4 abilities. Previously, he had planned as if he could only fuse 1 ability, so he had to give it more thought. After discussing with Wang Tao, he chose Athlete as his 3rd ability. Athlete was a passive ability, actually quite well suited for survival in the apocalypse. It could simply be understood as transforming an ordinary individual into a parkour expert. For someone like Hijijun, who already possessed strong athletic abilities, the enhancement from this ability would be even more significant. Soon, Hijijun had completely fused the Athlete crystal core. I feel like my body has become much lighter. Hijijun clenched his fists. He felt an urge to run out and revel in his newfound agility. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity to test it now. Now for the last crystal core. Earlier, when Zhang Shixu attempted to control Hijijun, she had reminded Wang Tao that he had strong spiritual power. Wang Tao felt that someone with strong spiritual power was well suited to fuse spirit-related crystal cores. However, unfortunately, he did not have any level 1 spirit-related crystal cores. The lowest he had were level 2. Therefore, he let Hijijun fuse other crystal cores first. After all, he had plenty of level 2 extraction crystal cores, so when Hijijun reached level 2, he could extract his crystal cores and swap them for spirit-related ones. In the end, after further discussion, they decided to let Hijijun fuse a running crystal core as a transition. Whether for attack or defense, it's always good to run faster. Quickly, Hijijun also completed the fusion of his 4th crystal core. From then on, Hijijun had leaped from an ordinary person to an ability user with 4 abilities. But that wasn't the end of it. He was just an ordinary level 1 ability user, and all of his abilities were at +1, which was too weak. Wang Tao gave him a handful of crystal cores to increase his abilities to +10. Before Wang Tao left Zijing City, he had left many low-level crystal cores with Lan Yulian. However, along the way, he encountered many zombies and thus acquired a number of crystal cores again. Coupled with the cores Hijijun had saved up, they had enough to use. The fusion process was quick, and in no time at all, Hijijun had fused all the crystal cores, and all 4 of his abilities had reached +10. Next, it was time for him to fuse the level 2 Ascension crystal core and ascend to level 2. However, ascending to level 2 required sleep, and someone who had fused 4 crystal cores, like him, would need 24 hours. Given the current situation, there obviously wasn't time to provide Hijijun with the opportunity to sleep, so he couldn't ascend right now. Wang Tao gave him only 3 Ascension crystal cores. If he fused 4 Ascension crystal cores, he would have to choose to ascend within 3 days, or it would happen automatically after 3 days. But without fusing 4 Ascension crystal cores, there was no such restriction. Hijijun was lucky. After fusing these 3 Ascension crystal cores, he managed to elevate his 3 core abilities, Precision Shooting, Athlete, and Rush, to level 2. I can hardly wait to go out and test my strength now. Hijijun felt a surge of excitement. Haha, no rush. Old he, there will be plenty of opportunities for you later. But not now, because killing zombies as an ability user will enhance your strength, and with every increase in strength comes the possibility of falling asleep. At level 1, health point reaching each 1000 threshold would trigger sleep, and upon waking, physical abilities would be enhanced. Currently, in such unsafe circumstances, even a few hours of sleep posed a great danger. I understand, we'll wait until we reach the military base. Hijijun took a deep breath, restraining his excitement. The fastest route to this military base required crossing the urban area. However, The urban area was too dangerous. The memory of the giant zombie was still fresh in their minds. Hee-Jun hadn't seen that particular zombie, but he also knew the urban area was hazardous, so he led Wang Tao down an alternate path. Along the way, Wang Tao encountered several more zombies. However, none were particularly formidable, all easily disposed of by Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan. At noon, Hee-Jun suddenly announced, "We've entered the military base's vicinity." Wang Tao didn't see any relevant buildings when Hee-Jun continued to zigzag them around. At a certain moment, Wang Tao saw high walls topped with barbed wire not far ahead, bearing a sign, "Military Area, no unauthorized entry." The military base had been reached. However, outside the high wall, there was a large number of zombies, level 1, level 2, and even level 3 zombies. So many zombies. Wang Tao quickly instructed to stop the vehicle. The pouring rain concealed the vehicle, and the zombies had not detected them. If it hadn't been raining, they might have been discovered, given that some of the zombies had keen perception. "Old He, how are we going to get over the wall?" Wang Tao looked to Hee-Jun. "Get over the wall? No, no, no. In an emergency state, the base would activate automated defense systems, and I'm not sure if they're still operating. But if they are, we'll get riddled with bullets if we try to get over. We have to go through the main gate." Chapter 588 to 247 Zombie Dog 1. Automated Defense Facilities. Wang Tao was somewhat curious, but he didn't ask further. Under Hee-Jun's command, the two vehicles headed toward the gate. Hee-Jun said there were several gates to the base, and naturally, he was leading Wang Tao to the closest one. Wang Tao also tried to contact the military base using the military walkie-talkie, but there was no response. It was unclear if the other side had received the message. The two vehicles carefully navigated around the perimeter of the military base for a while, and finally, they saw a security checkpoint. My God! However, upon seeing the situation here, the expressions on the faces of Wang Tao and his group turned grim. The entrance was nearly blocked by abandoned vehicles, and a large group of zombies was wandering around, some of them clearly in military uniforms. The checkpoint gate was open, and one could vaguely see the high grass taller than a human and the zombies in the grass. Has the military base fallen? Hee-Jun's eyes became distant. Although he had mentally prepared for this, it was still difficult to see it with his own eyes. But Wang Tao shook his head. No, the military base hasn't fallen. Hee-Jun looked at Wang Tao in confusion, and Wang Tao explained, military supply planes have been making airdrops continuously since the outbreak began, for several months now. The latest airdrop was just the day before I met you. What? They're still airdropping? And recently? Hee-Jun found it hard to believe. Seeing Hee-Jun's reaction, Wang Tao knew he probably hadn't seen any airdrops. So Wang Tao gave a brief explanation. After listening to Wang Tao's explanation, Hee-Jun felt bewildered. However, there was no need for Wang Tao to joke about such matters, and he quickly said, if there are still living people in the military base, then they probably wouldn't just ignore this place, right? Perhaps because the personnel at the military base have been greatly reduced, they were unable to manage such a large base and had to shrink their defensive perimeter? Wang Tao suggested, frowning. That's also a possibility. We need to go in and see. The two vehicles couldn't proceed as the abandoned vehicles outside were numerous. Therefore, Wang Tao parked the cars in the woods at a concealed spot, and everyone got out and put on their armor. Wang Tao took out 2 bottles of alcohol and then prepared to walk over. Uncertain about what was inside the military base, or whether there were any particularly strong zombies, Wang Tao, out of caution, handed out several stealth potions to everyone. This is a stealth potion. Wang Tao gave a brief explanation. Hee-Jun was aware of the stealth crystal core, but it was his first time hearing about the stealth potion, which left him utterly amazed. Soon, everyone except Zhang Shixu and Wang Tao had injected themselves with the stealth potion. Zhang Shixu didn't need it because she was already a zombie by nature and didn't require it. Wang Tao didn't need it because he had previously merged with a spirit ability that allowed him to control some weaker zombies. He could move through these zombie groups without much trouble. It was still raining heavily, with the sound of raindrops pitter-pattering as they hit the ground. The zombies wandering around the entrance of the military base seemed irritable, occasionally emitting growls. Wang Tao and the rest, drenched in rain, swiftly moved through the zombies. Under the combined effect of the heavy rain and a stealth potion, they managed to reach the gate without incident. The gate was only slightly ajar. Zhu Xiaojun reached out and forcibly pried it open. Screech, an unpleasant scraping noise attracted the attention of many zombies, and Wang Tao and his group quickly slipped inside. The rain severely impaired the zombies' perception, and coupled with the stealth potion, the zombies that noticed the noise only roared a few times before dispersing slowly. It feels so desolate. Yang Qingong, having killed a zombie with an axe, murmured as she looked at the scenery before her. Looking around, all she could see were weeds taller than her, which hardly resembled a military base at all. Wang Tao, being tall, could see the situation in the distance more clearly. There are buildings over there. Then he looked toward Hijijun. After all, he was unfamiliar with the place and didn't know where survivors might be located. Let's go, let's head over there. Hijijun pointed in the direction Wang Tao was looking and said. Okay. Wang Tao extended his perception to the maximum to avoid being ambushed by zombies. The military base was vast, and it took Wang Tao and his companions a while to approach this cluster of buildings. There's another defensive line here. A high wall surrounded the perimeter of these buildings. Under the wall, numerous zombies were active, and the wall itself was covered with barbed wire and even had electrical arcs flashing through it. It's still electrified. Wang Tao was surprised. But there's no one manning the watchtowers. There were watchtowers at regular intervals along the high walls, but they were empty. However, these weren't the main concerns. The question was how to get inside. Wang Tao looked at Nisa Ayan. Nisa Ayan possessed the ability to jump, and although the wall was high, she could get over it with a double jump against the wall. But if the barbed wire was electrified, were there other defenses inside, such as the automatic shooting weapons that Hijijun had mentioned earlier? If there were, Nisa Ayan would become a target by jumping inside. Seeing Wang Tao's gaze, Nisa Ayan tensed up inside. She had an idea of what Wang Tao was thinking, but she didn't dare say much. Instead, she looked at Wang Tao with a pitiful expression, hoping he wouldn't make her the cannon fodder. Chapter 589-247 Zombie Dog 2 Wang Tao thought for a moment and said, kill these few zombies and toss them into sea. Although this approach was somewhat unethical, at this point, what did ethics matter? It was more important to confirm whether it was safe inside first. Moreover, Wang Tao would make sure to kill these zombies, ensuring they wouldn't run amok inside. Upon receiving Wang Tao's orders, Zhu Xiaojun walked towards a few ordinary zombies and quickly dispatched them. Then, under Wang Tao's direction, he threw the first zombie corpse over the tall wall. Wang Tao wanted to test the electric fence, so Zhu Xiaojun tossed the zombie corpse onto the barbed wire. Zzz, crackle, the zombie corpse was instantly caught by the high-voltage electricity, then it trembled and ignited. Soon it became a black, charred body. Seeing this scene, Yang Qingong and the others shuddered. If they were struck by this net, even the body of an ability user would surely die. Zhu Xiaojun continued to throw the second body, which went over the wall. Everyone pricked up their ears and, other than a thud from the body landing, they heard no other sounds. Safe. Wang Tao's face lit up with joy. But for the sake of safety, he had Zhu Xiaojun throw several more corpses in. There was still no movement inside. Haha. It's safe. Just as Wang Tao was about to say to have Nisa Ayan take them all inside, his expression suddenly turned stern. Get ready for battle, something big is coming. Thump, thump, thump. No sooner had Wang Tao spoken than the ground seemed to tremble, and then a huge figure emerged from the bushes, appearing before them. Holy shit. What a big dog. It was a zombie dog. It was as tall as a two-story building and several meters long, its whole body rotted but still very fat, its shape somewhat resembling a large wolfhound. Health point, 100,000. Magic point, 40,000. Grade, level 3, Lord, a level 3, Lord with 100,000 health point. Seeing these attributes, Wang Tao actually breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a 4-level zombie, everything was negotiable. Although 100,000 health point wasn't small, Wang Tao himself had 110,000 health point, so he wasn't cowering before it. I'll attack it with Zhong Hong and Little Zhu. Old He, you along with Little Jun and Nisa Ayan hold off the other zombies. As the zombie dog approached, it had brought along quite a few other zombies. Although Wang Tao was strong, he wasn't arrogant. Among the group, his, Yang Qingong's, and Zhang Shixu's attacks were the highest. The attacks of the others were somewhat weaker. Okay. Everyone responded in unison. A large bone knife appeared in Wang Tao's hand in an instant, and he charged directly at the zombie dog. As he sprinted, the entangled iron tree roots on his wrist started to wriggle, quickly enveloping his entire body. By this time, Wang Tao had also rushed to the side of the zombie dog. He leaped high into the air and swung his knife at the zombie dog's head. Bang! But his strike was blocked by the zombie dog's sharp fangs. Such quick reflexes. Wang Tao was slightly surprised. In his mind, larger creatures tended to have slower reactions, especially this fat zombie dog which didn't look agile. But its actual reaction speed was surprisingly fast. However, its blocking Wang Tao's strike also meant that Yang Qingong and Zhang Shixu's attacks could be effective. Zhang Shixu, like Wang Tao, sprinted over and leaped high to slash at the zombie dog's head with her claws. The zombie dog had just bitten Wang Tao's knife, and it couldn't dodge this attack, so it was directly scratched on the head by Zhang Shixu. -3,442, -3,628, 2 hits, 7,000 health point down. With her dark sharp claws, Zhang Shixu's damage was higher than that of many level 3 ability users. Then, Yang Qingong's attack followed. Lacking the jump ability of Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu, she sprinted up the zombie dog's leg and then swung her axe at its head. -4,123, this axe strike, enhanced with the ability of high-frequency vibration, also dealt substantial damage. The zombie dog, having been attacked 3 times consecutively, was now quite enraged. It let go of Wang Tao's bone knife, it really couldn't chew through it, and then opened its gaping mouth, aiming a bite at Yang Qingong. Zhang Shixu had landed after 2 scratches, and once the zombie dog released Wang Tao's bone knife, Wang Tao did too, so the zombie dog could only target Yang Qingong. Yang Qingong was preparing to retreat after her attack. But the zombie dog was very fast, quickly turning its head to bite her as she was jumping down from its shoulder. Yang Qingong didn't expect it to be that quick. She was in midair and couldn't change direction. Just as she was about to be bitten by the zombie dog, she suddenly felt something wrap around her waist, and then she was yanked away vigorously. Whoosh, crunch. The zombie dog's vicious bite missed, making an uncomfortable grinding noise. And Yang Qingong found herself in Wang Tao's arms. Thank you. Yang Qingong expressed her gratitude in a slightly unsettled manner, as at that moment, she had thought about whether her armor could withstand the bite of the zombie dog. Wang Tao retracted the iron tree vines and charged in again. This time, however, Wang Tao was not only holding a bone knife in one hand, in the other, he wielded a reinforced concrete hammer. First, he swung the hammer viciously at the zombie dog's head. As expected, the dog was quick and bit down on the hammer directly. Wang Tao's bone knife, on the other hand, ruthlessly struck the head of the zombie dog. Chapter 590-247 Zombie Dog 3. PFFT. -8,139, a single blow, 8,000 blood. This zombie's defense isn't high. Roar. The deceived zombie dog seemed furious, its eyes glowing red, muscles bulging as it bit at Wang Tao with even greater speed than before. Realizing he couldn't dodge, Wang Tao took the hit head-on. -3,194, 110,110,000, 96,806 100,000ths. Instantly, Wang Tao felt like he was hit by a truck. Though uninjured, he was somewhat dazed. Such high damage. Seeing the damage numbers above his head, Wang Tao was surprised. The zombie dog's bite had actually taken, oh, no, to be precise, it had bitten off 3,000 health point from the entangling roots. That was 1.4% of his total health point. If it bit him 70 or 80 times like this, wouldn't it chew him to death? But Wang Tao didn't panic, he forcefully escaped from the zombie dog's mouth, and upon landing, he sent a shockwave at the zombie dog's head. -5,448, the shockwave, being an area attack, was difficult for the zombie dog to evade and easily hit. But the power of the shockwave was much less than the high-frequency vibration, only taking off 5,000 of the zombie dog's blood. Seeing Wang Tao unharmed after being bitten and still attacking it, the zombie dog seemed even angrier. Roar. The zombie dog let out a loud roar and frenziedly launched a flurry of bites at Wang Tao. Wang Tao could only see its after-images. However, Wang Tao wasn't flustered. He dodged when he could, used the bone knife to block when he couldn't dodge, and if the bone knife couldn't block, he would have to rely on the entangling roots to take the hit. It must be said that the zombie dog's attack speed was truly fast, with too high a frequency of attacks. For every slash Wang Tao delivered, he'd be bitten several times. Even if the dog could only bite him once, it was scary enough. If not for entangling roots, Wang Tao wasn't sure if his body could withstand its attacks. If he were bitten just once, it would definitely hurt badly. Moreover, while attacking Wang Tao, the zombie dog was also slowly advancing toward the others. The attacks from Zhang Shixu and Yang Qingong, it completely ignored, as if it had set its mind solely on Wang Tao. But at a certain moment, it suddenly released Wang Tao and lunged toward the others. And its target was none other than Hijijun. Hijijun was busy with the hand crossbow dealing with other zombies. Kill or not, his archery was accurate, consistently hitting zombies in the forehead. He hadn't expected the zombie dog to give up its assault on Wang Tao and attack him instead. This zombie dog is so smart. Wang Tao was somewhat shocked. It was his first time seeing zombies employ strategy. He immediately used the tendril to try to capture the zombie dog. Wang Tao's position was quite far from Hijijun, and the iron tree vines couldn't reach him. But after the tendril wrapped around the zombie dog's leg, It only managed to hold the zombie dog for a second before it snapped. -5,000, the Iron Tree Vine with 10,000 health point lost 5,000 instantly. Old he, dodge quickly. Wang Tao yelled at the top of his lungs. Though he Jejun had the abilities of an athlete and running, they were all level 1, and now he was facing a level 3 zombie dog with 100,000 health point. These level 1 abilities were simply not enough. Faced with a zombie dog's immense figure lunging toward him at the last moment, he Jejun was unexpectedly calm. Knowing he couldn't outrun it, he didn't flee, but instead suddenly pulled out a giant pancake from his loot pack and threw it into the distance. Whoosh! The zombie dog paused for a moment when it saw the big pie he Jejun had thrown, then immediately changed direction and pounced toward the pie. Wang Tao and the others were somewhat dumbfounded, unsure of what ability this was. The zombie dog was very fast and bit into the big pie that he Jejun had thrown in the blink of an eye. Given the size of the zombie dog, that big pie was hardly enough to fill its gaps between teeth. It was swallowed in an instant. However, it seemed to have no intention of eating the pie, so when the pie was gulped down, it appeared to be stunned for a moment. Then it looked at Hijijun. Woof! Everyone was baffled. What was this situation? It used to be a military dog, it's just acting on instinct. Hijijun explained. Doesn't that mean we can control it? Wang Tao's eyes lit up. If they could control a big guy like this, that would be quite thrilling. But Hijijun shook his head with a somewhat melancholic expression. No. It has no intelligence. This is just its instinct. He had lost a good companion a few months ago, unfortunately. Roar. As if to prove Hijijun's point, the zombie dog, after a moment of bewilderment, had a violent glare return to its eyes. Attack. But now that Hijijun had escaped danger, Wang Tao had no more reservations. The group charged once again. Knowing that this was some remnant instinct of the zombie dog, attacking it became a lot easier. Hijijun threw out a few more big pies, 2 of which worked. Wang Tao was even more extreme, throwing out 3 reinforced concrete hammers directly. The zombie dog might have thought they were bones and then, crack, it bit through the reinforced concrete. But it lost health point in the process. Wang Tao and the others seized the opportunity, directing all their attacks at its head. After a few moves and with Wang Tao's last swing, the zombie dog's health point bar hit 0. -1,223, 100,000, boom, the zombie dog fell to the ground with a thud. Wang Tao expertly cracked open its head, retrieved the crystal core, and also picked up the loot pack that had burst out. Did its teeth fall out? Wang Tao noticed that 4 of the zombie dog's teeth had names on them and immediately collected them. You have obtained sharp dog teeth 4, woof woof woof. At that moment, another group of zombie dogs appeared, but they were all level 2 elites, and not as large. Wang Tao saw a large group of zombies behind these zombie dogs and had no time to check the loot, immediately saying to the others, since there's no danger inside, let's get in first. Okay. Chapter 591 to 248. I'm already dead. 1. The scenery inside the wall was somewhat similar to the outside, overgrown with weeds. However, there were no zombies here, and many buildings were nearby, with what seemed to be an airport in the distance. Wang Tao and the others arrived at the entrance of one of the buildings. Although the door was locked, there was an eave to shelter from the rain. Having just fought a battle, they could take a brief rest to replenish some physical strength. Wang Tao looked towards Hijijun, admiration on his face, and said, Old he, that was impressive. I didn't expect you to come up with such a method. If Hijijun hadn't thought of the throwing pancake method, he would have definitely been injured. Sigh. Hijijun let out a sigh, then explained, I used to have a retired military dog, but it turned into a zombie. When it knocked me down, I had an idea in the heat of the moment, recalling the way I used to train it, and it actually worked. But it was only temporary, as it had lost its own thoughts. In the end, I still had to end its life with my hands. Wang Tao hadn't expected Hijijun to have had this experience. Condolences. Haha, it's fine, I'm already used to it. Hijijun shook his head indifferently. Wang Tao didn't dwell on the topic and instead asked, where do you think we should go now? It seemed there wasn't much danger inside the wall, but the doors and windows of these buildings were locked, and the locks were different from any Wang Tao had seen before. He felt unsure if he could open them. Hijijun thought for a moment and said, let's head to the command center. If there are any survivors, they must be there because it can monitor the entire military base. Okay, you lead the way. Wang Tao maxed out his perception ability, and the group followed Hijijun towards the direction of the command center. Is that an airplane? Suddenly, Yang Qingong pointed to an area of the airfield and asked. Upon looking where she indicated, Wang Tao and his companions indeed saw 2 military transport planes corroded by the acid rain. Such a pity. Seeing this, Hijijun sighed. By the looks of it, these two airplanes had been exposed to the corrosive acid rain for quite some time and obviously couldn't be used anymore. Wang Tao's brow furrowed. These two planes probably aren't the one that airdropped for us. They've corroded into piles of scrap metal. He Jejun spoke up, there's a hangar here. If the airdrop plane you mentioned is in the base, it's highly likely to be in the hangar. That's good. Wang Tao was still counting on the chance of catching a flying ride. Moments later, Wang Tao and his group arrived at the grand building of the command center that He Jejun had referred to. All locked up. After walking around the exterior of the building and returning to the entrance of the command center, He Jejun's expression showed a hint of distress. Isn't there a way to get in? Wang Tao inquired. The defenses here are tight. Unless we open it from the inside, the only other way in would be to blow it up with a bomb, otherwise, it's impossible to get through. Hearing this, everyone was somewhat speechless. They had finally reached the military base, surely they couldn't just fail to get inside? All the important buildings within the military base were locked up like this. If they couldn't enter the command center, access to other areas, including the hangar, was out of the question. Wang Tao had been using the military walkie-talkie all along, but regrettably, he still couldn't establish contact. He had no idea if Colonel Woguazong had run into trouble. Buzz, but just then, an alarm sounded suddenly at the entrance of the command center. While it wasn't very loud, it startled Wang Tao and the others who were outside. What's going on? They instantly became vigilant. He Jejun was also puzzled. A rumbling noise emanated from behind the door. Then, the door opened. The door's opening. When the door slowly opened a small gap, Wang Tao felt a surge of excitement, but he didn't let his guard down. He immediately pulled out his bone knife and extended his perception ability inside. It's safe inside, no zombies, no humans. The door stopped after it opened wide enough to fit two people side by side. Inside was pitch dark, somewhat eerie to look at. Wang Tao's eyes immediately lit up with a green glow. His perception saw no danger, and with his night vision ability, he found no traps or the like. Let's go, we're heading in. Wang Tao led the way, and the group followed him in. Rumbling, just as they entered, the door behind them began to close slowly. Wang Tao naturally had time to get out, but his goal was the military base, so retreat was not an option. As the door fully shut and the last gleam of light vanished, lights in the facility automatically turned on with a buzz. Is someone in control? The hall looked somewhat sci-fi in style but was starkly empty. Wang Tao immediately called out, Colonel Woguazong, is that you? I'm Wang Tao. We've communicated over the radio before. I said I would come to the military base to have a drink with you, and here I am, with liquor in hand. Wang Tao's voice echoed through the empty hall, but there was no response. He Jejun patted Wang Tao's arm and then pointed to the few cameras on the ceiling, blinking intermittently. Wang Tao instantly got the hint, walked confidently under a camera, and repeated his words, this time emphasizing the 2 bottles of liquor he was holding. However, after waiting for a while longer, there was still no movement. What's going on here? Chapter 592 to 248. I'm already dead too. Wang Tao frowned a bit. If the people here were unwilling to see him, they probably wouldn't have opened the door. But why would they open the door to let them in and then not come out? At this time, He Jejun spoke, let's look for ourselves. Okay. The lobby on the first floor was spacious and empty, with very little in it. There were a few doors that led to unknown places, but all were locked. Since this place was clearly occupied by others, it was their territory, Wang Tao naturally did not attempt to pick the locks, so the group headed towards the second floor. No sooner had they started climbing the stairs than the lights on the staircase lit up, while the lights in the lobby below instantly went out. Perhaps it's energy-saving mode. He Jejun felt a bit puzzled as the place didn't seem like it was inhabited. However, since Wang Tao said that a Colonel Woguazong was here, there should be people. He Jejun didn't say much else, and he along with Wang Tao and the others made it to the upper floor. The second floor also had a large hall with many monitors that seemed capable of surveilling the entire base. However, all the screens were dark. There are signs of life here. He Jejun suddenly pointed to something. Wang Tao and the others looked over, and it was a ceramic cup. Inside were dry tea leaves, but no water. He Jejun picked up the cup and checked it before frowning and saying, this must be tea from a long time ago, at least a month old. That long? Wang Tao's brow furrowed. He had just communicated with Colonel Woguazong a few days ago, hadn't he? Before he could think further, Zhang Shixu's voice suddenly rang out. Brother, there's a letter. The group immediately turned around and saw an envelope on a desk where Zhang Shixu stood. Wang Tao and the others promptly walked over. There was no writing on the envelope. Wang Tao opened it directly, and indeed there was a letter inside. Wang Tao, hello, this is Woguazong. If you can see this letter, then I am already dead. Dead? Seeing the first sentence of the letter, Wang Tao was a bit stupefied. Colonel Wu is dead? He airdropped supplies to me just a few days ago. Could something have happened after that? If I had come a week earlier, could I have met him? Wang Tao's face was filled with regret. Both from a utilitarian perspective and his personal feelings, he had really wanted to meet and get to know this Colonel Wu, but it was too late. I have shut down all the base's defense systems, except for the electric grid. If anyone comes in, they just need to get past the electric grid. I believe that if they are human ability users, they should be able to get in. All the defense systems shut down? Wang Tao looked towards He Jijun. He Jijun suddenly realized and said, I was wondering why the base's defense systems weren't active. It doesn't seem like it was completely destroyed. It turns out it was manually shut down. Before entering the military base, He Jijun was extremely cautious. He mentioned that the base contained many defensive weapons. If the defense systems were active, it would be very dangerous to break in from the outside. But from the moment they entered the military base until now, they hadn't encountered any defensive measures. This puzzled He Jijun. It couldn't be that the entire system had collapsed, could it? He knew that many defensive devices inside the base could operate unmanned, and as long as the systems were functioning, they would continue to do so unless the base's energy supply was exhausted or they were completely destroyed. But if someone had manually shut it down, then that would make sense. I don't know if you can make it here, and I don't want you to because it's too dangerous. But I also hope you can make it because if you do, it means you're safe. Plus, I wanted to taste your liquor. Reading this, Wang Tao suddenly felt a surge of sorrow. I have been infected with the zombie virus and have used too many inhibitors. There's no cure for me. I could die at any moment, or at the latest by tomorrow. But being alive until now, I am already content, so please don't feel sad for me. Although this is a military base, it's not as good as you might imagine. On the contrary, this is a place mainly besieged by zombies. There are combat logs in the computer, everything is recorded there. I have removed the computer's password, and I hope the base's power lasts until you arrive. That didn't surprise Wang Tao, as the military base was sure to have seen intense combat, naturally attracting zombies. As for the combat log, Wang Tao was quite interested in it. To be honest, I wanted to live. But I don't have the chance anymore, and I don't allow myself to live a cowardly life. Although I can't continue fighting on the front lines, I will do everything in my power to help those in need. In the days following the virus outbreak, the satellites in the sky also began to malfunction one after another, eventually leading to a total breakdown. Fortunately, we still had other backup communication methods to get in touch with other bases and the Hope Research Institute. The Hope Research Institute truly was our hope. Unfortunately, we lost contact with Capital City and with the Hope Research Institute. I don't know if anyone there is still alive, but I hope they are and that they do not end up like me. I miss my daughter, my wife, and my parents. If they hadn't died, how wonderful that would be. I really miss them so much. I want to die. The 3 words I want to die were extraordinarily fierce. Chapter 593 to 248 I'm already dead 3 What followed was a mass of garbled text. Looking closely, they appeared to be Chinese characters, but Luo Guozong's state might have been off when he wrote them, making them extremely chaotic. Wang Tao and the others simply couldn't make out what they actually were. At the end of the content, however, the handwriting suddenly returned to normal. Sorry, I lost my composure a bit. It might be because I've been lonely. But fortunately, I still have 3 comrades. We can still do something meaningful together. By the way, I also have a good buddy. Its name is Lightning, a military dog that is 1 year old and just reached adulthood. If you call its name, it will be very obedient. I hope you will allow it to follow you. A military dog? It couldn't be the zombie dog we just killed, could it? Wang Tao and the others exchanged glances. Lastly, I want to say this. Wang Tao, or other survivors who read this letter, keep going. Don't give up. You must strive to survive. Colonel Wu Guozong, September 15. After reading the letter, they all had mixed feelings. Between the lines, they could feel the despair in Colonel Wu Guozong's heart. Wu Guozong was infected with the zombie virus, an ailment that was incurable, only manageable with regular doses of the inhibitor, but even that could cause problems after prolonged use. In short, from the moment Colonel Wu Guozong was infected with the zombie virus, he had been waiting to die. Previously he was able to establish contact with the Hope Research Institute in Capital City, which was his hope. But his communications with the Hope Research Institute had been cut off, and with it, his hope had vanished. However, there's a question here. Wang Tao previously thought that there was interaction between Muiyang Military Base and Hope Research Institute, that things like inhibitors and mechanical arms came from there, as they had airplanes and could fly over. But from the letter, It seemed Colonel Woguazong had never been in touch with the Hope Research Institute, and the connection between Yueyang military base and the institute was only through communications. So how did they get those inhibitors? Could there be some sort of space transmission technology? Check the combat logs. The combat logs should have an answer. Hee-jun immediately located the master switch. BZZT, in an instant, all the screens in the hall lit up. Then one by one, images began to appear on the screens, some flickering with static and others showing surveillance footage. Surveillance. Seeing these surveillance screens turn on, everyone was curious. After all, this was a military base with an inherently mysterious nature, and they hadn't been able to access many areas, so they naturally turned their attention to the monitors. What's this place? Looks like there are guns. Yang Qingong pointed to the first monitor that lit up and said, "This is the armory, where all the weapons and ammunition of the Yueyang military base are stored. But looking at it, there's not much left." Hee-jun explained. "And what about this place?" Nisayan pointed to the second screen with some curiosity. "That's the medical room. And this is? That's the living area. This is the logistical support room. That's the military garage. Huh? There are military vehicles. Ones that aren't corroded." Facing everyone's queries, Hee-jun answered them one by one. Then he added, "Since the systems here are operational, we can remotely open the doors to other places. Like we can take out and use the stuff from the armory and medical room." "That's fantastic. I saw a lot of weapons inside." Yang Qingong was a little excited. She had seen many guns. Although using firearms in the post-apocalyptic world is unsafe, at some specific times, like when the rain is particularly heavy as it was now, guns could still be used. If so many guns fired at once, their killing power would surely be stronger than many ability users. And since it's the arsenal of a military base, there definitely won't just be guns, there should be other weapons too, right? Are there any cannons, missiles, or something like that? If there are, that would be amazing. The group became more and more excited. "Someone's there." Suddenly, Zhang Shixi pointed to one of the screens and said. Everyone quickly turned to look. On this screen was a huge transport plane. Wang Tao was familiar with the shape of this transport plane. It was the very same plane that had airdropped supplies to him. But now the focus wasn't the plane, rather, beneath the plane were several figures in military uniform, with airdrop crates placed beside them. There are still survivors? The group was somewhat excited. At that moment, a figure wearing a broken pilot helmet slowly walked beneath the camera's view. He lifted his head, revealing a grim face with pale, milky eyes. Zombies. Yang Qingong and the others were stupefied. This zombie pilot staggered over to the other figures. "They're all zombies." Only then did the group realize that the other three military figures were all zombies. No wonder their movements seemed so stiff. But the scene that followed would be etched in their memories forever. The zombies in military uniform actually started moving the airdrop crates into the plane. Then they closed the rear hatch of the plane. And the zombie pilot, staggering over to the plane's ladder, opened the cockpit door and sat in the pilot's seat. These zombies. They're actually going to fly the plane. Heavens. However, at that moment, red lights started flashing in the hangar. Warning. Thunderstorm conditions, flight is currently not permitted. To proceed with flight, please enter the authorization password. Warning. After the warning sounded, the cockpit door opened. The zombie pilot stumbled out, and along with the other three military zombies, opened the rear hatch again and moved the airdrop crates back out. After finishing, it seemed like they rested for a while and then started repeating their previous actions, moving the airdrop back into the plane. Warning. Thunderstorm conditions. Once again, the zombie pilot came down and, along with the three zombie soldiers, moved the airdrop crates off the plane. So it went, in a repetitive cycle. Command center. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. And Wang Tao, as if realizing something, quickly reopened the letter Colonel Woguazong had written to him. The date on the letter was September 15th. He looked at his watch, which read October 22nd. The zombie pilot in the hangar is Colonel Woguazong. He didn't die last week but rather died last month. It was 2 days after the last time I requested an airdrop that he passed away. Which means that after Colonel Woguazong died, his zombie body has been flying planes for airdrops. And it's been going on for over a month. The person I contacted through the radio before was actually his corpse. Chapter 594 to 249, Faith, Diary 1Y? Nisayan blurted out subconsciously. They've all turned into zombies, so why are they still making airdrops, flying planes, and even after hearing Brother Wang's words, they actually took the initiative to airdrop for you. Nisayan seemed bewildered. After becoming zombies, aren't they supposed to be void of any consciousness? How could they? Hearing Nisa Ayan's words, Wang Tao remained silent. He recalled the previous Blondie Woof. He had saved Woof's life, and Woof had said he'd repay him. Therefore, after turning into a zombie, Woof exchanged his own life for that of a gorilla zombie. Woof kept his promise to Wang Tao. And then there was Zhang Shixi by his side, whose condition at the time was almost equivalent to that of a zombie, slightly dazed. Wang Tao threatened her to help him, and she truly did help. Of course, she was actually doing it for her mother. These two had something in common: they still retained some consciousness and had their own obsessions. And now, this Luo Guozhong and they have their own beliefs. He Jijun suddenly spoke. This belief is etched in their bones, so even if they die, their beliefs will live on. Beliefs, huh? Nisa Ayan muttered to herself, still not quite understanding. But as she looked at the figures in the surveillance footage repeatedly loading and unloading cargo, she seemed to grasp something. Wang Tao continued to check the surveillance. There were several monitors in this hangar, covering various angles. There's not much left for the airdrops. There's still one plane. Wang Tao noticed that there were not many airdrop boxes left, but there was still one camouflaged helicopter. This made him raise his eyebrows. Wang Tao had originally planned to come to the military base to assess the situation. If there was still a military presence, he might have stayed. If the base had fallen, then he certainly wouldn't have stayed. The current situation was that although the military base hadn't fallen, there were no soldiers left, just the few of them. If a large number of zombies were to attack, could the few of them hold such a vast military base? Wang Tao felt it was unlikely. Moreover, humans are social creatures. Although Wang Tao spent most of his time working in small teams, this didn't mean he wasn't willing to make contact with other survivors. If they had to stay there for a lifetime, Wang Tao would definitely go mad. And the most important point, was this military base really safe? If it had been before, Wang Tao would have thought so. But after seeing those fourth-order giant zombies with 100,000 blood, he wasn't so sure anymore. After all, given the size of those zombies, they could easily step over the walls and electric fences. So, it was uncertain whether they could stay long at the military base. If they were to leave, it would be even better to do so by plane. That transport plane should still be operational, but it wasn't easy to land. The helicopter, on the other hand, was much more convenient. Wang Tao turned to He Jijun. Old He, can you fly this helicopter? He Jijun glanced at it and said, this is the latest model of plane, I've flown older models. It shouldn't be a big problem, I'll figure it out, including that transport plane, I can fly it. The premise is that both planes are not broken, and of course, if there are some minor issues, I can fix them. Upon hearing He Jijun's confident answer, a smile immediately appeared on Wang Tao's face. Then we might need you to pilot it later. It was lucky to have met He Jijun. Otherwise, even if he had gotten a plane, he wouldn't have been able to use it. This thing wasn't like driving, it's not something you can just give a try, one trial could end your life. No problem. He Jijun nodded first and then added, but what do you plan to do with these people? By people, he naturally meant the 4 zombies in the hangar. What do you think, old He? Wang Tao looked at He Jijun with some indecision. Sigh, let's liberate them. He Jijun exhaled deeply. Looking at the situation on the monitors, there weren't many airdrops left. If it weren't raining, they might have finished airdropping in just 2 trips. Although their spirit was admirable, to be honest, they were no longer useful. And whether they could still fly planes was also a question. So rather than let their bodies go on living in such a daze, it would be better to liberate them. Putting himself in their place, if he turned into a zombie, he would also hope someone would help him find liberation. Kill them, huh? Wang Tao felt somewhat reluctant. No, they're already dead. You're just helping them find peace. He Jijun said solemnly. Sigh. I'll think about it some more. Wang Tao sighed. He wasn't like others, he could gain items from killing creatures. What if he dropped a potion that could undo the zombie virus and restore people to their original form? That was also uncertain. He Jijun saw the hesitation in Wang Tao's eyes and felt gratified. He could tell that Wang Tao was not a heartless person. He had great respect for Luo Guozhong and the 3 others. Wang Tao might even be naively thinking, could Luo Guozhong and the others be saved? But unfortunately, once turned into zombies, there was no saving them. For these 4, liberation was a form of respect for them. However, He Jijun wouldn't interfere with Wang Tao's decision, it all depended on Wang Tao himself. Forget it, we still have time, let's check out the other situations first. We can discuss this matter later. Wang Tao shook his head. The zombie Luo Guozhong and his group couldn't come out of the hangar. He had time to think it over. Soon, the group had checked all the monitors. Some were broken, but most were still functional. Chapter 595 to 249, Faith, Diary to Wang Tao and the others didn't understand many things, but thankfully He Jijun was there to provide answers. The energy and materials here have basically been depleted. Solar power devices have all corroded, and there isn't much left in terms of food and weapons. Even if Wang Tao and his group stayed here, energy and materials would be a significant issue. However, the good news is that there are still some supplies. Especially when it comes to weapons and ammunition, the defense systems He Jijun mentioned earlier still function. If activated, they could turn this military base into a hedgehog in an instant, deadly to any who approach. Of course, due to the limited ammunition, they couldn't hold out for too long. And if they made too much noise, it would certainly attract a large number of zombies. Then Wang Tao asked He Jijun to find the combat logs, and they started to read them carefully. After finishing, Wang Tao finally understood the general situation of the military base. When the apocalypse arrived, the whole world descended into chaos, and Yueyang military base was no exception. But Yueyang military base was relatively lucky and quickly got the situation under control. Though they lost a large number of personnel, they managed to prevent the virus from spreading inside the base. Afterward, the base heeded the call from higher-ups, and while trying to protect themselves, they tried to rescue as many survivors as possible. Yueyang City was naturally preparing to construct a survivor base. Since there was already a military base, they decided to use it as a stronghold and gradually establish a survivor base. However, the situation in Yueyang City was more serious than anyone had imagined. The population was simply too large. Just the urban area had a population of tens of millions, not to mention other areas with over 20 million people. With such a large population, it was nearly impossible to defend against such a highly infectious zombie virus. Yueyang City was one of the cities that fell the fastest in the country. And once Yueyang City fell, the military base became unsafe. After all, the military base was next to Yueyang City urban area. Just the thought of tens of millions of zombies next door would panic anyone. Therefore, the higher-ups immediately changed their minds. Yueyang military base could not be transformed into a survivor base. Another location had to be found for the survivor base. But constructing a base wasn't something that could be finished with mere words. Even though a new location was selected, it was a problem just trying to relocate the massive number of survivors there, let alone start construction. The soldiers from Yueyang military base tried several times and suffered heavy losses each time, because the zombies were too powerful. Wang Tao also learned something new from this. He had previously thought that zombies evolved over time, as he found that zombies became stronger after a certain period and then stronger again after another. But that was not the only case. According to research from the military base, it's true that zombies grow stronger over time, but zombies also undergo accelerated evolution. And this acceleration in zombies comes from eating humans. Zombies that have eaten humans are stronger than those that haven't, and they evolve faster. So, while Wang Tao was still in Shuai's County's happy community, struggling to survive the apocalypse with Ding Yukan, Yueyang military base had already begun dealing with level 2 zombie lords. Yes, level 2 zombie lords. When Wang Tao hadn't even encountered a level 1 elite zombie, there were already level 2 zombie lords in Yueyang City. One could imagine how difficult the situation here was. Talking about constructing a survivor base was basically impossible. If it weren't for the military base here with its various weapons to block the zombies, the area would probably have completely fallen by now. However, the military base could only barely hold its own and was not able to annihilate the zombies. Although these weapons are formidable and the zombies still have flesh and blood bodies, not as advanced as the weapons, a heavy machine gun could stop hordes of zombies. But there was still the problem from before. Although the military base survived the first wave of infection, it had already lost over half of its manpower, and the living forces were simply not enough. And with the zombie virus being unstoppable, there were no inhibitors available at the time. If you got infected, you could only wait for death. But this wasn't the most important issue. The most crucial discovery so far was that in their battles with the zombies, they learned that if you fight a zombie and fail to kill it completely, that zombie becomes stronger. For example, they previously used artillery to kill large numbers of zombies, but occasionally some slipped through the net, and those which survived became even more terrifying. Another example. The military had used nuclear bombs. There were no nuclear bombs in the military base, but they could request them. At the time, for some unknown reason, a large number of level 2 zombies appeared, and if they weren't eliminated promptly, they would eventually evolve to the point of being able to level the military base. So, the military base requested a missile for a decapitation strike, and that missile was equipped with a small yield nuclear warhead. The result? Most of the zombies there were blasted into oblivion, and that area was razed to the ground. But one zombie survived. a zombie that lived through the blast and radiation. You underwent a massive mutation and later turned into a level 3 zombie. The military base paid a high price to deal with this level 3 zombie. So thereafter, they were hesitant to use such large-scale destructive weapons again. Of course, even if they wanted to use them at that time, they probably couldn't. The fallen areas were too many, including those missile launch bases. Plus, the existence of corrosive acid rain caused many pieces of equipment to fail. Chapter 596 to 249, Faith, Diary 3. So, eradicating the zombies in Yueyang City is very difficult. It's simply impossible to construct a survivor base. Even the survivors are dwindling, and the base can't find any more. Moreover, all communication has completely broken down, and for some reason, the satellites in the sky have all fallen. But thankfully, the military base still has other means of communication, such as radio and wired. Radios are more convenient, but the corrosive acid rain has corroded many of the signal towers, making it impossible to transmit wireless signals very far, usually only for short-range use. So, they used wired communications to contact other government offices, other military branches, and the Hope Research Institute. There's not much information about the Hope Research Institute in the log, but it was enough for Wang Tao to grasp a general understanding. The Hope Research Institute was organized by the government, with core personnel being surviving technicians, scientists, and other talents. The headquarters of the Hope Research Institute is in Capital City. Actually, they were reluctant to stay in Capital City because it's even more dangerous than Yueyang City. The place is smaller, the population denser. But there was no alternative since many scientists were there, and the risk of moving them was greater than the risk of staying. So, they had to struggle for survival in this tight spot. Thankfully, there were many wartime defense facilities there, which barely allowed them to survive. Items such as inhibitors, detectors, synthesizers, and mechanical arms were all researched under such perilous conditions by scientists at the institute. But it's not enough to just research these things, they had to be delivered into the hands of the survivors. This was a big problem. Planes could be used, but they make too much noise, easily attracting zombies, and would require airports, aviation fuel, pilots, and various support facilities. The people at the Hope Research Institute didn't dare leave their premises, so how could they possibly use planes to deliver these items across the country? Then someone had an idea: let the Hope Research Institute send the blueprints and formulas to the various military bases because these bases are equipped with military 3D printers capable of producing these items. The Hope Research Institute thought it was feasible and sent the data to all the military bases. Upon receiving this data, Yueyang City base began 3D printing. The crystal core synthesizer, energy detector, and mechanical arms were all printed in this way. As for the inhibitor, naturally, it could not be printed. At most, a bottle could be printed. But the Hope Research Institute provided a formula, and the inhibitor could be produced according to the formula. The materials for the inhibitor weren't too rare, some were available at the Yueyang military base, and others could be found within the city limits. So, after obtaining the formula, the Yueyang military base began organizing squads to go into the city to collect raw materials. There weren't many soldiers left in the base, and sending them into the danger-filled city had predictable outcomes. The inhibitors were produced, but many soldiers were sacrificed. It can be said that these airdropped inhibitors were obtained with their lives. Seeing the formula for the inhibitor, Wang Tao suddenly felt a heavy heart. The formula must be preserved well. If there's a chance, I also want to go into the city to collect some raw materials. Wang Tao thought to himself silently. Then 4 months ago, it was unknown whether the underground cables were damaged or the other bases and the Hope Research Institute had fallen, but Yueyang base suddenly lost contact with them. This rendered the Yueyang military base an isolated island, although not many were left there. After that, they began to shrink their defense lines. They gave up on rescuing survivors or killing zombies and started focusing on airdropping supplies instead. Because those who had survived had used a lot of inhibitors. These inhibitors were produced by them, and they knew the side effects. It was simply a matter of dying sooner or later. At the time Colonel Woguazong wrote his letter, only the last 4 of them remained. Wang Tao saw the monitoring footage of that time. Woguazong and the others had intended to commit suicide. They didn't want to turn into the unsightly zombies, nor did they wish to harm others. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Their mutation rate was faster than they anticipated. In a very short time, all 4 mutated and were unable to commit suicide. However, Woguazong probably didn't expect that after they turned into zombies, they did not go out to harm others but continued airdropping by instinct or perhaps their steadfast beliefs. Sigh. Everyone subconsciously let out a sigh. They felt pity for Woguazong and his comrades and a glimmer of despair for the future. Wang Tao arrived at the military base with the idea of contacting the outside world. After all, The military base could contact the Hope Research Institute, so he also wanted to find out what the outside world was like, whether the whole country had fallen, if there were other large survivor bases, or whether the government had organized any large-scale resistance. But now, all contact between the military base and the outside world had long been severed. Wang Tao had no way of knowing the situation outside. Wang Tao's curiosity about the Hope Research Institute could only be sated by snippets of information. Could it be that only a few scattered survivors like us are left? Zhang Hong murmured to herself. Although Wang Tao was also feeling down, he still patted her shoulder and said, even if we really are the only ones left, what of it? A single spark can start a prairie fire. From now on, we are humanity's hope. And I think things might not be as bad as we imagine. Maybe, in some place we don't know about, other survivors are already living better lives. But. No buts. We still have the most important task at hand, scavenging the military base. Okay. Chapter 597 to 250 Lightning 1. If there were still people at the military base, Wang Tao would naturally have to show them a certain amount of respect. But now that there is no one here, everything here belongs to Wang Tao. When it came to scavenging supplies, everyone's spirits lifted a bit. No matter what, this is after all a military base, and although the supplies have almost been depleted, this depletion was relative to the entire base. For them personally, there should still be a significant amount of supplies. First, let's scavenge these places with surveillance, and then we'll go to those without or with broken cameras. Wang Tao spoke to his companions. Okay. The group immediately sprang into action. Their first target was the command center, where after a search, they found some food and weapons. Hee-Jun immediately exchanged his gun, although he was quite comfortable with his hunting rifle, its performance was indeed lacking. Now that he had switched to a Type 400 family of automatic rifles, his combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. His police revolver was naturally also exchanged, as it packed very little power. Switching to a military automatic pistol was far more appropriate. The others also grabbed a rifle and a pistol each. They might not need them, but when necessary, it was important to have the gear on hand. After confirming there was nothing else here, Wang Tao and his group moved on to other locations. Luoguazong had left them keys, so they could go anywhere. The first place Wang Tao headed to was the armory, eager to see if there were any impressive weapons inside. However, upon seeing the contents, he was slightly disappointed. There were indeed many weapons, rifles, pistols, and even machine guns, but there were no shells or bombs which Wang Tao had been hoping for. The inventory record showed that those items had been used a long time ago. Of course, even so, their find wasn't a loss. At the very least, Wang Tao had never operated a heavy machine gun before and was looking forward to enjoying the thrill if the chance arose. The group then made their way to the warehouse. The warehouse was originally used to store inhibitors, equipment, and other items, but those had been airdropped out, leaving it quite empty. However, there was a military 3D printer there. The device was a valuable find, but it was too large for Wang Tao to take with him. Moreover, printing required raw materials, which were now depleted. We'll just leave it here for now. Wang Tao then led the group to other areas. Huh? Is this the kennels for military dogs? Wang Tao came across a room with a sign that read Military Canine Troops. He remembered there was no surveillance here, the cameras were broken. Could there be military dogs inside? Yang Qingong asked with some expectation. Not sure? Let's go in and see, but be careful. Wang Tao activated his perception ability. Perception ability was somewhat affected by obstacles, and with the large size of the house, Wang Tao couldn't fully sense everything inside, so he wasn't sure what the situation was. Moreover, they had encountered numerous zombie dogs outside the base, including one particularly large level 3 zombie dog, so Wang Tao wasn't hopeful about finding any military dogs still alive in here. Wang Tao opened the door to find it was pretty bright and spacious inside. However, many pieces of training equipment for military dogs obstructed their view. Suddenly, through his perceived vision, Wang Tao saw a shadow rapidly charging toward them. Judging by its shape, it was a dog. Watch out! Wang Tao immediately drew his bone knife, fixating on what lay ahead. Then Wang Tao felt the shadow suddenly come to an abrupt halt behind a wall, with only a dog's head, ears pitched high, peeking out. Health point, 803 1,000ths, magic point, 00, level 1, ordinary. Hey? There's still a living military dog. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. He liked pets like kittens and puppies, but before the apocalypse, he could barely take care of himself, so he didn't have the capacity to look after pets. After the apocalypse, such animals became even rarer. Apart from rats and fish, the only other animals Wang Tao recalled seeing were the pigs raised within the Zijin base. Come here. Wang Tao put away his weapon and waved at the large wolfhound. The military dog watched warily and didn't approach. Just as Wang Tao was about to ask Jijun to think of a way to coax it over, he suddenly remembered the letter from Luo Guozong. In the letter, Luo Guozong mentioned he had a military dog named Lightning. "Lightning, come here." Wang Tao immediately called out. "Woof." The large wolfhound barked once and then ran straight to Wang Tao. It circled around him, sniffing as if getting Wang Tao's scent, then sat down obediently right in front of him, tongue lolling out. "Haha, it really is Lightning." Seeing such an obedient military dog, Wang Tao was overjoyed. He had initially thought that the Lightning Luo Guozong mentioned might be the level 3, Lord Zombie dog outside the base, or another zombie dog that had appeared later, which had caused him considerable disappointment. To his surprise, he had been mistaken. Those zombie dogs weren't Lightning, this one was. Wang Tao didn't hesitate and immediately reached out to pat Lightning's head. Lightning squinted its eyes contentedly, allowing Wang Tao to pet it. "What a good boy." Wang Tao recalled Luo Guozong's words in his letter. "It's called Lightning, a military dog, 1 year old, just reached adulthood. If you call its name, it will be very obedient." Call its name and it will be very obedient? Could it be that Luo Guozong had told Lightning something beforehand? Chapter 598-250 Lightning 2. Some dogs are very smart, especially those selected as military dogs, whose intelligence could be estimated to be about the same as a child's. It's not strange that they can understand human speech. Wang Tao immediately squatted down in front of Lightning with a big smile on his face. "Lightning, from now on, you'll follow me. If I have a bite to eat, you'll have one too. How about it? Bark once if you agree." "Woof." "Haha, great." Wang Tao immediately rubbed Lightning's head vigorously and then took out a bottle of nutrient solution. "I don't have much food on me, so this will have to do for now." Wang Tao poured half a bottle for Lightning, and it licked it up with a few strokes of its tongue. Then its gaze at Wang Tao even seemed to sparkle. Wang Tao liked it more the more he looked at it. He checked Lightning's body. It was a 1-year-old female dog, and apart from being a little skinny, it had no other issues. After rubbing Lightning's head vigorously for a while, Wang Tao said to it, "Lightning, show me around your home, will you?" "Woof." Lightning immediately ran ahead wagging its tail, and Wang Tao and his companions followed. "I really want to pet it too, can I, Wang Tao?" Yang Qingong asked with a gleam in her eyes. "Why don't you try?" Wang Tao didn't refuse. "Lightning." Yang Qingong called out, but Lightning only turned its head to look at her and then continued leading the way. Yang Qingong immediately felt a bit awkward. Why was it that Lightning was so obedient when Wang Tao called it, yet it completely ignored her own call? Haha. Wang Tao found the scene interesting. He thought it must be because he was the first to call Lightning by its name. Perhaps Luo Guozong gave Lightning instructions before he died, that it should recognize as its master whoever called it by its name first. Wang Tao was glad to have been the first to call it. After all, he really liked such an obedient big wolf dog. Lightning led Wang Tao and the others around inside, and apart from Lightning, there were no other military dogs here. There were many toys and even an automatic feeder. However, Wang Tao noticed that the automatic feeder was empty. No wonder Lightning seemed a bit skinny. Wang Tao then poured the rest of the nutrient solution for Lightning. He also thought of something else. Luo Guozong had probably died about a month ago and had locked Lightning up here before his death. In other words, Lightning had been alone in this place for at least a month. Wang Tao felt a pang of sympathy and rubbed Lightning's head, and Lightning immediately wagged its tail happily. Seeing the deep affection between Wang Tao and Lightning, Zhang Hong felt a twinge of jealousy. After Lightning licked the half bottle of nutrient solution clean, Wang Tao patted its head. "Let's go." Lightning obediently walked beside Wang Tao's feet. Zhang Hong finally seized the opportunity and quickly gave Lightning a couple of pets. Lightning clearly knew these were friends of Wang Tao, its new owner, so it didn't resist, but it also didn't show much affection. Jijun, the old man, couldn't resist either and happily stroked Lightning. Compared to Zhang Hong, Lightning was much warmer toward Jijun. It even circled around him and rubbed against him with its head. "Haha, what a good dog." Jijun laughed heartily. He once had an obedient big wolf dog just like Lightning. Seeing Lightning reminded him of his little companion. Wang Tao watched Lightning's actions and guessed that Lightning probably sensed an aura similar to its former master on Jijun. After all, they were both soldiers, and they certainly had a lot in common. Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan also touched Lightning after getting Wang Tao's permission. Lightning was indifferent to both of them, similar to how it was with Zhang Hong. However, what surprised everyone the most was that Lightning was very wary of Zhang Shixu, a young and pretty girl. It even bristled a bit when Zhang Shixu tried to touch it for the first time. Everyone was a bit puzzled. Didn't Lightning like this cute girl? It wasn't even a matter of liking or not, it seemed almost scared. Wang Tao probably knew why. After all, Zhang Shixu's situation was quite special. Humans couldn't tell there was something wrong with her, but the dog, with its keen sense of smell, might have sensed something off. Zhang Shixu didn't usually care much about most things, but seeing Lightning's reaction, she suddenly felt a bit sad and lowered her head. After all, she wasn't a normal person. Wang Tao felt Zhang Shixu's mood had dropped, stretched out his hand to rub her hair, and then held her small hand tightly. He didn't speak, but everything was understood without words. Zhang Shixu felt better with Wang Tao's comforting gesture. At this moment, Lightning, who had been observing Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu, suddenly came over and rubbed against Zhang Shixu's feet. Ah! Feeling the soft fur brush against her calf, and watching as Lightning rubbed her leg with its head, Zhang Shixu let out a surprised yelp, then her face immediately lit up with a bright smile. Zhang Shixu quickly squatted down and gently stroked Lightning's head, and Lightning didn't resist and even rubbed its little head against her palm. Seeing this, Wang Tao was very surprised. He didn't expect Lightning to be so human-friendly. He hadn't said anything, and yet Lightning understood. It was simply like a little angel. The more Wang Tao saw, the more he liked it. Chapter 599-250 Lightning 3. I need to find a way to train Lightning. Lightning has 1000 health point, which clearly isn't natural. Wang Tao had seen those farmed pigs, with the little pigs having only about 100 health point. Even when they grew up, they might have a bit more health point, but never as much as 1000. Wang Tao suspected that Lightning gained its 1000 health point from killing zombies. Considering that humans increased their health point by killing zombies, perhaps animals could too. The only question was whether it could integrate crystal cores, probably not. Otherwise, Luoguazong would have used them on Lightning already. For now, Wang Tao wasn't sure how to train it, but there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. It could definitely become stronger. With Lightning joining the team, there was a lot more laughter and joy. Even the usually cool Hijijun and the typically expressionless Zhang Shixu were extremely happy. Lightning, do you know if there are any good things around here? Wang Tao suddenly asked. Lightning might not understand what good things meant, tilting its head as if it was quite puzzled. Wang Tao didn't know how to describe it either, and after gesticulating for quite a while, suddenly Lightning gave a small bark and then led Wang Tao and the others to the command center. Are we missing something? Lightning brought Wang Tao to the outside of Colonel Luoguazong's room. Wang Tao had glanced inside and, seeing that it was neat and tidy with nothing inside, had left without looking more carefully. After all, he had great respect for Colonel Luoguazong, the hero. Woof! Lightning barked at one of the wall hangings. Wang Tao walked over, removed the hanging, and discovered a safe hidden behind it. Well, there really was something? The group was somewhat surprised. Wang Tao rubbed Lightning's head, then turned his attention to the safe. This safe required both a combination and a key to open. Wang Tao didn't bother with the combination, instead trying the key left to him by Luoguazong. Click. The lock on the safe door opened. Haha, I knew it. Colonel Luoguazong would never make it too complicated for the next person to inherit his things. Wang Tao said, laughing as he opened the door of the safe, and a bunch of shiny objects inside dazzled their eyes. Crystal cores. Wang Tao wasn't that surprised, considering that during the apocalypse, there are only so many valuable things, and it was likely that a crystal core would be kept in a safe. However, upon seeing the specific attributes of these crystal cores, Wang Tao was surprised, or rather shocked. Level 4 crystal core. There was actually a level 4 crystal core among them. Level 1 to level 3 crystal cores were diamond-shaped, with level 1 being the smallest, level 2 being a bit larger, and level 3 being larger still. But the level 4 crystal core was square, about the size of a keycap on a keyboard. 4th order crystal core, promotion, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 35%, side effects, none. This crystal core was actually a level 4 ascension crystal core. This was a huge surprise for Wang Tao. Wang Tao carefully remembered that the previous battle logs had mentioned that Luoguazong and his team had encountered a very powerful zombie, which had taken a great deal of effort to kill. They felt this zombie was much stronger than other level 3 zombies. But to say how much stronger, was hard to quantify, since they used modern weapons and didn't have much contact with it. Now, Wang Tao suspected that it must have been this 4-level zombie. Although they weren't clear on what it actually looked like, they had experience killing level 4 zombies, which meant that these zombies weren't invincible. Wang Tao had felt helpless against the giant zombie they had seen before, but that didn't necessarily mean all level 4 zombies were that strong. There was also that 100,000 health point zombie. If there was a chance later on, he would look for those 100,000 health point zombies to really understand what a level 4 zombie was like. Besides the level 4 crystal core, There weren't too many other cores in the safe, only about 1,000 or so. Moreover, level 1 crystal cores were rare, most of them were level 2 and level 3. Wang Tao guessed that Luo Guozong and his team must have used many crystal cores. Otherwise, judging from the combat logs, there should have been more. But Wang Tao was content. After all, whatever he got for free was a win. The safe contained only crystal cores, which Wang Tao took. He crouched down and rubbed Lightning's head. Good boy. Lightning immediately wagged its tail and frantically rubbed against Wang Tao. After Wang Tao tortured it for a while, he turned to the others and said, "Now there should only be 2 places left to check, the garage and the hangar. Let's head to the hangar." The group arrived outside the hangar. The hangar had several doors, and naturally they entered through a smaller one. The hangar was large inside and contained many rooms, but the most conspicuous thing was the military transport plane. It wasn't clear from the surveillance footage, but on closer inspection, the aircraft looked very old, probably corroded by the acid rain. However, right now, their attention wasn't on the plane, but on the several busy figures underneath it. Colonel Woguazong. Hee. Feeling the approach of people, the 4 zombies instantly turned their heads to look at Wang Tao and his group. Lightning circled anxiously around Wang Tao, acting like it wanted to go over but didn't dare to. Wang Tao patted Lightning on the head to reassure it and took a closer look. Woguazong and his men were actually level 1 zombies. They didn't use crystal cores? They're not ability users. This was somewhat unexpected to Wang Tao. But if they were all level 1, then this would be easy to deal with. Wang Tao immediately activated his psychic disturbance ability. After his ascension to level 3, the range of this ability had increased slightly. Although it still couldn't affect humans, it was very effective against zombies, especially lower level ones. The moment Wang Tao activated his ability, the 4 zombies stopped moving. They treated Wang Tao as a zombie lord. Let's not worry about them for now, let's check the plane. Wang Tao first inspected the helicopter. It was a transport helicopter, with a large space inside. It was Wang Tao's first time boarding a helicopter, and he found it very novel. After inspecting the helicopter, Hijijun said to Wang Tao, "The helicopter is fine." That's good to hear. Hijijun then led the others to inspect the transport plane. This transport plane has advanced automatic assistance devices, no wonder they could still fly it. The plane should still be operable, but it needs maintenance. After checking the planes, Wang Tao took everything from the airdrop container, but ultimately did not kill the 4 zombies. Wang Tao patted Lightning on the head. "Let's go." Lightning reluctantly followed Wang Tao out, looking back every 3 steps. Once they had closed the hangar doors, the zombies seemed confused for a moment and then resumed their repetitive task of moving the airdropped supplies. Chapter 600-251 Sharp Dog Tooth 1. After a trip to the hangar, everyone's mood wasn't very good. But life had to go on. Wang Tao looked at the group and said, "It's getting dark, let's rest at the command center. We'll clear out all the zombies around the base tomorrow." "Okay." Everyone nodded. Wang Tao then turned to Hijijun. "Old He, I'll take you to kill a few zombies, we need to boost your level." "Sure." Hijijun was currently at level 1 with 1000 health point. Before, as an ordinary person, his health point could only reach a maximum of 1000. Now that he had become an ability user, his health point could continue to increase, but the increase needed time and sleep and was not under control. That's why Wang Tao had not let him finish off zombies. Otherwise, with the many level 2 and level 3 zombies they encountered along the way, a single finishing blow could have added a significant amount of health point. Now that they were temporarily safe, there was naturally time for Hijijun's ascension. Wang Tao had already had Hijijun merge with the last level 2 ascension crystal core, but after the merge had happened, he didn't experience the expected ascension since his health point wasn't at 4999 yet. Wang Tao had intentionally not allowed him to merge with the last crystal core previously, fearing he might ascend prematurely, but he had overlooked the fact that Hijijun's health point was insufficient. However, it wasn't too late now. The military base was now divided into 2 areas, which Wang Tao simply referred to as the inner and outer areas. The inner area was naturally where they currently resided, obstructed by high walls and electric fences. The outer area was the region accessible through the main gate, which had quite a few zombies. Wang Tao had mentioned clearing the zombies, he meant starting with those in the outer area. However, it was already dark, and there was no need to work blindly in the night. Of course, boosting Hijijun's strength didn't matter much, it was just a matter of killing a few zombies. Now that he had full access to the military base, Wang Tao no longer needed to climb over walls, he could simply walk through the main gate. Buzz. The noise of the opening gate instantly attracted numerous zombies. Wang Tao sent out a shockwave, instantly blowing the approaching zombies away. Then he looked around and spotted a few level 2 zombies. "It's your turn." Hijajun was still at level 1, and there were extra health point rewards for killing higher level zombies. Wang Tao's plan was to ideally get Hijajun up to 4,999 health point directly, otherwise, sleeping for every 1,000 health point would waste a lot of time. Wang Tao didn't let Hijajun take action, he quickly took care of the other zombies, leaving only the few level 2 zombies. Since Wang Tao could see their health point bars, he could be very precise with the amount of health point they had left, leaving just a sliver. Wang Tao chopped off the limbs of these zombies, piled them up together, and handed his bone knife to Hijajun. Hijajun gripped the bone knife and swung it at the zombies. Puchy! The bone knife was extremely sharp, and the few level 2 zombies already low on health point were instantly beheaded. Wang Tao clearly saw Hijajun's health point bar jump from 1,000 to 4,999. Hijajun hadn't even had the chance to marvel at the sharpness of the bone knife when a wave of drowsiness hit him. I feel sleepy. Rest well. Wang Tao supported him back into the base. Lightning saw Wang Tao return and immediately ran over, wagging its tail. After putting down Hijajun, Wang Tao rubbed Lightning's little head. Let's go, time for bed. There were plenty of rooms in the command center, and everyone got a single room. Wang Tao chose a relatively spacious room, with Zhang Shixu and Lightning already inside. Zhang Shixu was used to living with Wang Tao, and Lightning, possibly because it hadn't seen people for so long, was now exceptionally clingy. Since Wang Tao also particularly enjoyed petting it, he let it sleep in the room. After a quick wash-up, Zhang Shixu played with Lightning while Wang Tao checked the loot pack from today's kill. The main focus was on the loot pack from the level 3, Lord Zombie Dog. This was the first time Wang Tao had killed a zombie with 100,000 blood, and he had high expectations for its loot pack. Just from killing the zombie dog, special energy alone had granted Wang Tao 25,000. As for the other loot packs, there were 3 loot packs, a crystal core, and 4 teeth. Wang Tao first looked at the teeth. Sharp dog tooth. This sharp tooth can merge with a creature, causing some mutation in the mouth and granting a hidden ability. Note, merging 4 is effective, best results with canine animals. Surprised by the attributes of these teeth, Wang Tao was intrigued. These were tailor-made for Lightning. Lightning! Wang Tao called out, and Lightning, who was frolicking with Zhang Shixu, immediately left her and ran to Wang Tao's side. Bite this. Wang Tao placed the 4 dog teeth in his hand. Lightning, understanding Wang Tao's words, wasted no time and licked the teeth straight into its mouth. The teeth went into Lightning's mouth and instantly vaporized, vanishing from sight. Woof! Lightning paused, looking a bit dumbfounded. It seemed to be wondering why the item its master had put in its mouth had disappeared. Seeing Lightning's puzzled expression, Wang Tao laughed heartily. He patted Lightning's head and said, "It's all right, don't worry." Wang Tao carefully observed and noticed no difference in Lightning, its bright white teeth showed no change either. However, Lightning's attributes had changed. Health point, 1,000 1,000ths, magic point, 00, level 1, ordinary, hidden attributes, iron teeth, teeth are sharp, and the mouth will not be infected by the zombie virus, uninfected by the virus? Won't that mean it can bite zombies at will? Wang Tao was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 601-251 Sharp Dog Tooth 2. This attribute is really tailor-made for Lightning. Woof! Lightning let out a soft bark toward Wang Tao. It seemed to sense that it was somewhat different now. Wang Tao patted its head, then took out a crystal core to let Lightning try it out. As expected, Lightning couldn't fuse with crystal cores. However, Wang Tao wasn't disappointed. He told Lightning to go play with Zhang Shixu while he continued checking the loot. From the 3 loot packs, the first naturally contained a crystal core gift bag. The zombie dog had an orange, level 3 crystal core, athlete, inside its head. The loot pack contained a red, level 3 crystal core, ascension, a blue, level 3 crystal core, omnipotent, a purple, level 3 crystal core, physique enhancement, a red, level 3 crystal core, extreme speed, and a white, level 3 crystal core, running. Out of these crystal cores, the only one Wang Tao hadn't seen was extreme speed. Level 3 crystal core, extreme speed, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 40%, side effect, easily irritable, extreme speed, increases attack speed for the duration. This was a persistent ability, which came as a pleasant surprise to Wang Tao, who was in need of such an ability. I hope I can save up 2 more in the future. The second loot pack contained potions. Obtained 20 running potions, medium. Obtained 20 attack speed potions, small. Obtained 1 attack speed potion, small. Blueprint. Wang Tao had seen running potions before, both small and medium, and he had also learned the method to craft them. However, the attack speed potion was new to him. Attack speed potion, small. After injection, upper body strength increases, attack speed increases by 10% to 100%, the stronger the physique, the greater the increase, lasts for 10 minutes, 12 hours cool down. The running potion increased lower body strength, while the attack speed potion increased upper body strength. It was quite interesting. Moreover, Wang Tao had tested himself, although the name was running potion, if you attacked with your legs, your attack speed could also increase. So, Wang Tao wondered if lightning were to be injected with both running potion and attack speed potion, would its 4 legs make it run incredibly fast? Attack speed potion, small, blueprint. After learning, you can craft 5 attack speed potions, small, at a time. Required materials: a rapid mushroom, a level 1 zombie core, 100 milliliters purified water x, 10 kilocalories of food. The core materials required to craft the attack speed potion were exactly the same as the running potion. These 2 potions really were quite similar. Wang Tao immediately learned the blueprint. Although he lacked the materials now, he would definitely be able to use them in the future. The last loot pack contained a blueprint. Wolf Dog Armor Blueprint, can produce a set of battle armor for canines. Required materials: 10 kilograms bones from level 3 or higher canine animals, a level 3 crystal core, 10 iron block, 10 steel wire, 10 rope, 10 rubber, 10 cable, 10 electronic components, 10 battery. Wolf Dog Armor Blueprint, attributes unknown. This is a great find. This was actually a set of battle armor for dogs. However, considering it came from the zombie dog, it made sense. It would be perfect for Lightning, who was currently wearing ordinary military dog armor. All the other materials were sufficient, all that was missing were the bones. The carcass of the zombie dog was still outside. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu went out together, retrieved its bones, and had just enough. Then, Wang Tao took out all the materials, and after a burst of 7-colored light, a very black and handsome set of armor appeared. Wolf Dog Battle Armor, Level 3, excellent, defense plus 50, durability plus 50, speed plus 10%, the attributes were great, and it even came with a speed boost. Wang Tao had Lightning try it on, and it didn't hinder its movements at all, looking mighty and suitable. The only drawback was that the armor was so protective, Wang Tao couldn't stroke its head. After trying it out, Wang Tao helped it take off the armor and then petted its head. Lightning, let's try it out tomorrow. For now, let's sleep. Lightning nuzzled Wang Tao's hand, whimpered softly, and then obediently lay down beside Wang Tao's bed. The next day, early morning. The rain hadn't stopped, and He Jijun hadn't woken up. Wang Tao, along with Yang Qingong and a few others, arrived at the military base's outer area to clear out zombies. He brought Lightning as well, since it had just acquired a hidden attribute and a new set of armor, so its strength needed testing. Whether its attack power was strong or not was irrelevant. Wang Tao valued the ability to bite zombies without getting infected by the zombie virus. Moreover, with Lightning fully armored, it was almost immune to the zombie virus. The others, upon seeing Lightning's full body armor, were very curious but didn't ask too many questions. It feels like there are more zombies today than yesterday, probably attracted by the noise we made. Wang Tao said, stroking his chin. Woof. Lightning barked softly in agreement. Wang Tao laughed and patted its helmet, then said to Yang Qingong and the others, the military base is quite large. Let's split up and act independently. If you encounter any tough zombies, contact me with a walkie-talkie. Okay. Nisayan and Zhu Xiaojun formed one group, Zhang Shixu and Yang Qingong another, and Wang Tao was teamed up with Lightning. The corrosive acid rain fell on Lightning, most of it blocked by the armor, while a few raindrops caused it to receive a negative corroded status. However, with Lightning's 1000 health point, it wasn't too big of an issue. Soon, Wang Tao spotted a level 1 ordinary zombie with 4000 health point. Chapter 602-251 Sharp Dog Tooth 3 Go. Whoosh. Upon receiving the command, Lightning immediately charged over, unaware of what the word fear meant. The heavy rain significantly impaired the zombie's perceptions, and coupled with Lightning's speed, by the time the zombies noticed him, he had already pounced on them. Bang. The zombie was directly tackled to the ground. Grrr. It struggled to get up, but Lightning bit its face. -3584. Seeing this damage figure, Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. Such high damage. Even though they were both level 1, Lightning only had 1000 health point. With just one bite, Lightning had torn off most of the zombie's face, leaving it with only a sliver of health point. It waved its claws, trying to grab Lightning, but Lightning quickly retreated, spitting out the black blood from its mouth. Wang Tao carefully observed Lightning's body data to confirm that there were no signs of internal impurity or infection and heaved a sigh of relief. This zombie, no longer suppressed by Lightning, slowly got up, But then lightning rushed forward again, leaping high into the air and biting the zombie's head. -416, the zombie died on the spot. Wang Tao glanced at lightning's attributes again. Its health point had not increased. Still not gaining health point, huh? Wang Tao was somewhat disappointed. Lightning couldn't fuse with crystal cores. It didn't gain health point from killing zombies. Was there really no way to increase its strength? Suddenly, a few rotten zombie dogs emerged, all level 2 elites. Lightning, come back! Wang Tao shouted, and lightning immediately ran back to his side, then bared its teeth at the zombie dogs. After all, they were level 2 elite zombies, and Wang Tao wasn't willing to let lightning take the risk. He took out his bone knife and slashed at the level 2 zombies, leaving them nearly dead. Then he turned to lightning and said, "Go, finish them off." Woof! Lightning immediately ran over and dealt the finishing blow to the crippled, dying zombie dogs. Huh? Then Wang Tao noticed that lightning's health point bar had increased. Could it be that only by killing level 2 zombies, or elite zombies, it can increase its health point bar? Wang Tao suddenly remembered that when humans reached 1000 health point, they no longer gained health point from killing zombies. They had to become ability users and kill at least level 1 elite zombies to continue increasing their health point. Was it the same with lightning? No, that's not right. Lightning didn't have an ability. Maybe it's different for animals than for humans? Another little issue was that lightning had gained too little health point. After finishing off the 4 level 2 elite zombie dogs, they had only given lightning 600 health point. It seemed lightning didn't get an health point bonus for killing zombies above its level. However, being able to increase health point was a good thing. At least it proved lightning still had room for improvement. Wang Tao called lightning back and then checked its mouth. It had just bitten so many zombies to death, but there was no residual blood or flesh in its mouth. It seemed to be the effect of its hidden attribute. That's great, keep it up. Wang Tao continued to clear the surrounding zombies with lightning. He hoped to encounter a few level 3 lord zombies, but this military base seemed to be the territory of that zombie dog, with only one level 3 lord. However, there were still plenty of zombies here. By the time Wang Tao and his party cleared all the zombies inside the base, Yang Qingong and the others had greatly increased their health point. Including lightning, its health point had risen to 4,999, but this also troubled Wang Tao. Because lightning's health point bar wasn't increasing anymore, just like the humans, it was stuck at the level 1 bottleneck. Even if Wang Tao let it kill level 2 elite zombies, it still wouldn't gain health point anymore. And lightning couldn't fuse with crystal cores either. Was there really no way to break through this bottleneck? Wang Tao felt there must be a way, he just hadn't found it yet. Feeling somewhat helpless, Wang Tao suddenly thought of Zhang Shixu, who was in a similar situation, unable to fuse with crystal cores or achieve ascension, stuck with health point. However, Zhang Shixu had 100% internal impurity while lightning had none. Forget it, let's not worry about it for now. Wang Tao, not having the time to investigate at the moment, made sure that all zombies outside the military base were cleared, then he and the others barricaded the gate to the base. Thus, both the interior and exterior of the military base were secure. But the military base was too large, and Wang Tao and his people were unable to defend the outer area, so they still lived in the inner section. We're all tired. Let's rest, and tomorrow we'll deal with the zombies on the outskirts. The zombies outside the base were more numerous and generally of a higher level than those inside. It would be a good opportunity for Yang Qingong and the others to increase their health point. Okay. Clearing so many zombies was exhausting, but the reward was worth it. Not to mention the crystal cores, their health point had increased a lot. After dinner, Wang Tao found that Jun, who had slept for 24 hours, was now awake. How do you feel? Wang Tao asked with a smile. I can't really describe it, but it feels good. Jun didn't know how to express himself. After all, his ascension had been too fast. For these first ability users like Wang Tao, transforming from ordinary people into ability users, from level 1 to level 2 ascension, each step required a lot of effort. Whereas Jun had transformed from an ordinary person to a level 2 ability user within just a few days. He still wasn't used to being an ability user. Haha, no worries. Tomorrow we'll go out and hunt some zombies, and that'll get you more familiar with it. Wang Tao said with a laugh. Right. Jun nodded, looking forward to it. Once we've cleared all the zombies around the military base, we'll have to check the city. Wang Tao had yet to engage a level 4 zombie head-on. The illusion beast he encountered in Zijing City didn't count since he hadn't directly fought it. Wang Tao felt that with his and his team's strength, they should be qualified to confront level 4 zombies. Of course, that didn't include the giant zombie, setting aside its strength, just considering its huge size, Wang Tao didn't even know where to start. Chapter 603 to 252 Method of Ascension 1. The next day, Wang Tao led the team to continue clearing zombies, this time with the addition of He Jijun. After ascending to level 2, He Jijun's strength had naturally increased significantly. But to Wang Tao's surprise, He Jijun really took his shooting skills to a whole new level. He could even make bullets slightly turn through precise calculations. This reminded Wang Tao of a joke he had seen on the internet before: gunfighting. He Jijun indeed had that ability. Wang Tao had to admit, even though they both had the precision shooting ability, the gap between him and He Jijun was significant. The Soldier King deserved his reputation. He Jijun even tried to make arrows curve, but that was much more difficult than with bullets, and he had not succeeded yet. However, it wasn't without merit, as he could shoot into the air, hitting zombies with a parabolic shot. While that seemed somewhat ostentatious, it was actually very useful, for instance, in executing a decapitation strategy or attacking over obstacles. Wang Tao was really looking forward to seeing to what extent He Jijun's abilities would develop as he became more familiar with them. There was a considerable number of zombies outside the base, and it took Wang Tao and his companions the whole day to clear the vicinity and blockade the gate, including bringing in the 2 vehicles from before. More zombies might come in the future, but for now, the absence of zombies made for a much more comfortable view. Wang Tao deliberately let He Jijun take out some level 3 zombies, boosting He Jijun's health point to 29,999. Can I ascend to level 3 now? He Jijun was somewhat dazed. Although he did feel his strength improving while killing zombies that day, he had just ascended to level 2. It had only taken him 2 days to ascend from level 1 to level 2, with one of those days spent sleeping. Now, only a day had passed, and he could ascend to level 3? To be precise, you're a bit short because your special ability level is not high enough. You need to enhance your special ability level, and strip away the running ability you merged with before. He Jijun possessed strong spiritual power, and Wang Tao thought it would be good to integrate a spiritual-focused ability for him to leverage his strengths. However, the crystal cores related to spiritual power Wang Tao possessed all started at level 2. So, Wang Tao discussed with He Jijun and let him merge with a running first. Now that he was level 2, He Jijun could extract it. Wang Tao presented some crystal cores for He Jijun to choose from. To Wang Tao's surprise, He Jijun chose a mental enhancement. Mental enhancement, for the duration, it increases spiritual power, making the user more focused and less likely to be disturbed by the outside world. To many, this ability seems somewhat lackluster, but Wang Tao had merged with it himself because it was useful for resisting illusions. He Jijun's decision to merge with this wasn't because he encountered an illusion, but because he felt it could enhance his precision shooting. Putting other aspects aside, the ability's focus and resistance to outside interference aligned precisely with the need for concentrated shooting, right? Additionally, an increase in spiritual power should also be helpful for shooting. Wang Tao felt that He Jijun had a point, so he gave him the crystal core. Anyway, Wang Tao had plenty of level 2 extraction crystal cores. Even if the ability didn't work out as well as He Jijun hoped, he could just extract it again. Soon, He Jijun stripped the running ability and merged with the mental enhancement. He Jijun tried it out, activating precision shooting along with mental enhancement indeed elevated his shooting prowess. Now it was genuine gunfighting. Awesome. Watching He Jijun in the indoor shooting range, hitting various targets with closed eyes, even making bullets curve and the like, Wang Tao and the others were highly impressed. If it weren't for the risk of gunfire attracting a large number of zombies, everyone believed that He Jijun's potential for destruction would indeed be terrifying. Although some zombies could block bullets, the trouble was He Jijun's bullets could turn corners. Even the toughest zombies had weak spots, like the eyes, and He Jijun could target those weaknesses for attacks. Of course, if they were to encounter those without significant weaknesses or with exceptionally tough defenses, whether He Jijun could still be effective was questionable. Nevertheless, for now, He Jijun was still very strong. Once it was confirmed that this ability indeed boosted He Jijun's abilities, Wang Tao brought out some other crystal cores He Jijun had merged within some omnipotent crystal cores. After spending some time, He Jijun completed all merges. His 4 abilities were all at level 2 plus 10. Then Wang Tao took out 4 level 3 ascension crystal cores. Thank you. Seeing Wang Tao hand over these crystal cores as if they were free, He Jijun couldn't help feeling moved. When Wang Tao had invited him to join, he hadn't mentioned such benefits. But He Jijun didn't say much. Real men express their gratitude through actions. Haha, we're all part of the gang, no need for thanks. Wang Tao smiled, then his expression turned serious. After old He, you ascend to level 3, we'll head to the city and see if we can challenge a 4-level zombie. No problem. He Jijun immediately merged with the 4 level 3 ascension crystal cores. Moments later, he succeeded smoothly. Without delay, He Jijun prepared himself for the ascension. By this time tomorrow, he would be a level 3 ability user. After Hijijun fell asleep, Wang Tao looked at the others. Except for Zhang Shixu, whose health point hadn't increased, everyone else had seen a significant boost in their health point. Chapter 604 to 252 Method of Ascension. Tu Zuziajun had 70,000 health point, Yang Qingong had 70,000 health point, and Nisa Ayan had 60,000 health point. They were all quite close to reaching 100,000 health point now. Moreover, the crystal cores they needed were relatively easy to find, and they had already fused some. Wang Tao estimated that by the time they reached 100,000 health point, all of their abilities should be able to reach plus 10. All the zombies around have been dealt with. Everyone rest up well these next 2 days, and gather your strength. Wang Tao said to the three of them, okay. The crowd nodded in agreement. Wang Tao, Zhang Shixu, and Lightning went back to their room together. However, he didn't rush to sleep. After all, with everyone's strength increasing, he needed to upgrade as well. There were many zombies inside and outside the military base, and, along with the zombies killed on the road earlier and the crystal cores provided by Hijijun and Luogu Azong, Wang Tao had now amassed a large batch of crystal cores. Among these crystal cores, many were usable by him. Of Wang Tao's 4 abilities, only Berserk Enhancement was at plus 10, while the remaining 3 were all at plus 1. This was because Wang Tao was saving them for ability fusion instead of upgrading. But now, he could synthesize his yin and yang balance. Yin and yang balance was a spirit-related ability. Wang Tao had previously merged a perception with it, and now he could merge 2 other abilities. Wang Tao chose Mental Shock and Mental Defense. Mental Shock consumes energy to transform one's spiritual energy into several colorless and intangible needles that are shot out. If there are obstacles in the way, the power will decrease. Mental Defense, passive ability, increases mental defense. He had acquired these 2 crystal cores back in Zijing City, but had not been able to gather 3 for fusion until now. Wang Tao immediately synthesized them into 2 epic crystal cores. Wang Tao first extracted integration, then merged it with a mental shock, which had a 91% success rate of fusing with yin and yang balance. Slightly low, but not a big issue. The fusion with mental shock ability and yin and yang balance was successful without a hitch. Then Wang Tao merged a mental defense, which had a high success rate of 98% with yin and yang balance. As expected, this ability also successfully fused. Thus, Wang Tao's yin and yang balance ability had reached its fusion limit, and a new ability emerged. Level 3 ability, Yin-Yang Harmony, can sense the surroundings, can slightly influence the spirit of living beings, can destabilize the spirit of living beings, can launch mental shock, can increase mental defense, can open a barrier that blocks mental attacks, and during sexual intercourse with the opposite gender, both parties' magic point replenishes rapidly, and the user permanently increases a certain amount of magic point. There is a cooldown for the permanent magic point increase, with the cooldown being random. Side effects, none. The name remained the same, but the attributes had increased greatly. Not bad. Wang Tao nodded in satisfaction. Now this ability could also be upgraded to plus 10. But there was no rush. Wang Tao looked at his Iron Wall ability next. This was a sustained ability, providing Wang Tao with various states. Comparing it to a game, it was akin to a buff skill. Right now, Wang Tao had just the right kind of crystal core in his hand. Physique enhancement. During the duration, overall physical constitution is greatly improved. The first physique enhancement crystal core Wang Tao obtained was from a ghost claw zombie, the second one from a zombie dog, and the third one from the crystal cores left by Wogu Azong. He had just enough to synthesize an epic crystal core. After fusing this crystal core, it showed that it had a 94% probability of successfully synthesizing with Iron Wall. With those odds, he went straight to fusion. Moments later, the fusion was successful. The name of the Iron Wall ability didn't change, but now there was an introduction to the physique enhancement on the description. The Iron Wall could be merged 2 more times, and Wang Tao already had a target in mind, the crystal core, extreme speed, dropped by the zombie dogs. However, he currently only had one of those crystal cores and would need to accumulate them for some time. As for the last crystal core to be fused, Wang Tao suddenly thought of precision shooting. He was very fond of the precision shooting ability, but alas, the success rate of fusing precision shooting with other abilities was not high. Therefore, Wang Tao had not fused it until now. But now that he had amassed a number of precise shooting abilities, perhaps it was worth a gamble? After all, he could place precision shooting in the secondary ability slot, and even if the fusion failed, at most, he'd lose one precision shooting ability, which he could afford to lose. With this thought, Wang Tao immediately merged the previously extracted precise shooting crystal core again, but since it was level 2, he used an ascension crystal core to upgrade it to level 3. Then Wang Tao checked the success rate of precision shooting fusing with other abilities. Precision shooting plus iron wall equals 35%, precision shooting plus yin-yang harmony equals 7%, with ability mastery already extracted and berserk enhancement having reached its fusion limit, the choice was between iron wall and yin-yang harmony, and without even having to think, he could only synthesize with iron wall. Wang Tao placed iron wall in the primary slot and precision shooting in the secondary slot, and then merged. A rainbow light flashed by. The fusion failed, and the precision shooting ability disappeared. Although Wang Tao was prepared for this possibility, as this was his first fusion failure, the loss of 30,000 special energy and a precision shooting ability still stung a little bit. But it was not a major issue. He continued with the fusion. The second attempt failed. The third attempt failed. The sixth attempt. If this one failed too, he wouldn't have enough precision shooting crystal cores left. Chapter 605 to 252 Method of Ascension 3. Fortunately, this time it finally worked. Level 3 ability, Iron Wall. Iron Wall. During its duration, it can enhance defense, speed, spirit, constitution, shooting, and slowly recover from certain injuries. Side effect, none. If I could get 2 more extreme speed crystal cores, then Iron Wall could be synthesized to the upper limit of level 3. That is to say, Wang Tao now just lacks the ability mastery. This ability is an active attack ability, and there is no suitable option for now. I'll have to pay more attention in the future. In the end, Wang Tao extracted Iron Wall and merged it with the omnipotent crystal core. Only berserk enhancement and yin and yang balance remained in his possession, with berserk enhancement already at plus 10, naturally, the omnipotent crystal core was utilized on the yin and yang balance. Wang Tao didn't have many level 3 omnipotent crystal cores on hand. Once yin and yang balance reached plus 10, his level 3 omnipotent crystal cores were completely depleted. He now had 2 level 3 abilities at plus 10, getting one step closer to level 4. After confirming that there was no suitable ability for the moment, Wang Tao turned his gaze to Zhang Shixu. Zhang Shixu had been quietly sitting beside Wang Tao, petting the dog. Sensing Wang Tao's gaze, she turned her head to look at him. "Little Su, how can you level up?" Wang Tao ruffled her hair. "I don't know." Zhang Shixu shook her head. "I had a vague guess before, but after seeing the battle log of the military base, I feel that this guess might actually be possible," Wang Tao suddenly said. Zhang Shixu looked at him with some confusion. Wang Tao continued, "Your body is like a zombie's, Little Su, and zombies usually evolve through one of 2 methods, time or cannibalism. For the time method, you've been this way for so long and still show no signs of ascension. So I think." Listening to Wang Tao's explanation, Zhang Shixu understood and immediately shook her head. "Brother, I don't have the desire to eat people, and I don't want to. If she ate people, then she would be no different from the zombies. She didn't want to become a zombie." "Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Of course, I wouldn't let you eat people." Wang Tao tapped Zhang Shixu's head and then continued. "But I think, maybe you can drink some blood." "Ah." Zhang Shixu was somewhat startled. "Wanna try? I'll let some blood out for you." Wang Tao seemed eager to try. He felt that his guess might be correct. If Zhang Shixu's body was similar to that of a zombie, it was highly likely that she would evolve just like zombies do. "Brother, that doesn't seem very good, you will be in pain." Zhang Shixu's face wrinkled with concern. "Haha, don't worry, I have the self-healing ability, it's not a big deal." "Wait up." Wang Tao took action immediately. He first took out a bottle of nutrient solution, poured the nutrients out for lightning, and kept the empty bottle. Then he took out a surgical knife. Everything he withdrew from the space backpack was sterile, so there was no need for disinfection. Then, with the surgical knife in hand, Wang Tao lightly slashed his own wrist. PFFT. A drop of blood fell into the nutrient solution bottle, followed by more blood flowing out. Wang Tao didn't really feel the pain. After all, the surgical knife was very sharp, and he wasn't afraid of pain. "Brother." Zhang Shixu was somewhat at a loss seeing Wang Tao act so decisively. Lightning cocked its head, looking at its master, not understanding what he was doing. Soon, the small bottle was filled with Wang Tao's blood. He immediately used a medical kit to stop his bleeding and activated Iron Wall ability to regenerate his blood. After confirming there were no issues with the wound, Wang Tao handed the small still warm bottle of blood to Zhang Shixu. "Little Su, come and give it a try." Wang Tao significantly needed Zhang Shixu's combat power, but she was still at level 2, and there was vast potential for improvement. If it really didn't work, then so be it. But given the opportunity, Wang Tao certainly wanted to try. "I'll try." Zhang Shixu looked at Wang Tao with some heartache, not very sure whether it would work, but since it was Wang Tao's kindness, she certainly didn't want to waste it. She took the small bottle, feeling the warmth of the blood, and emptied it in one gulp. Gulp. Zhang Shixu licked her lips. Brother's blood is sweet. Hearing this, Wang Tao was at a loss for words. Isn't blood supposed to be salty? He didn't have diabetes. Or was it Zhang Shixu's psychological effect? While Wang Tao was thinking this, Zhang Shixu suddenly said, "Brother. I feel like I can really ascend now." Haha, really? Wang Tao burst into happiness. This was a sudden inspiration after seeing the military base's log. He just thought there was a possibility, and didn't expect it to definitely work. After all, trying it would mean at most losing a bit of blood. But unexpectedly, it really worked. "Brother, I'm going to sleep." Zhang Shixu suddenly leaned onto Wang Tao and then closed her eyes. Wang Tao quickly held her, relieved when he confirmed that she had just fallen asleep. She should be normally ascending. But on second thought, if just my blood can let little Zhu ascend, then the conditions are too simple. No ascension crystal core is needed, not even any other crystal cores. Does that mean there's no limit to little Zhu's future ascensions? Wang Tao was a little excited but quickly shook his head. He knew the world wouldn't allow him to exploit bugs. Zhang Shixu definitely couldn't simply ascend by using a vial of blood. There must be some reason he didn't know about. For example, if all her conditions were met, and she only needed something like an ascension crystal core key, and human blood was that key? Let's wait and see when little Zhu wakes up. Wang Tao held Zhang Shixu, placing her on the bed. Then he looked down at Lightning at his feet. Should I try giving it some of my blood too? Wang Tao thought about it but decided against it. Lightning's body had no impurities and was completely different from that of zombies. They likely wouldn't evolve the same way. Chapter 606-253, Restoring Memory 1. Zhang Shixu woke up earlier than Wang Tao had anticipated. Just as Wang Tao woke up, he saw Zhang Shixu, who was lying beside him, open her eyes. She was staring blankly at the ceiling. "Eh? You're awake? How do you feel?" Wang was somewhat surprised. Because Zhang Shixu's attributes weren't quite what he had expected. Health point, 30,000 30,000, Magic point, 60,000 60,000, Grade, Level 3, Lord, Internal Impurity, 50%, Hidden Attributes, Eyes of Contract, Dark Sharp Claws. Zhang Shixu's health point had reached 30,000, and her magic point had doubled to 60,000, but most importantly, her internal impurity had decreased by half. Advancement in zombies would not reduce internal impurity. Doesn't that mean that even though Zhang Shixu's physique is very close to that of a zombie, there's still a big difference, and she's more akin to human? This was a great development. Wang Tao had been concerned that Zhang Shixu might carry the zombie virus. Now it seems that she likely does not. After all, 50% internal impurity isn't much different from many ability users. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Zhang Shixu turned her head to look at him and then suddenly hugged him tightly. "What's wrong?" Wang Tao was a bit puzzled as he rubbed Zhang Shixu's head. I think I had a dream." Zhang Shixu buried her head in Wang Tao's chest and spoke in a muffled voice. "A dream?" Wang Tao paused before suddenly exclaiming, "Did you recover your memory?" Hum. Zhang Shixu hummed softly. Wang Tao quickly let go of Zhang Shixu, then looked at her seriously. Zhang Shixu didn't look much different from before, except her cheeks were very red. Zhang Shixu never used a blush. "Haha, that's fantastic." Wang Tao, overjoyed, rubbed Zhang Shixu's hair, causing her face to turn even redder. It was then that Wang Tao realized that he had always treated Zhang Shixu like a child, and because she liked being with him, they had become quite close. Now that Zhang Shixu had recovered her memory, and being a young lady, it might not be appropriate for Wang Tao to be so intimate with her anymore. Wang Tao immediately withdrew his hand. "Ahem, well." Before Wang Tao could speak, Zhang Shixu suddenly grabbed his hand. Her face was still a bit red, but her expression was very serious. I remember everything now. Thank you, brother." Seeing that Zhang Shixu didn't become distant after regaining her memory, Wang Tao was happy. "We're family, no need for thanks." At that moment, Zhang Shixu nervously said, "My mom, is she alright?" "She should be fine." Wang Tao sat on the bed with Zhang Shixu, and they talked about past events. Before this, after Zhang Shixu explained, Wang Tao roughly understood her previous situation. When the apocalypse struck, Zhang Shixu was on Shua's mountain, participating in a sketching activity organized by her school. Naturally, when the virus broke out, Shua's mountain was not spared. Fortunately, there were police officers with them who led their escape, helping them to avoid the first wave of crises. It was then that she called her mother, saying she would come back to find her. With police officers leading them, she felt they could avoid the danger. But that was just escaping the initial crisis, many more followed. And eventually, their group got separated. Zhang Shixu, who had a brave character and had found some zombies' heads, was stronger than the others, so she struggled to survive for a while. But then zombies became more and more numerous and stronger, and she was on the brink of death. Barely escaping from many zombies, she ended up trapped and surrounded by them. Although temporarily safe from being eaten by zombies, she ran out of food. Her options were to be eaten by zombies or starve to death. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Shixu searched carefully where she hid. She then found some food and something that looked like food. She couldn't remember what exactly because after eating it, her consciousness blurred, and she emitted the same scent as the zombies. Then, the zombies stopped biting her. Her memory of the time that followed was hazy. She only remembered wanting to go back to find her mother. Afterward, her memory became relatively clear, as she made it to Shuai's base, saw her mother, and met Wang Tao, though she was infuriated by him. Zhang Shixu admitted that when Wang Tao used her mother to threaten her, she wanted to kill him. Back then, she didn't think much and was very irritable, with just a bit of reason left, or she might have really fought with Wang Tao. When they were fighting the Black Mist monster, although she didn't fall into an illusion, she was still affected positively. It made her slightly calmer. She knew there was no saving her, she would turn into a zombie sooner or later. And only Wang Tao could save her mother, so in the end, she told Wang Tao to go first and she would cover him. But in the end, she didn't die. Instead, Wang Tao saved her. Her memory after being revived by Wang Tao was very clear, including the instance she woke up and called Wang Tao daddy. Corrected by Wang Tao, she then followed him around calling him brother, even seeing him with Lan Yulian and the others. Recalling these events, Zhang Shixu wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Chapter 607-253, Restoring Memory 2. But it was these clear memories that told her Wang Tao had always been good to her. What moved her the most was that after she lost her memory, Wang Tao never deceived her. For example, regarding her family situation, her mother, and some events that happened before, Wang Tao had told her everything. She had some confidence in her own appearance. If someone else had found her with amnesia, they would likely have deceived her in various ways. This was something she had encountered while fleeing for her life on Shuai's mountain, but fortunately, she had seen through it. But Wang Tao hadn't lied to her. So calling Wang Tao brother was something she did willingly. However, every time she remembered how much she liked holding Wang Tao's hand and sneaking into his bed to sleep together at night, Zhang Shixu would feel very shy. She didn't understand why she was so clingy. Wang Tao, on the other hand, got an important message from her words. Do you mean to say you haven't fused with a crystal core? No. Zhang Shixu shook her head. Which means, that thing you accidentally swallowed before increased your strength a lot, letting your level rise. Your hidden ability must have been obtained this way too. But the price was having 100% internal impurity, and you would soon turn into a zombie. Wang Tao analyzed. It sounded somewhat magical, the fact that you could increase your strength without a crystal core. But in this apocalyptic world, many strange and bizarre things had surfaced, so there was no need for surprise. And this thing had too big of a side effect, much more than the crystal core. Of course, that was what he said, but Wang Tao was very curious about the thing Zhang Shixu had eaten. It felt a little like night vision eyes, magic seeds, and other such items, but stronger than both eyes and seeds. He would have to pay more attention and see if there were similar things in the future. Also, was lightning's ascension related to this thing, perhaps? Wang Tao also told Zhang Shixu about her mother, Li Kaiyue. Wang Tao had interacted with Li Kaiyue quite a bit previously, and he had a fairly good impression of this woman. Seeing Zhang Shixu still a bit worried, Wang Tao patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry, your mother and everyone else will be fine. Okay. Zhang Shixu nodded firmly. Right, try and see if you can fuse with a crystal core now. Wang Tao took out several orange level 3 crystal cores. Zhang Shixu tried, but still could not fuse. Wang Tao was somewhat helpless for a moment. Zhang Shixu was already so strong without having fused with a crystal core. If she could fuse, she would certainly be even stronger. Such a pity. But it's alright, the fact that you can recover your memory is already great. Wang Tao said, smiling. Zhang Shixu was not weak in strength, and now after ascending to level 3, she would be even stronger, so not being able to fuse with a crystal core was not a problem. Moreover, Zhang Shixu also had 2 hidden abilities and very strong physical fitness. She could probably outmatch most ability users. Shall we go outside and test how much our strength has improved? Wang Tao asked, looking at Zhang Shixu. Sure. The two quickly washed up, then left with lightning. On coming out, Zhang Shixu subconsciously placed her hand in Wang Tao's, but then she quickly pulled it back as if she had received an electric shock. Wang Tao, seeing this, took the initiative to grasp Zhang Shixu's small hand. After all, holding that soft and delicate little hand was very comfortable. Zhang Shixu's face turned red as she followed beside Wang Tao. It was still raining outside, but the military base had an indoor training facility. After some tests, Wang Tao felt that Zhang Shixu's strength had improved a lot. As for her combat power, it was hard to say, as that required actual combat to know. But her physical fitness at least had tripled. And it wasn't just the increase in strength that mattered, what was more important was that Zhang Shixu had become smarter and more flexible after recovering her memory. After all, she was kind of dull before. Next, you should hunt some more zombies to enhance your strength a bit. Then we'll have more confidence in hunting 4-level zombies. Wang Tao said with a smile. Okay. Zhang Shixu nodded. He Jejun hadn't woken up from his level 3 ascension, and Yang Qingong and the others were conserving their strength. Wang Tao planned to take Zhang Shixu alone to hunt these zombies. However, seeing that Lightning seemed eager to go as well, Wang Tao decided to bring Lightning along. The 2 humans and the dog left the military base. The zombies around the military base had been cleared out, so Wang Tao headed towards the urban area. They had not gone far from the military base when they encountered quite a few zombies, including several level 3 elite zombies. Without Wang Tao having to lift a finger, Zhang Shixu easily dealt with all these zombies. Watching Zhang Shixu's health point bar quickly increase, Wang Tao nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Shixu was strong in combat, level 3 elite zombies couldn't even touch her, and it seemed only a level 3 lord zombie could pose some threat to her. Their group traveled from the military base all the way to the vicinity of the urban area. The urban area is just ahead. Wang Tao stopped and didn't continue forward. Even though he hadn't seen the giant zombie, he had no plans to enter the urban area now, as they had not yet gathered all their people. There are so many zombies inside. Zhang Shixu frowned. The streets and the buildings were visibly filled with zombies. Wang Tao took a rough look and didn't notice any 4-level zombies for the time being, but he did see a lot of level 3 elite zombies. The overall strength of the zombies in Yueyang City urban area is much higher than other places. Even without 4-level zombies, just these level 3 and below zombies are troublesome enough. I guess there really are no survivors inside. Chapter 608-253, Restoring Memory 3. Wang Tao shook his head. He had heard before that there were no survivors left in Yueyang City, which seemed a bit of an exaggeration. But now it seemed not at all exaggerated. Wang Tao, with Zhang Shixu and Lightning, roamed around the vicinity, killing many more zombies. Looking at the numerous zombies in the urban area, Wang Tao had the idea to lure some of them out, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He wasn't sure about the specific strengths of these zombies. If their perception was too keen, it could attract a horde, and that would be troublesome. After all, there were too many zombies in the urban area. Only when there were no more zombies nearby to kill did Wang Tao take Zhang Shixu and Lightning back. By this time, it had already turned dark, but they all had night vision ability, which was not a problem. When they got back to the military base, Wang Tao raised his eyebrows. He spotted a level 3 Lord Zombie in tattered military uniform wandering outside the base with a handgun in hand. And behind it, there were also a number of elite zombies dressed in tattered military uniforms, holding rifles. Health point, 80,000 80,000, magic point, 50,000 50,000, grade, level 3, Lord. As a level 3, Lord Zombie, its power shouldn't be weak, but for Wang Tao, it was naturally not a problem. However, Wang Tao was still somewhat wary upon seeing these zombies with guns. It wasn't just the power of the guns that concerned him but also the noise. If so many zombies fired at once, even the sound of heavy rain wouldn't prevent the noise from traveling far. Of course, this was assuming the zombies' guns still worked. Wang Tao contacted Yang Qingong and the others via walkie-talkie. A group of military zombies has arrived outside the base, with a level 3 Lord among them. Don't come out. They all lacked night vision ability, which was a disadvantage in this environment. Roger that. At this moment, He Jijun had just woken up, successfully undergoing his level 3 ascension. Wang Tao congratulated him, then instructed everyone to be prepared for a possible zombie attack. He then took Zhang Shixu and Lightning and stealthily circled to the rear of the group of zombies. It seems their guns are not usable. Upon closer inspection, Wang Tao saw that the weapons in the zombies' hands were mostly rust-covered. In such a state, the guns likely wouldn't work even if they had bullets. This was good news, and Wang Tao decided to take direct action. However, he couldn't be careless and decided to run a test first. The last thing Wang Tao wanted was to be hit by a bullet. Wang Tao pulled out his hand crossbow and aimed at the level 3 Lord Zombie in military apparel before pulling the trigger. Whoosh, a crossbow arrow struck the military zombie lord in the back of the head with precision. -2,242, this damage was average for Wang Tao. However, it successfully caught the attention of the military zombie lord. It immediately turned to look in Wang Tao's direction, but he had already hidden. Wang Tao was using perception to observe and, with a decent distance, rain, and nighttime, The zombie couldn't locate Wang Tao's exact position. So, the military zombie lord turned its head back around and continued lingering near the gates of the military base. It seemed intent on entering, but Wang Tao had already reblocked the gate, making it impossible for it to get through. Whoosh, another arrow flew through the air. It hit the military zombie lord in the head with accuracy. Roar, the military zombie lord turned around and roared angrily. But still, it saw nothing. After a moment, the military zombie lord turned its attention back to the gate. Huh? Wang Tao felt it unusual from a distance. Wasn't it coming after him? Perhaps the zombie had some sort of obsession? It seemed that this group of zombies likely belonged to the military base, and coming back here might have been their obsession. But no matter what, they were ultimately zombies without consciousness, and Wang Tao couldn't let them remain. Wang Tao shot another arrow. Again, the arrow hit the military zombie lord with precision. And this time, the military zombie lord seemed thoroughly enraged. It immediately started walking toward Wang Tao's direction and raised the rust-covered handgun it was holding. Bang! A faint sound was heard. An almost imperceptible shockwave could be seen emanating from the rusted gun's barrel, hitting a large rock not far from Wang Tao in an instant. PFFT. The large rock was pierced through. Damn. They have such an ability. Wang Tao was at least several dozens of meters away from these zombies. They could shoot this far? Their guns were presumably broken, but the zombies had a gun-like ability. Moreover, the attack range was very long, probably at least 100 meters. Yet Wang Tao was not alarmed but rather pleased. He was in need of attacking abilities like this. These zombies have an ability similar to shooting guns, and the attack range is very long. Be careful, little Zhu. Wang Tao admonished before immediately covering himself with entangling roots. The military zombie lord with the handgun proceeded toward Wang Tao's location. The other military elite zombies followed suit. Bang! Bang! The military zombie lord occasionally raised its handgun and shot. Its elite minions also had this ability. They raised their weapons toward Wang Tao's direction and fired. Although their attack frequency was slow, the simultaneous attack of so many zombies felt like a barrage of gunfire. Wang Tao didn't emerge, he silently waited for the opportunity. When he saw the zombies were roughly 30 meters away from him, Wang Tao immediately turned on the walkie-talkie and said to Yang Qingong and the others, "Make a little noise to distract it." On the other side, Yang Qingong and the others inside the base got the message and caused some noise. The noise was not loud, but it instantly drew the attention of the military zombies, including the military zombie lord. They promptly abandoned their search for Wang Tao, the sneak attacker, and turned back toward the military base. But as they turned around, Wang Tao, who had long been ready, gripped his bow knife and immediately launched a rush at their backs. Chapter 609-254, Sense of Security 1. Whoosh, the 30-meter distance was covered instantly as Wang Tao rushed forward. He lifted his ghastly white bow knife and slashed at the military lord zombie. -7,269, a single strike causing 7,000 damage. Wang Tao was fairly satisfied. Roar, the ambushed military lord zombie roared and then turned around to lift its pistol. Bang. Wang Tao immediately dodged to the side, avoiding the shot. But other military zombies wielding guns instantly turned their heads and began firing at Wang Tao. Bang. 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 Though the ability wasn't exactly bullets, their speed was nearly the same. Wang Tao dodged the military lord zombie's attack but couldn't avoid the others. -2,384, -883, -2,273, -2,455, 110,000 opening parenthesis 92,005 100,000ths closing parenthesis. Wang Tao was hit by 4 shots in an instant. However, the damage was absorbed by the entangling roots. Such quick reflexes. Compared to the damage of a few thousand, what surprised Wang Tao the most was their reaction speed. Typically, zombies have rather sluggish responses. Those with quick reflexes are exceptions. But today, this group of zombies were all quick to react. If it weren't for their quick reflexes, Wang Tao would have definitely been able to dodge the attacks. At this moment, Zhang Shixu appeared. Her slender hands, with sharp nails, reached straight for the zombie lord's face. -4,029, the military lord zombie immediately fired a shot at Zhang Shixu, which she easily dodged. The other elite zombies were also ready to fire again, but Wang Tao swung his knife, releasing a transparent shockwave that instantly knocked down the other zombies. Bang! Their attacks all missed. Woof! Lightning rushed over from somewhere, leapt high, and hit at the zombie lord's face. -2,345, lightning's attack was a bit weak, but it was fast enough to bite and run, disappearing into the darkness without being hit. The military lord zombie seemed thoroughly enraged after being attacked so many times in quick succession. It opened its mouth wide and let out an angry roar. Roar. Wang Tao instantly felt dizzy and even lost some health point. War cry? Wang Tao felt it was similar to the ability of the gorilla zombie he had encountered before. However, this was not a big problem for Wang Tao, as those with stronger spirits are less likely to be affected by such attacks. Zhang Shixu's spiritual power was also strong, so aside from losing a bit of health point, there were no other issues. The only one likely affected was lightning, but since it had already hidden away, even dizziness wouldn't be much trouble. Little Su, hold it off, I'll deal with the rest of the zombies. Okay. Wang Tao brandished his bone knife, unleashing shockwave attacks at the remaining zombies. The biggest threat among this group was not the military lord zombie but the elite zombies it was leading. After all, the military lord zombie had only one gun, and there was a pause between each attack, which Wang Tao could dodge as long as he stayed focused. But there were more than 20 guns with the elite zombies. If they fired at the same time, Wang Tao couldn't avoid them. So Wang Tao prepared to eliminate these elite zombies first. Although they each had tens of thousands of health point, their defense was much weaker compared to the Lord Zombie. As Wang Tao furiously utilized the shockwave, they were quickly dealt with. And by now, the Zombie Lord had only 2/3 of its health point left, thanks to Zhang Shixu's attacks. I'm coming. Without the help of the elite zombies, Zhang Shixu had an easier time, and with Wang Tao's arrival, they quickly suppressed the military Lord Zombie. Roar. The military Lord Zombie let out another angry roar, but it only slightly affected Wang Tao for a second. After snapping back to his senses, Wang Tao continued to pressure the zombie. The strongest attack of the Lord Zombie was the gun-like shooting ability, but it had a long interval between each shot, and each time it had to lift its arm. And every time it lifted its arm, Wang Tao would either interrupt or dodge, never allowing it to hit him. Without the aid of the other zombies, this ability posed little threat to Wang Tao. Soon, the military Lord Zombie was left with only a sliver of health point. Wang Tao raised his bone knife and slashed at its head. 2-8. -2,348, 080,000, the military Lord Zombie's blood bar dropped to 0. A pile of loot exploded out, and its rusty pistol also fell to the ground. Lightning. Wang Tao called out and lightning immediately scampered over from the darkness, wagging its tail. Wang Tao stroked its head and, seeing that it was alright, began to clean up the battlefield. After spending some time, Wang Tao collected all the loot from the zombies and then returned to base. Wang Tao, are you guys alright? Yang Qingong and others immediately came over. We're fine. Wang Tao briefly described the appearance of the group of zombies to them. He Jijun let out a sigh. They must have been a squad from this base, probably out on some mission, but... alas. Wang Tao shook his head and then started to inventory the loot. Counting the military Lord Zombie, there were a total of 21 zombies. Just the crystal cores from their head summed up to 21. And surprisingly, all these crystal cores were of the same kind. Level 3 crystal core, air bullet, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 40%, side effect, body stiffness, air bullet, with the help of a firing medium, air bullets can be shot, with a certain interval between each launch. No wonder they all attacked with rusty guns, the air bullet ability required a medium. Chapter 610-254, Sense of Security 2. This ability is quite interesting, its speed is very fast, almost on par with real bullets, making it absolutely unpredictable during a silent attack. In a head-on battle, though, sharpshooting is necessary, as this attack has intervals and cannot be continuously fired like an automatic rifle. If the shooting is inaccurate, then the ability is wasted. However, Wang Tao felt the most suitable scenario would be a group of people who had learned this ability opening fire at the same time. Just like the military elite zombies that had attacked him simultaneously, even with Wang Tao's speed, he couldn't completely dodge their assault. Therefore, this was an ability with both very high upper and lower limits. After Wang Tao had shared the capabilities of these crystal cores with everyone, their eyes all lit up. Not to mention anything else about this ability, but its attack range was truly far. According to Wang Tao, at least 100 meters would not be a problem. It was unclear just how much farther it could go, but even if it were just 100 meters, that would still be very strong. Apart from precision shooting and other status type abilities, they had never seen an attack type ability that could strike from over 100 meters away. Especially He Jijun, his eyes were shining. Old He, are you thinking of fusing with this one? Of course. Not only does this ability hit far, but more importantly, it's virtually silent. He Jijun didn't hide his thoughts. What caught his interest was this silent ability. Whenever guns are used, even with a silencer, they make quite a bit of noise. Only by using a silencer with subsonic ammunition does the sound become somewhat quieter. but subsonic ammunition is rare and not easy to come by. This military base didn't even have any, who knows if it was all used up. Additionally, the power of subsonic ammunition was not as great as supersonic ammunition, which Uchiha didn't particularly like to use. But this ability was different. Wang Tao said that its power should be greater than that of ordinary supersonic ammunition. Yet, the sound was extremely quiet. The only drawback of air bullet might be the intervals between attacks. But this wasn't a problem for Uchiha. After all, he didn't have a high rate of attack, he pursued precision rather than speed. Therefore, this ability suited him perfectly. Regrettably, he had already fused with 4 crystal cores and couldn't fuse anymore. Seeing this, Wang Tao said with a smile, "Old he, no need to be sad. Since there are level 2 glass crystal nuclei, there should also be level 3 ones. When the time comes, we'll get a level 3 extraction crystal core to let you switch abilities, right?" These words lifted Uchiha's spirits. "Then I'll leave it to you. If I could possess this ability, my strength would definitely double." This was a conservative estimate from Uchiha. "No problem." Wang Tao nodded with a smile. There were a total of 21 air bullet crystal cores, and by synthesizing 3 together, he could make 7. Wang Tao put them in the space backpack and immediately started synthesizing them. Uchiha and the others couldn't fuse with this crystal core, but Wang Tao could. His ability mastery had not yet fused with a level 3 ability, and he was looking for an attack type ability, wasn't this it? However, Wang Tao wasn't in a rush to fuse, continuing to check the other loot. The zombie lord had added 21,600 special energy to him while the other zombies, being level 3 elites, hadn't added any. However, their guns and the bullets on them all dropped and, having names, were gathered into the space backpack by Wang Tao. It was quite interesting that their guns and bullets had all been rusty, but once Wang Tao put them in the space backpack, they instantly became new. It was as if Wang Tao had picked up 20 brand new rifles, 1 pistol, and over 1,000 bullets. These guns were actually not much different from those in the base, but since they could be stored in the space backpack, they were still pretty good, convenient for Wang Tao to carry. Then came the loot packs. Each of the 20 level 3 military elite zombies exploded with 2 loot packs. Generally, when Wang Tao killed without overleveling, each would result in 1 loot pack, occasionally 2. Overlevel kills always yielded 3 or more. All 20 zombies exploded with 2 loot packs each, which meant Wang Tao was quite lucky. But Wang Tao was somewhat speechless when he saw the contents of these packs. Turns out, in those 2 packs, one of them contained clothes. Received, 20 combat suits, combat suit, durability plus 10, tear resistance plus 10, there were 20 sets of combat suits, which made Wang Tao a bit speechless. Though the combat suits looked quite stylish and were also quite practical, he could still wear his own hoodie, and he had another set of combat suits. And for Yang Qingong and the rest, they were all wearing iron tree armors, so this combat suit wasn't a dire need for them. But these clothes that were obtained from loot, all had the attribute of tear resistance. This attribute was very good as it could prevent the embarrassment of clothes tearing during combat, not just embarrassment, since zombies were covered in viruses, torn clothes made it easier to get infected. So, though Wang Tao was somewhat at a loss, he still took all the clothes. As for the other loot packs that elite zombies exploded with, they contained items like precise shooting crystal cores, eyesight potions, and the like. Given he hadn't killed above his level, there were fewer loot packs, but it was still quite good. The focus was on the loot packs from the military lord zombie, a total of 4. The first was a crystal core gift bag containing 5 crystal cores. They were red, level 3 crystal core, Ascension, blue, level 3 crystal core, Omnipotent, purple, level 3 crystal core, Battle Roar, white, level 3 crystal core, Extreme Speed, and orange, level 3 crystal core, Mental Enhancement. Chapter 611 to 254, Sense of Security 3. These were all abilities that Wang Tao had seen before. Among them, this Extreme Speed ability made for a total of 2 now, just 1 more, and he could synthesize it with Iron Wall. The second loot pack contained potions. Acquired, 10 eyesight potions, small, acquired, 10 attack speed potions, small, acquired, 10 mental potions, small. The potions were also pretty good, it was just a shame there were none to increase permanent attributes. The third loot pack also had clothes, but this time there were 2 sets. Acquired, 1 combat suit, acquired, 1 work uniform, army, combat suit, durability plus 10, anti-tear plus 10, work uniform, army, durability plus 10, anti-tear plus 10, one was a combat suit, the other was an everyday uniform. Honestly, the 2 sets were pretty stylish, especially the work uniform for everyday wear. However, he didn't need them for now, maybe he would wear them sometime in the future. The last loot pack contained a blueprint. Acquired, a air bullet rifle blueprint, Air bullet rifle blueprint, can be used to craft a rifle that shoots air bullets. Required materials, 1 level 3 crystal core, 1 random rifle, 10 blades, 10 steel wires, 10 screws, 10 nails, 10 rubber. Air bullet rifle? Does that mean that the rifle crafted from this would work like the air bullet ability? Wang Tao had all these materials, and after a trip to the bathroom, he managed to craft the gun. Seeing Wang Tao coming over with a peculiar-looking firearm aroused some curiosity in the others, but they didn't ask too much. After all, they were used to Wang Tao occasionally producing some novel items. This is a gun that can shoot air bullets, something that the zombie lord dropped, Wang Tao said casually before turning to look at the gray rifle. This rifle looked nothing like ordinary guns, it resembled the toy water guns he played with as a child. Wang Tao stepped outside to test it and found that it indeed could shoot air bullets, similar to the sensation the zombies gave him, more powerful than ordinary firearms, and without much noise. But there was one problem, the reloading was too slow. To be precise, it didn't need bullets, but it required charging. The gun had a charging device inside, only after it was fully charged could it shoot. And each charge took a whopping 30 seconds. That meant it could only shoot twice a minute. If it was for a sneak attack or a long-distance snipe, it should be viable. But for direct combat, definitely not. Wang Tao handed the gun to He Jijun and explained its functions. Old He, before you confuse the air bullet ability, why don't you make do with this gun? If the gun's charging speed was a bit faster, Wang Tao might use it, but the speed was just too slow. Just to put it in perspective, Wang Tao could shoot an arrow every second with his hand crossbow, whereas the air bullet gun took 30 seconds for a single shot. Moreover, Wang Tao's battles were generally very swift. Like the zombie lord he killed today, it took less than a minute. With the gun's charging speed, it was questionable whether he could use it twice in a battle. For me? Alright. He Jijun's eyes lit up. He was quite interested in the gun, although the charging was slow, he could use it as a sniper rifle. Silent and deadly, it would certainly be amazing for sniping. He Jijun couldn't wait to try it out on the shooting range. Wang Tao said to the others, I'm going to rest now. He had been running around outside all day, with his spirit highly focused and using his perception ability extensively, so he was somewhat exhausted. Okay. Yang Xingong had wanted to discuss life with Wang Tao that evening. After all, she had been quite tense lately and needed some relaxation. But seeing Wang Tao looking a bit weary, she held back and cursed herself silently for her lack of shame before hastily retreating to her own room. Wang Tao hadn't mentioned anything about Zhang Shixu regaining her memory to anyone else, since they were unaware of Zhang Shixu's condition and her amnesia. There was no need for Wang Tao to tell them. Therefore, when they saw Zhang Shixu following Wang Tao back to his room, they weren't surprised, assuming in their minds that Wang Tao must have some intimate relationship with Zhang Shixu. And seeing Zhang Shixu, who was lowering her head and following him, Wang Tao's eyebrows raised slightly. He had arranged a room for Zhang Shixu and thought that after regaining her memory, she would go to her own room. Feeling Wang Tao's gaze, Zhang Shixu spoke with a blush on her face. Ahem, I've gotten used to this bed. She indeed was used to it, not the bed per se, but being by Wang Tao's side. Every time Zhang Shixu remembered her befuddled memories after regaining her memory, she felt terrified. It was hard to understand without experiencing it oneself. In simple terms, it was the feeling of watching herself slowly turn into a zombie, yet being unable to do anything about it. That feeling was too frightening, and though she was now safe, she still shuddered at the thought. But being by Wang Tao's side gave her a sense of security. After all, Wang Tao had saved her from being turned into a zombie and the two had depended on each other for so long. Okay, Wang Tao ruffled Zhang Shixu's hair. He could tell that Zhang Shixu seemed to be afraid. Certainly not afraid of the present, but perhaps she was recalling some upsetting memories. But Wang Tao didn't press further, knowing she would speak up when ready. Wang Tao took a shower, then vigorously petted Lightning. The dog's fur was so comfortable to touch that it was hard to stop once he started. After Zhang Shixu finished washing up, Wang Tao finally lay down on the bed. Zhang Shixu lay beside Wang Tao, holding one of his arms, breathing in his scent, and feeling extremely secure. Before long, she drifted off into a deep sleep. Wang Tao wasn't in a rush to fall asleep, instead, he extracted the ability with special energy and fused the air bullet. A 95% chance of successful fusion with mastery fusion for the air bullet. Just as I expected. Chapter 612 to 255. Entering the downtown area one without hesitation, Wang Tao immediately synthesized a new superpower. A moment later, the name of the mastery fusion remained unchanged, but it now had an additional ability. Synthesization successful. Obtain new superpower, level 3 first rank, mastery fusion. Mastery fusion consumes energy to use abilities such as air bullet, high frequency vibration, shockwave, indirect attack, energize one hit, Seeing the synthesized ability, Wang Tao smiled with satisfaction. He had intended to try it out tomorrow, but he couldn't wait. So, Wang Tao opened the window of his room and threw an empty bottle outside. At the same time, a handgun appeared in his hand. When using air bullet, Wang Tao felt as if there was a surge of energy gathering in his hand, then transferring into the handgun. With the leverage of the gun barrel, it was fired instantly. Bang! A faint and transparent air wave shot out from the gun barrel, hitting the bottle in an instant. Pop! The bottle burst on impact. The air bullet flew a substantial distance, gradually dissipating after piercing through the bottle. By estimate, it covered at least 300 meters, and the trajectory was as straight as that of a rifle's effective range. As for the reload interval, it was no longer as long as the 30 seconds of an air rifle, but it was still there for about 10 seconds. Feels pretty good. Wang Tao put away the handgun. Turning around, he found that Zhang Shixu had woken up at some point, and Lightning had also lifted its head. Both human and dog were staring at Wang Tao with widened eyes. Wang Tao patted Lightning's head and then ruffled Zhang Shixu's hair. Let's sleep. The next day, when Wang Tao woke up, Zhang Shixu was already awake, watching him. As soon as she noticed Wang Tao's eyes open, she got out of bed somewhat embarrassedly. Wang Tao shrugged and went to freshen up. Lightning was already awake, too, but he hadn't disturbed Wang Tao and had been lying down obediently the whole time. Seeing Wang Tao approach, Lightning started wagging its tail excitedly. Wang Tao hugged him tightly, giving him a rough cuddle before they both headed out together. This rain still hasn't stopped, huh? Yang Qingong sighed at the sight of the heavy rain outside. Those with experience knew that rain in this apocalyptic world was a good thing, but if it kept raining incessantly, it definitely spelled trouble. And this rainfall had lasted for such a long time. Who knows how much this rain will cause the zombies to evolve? He Jejun shook his head helplessly. But we can also take advantage of this heavy rain to sneak into the downtown area. Wang Tao was ready to head into the city today. He was close to level 4 now, but he only had one level 4 Ascension Crystal Core in his possession, left to him by Colonel Woguazong. Clearly, that wasn't enough. He needed to get more Ascension Crystal Cores. Also, he had to figure out how strong the 4-level zombies really were. He felt it was impossible for all of them to be as strong as the giant zombie, otherwise, it would be way too ridiculous. After a hearty breakfast, everyone began to gear up. Since the downtown was more dangerous, everyone had to wear level 3 Iron Tree armor, including Zhang Shixu. Although Zhang Shixu said she still couldn't be infected by the zombie virus, a protective ability granted by the mysterious object she had consumed, Wang Tao still had her put on the armor. Wearing armor increases the defensive power, and it might save your life at a crucial moment. However, you can leave your hands exposed in your armor. Wang Tao patted Zhang Shixu on the head. A moment later, everyone was fully armed. Even Dog Lightning had on its wolf dog battle armor. With everyone in armor, it wasn't easy to drive, so Wang Tao had to do it himself. He didn't start with his own car, though, but one of the military vehicles from the garage. This vehicle was robust in defense, powerful in drive, and spacious, perfect for a few people. Hum. The camouflaged military vehicle drove out of the military base and headed towards the downtown area. Soon after leaving the base, they encountered a small group of zombies. Wang Tao furrowed his brows. They had just cleared out this area yesterday, and now there were so many zombies again? Zhu Xiaojun got out of the car and handled these zombies with a few shockwaves. The vehicle continued on its way. After some time, they arrived near the downtown area. The zombies on the road were becoming more numerous, suggesting that it might not be possible to drive in the city center. Thus, Wang Tao found a place to park the vehicle. Let's go, we'll go on foot. Wang Tao waved his hand, and the group headed into the steel forest amidst the pouring rain. After entering, they found there were more zombies than they had imagined. It wasn't just a matter of not being able to drive through, the streets were so choked with zombies that even walking was becoming impossible. My God! Upon seeing this, Nisa Ayan instinctively covered her mouth. The street in front of them was jam-packed with zombies, looking almost like a bustling market. Just as expected of Yueyang City. Let's go, take another route. Wang Tao, noticing there were no level 3 or 4 zombies here, immediately signaled everyone to leave. His target was level 4 zombies, and naturally, he could also hunt level 3 zombies, but there was no need to go out of his way to hunt those below level 3. They needed to conserve their energy for more appropriate targets. Because of the heavy rain, Wang Tao and his group did not attract the attention of the zombies when they left. The zombies just stood idly on the streets, as if basking in the rainfall. Many suspected that the corrosive acid rain might be beneficial to the zombies, so Wang Tao wasn't surprised to see them acting this way. With Wang Tao's perception leading the way, they managed to successfully circle around to another street, despite the high number of zombies. Although this street was better and there were fewer zombies than on the first, it was still heavily infested. Chapter 613 to 255. Entering the downtown area, Wang Tao looked around and, after not finding any level 3 zombies, once again changed the route. Soon, the group arrived at the third street. This street was comparatively better, it was wider and there were relatively fewer zombies on it. Most importantly, there were a few level 3 elite zombies here. This will do. Wang Tao decided to enter the urban area from here. After the group made an appearance, they quickly drew the attention of some zombies. Though the heavy rain affected the zombies' perception, among so many of them, there were always a few with particularly sharp senses. It was normal to be spotted. Attack. Each member drew their weapons and charged towards the zombies. Aside from lightning, everyone was now level 3, and handling these level 2 zombies was like picking off low-hanging fruit. In a moment, none of the zombies were left standing, including those level 3 elite zombies, which Wang Tao easily disposed of. After collecting the spoils of battle, Wang Tao used his perception ability and then pointed in a direction. There are fewer zombies over there, let's go that way. Okay. Everyone followed Wang Tao, continuing to delve deeper into the urban area. The urban area of Luoyang City was vast. Even in peacetime, it would have been impossible to explore the entire area quickly, let alone now. Thus, Wang Tao's goal was to search according to the areas marked on the map, one by one, and he should eventually find a 4-level zombie. But unfortunately, even until nightfall, after killing who knows how many zombies, they had still not encountered a single 4-level zombie. Damn it. Wang Tao felt somewhat helpless. It was the embodiment of that saying, the more you lack something, the less likely you are to encounter it. Initially, Wang Tao had been considering how to deal with a 4-level zombie if he encountered one. The irony. He couldn't even find one. Let's find a place to rest. There was no point in going back to the base now, otherwise, the effort it took to reach this point would be wasted if they had to start all over again. Sure. Nobody objected, they had been fighting frequently all day long without much rest. But if you really talked about danger, nothing much had really happened. After all, everyone was cautious and didn't make much noise. Wang Tao surveyed the area and then chose a high-rise building about a dozen stories tall. He thought this location was good, as it allowed for a view of the nearby area, and if a 4-level zombie appeared, he would be able to spot it in time. There was a square under the building with quite a few zombies on it. Wang Tao spent some time clearing out these zombies before entering the building. Naturally, there were also quite a few zombies inside the building, but the group didn't rush and methodically cleared them floor by floor. However, as they reached a certain floor, Wang Tao suddenly exclaimed. Huh? What's wrong? Everyone looked at Wang Tao. We've stumbled upon a night demon's nest, just a few floors above. Wang Tao pointed upwards. Wang Tao's perception range was limited. When he was downstairs, he wouldn't have been able to see the whole building situation. As for his plant affinity ability, it didn't detect anything because there were no plants in the night demon's nest. Moreover, with many ordinary zombies inside the building, Wang Tao didn't consciously think about the night demon's nest. What do you say? Yang Qingong and the others looked at Wang Tao, somewhat eager. Of course we're going to check it out. Night demons were at least level 3, and killing them could greatly increase their health point. It was an opportunity not to be missed. Furthermore, Wang Tao had many ultraviolet illumination flares, which were effective against night demons and indirectly weakened their combat power. Wang Tao and his group carefully cleared the zombies on that floor, then continued upwards. The building had 18 floors in total, and the night demon's nest was located above the 10th floor. There were no zombies from the 9th to the 7th floor, only below the 7th. After Wang Tao and the group had cleared all the zombies in these 7 floors, the sky was completely dark. Wang Tao could sense that during the day, even when the sky was very overcast, the night demons didn't do much, as if they were sleeping in their lair. But as soon as night fell completely, the night demons woke up, as though, and began to stir. It was likely that a night demon would soon leave its lair. Many of the building's entrances were blocked, leaving only an accessible stairway. Wang Tao and his companion stood on this necessary path for the night demon. Here it comes. Wang Tao whispered. Moments later, a blood-red figure emerged into view. Health point, 70,000 70,000, magic point, 40,000 40,000, level 3, elite, a level 3 elite night demon with 70,000 health point. Wang Tao had seen night demons before, a level 3 lord had 50,000 health point, but this one had 70,000 and was still only elite. He estimated that the lord of this nest must have 100,000 health point. Roar, this night demon probably hadn't expected to find humans blocking the entrance to its home, and so it didn't immediately charge at Wang Tao and the others upon seeing them. Bang! Bang! He-Jijun, carrying an air bullet rifle, and Wang Tao, using his air bullet ability, struck the night demon's head simultaneously. The air bullets, though seemingly unremarkable, had great impact power. The night demon was instantly knocked down. Yang Qingong and the others seized the opportunity to rush forward and quickly hacked the night demon to death. As level 3 ability users with tens of thousands of health points each, a single night demon was definitely no match for their combined assault. Roar. Chapter 614 to 255. Entering the downtown area 3. The noise here also caught the attention of those above, and immediately a lot of night demons rushed over. Wang Tao and the others took out ultraviolet illumination flares, lit them, and threw them nearby. After all, night demons were quite strong zombies. There was no need to take chances when they had flares to use. Zzzzzzz. The group of night demons that had just charged over were immediately bathed in the dense purple light. Their skin began to burn in an instant. Roar. Zombies don't fear pain, but these night demons seemed somewhat afraid after being burned by the ultraviolet light, each emitting a painful roar. However, the scent of humans in front of them was too enticing, they couldn't bear to leave. This situation was not much different from Wang Tao's last trip to the night demon's nest. Those night demons who dared not approach yet were unwilling to leave soon became targets, and were rapidly slaughtered by Wang Tao and his group. These ultraviolet illumination flares are really useful. He-Jijun felt a bit astounded. Before he had met Wang Tao, he had encountered night demons and knew how terrifying they were. But he hadn't expected ultraviolet light to be able to suppress night demons. While He-Jijun was internally marveling, his hands didn't stop moving. He first used his air bullet rifle to blow the head off a night demon in front of him, then, without looking back, he took the bone hand crossbow and pulled the trigger toward his rear. Whoosh! The bone crossbow arrow, as if it had eyes, accurately lodged itself in the eye socket of a night demon. The others also did not want to show weakness, calling upon their own attacks on the night demons. No matter how strong the night demons were, they were just tens of thousands of health point level 3 elites. With Wang Tao leading the charge, the night demons were suppressed and beaten. These night demons had probably never seen such a formation and were directly bewildered by the assault. At this time, some night demons wanted to flee. But Wang Tao and the others were blocking the exit, and with so many ultraviolet illumination flares burning, they had no chance to run outside. They could only run further inside. After killing all the night demons that hadn't managed to escape, each person took an illumination flare and headed upstairs. The number of night demons in this nest was more than Wang Tao had anticipated. From the 10th to the 18th floor, all were night demons. And each floor probably had about 20 or so, making at least 200 night demons in this nest. It was Wang Tao's first time seeing so many night demons. Fortunately, he had plenty of ultraviolet illumination flares, otherwise it really might not have been enough. Although night demons as a type of zombie didn't have crystal cores, they could regain health point. Even without the rewards for killing higher levels, the sheer number was there. Apart from him at full health point, the others could gain between 1,000 and 2,000 health point for each night demon killed. After killing a few night demons, they could clearly feel their own strength increasing. Therefore, a feeling emerged where the more they killed, the more eager and stronger they became. Night demons had a natural fear of ultraviolet light. Even though the ultraviolet illumination flares couldn't really inflict significant damage on them, they still dared not enter the range of the ultraviolet light. When Yang Qingong and the others each held an illumination flare to attack the night demons, it was basically a one-sided slaughter. Seeing that everyone was handling themselves well, Wang Tao stopped intervening and turned his gaze upstairs. In his perception, there was a level 3 Lord Night Demon upstairs that hadn't come down, lurking by the staircase, wondering if it was planning an ambush. Wang Tao thought for a moment, then dropped the illumination flare he was holding to the ground and directly stepped out of the range of the ultraviolet light. The moment Wang Tao stepped out, he immediately drew the attention of many night demons, which rushed at him wildly. Wang Tao, wielding a bone knife, fought against these night demons. He could have solved the battle quickly, but instead, he acted as if he was struggling against the night demon's onslaught. Suddenly, Wang Tao felt the level 3 Lord Night Demon move. Without a second thought, Wang Tao swung his blade behind him. Bang! There seemed to be nothing behind Wang Tao, but as his blade slashed down, it struck the head of a blue-skinned night demon. Health point, 94,674 100,000ths, magic point, 50,000 50,000, grade, level 3, Lord, Roar. The blue-skinned night demon, furious, lunged at Wang Tao. But in Wang Tao's hand appeared a high-powered ultraviolet flashlight, seemingly out of nowhere. Swoosh! A large burst of ultraviolet light instantly covered the entire body of the blue-skinned night demon. Sizzling, the blue-skinned night demon made a burning sound as it quickly moved away from Wang Tao. Yet suddenly, a black tendril shot out from the wrist of Wang Tao's hand, wrapping around the waist of the blue-skinned night demon. With a forceful tug, Wang Tao pulled it right in front of himself. The blue-skinned night demon opened its mouth wide in a roar, and Wang Tao could even see a hint of rage on its face. Wang Tao, concealed beneath his face mask and twisted iron tree armor, couldn't help but grin. Angry now? This was just the beginning. Just as the ultraviolet flashlight in Wang Tao's hand vanished, and the burning on the blue-skinned night demon ceased, the demon prepared to seize this opportunity to counterattack. That's when a little ultraviolet illumination flare suddenly appeared in Wang Tao's hand. Wang Tao grabbed the neck of the blue-skinned night demon, then shoved the ultraviolet illumination flare directly into its mouth. Sizzling, instantly, the blue-skinned night demon emitted a barbecue-like burning sound, from the inside out. The glow of purple light was clearly visible at the location of the night demon's throat. Roar, clutching its neck in agony, the blue-skinned night demon let out a loud roar, its health point visibly depleting. Wang Tao pressed his attack, holding another ultraviolet illumination flare in one hand and a bone knife in the other, hacking furiously at the blue-skinned night demon. Even as a blue-skinned night demon with 100,000 health point, it couldn't withstand such internal and external onslaughts. It started to frantically dart about, as Wang Tao called over the swift Zhang Shixu, and the two began to pursue and encircle. The purple light emanating from the blue-skinned night demon was too obvious in the darkness, there was no escape. 3 minutes later, with a thump, the completely charred blue-skinned night demon was headshot by Wang Tao. Chapter 615-256, Level 4 Night Demon 1. Wang Tao sheathed his bone knife and casually glanced at his special energy. It had increased by 19,000, not too shabby. After collecting the loot pack dropped by the blue-skinned night demon, Wang Tao turned to Zhang Shixu and said, "Let's go kill the other night demons. You'll finish them off later." Okay. The two rejoined the battle. Although there were many night demons, they stood no chance under the sweeping coverage of numerous many ultraviolet illumination shells. Blocked by Wang Tao and his team, they had no escape. After spending some time, they had completely cleared out the night demon's nest. Phew, seeing that there truly were no more night demons, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they had been in control most of the time, night demons were not to be trifled with, and a slight oversight could lead to injury. Therefore, they had all been extremely cautious, now feeling significantly drained both physically and mentally, and in need of a good rest. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu were in the best shape physically, although they had killed a 100,000 health point blue-skin night demon, they hadn't exhausted themselves too much. Wang Tao handed out some nutrient solution to everyone. Glug glug glug. After guzzling a few bottles, they all felt much better. These night demons are tough, even being suppressed to this extent, they held on for so long. He Jijun said. This was his first time fighting against night demons and he couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. He felt that if it weren't for the cheat-like items such as the ultraviolet illumination flares, not only would killing so many night demons have been out of the question, but even escaping with their lives would have been dubious. After all, they were facing 200 night demons. Despite the fatigue, it feels great. Yang Qingong clenched her fists firmly. She wasn't sure how much her physical attributes had increased, but she felt as if she was touching the threshold of level 3. Indeed, that was the case. Yang Qingong's health point had reached 100,000. She previously had 70,000 health point, and now after killing so many night demons, reaching 100,000 health point was easy. And it wasn't just her, Zhang Shixu, Zhu Xiaojun, and He Jijun all had 100,000 health point now too. Only Nisa Ayan was under 100,000, but she was close, with 90,000. Wang Tao couldn't help saying that raiding the night demon's lair was truly exhilarating. The last time they raided a smaller night demon's lair, it brought his own health point up to 110,000 and everyone else enjoyed a significant increase as well. This time, after raiding a much larger lair, nearly everyone had reached 100,000 health point. An increase in health point signified an enhancement in physical constitution. With 100,000 health point, Yang Qingong and the others had reached an extremely elite level of physical constitution. Even though they hadn't merged with any crystal cores that enhance physical constitution, just based on their current condition, they could probably wrestle with night demons directly. Wang Tao did not rest but took Zhang Shixu and Lightning to wreak havoc in the night demon's lair. Apart from the night demons, the lair housed many unformed night demons and incubation flesh. These definitely needed to be eradicated. However, since only killings by Wang Tao would explode into loot packs, they were all left for him. The night demon's lair was quite large, and it took Wang Tao quite some effort to exterminate everything. Looking at the pile of loot in his space backpack, Wang Tao laughed heartily. It's just a bit of fatigue, totally worth it. The loot from this operation was exceedingly rich. The incubation flesh that was killed exploded into 97 extraction crystal cores. The unformed night demons burst into 428 omnipotent crystal cores. Although these were all level 2 crystal cores, being rare extraction and omnipotent types, they were highly valuable. Then came the loot dropped by the elite night demons. All were ultraviolet flashlights and ultraviolet illumination flares, altogether 300 flashlights and 6,000 flares. This mission had initially consumed a lot of flares, but they had just replenished a hefty amount. For heaven's sake, don't let me find another night demon's nest, or you'll have only yourselves to blame. With so many flares, unless Wang Tao deliberately went looking for another night demon's nest, it would be quite difficult to use them all up. Lastly came the loot from killing that 100,000 health point blue-skinned night demon. Being a zombie lord, and having been killed by Wang Tao, the killing was above his level. There were 4 loot packs and 2 night demon's claw. The first loot pack contained, level 3 crystal core, ascension, level 3 crystal core, energy boost, level 3 crystal core, health point boost, and, level 3 crystal core, body constitution boost. The second loot pack contained potions. Received, 20 strength increase potions, received, 20 agility increase potions, received, 20 mental boosting potions. There wasn't much to say about these 3 types of potions, they were all used by Wang Tao. Wang Tao felt that these kinds of potions that permanently increased attributes seemed to have a diminishing effect. When his attributes were low, the increase was quite noticeable. The higher his attributes, the smaller the increment became. However, any increase was welcome, no matter how small, and Wang Tao wasn't bothered by it. In the third pack was an ultraviolet suit, yet comparing with the previous blue-skin night demons he had killed, there was an additional item. 1 high-power ultraviolet flashlight, 40 mini ultraviolet illumination shells, 10 ultraviolet illumination light strips. The new item was this ultraviolet illumination light strip. Ultraviolet illumination light strip emits ultraviolet light once powered on. Any number of ultraviolet illumination light strips can be linked together, and the more they are connected, the stronger the ultraviolet light becomes. Requires electrical energy and can be powered by batteries. This ultraviolet illumination light strip looked like a tube and could be pieced together to form a continuous strip of light. Chapter 616 to 256, Level 4 Night Demon 2. This lamp clearly can't be used during combat, but it can be used with batteries. Wang Tao feels that it's more appropriate to place this thing outside the base to deter night demons from coming in or to set up a temporary safety zone for emergencies. The item is decent, and Wang Tao installs the batteries so it can be used in a pinch later on. The last loot pack is up next. It was from the third blue-skin night demon that Wang Tao had killed. The first blue-skin night demon dropped a night demon blade blueprint, and the second one dropped a night demon breastplate blueprint. Wang Tao felt that this night demon equipment might come in a set, and sure enough. Obtained, a night demon leg armor blueprint. Night demon leg armor blueprint can be used to craft a piece of night demon leg armor. Required materials: night demon lord's bone 10 kilograms, level 3 crystal core 1, iron block 20, steel wire 20, nails 20, rubber 20, night demon leg armor, attributes unknown. This time, it's the night demon leg armor. With this in mind, Wang Tao felt there was a very good chance that a complete set of night demon equipment was within reach. Wang Tao had enough materials on hand, so he immediately began stripping the bones from the blue-skin night demon and started crafting. A multicolored light flashed, all the materials vanished, and a pair of black leg armor tinged with blue appeared. Night demon leg armor, level 3, excellence, durability plus 57, defense plus 57. Like the breastplate before, it looked very understated, was designed to be form-fitting, and possessed a certain toughness. Moreover, its attributes were 2 points higher than the previous one. Wang Tao was already wearing the night demon breastplate, and now he immediately donned the night demon leg armor. Once on, it fit perfectly without hindering his movements. Unfortunately, no suit attributes appeared. Wang Tao didn't know if this was because they didn't exist or if he simply didn't have enough of the set, though he suspected the latter. If he could encounter a few more blue-skin night demons, he might be able to complete a set. Wang Tao was looking forward to it. By now, Yang Qingong and the others had rested enough, so Wang Tao called them upstairs. Wang Tao naturally didn't plan on leaving tonight, opting to rest in the night demon's nest. As people trying to survive the post-apocalyptic world, they didn't care much about their environment as long as it was safe. The group reached the rooftop, where they could see nothing but darkness outside, but they could still hear various roars. Wang Tao distributed a large number of ultraviolet illumination flares to everyone and then pulled out a military telescope he'd brought from the base. With it, he could clearly see zombies on the street becoming more active after nightfall. Even the pouring rain couldn't stop them from wandering around like vagabonds. Suddenly, Wang Tao felt as though he was being watched, like something was close by on the floor below. Startled, he looked down, But apart from a pile of level 2 zombies, there was nothing unusual. A false perception? Impossible. Becoming an ability user meant he couldn't have false perceptions unless his spirit was affected or he was caught in an illusion. There was definitely something spying on him just now. Wang Tao immediately maxed out his plant affinity and perception ability. They were in Yueyang City's urban area surrounded by zombies, so caution was paramount. And then, his expression suddenly changed. Something is rapidly heading this way. Wang Tao's plant affinity had a wide range, and since there were many plants near the building, he could see the surroundings. He clearly perceived something moving towards the building fast, like teleporting. Since it wasn't within his perception range yet, he couldn't judge its strength, but he could tell it wasn't as big as the giant zombie he had seen earlier, which brought a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't that giant zombie, then, wait a second. In Wang Tao's perceptual vision, a figure emitting a blue glow suddenly appeared. And the glow from this figure was even stronger than that of the blue-skin night demon with 100,000 health point he had just killed. Fourth order monster, no, a level 4 night demon, it's coming. Quick, let's go downstairs. Wang Tao immediately led the group to run down from the rooftop. Being on the rooftop left them with no escape route in case of danger. If they faced the enemy downstairs, they could at least try to retreat upwards if the fight was going badly, buying time to think of a plan or even fleeing to the lower levels. Reaching the 11th floor, Wang Tao quickly signaled for everyone to stop. He lit an ultraviolet illumination flare and tossed it toward the staircase entrance ahead. Sizzle, a burning sound erupted. At that moment, everyone saw clearly what was blocking the stairwell. A night demon, larger than a blue-skin night demon and adorned with black bone armor and white bone spikes, stood before them. Health point, 99,990 100,000ths, magic point, 100,000 100,000ths, grade, level 4, Lord, Awakening, robust, full spectrum boost to all basic attributes, a 4th order night demon with 100,000 health point. An awakening called, robust, it seemed like a weaker variant of, giant. When Wang Tao saw these attributes, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. Why had he risked venturing into the urban area in the first place? Wasn't it to hunt down a 4th level zombie? Preferably one with 100,000 health point, as more health point meant he might not be able to defeat it. Now he had encountered just such a creature. Not only did it have 100,000 health point, but it was also a night demon with weaknesses. Chapter 617-256, Level 4 Night Demon 3. Wang Tao had so many ultraviolet flashlights and ultraviolet illumination flares at his disposal, which were supposed to be effective in suppressing the night demons. Wait a minute. It wasn't afraid of the ultraviolet illumination flares? Wang Tao had just thrown one of those flares right at the feet of the black-skinned night demon, and although its body was emitting a sizzling burning sound, it seemed unafraid. It didn't even move an inch. And its health point. It was reduced by so little, 10 health point per second? When dealing with level 3 night demons, the ultraviolet illumination flares would cause triple-digit damage per second, yet it was only 10 health point on this level 4 night demon. Roar, the black-skinned night demon let out a low growl. One could see its facial muscles twitching and its skin cracking and burning. Clearly, the ultraviolet illumination flare had some effect, but it simply ignored these and even walked straight past the flare, then suddenly vanished. Bang! Without seeing anything, Wang Tao felt himself lifted into the air. It was then that he saw the black-skinned night demon had already appeared in front of him. Wang Tao felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw the sharp claws of the black-skinned night demon had pierced right through the entangling roots. Minus 15,734, minus 1,087, 108,913 110,000 opening parenthesis 84,266 100,000ths closing parenthesis. What the fuck? Wang Tao was a bit stunned. This claw strike from the black-skinned night demon not only tore away 15,000 health point from the entangling roots but also pierced through them and hit Wang Tao directly. Fortunately, Wang Tao was wearing the night demon breastplate, which blocked the strike. Even so, the massive impact still caused Wang Tao to lose 1,000 health point. A single strike draining 15% of his entangling roots health point? And it managed to pierce through and hit him? Is this the attack power of a level 4? Despite his profound shock, Wang Tao had no time to ponder. He immediately summoned all his strength, held his knife with both hands, and viciously slashed at the black-skinned night demon in front of him. Bang! Minus 1,024, this damage number left Wang Tao speechless. This was his strike with all his abilities activated, employing high-frequency vibration along with his full strength, and it only dealt 1,000 health point of damage. But this strike, at least, knocked the blue-skinned night demon back and gave Wang Tao a chance to breathe. Then, Zhang Shixu was the first to react. She immediately rushed to the side of the blue-skinned night demon and scratched it twice with her dark sharp claws. -423, -418. Next to react was Hijijun. He directly took out a rifle loaded with blanks and fired a shot at the black-skinned night demon. -512, the third one to react was unexpectedly lightning. Fear was visible in its eyes, but it still charged at the blue-skinned night demon without hesitation, leaping high and biting at the night demon's face. -5. Last were Yang Qingong, Zhu Xiaojun, and Nisa Ayan. The three reacted almost simultaneously. After Wang Tao pushed back the black-skinned night demon, their attacks also landed on it. -426, -237, -188. Suddenly, Wang Tao felt that his own damage wasn't that low, either. No, what the hell is this? 6 of them and a dog attacked the black-skinned night demon together, and they only managed to deal over 3,000 damage? Which is just 3% of its total health point. Is this the defense of a level 4 night demon? Roar. Having been attacked so many times in a row, although it didn't lose much health point, the black-skinned night demon was clearly infuriated. Its figure flashed, and once again, it disappeared from their sight. Wang Tao felt a sense of danger in his heart and swung his blade at the empty air in front of him. Bang! Wang Tao's preemptive strike was spot on. It landed directly on the head of the black-skinned night demon. -1,283 95,557 100,000ths, but the claws of the black-skinned night demon had once again penetrated Wang Tao's chest. -16,348, -1,084, 107,829 110,000, 67,918 100,000ths, damn. Seeing the outrageous damage numbers again, Wang Tao felt a mix of anger and panic. If it went on like this a few more times, he didn't know if he'd die, but the entangling roots were definitely done for. Get lost. Wang Tao kicked the black-skinned night demon hard, sending it flying. However, it was a kick to the demon's chest, and it only lost a few drops of blood. Then, Wang Tao immediately took out a bunch of ultraviolet illumination flares, lit them, and threw them all around. Everyone throw flares. Wang Tao didn't have much of anything else, but he had plenty of flares. Zzla. After he threw those flares, purple light instantly enveloped the black-skinned night demon. The ultraviolet light produced by so many flares burning together directly caused smoke to rise from the black-skinned night demon's body. Seeing the numbers for health point loss above the black-skinned night demon's head start to increase, Wang Tao instantly felt overjoyed. The effects of the flares really do stack. While the damage from the ultraviolet illumination flares was secondary, the most important thing was that it could affect the black-skinned night demon's movements. The previous red-skinned night demon and blue-skinned night demon had barely been able to move after getting hit by the ultraviolet light, not that they literally couldn't move, but because they both desired to devour Wang Tao and his team while also fearing the damage the ultraviolet light brought, so they became stuck. Now, the black-skinned night demon was facing a similar situation. It very much wanted to devour Wang Tao and his companions, but it had an innate fear of ultraviolet light. If there was only a little bit of ultraviolet light, it would be fine, and it could just charge through. But now, with ultraviolet light everywhere, it felt uncomfortable all over, and even its speed was affected. When it charged at Wang Tao again, Wang Tao finally saw its trajectory, and there was just one word to describe it: fast. This was the ultimate speed that came with overpowering physical qualities. Wang Tao felt somewhat relieved, thankful that the night demon's hatred was focused on him. If it had charged at someone else, he doubted many could withstand its attack. Bang! Wang Tao's bone knife struck the black-skinned night demon once more. The black-skinned night demon still didn't dodge or evade. In terms of both attack and defense, it was far superior to Wang Tao, and in this head-on clash, it had the upper hand. But this time, it didn't get the upper hand, because Zhang Shixu rushed over it like a cannonball from the side and slammed it away. Thud. The black-skinned night demon was sent flying backward. At that moment, the others produced a large number of ultraviolet illumination flares in their hands and threw them at the night demon. Whoosh! The black-skinned night demon was instantly submerged in purple light. Chapter 618-257 Hard-won victory. A barrage of ultraviolet illumination flares were thrown out, instantly turning this floor as bright as day. Not only were the black-skinned night demons in discomfort, but even Zhu Xiaojun and his companions found themselves squinting against the ultraviolet light, forced to toss flares based on rough perception alone. Roar! The entire body of the black-skinned night demon was burning, emitting an unpleasant smell as it roared furiously, crashing about in an attempt to escape the range of the ultraviolet light. But the place was bathed in ultraviolet light, there was no escape. You guys hold the flares at the door, ready to replenish them at any moment. Little Zhu and I will attack." Wang Tao shouted to the others. "Yes." The group nodded. The intense glare prevented them from seeing clearly, so they couldn't attack. Since each flare only burned for 25 seconds, someone needed to constantly replenish them. This was a job they could handle perfectly. As for Wang Tao, he could use his perception ability to locate the black-skin night demon, and his eyes could also filter out some of the glare. Zhang Shixi could do the same, which meant only the two of them could attack properly. Wang Tao took out a bunch of usable potions and handed some to Zhang Shixi, both of them injecting all of them. Then, with a bone knife in hand, he rushed toward the black-skin night demon. Whoosh! Although dazed by the overwhelming ultraviolet light, the black-skin night demon noticed Wang Tao immediately. Bang! It raised its claws, blocking Wang Tao's bone knife. However, while blocking Wang Tao, it left its back exposed to Zhang Shixi. -420, -439, Zhang Shixi launched a surprise attack from behind, scratching the night demon's nape twice. Such damage was trivial to a night demon with so much health point, but the sneak attack left it extremely enraged. It immediately abandoned Wang Tao and charged towards Zhang Shixi. "Be careful." Zhang Shixi was quick, but the black-skin night demon was quicker. As if teleporting, the black-skin night demon appeared in front of Zhang Shixi in an instant and viciously stabbed at her chest with its sharp claws. Thud. Clad in iron tree armor, Zhang Shixi blocked the strike, but the armor clearly dented, likely losing a considerable amount of durability. Moreover, Zhang Shixi lost 1,000 health point. The impact of the night demon's attack had indirectly caused damage. Nonetheless, with an unchanging expression, Zhang Shixi tightly grasped the night demon's arms after being attacked and, rotating like a hammer throw, flung the black-skin night demon straight towards Wang Tao. Regaining her memories, Zhang Shixi's attack methods had become varied and she exhibited better teamwork than before, no longer appearing rigid. Having coordinated many times, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi understood each other well. As soon as Zhang Shixi grabbed the black-skin night demon's arms, Wang Tao had already raised his bone knife, preparing for an energize one-hit. As Zhang Shixi flung the night demon towards Wang Tao, he brutally chopped down in the direction it was flying from. Bang! -1584, the night demon was sent spinning away, disoriented by the slash. Meanwhile, Zhang Shixi had also prepared her next move. As the night demon flew towards her, she reached out with her slender claws, striking directly at the back of the night demon's head. -483, -427, another 900 health point was shed from the black-skin night demon, but this time it reacted, enduring the discomfort of the UV light on its skin and turned around to pounce on Zhang Shixi like a ferocious tiger. Bang! Zhang Shixi was instantly tackled down. The black-skin night demon opened its triple-split mouth, and out popped a mouthpiece bristling with sharp teeth. This was a one-hit kill move that all night demons possessed. If the mouthpiece penetrated the body, instant death was almost certain. Although Zhang Shixi wore armor and a helmet, it was uncertain if they could withstand the strike. At that moment, Wang Tao suddenly had a pistol in his hand and pulled the trigger at the black-skin night demon. Bang! A faint sound echoed as an invisible air bullet struck the back of the black-skin night demon's head. -1282, the head of the black-skin night demon was knocked askew, and the mouthpiece stabbed into the floor, creating a large hole. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Shixi kicked the black-skin night demon and landed 2 more claw strikes on it. The enraged black-skin night demon turned and pounced at Zhang Shixi once again. Whoosh! Wang Tao activated Rush, arriving next to Zhang Shixi, and his bone knife, equipped with high-frequency vibration, harshly slashed atop the black-skin night demon's head. -1349, roar. Consecutive attacks clearly infuriated the black-skin night demon. But the numerous UV burning flares around suppressed it, especially its speed, which was nowhere near its prime. Whoosh! The black-skin night demon blinked to the side of Wang Tao. However, due to its suppression, Wang Tao easily predicted its trajectory. Swinging his bone knife, Wang Tao slashed at the night demon beside him. Bang! -1132, Wang Tao's firm slash landed squarely on the black-skin night demon's forehead, but its claws also caught Wang Tao. -11,833, -354, a casual swipe from the black-skin night demon could strip over 10,000 health point from the entangling roots. With only 50,000 health point left, Wang Tao was feeling the pressure. 3 or 4 more hits, and the entangling roots would likely be done for. Wang Tao tried using mental shock, but possibly due to the level difference, the black-skin night demon had no reaction and lost no health point. Swipe. At this moment, Zhang Shixi's attack came again. However, this time it didn't succeed, as the black-skin night demon blocked it with raised hands. Chapter 619 to 257 Hard-won victory to the attack of the black-skin night demon was sharp claws, and Zhang Shixu had the same. One black, one red, one large and one small, two pairs of claws, grabbed hold of each other and wrestled. But Zhang Shixu clearly did not have the strength to match the black-skin night demon. In a flash, she was flung away, crashing directly into the ceiling. Although their wrestling lasted only a brief second, Wang Tao seized this opportunity. He sheathed his bow knife and produced an ignited ultraviolet illumination flare in his hand, grabbed the black-skin night demon's shoulder with the other hand, and directly stuffed the flare into the night demon's mouth. Having done this once before, Wang Tao did it smoothly. He instantly pushed the burning flare into the night demon's mouth, and fiercely poked it in, thrusting it directly into its throat. Roar! The black-skin night demon might have been bewildered, not expecting Wang Tao had this trick up his sleeve, and was caught off guard. Bang! It waved its arms, flinging Wang Tao away and knocking off more than 20,000 health points from the entangling roots. Wang Tao, like Zhang Shixu, was smashed against the ceiling, but he smirked. Roar! The black-skin night demon, clutching at its throat, staggered backward, emitting an ugly roar. It reached into its mouth to remove the flare, but its hand was too big for its mouth and couldn't fit entirely in. Plus, Wang Tao had jabbed it in deep, so it couldn't reach it. Watching the black-skin night demon's health point rapidly drop above its head, Wang Tao did not relax. He conjured up a bunch of ultraviolet illumination flares in his hand and tossed them all at the black-skin night demon after igniting them. Flares have a long burn time, and they extinguish after that time is up, so it's better to waste a few more than to give the black-skin night demon any chance to recover. The flare that Wang Tao had inserted into the black-skin night demon's throat played a significant role. The night demon, now focused solely on removing the flare from its throat, ran chaotically around the room instead of attacking Wang Tao. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu were suddenly under much less pressure. He instructed Zhang Shixu to distract the night demon first, as there was no guarantee it wouldn't manage to pull out a flare. He himself returned to Yang Qingong and the others, handing out a large pile of flares to them. Don't be frugal, throw them all. Especially at the entrance, we must block it tight. Okay. Wang Tao's goal was not to protect himself but to kill this level 4 black-skin night demon. If it were just about self-preservation, the number of flares he had would be enough to last until dawn without running out. Even if the black-skin night demon has a strong resistance to ultraviolet light, facing so many, it probably wouldn't dare to attack rashly. But having finally encountered a 4-level zombie, and one that had an obvious weakness at that, Wang Tao definitely had to seize this chance and take it down. Wang Tao could feel that the black-skin night demon was already trying to escape. But the only passage for escaping the building had been filled with ultraviolet illumination flares, and the entrance was barraged with beams from high-powered ultraviolet flashlights, which made it dare not rush out. Thus, it could only scurry around the hall. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu began to entangle in combat with it, and Wang Tao filled the entire floor, especially around the windows, the walls, and the staircase, with ultraviolet illumination flares. Wang Tao couldn't be sure if it would leap out of a window. With its astounding physical abilities, it might survive even a fall from over 10 stories. So Wang Tao couldn't afford to let it escape. As more ultraviolet illumination flares were thrown, the black-skin night demon was increasingly suppressed. However, the flare inside its throat was about to go out. Seeing this, Wang Tao immediately used the iron tree vines, capturing the floundering black-skin night demon at his side. Slash! The black-skin night demon swung its claws and instantly cut the vines. But for Wang Tao, that moment was enough. He took out a few more flares and drove them right into the black-skin night demon's body. The black-skin night demon seemed to indeed possess a degree of intelligence. Seeing Wang Tao's movement, it ceased its roaring and shut its mouth. Even though the flare in its throat was still burning and closing its mouth was uncomfortable, it was nothing compared to the agony of another flare being shoved in. Watching this unfold, Wang Tao wasn't surprised. Although the black-skin night demon had closed its mouth, there were other places on its body to stick a flare. Such as the gaps in the bone armor spikes, or maybe its anus. Wang Tao wasn't sure if it had one, but adhering to the ideal of learning by doing, he held on to the black-skin night demon with one hand, not letting go even while being attacked. His other hand, meanwhile, held an ultraviolet illumination flare that he fiercely thrust into the night demon's rear. Huh? It actually works. The large and thick ultraviolet illumination flare instantly penetrated the black-skin night demon's backside. The black-skin night demon had strong defense, wearing bone armor bone spur, and damage could only be dealt by hitting its head, which was incredibly hard. It could even block some of the ultraviolet light. But clearly, its inner defense was not as high. The flare in its throat had already caused it significant pain, and the one inserted in its backside made it instinctively open its mouth and let out a roar. Roar, As the black-skinned night demon opened its mouth, Wang Tao shoved another flare into it. Bang! The black-skinned night demon mustered all its strength and sent Wang Tao flying. And as Wang Tao was sent flying, he immediately retracted the entangling roots to their original state, because the roots had just taken several hits from the black-skinned night demon, leaving them with only about 3,000 health point. Another hit would have been fatal. Chapter 620-257 Hard-won Victory 3 Fortunately, Wang Tao was wearing night demon armor, which would have allowed him to hold out for a while even without the entangling roots. This black-skinned night demon was even more agonized than Wang Tao had imagined. After knocking Wang Tao away, it didn't pursue its victory but instead rolled on the ground, seemingly trying to get rid of the flare stuck in its throat and rear. Wang Tao finally let out a sigh of relief. However, he didn't dare relax and immediately took out the ultraviolet illumination light strip he obtained from killing that blue-skinned night demon. Wang Tao called over Zhang Shixu, and together with these 10 battery-equipped illumination lights, they surrounded the black-skinned night demon, significantly increasing the intensity of the ultraviolet light in the area. Wang Tao had been wanting to use this ultraviolet illumination light strip, but he never had the chance until now. Roar! The cries of the black-skinned night demon had become even more miserable to hear. But its health point was actually still over 60,000, which means 2/3 remained. This fucker's really tough to kill. Wang Tao exclaimed. He had tried every trick in the book, and still, it had so much health point left. Fortunately, the black-skinned night demon was now completely suppressed by the ultraviolet light, especially its speed, which had slowed down a lot. And at this moment, it was too preoccupied with scrambling around within a certain range to attack Wang Tao. This ultraviolet illumination light strip was quite effective, keeping the black-skinned night demon from approaching and restricting its range of motion. Wang Tao called over Yang Qingong and the rest to throw all their flares within this area. Sizzling, roar, the health point loss per second for the black-skinned night demon also began to increase. Wang Tao once again raised his bow knife and charged in. He couldn't just wait for the ultraviolet light to slowly kill the night demon. After all, whether it was the illumination lights or flares, they were inanimate objects that could potentially be destroyed by the black-skinned night demon. Wang Tao had to charge in and entangle it to prevent it from destroying these ultraviolet tools. Zhang Shixu followed suit and charged in. Both began another struggle with the black-skinned night demon. It had to be said, this black-skinned night demon was incredibly strong. Even under suppression, it could still exert great pressure on Wang Tao. Thankfully he had Zhang Shixu fighting alongside him, otherwise, without the entangling roots, he would have genuinely struggled to combat it. After all, Wang Tao wasn't immune to the zombie virus, so he couldn't be as reckless in his assault as before. Under their joint struggle, the health point of the black-skinned zombie kept dwindling. However, most of the health point loss wasn't due to their efforts but caused by the ultraviolet light. After a minute, the health point of the black-skinned night demon finally dropped to a sliver. Wang Tao had already prepared for the final strike, and once the health point fell to a level he could finish, he immediately made his move. Puchy. -1,234, 100,000, the black-skinned night demon, whose body had been scorched by the ultraviolet light, was instantly decapitated by Wang Tao. Rustle, a bunch of items burst out, including claws and a heart? Wang Tao didn't take a close look, immediately collecting them. He also stripped out the bones of the black-skinned night demon, which were materials for crafting night demon equipment. Whether or not they would be useful was another matter, but it was worth taking them just in case. Then, Wang Tao glanced at his own health point bar. 36,542 110,000, this was the most severe injury he had sustained since acquiring entangling roots. Zhang Shixu's condition wasn't good either. Her level 3 iron tree armor had been completely destroyed, and her body was covered in wounds, with her health point dropping to 20,000. As she wasn't afraid of the zombie virus, she fought even more fiercely than Wang Tao, which was why her injuries were more severe. Wang Tao walked over, held Zhang Shixu's shoulders to check her for a moment, and after confirming there were no fatal dangers, he gathered the ultraviolet lights around and shouted to everyone. "All right, it's over." Upon hearing Wang Tao's voice, Yang Qingong and the others stopped throwing flares. The light in front of them was still a little blinding. There were too many flares, making it impossible to see clearly what was inside. But since Wang Tao had said it was over, it must be safe now. The group hurried into the room, and Lightning, who had been hiding on the side, quickly rushed to Wang Tao's side. Wang Tao hugged him, checked that his health point hadn't decreased much, and immediately smiled and knocked on his head. So smart. Lightning was the weakest. A rash attack would have been certain death. Luckily, he was smart and knew to hide. Woof woof. Lightning barked softly twice, staying close to Wang Tao as if worried about him. "Wang Tao, little Stu, are you guys okay?" Yang Qingong squinted as he approached Wang Tao and quickly grabbed Wang Tao's hand. "I'm fine, don't worry." Wang Tao reached back and held Yang Qingong's hand. He Jijun, Zhu Xiajun, and Nisa Ayan also came over. Seeing that Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu indeed seemed alright, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Nisa Ayan hurried over to support Wang Tao, while He Jijun and Zhu Xiajun went to throw the still burning flares farther away. The simultaneous burning of so many flares was too bright to even open their eyes. After a quick cleanup, everyone was finally able to see the pitiful state of Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu, as well as the charred corpse on the ground. So this is a 4-level zombie. Although they did not directly participate in the battle later on, they could still sense the difficulty of Wang Tao's fight. Including He Jijun, everyone's faces showed a hint of despair. The 4-level zombies were just too strong. Compared to level 3 zombies, it was like being in a completely different dimension. And this was a night demon with a clear weakness. If it had been another zombie with no such weaknesses, could they have won this battle? Definitely not. It was hard for them to imagine how humanity could withstand if all the zombies in the future were this powerful. Seeing everyone's expressions, Wang Tao also showed a wry smile. He knew 4-level zombies were strong, but he hadn't expected them to be this strong. This was even more difficult than when he was an ordinary person, killing the level 1 elite Big Hammer zombie in the water plant. Although he nearly died at that time, now at least he still had 30,000 health point left. But there were more people now, their strength was greater, and they had found the night demon's weakness. And still, they ended up like this. If not for the flares, if they hadn't been annihilated, at least heavy casualties would have occurred. Wang Tao was about to suggest going upstairs to rest. Suddenly, his face changed. He immediately turned his head to look outside the window, and the others seemed to have heard something too, simultaneously turning their gaze to the window. In the boundless darkness, a massive figure could be faintly seen. Thud, 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 Chapter 621-258 Awakening Key 1 Giant Zombie. Upon seeing that enormous shadow, everyone exclaimed in shock. Then, fear was written all over their faces. If dealing with a level 4 night demon just now was so difficult, how strong must this giant zombie be? After all, Wang Tao had mentioned earlier that this giant zombie was likely one of the most formidable beings among level 4 creatures. What do we do? Everyone turned to look at Wang Tao. Get down. Wang Tao suddenly yelled, pulling Zhang Shixu and Yang Qingong to his side as he instantly dropped to the ground. Upon hearing this, He Jijun nearly at the same time dropped to the ground with Wang Tao, and he also pulled down Zhu Xiajun and Nisa Ayan who were beside him. Lightning also reflexively dropped straight down. Then, boom. There was an earth-shaking rumble as if something had nearly grazed past the top of their heads as it flew by. With the help of the flares that hadn't yet burnt out nearby, they saw that the flying object seemed to be a massive slab of stone. Looking up, they saw that the walls in the front and back of this level were gone, leaving a gaping hole. Through the opening, they could see that huge figure in the distance, still poised to throw something. Thump, thump, thump. Heavens! Everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. This creature could throw objects as an attack? From such a great distance, it could strike with such accuracy? And the power it wielded, to directly smash through a reinforced concrete building. If Wang Tao hadn't told them to get down, it's likely they would have either been crushed into a pulp or thrown out from a dozen floors up and killed on the spot. Damn! Wang Tao cursed under his breath. This thing had ranged attacks too? They were already no match for it, and now even less so. Run. Run fast. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Tao got up and started running, pulling Yang Qingong along. Though the giant zombie appeared to move slowly, its immense size meant it could probably cover the distance in just a few strides. Now it wasn't a question of running or not but whether they could run fast enough. Nisa Ayan and the others were slightly panicked, but being level 3 ability users, they discarded all extraneous thoughts and followed Wang Tao. However, the fastest runner wasn't Wang Tao, but Lightning. Lightning led the way, familiar with the paths, ensuring they didn't end up in a dead end. Zhang Shixu followed Lightning, and whenever they came to places only Lightning could squeeze through, she used brute strength to push her way in. Then came Wang Tao, Yang Qingong, Zhu Xiajun, and He Jijun. Although He Jijun was the oldest, being a level 3 ability user and possessing the hidden ability of old but vigorous, he had strong physical fitness and didn't fall behind. The group frantically ran down the stairs, and just as they reached the 5th floor, Wang Tao suddenly stopped and yelled, "Lightning, come back!" Wang Tao's shout was with full force, numbing the ears of Yang Qingong, who was next to him. She hadn't yet figured out what was happening when suddenly there came a thunderous boom. The ground shook. A huge and decaying arm appeared on the 5th floor, grabbing and bursting everything within reach. The group hurriedly looked out the windows only to see a terrifying figure hunched over outside. The giant zombie had arrived. It seemed to have grabbed something with that move, then its massive hand left the 5th floor, bringing whatever it had caught to its mouth. Lightning. Wang Tao was furious. Woof woof. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed from the debris to Wang Tao's feet. Lightning? Wang Tao had thought lightning was caught, but luckily the dog was smart and had escaped this disaster. Wang Tao immediately embraced lightning in his arms, looked at the 5th floor now reduced to rubble, and decisively said, "Jump off the building. Follow me." Holding lightning in one arm and an ignited ultraviolet illumination flare in the other, Wang Tao broke the window and leapt out. Seeing Wang Tao's actions, the others didn't hesitate and jumped down after him. Whoosh, feeling the wind past his ear, Wang Tao maximized both his perception ability and plant affinity. Thud. Wang Tao hit the ground hard, mud splattering, and the impact caused the ground to crack. Wang Tao felt his feet go numb. The others landed one after another. For them, as level 3 ability users with 100,000 blood, a 5-story height wasn't too dangerous, especially since Wang Tao was leading the way with the flare, allowing them to see the path clearly. Wang Tao put down lightning and casually threw the flare into an area with many zombies. "Move, follow me." In the pouring rain, Wang Tao ran ahead, with the others following behind, and a giant zombie at the rear. Thump, thump, thump. The giant zombie seemed to have noticed Wang Tao and the others as it abandoned the building and moved towards them. Its movements looked sluggish, but with one step covering more than 20 meters, it quickly caught up to the group. Rush! Wang Tao yelled. His suit's rush ability was still cooling down, but Hijijun, Nisa Ayan, and Zhu Xiaojun all had the rush ability. The 3 of them, carrying Wang Tao, Zhang Shixu, Yang Qingyong, and Lightning, immediately launched into a rush. Rumbling, the group rushed forward more than 30 meters in an instant. At the spot they'd just left, a giant foot stomped down. "Keep rushing, don't stop." Wang Tao directed them, and everyone kept their heads down and charged forward. They didn't even know how many zombies they trampled to death along the way, not having time to pick up any crystal cores. Wang Tao was still unable to get any distance between them and the giant zombie, so he immediately pulled out a stealth potion. Zhang Hong, use stealth. Everyone else, use the stealth potion. Chapter 622-258 Awakening Key 2. Wang Tao distributed the stealth potions, injecting one into himself, and then into Lightning, who was in his arms. Soon, a faint scent of decay emanated from their bodies. Continue to rush. A few minutes later, Wang Tao felt the giant zombie falling further and further behind them. Phew, Wang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this giant also relied on scent for perception. Before long, Wang Tao could no longer see the position of the giant zombie, nor hear its footsteps. Yet he remained extremely cautious and did not have everyone rush anymore, but instead started running. After all, the noise from rushing was relatively louder. Wang Tao didn't even know where he was now, as he had no way to discern direction while fleeing for his life. He just thought about getting as far away from the giant zombie as possible. After an unknown period of running, Wang Tao finally called a halt. "Stop, we should be safe now." During this time, Wang Tao fed numerous crystal cores to the entangling roots, recovering some of its health point. Relying on his self-healing ability, he had almost fully restored his own health point. His only problem was the massive magic point consumption, which he couldn't replenish for the moment, preventing him from maintaining full perception, as this ability drained a lot of magic point. Thank goodness Brother Wang had the stealth potion. Nisa Ayan spoke with a trace of fear. They had encountered too many zombies along the way. If it weren't for the stealth potion, given the way they were running, they probably would have triggered a zombie horde. "Let's go. While the effects of the stealth potion last, let's quickly find a place to hide." Wang Tao had also given it some thought. He figured that the giant zombie was not attracted by their scent, but by the commotion they caused while fighting the black-skin night demon. For instance, the glaring flares, the purple light filling entire floors, and being more than 10 stories high, it was hard not to attract attention. So Wang Tao thought that as long as they found a good hiding place and concealed their scent, they should be able to avoid the giant zombie. "Let's go this way." Wang Tao chose a direction. Although he had night vision, he was not familiar with Luoyang City, and it was still a bit hard to tell where exactly he was. But he felt that this direction should lead them out of the city. As long as they could leave the city and get to the car they had hidden, they would essentially be safe. Along the way, Wang Tao occasionally activated his perception to check for any significant dangers nearby. After cautiously walking for half an hour, although their pace slowed, fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. "We should be getting out soon." Under a strangely shaped high-rise, Wang Tao rubbed his temples. His magic point was depleted, and his spirit felt unwell. Suddenly, Wang Tao's hair stood on end. A chill went from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Wang Tao immediately activated his perception, only to see a massive energy body right before his eyes. Shit. Bang. Wang Tao couldn't react in time and was slapped square on. Boom, he was smashed into a civilian house. The others were confused, only then did they realize that what they thought was some mutant high-rise was actually a giant zombie leaning against the building. But how could that be possible? How could its speed be so fast? They had all been running in a straight line under Wang Tao's lead, and there was no giant zombie behind them. Where did it chase them from? However, no one had time to think deeply about it, and they hastened to the house, prying Wang Tao from the wall he was embedded in. Cough, cough. Wang Tao felt as if all the bones in his body were broken, tasted iron in his mouth, and his ears buzzed. Cough. It's not the giant zombie, it's another one. Wang Tao's words left everyone somewhat stunned. Another one? Cough, quick. Rush. Keep rushing. Wang Tao roared. Everyone, not daring to delay, immediately engaged in rush. Of course, this was a retreat rush for escaping. Boom boom boom, they burst out of the house. Although the appearance of this giant zombie was indistinct, Wang Tao saw it clearly. Health point, 200,000 200,000, magic point, 100,000 100,000, grade, level 4, Lord, awakening, giant. The giant zombie that had been chasing them earlier had 300,000 health point, but this one had 200,000 health point. These were clearly not the same one. There were two giant zombies, or maybe even more. After all, they were only in one district of Yueyang City, and if there were already two giant zombies in this district, then in the other districts. Everyone didn't have time to ponder further. Even Wang Tao felt his mind was growing foggy, fearing he might faint, so he quickly said, "Little Su, you lead the way." Aside from him, only Zhang Shixu and Lightning had night vision, but since Lightning couldn't speak, it had to be Zhang Shixu. Okay. Thump, 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 this giant zombie also began to pursue. However, it was smaller than the previous one, so it was relatively slower. While the group took full advantage of the stealth potion's effects, which hadn't worn off yet, and rushed with all their might, they managed to shake off this giant zombie after some time. At this point, Wang Tao still had over 30,000 health point, but his head was very groggy, and he really wanted to sleep, but he didn't dare. He was holding a rejuvenation potion, and if there was any more danger, he would have to use this potion. Then, the crisp voice of Zhang Shixu rang out. Chapter 623 to 258 Awakening Key 3 Brother. We've made it out of the city, I see our car. Phew, upon hearing this, Wang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was very grateful that the route he had chosen earlier was the right one. It wasn't until everyone had gotten into the car without any danger that Wang Tao could no longer hold on, and he collapsed into Zhang Shixu's arms. I'll sleep for a while. Brother. Wang Tao. Water. Wang Tao felt his mouth was very dry and called out subconsciously. Then he felt a cool sensation at the corner of his mouth, and as Wang Tao slowly opened his eyes, he saw a pair of pure, clear, large eyes. Brother. Zhang Shixu put down the glass and tightly grabbed Wang Tao's hand. Wang Tao looked up to see the familiar ceiling of the military base room and also saw a group of people standing beside his bed. Wang Tao. Sob. I thought. Yang Qingong was holding Wang Tao's hand, her eyes slightly swollen. Brother Wang, you've finally woken up. Zhu Xiaojun clenched his fists tightly, his eyes also somewhat red. Brother Wang. Nisa Ayan seemed to have cried as well. You finally woke up, kid. He Jijun showed a smile on his face. Woof woof. Lightning, who had been quietly guarding by the bed, immediately jumped up and then excitedly ran around under the bed. Wang Tao got out of bed and vigorously rubbed Lightning's head, then smiled at everyone and said, Don't worry, I was just very tired. I'm all right now. He remembered what had happened before. He had said he was going to sleep for a while. At that time, he had been seriously injured and looked pitiful, so such a statement could easily be misunderstood. After all, others couldn't see the health point bar and didn't know that Wang Tao still had over 30,000 blood. You're really strong. He Jijun gave a thumbs up. How long did I sleep? Wang Tao asked. About 16 hours, it's 8 o'clock in the evening now. It's already dark. Yang Qingong hastily spoke up. That's not too bad. You all haven't rested, have you? Go get some rest. Wang Tao saw that they all looked not in the best of spirits, evidently not having rested much. I'm off to rest, this old man can't keep up with you young people. He Jijun left right away. Now that Wang Tao was all right, he felt relieved. Zhu Xiaojun nodded at Wang Tao and then left as well. Nisa Ayan wanted to stay, but seeing that Yang Qingong and Zhang Shixu were there to attend to Wang Tao, she tactfully left. Only Wang Tao, Zhang Shixu, Yang Qingong, and Lightning remained in the room. Zhang Shixu was quite alert, her body was special, and she wasn't tired at all. Yang Qingong, on the other hand, looked completely exhausted. Wang Tao immediately picked up Yang Qingong, and amid her startled cries, tossed her onto the bed. "You sleep too, hurry up." Oh, feeling Wang Tao's overbearing concern, Yang Qingong felt sweetness in her heart. Wang Tao sat on the edge of the bed, gently caressing Yang Qingong's face until she soon fell into a deep sleep. Then Wang Tao took Zhang Shixi to sit on the sofa and asked her about what had happened after he fell asleep. "Once we left the city area, there wasn't much danger. We encountered quite a few zombies on the way back to the base, but none were a match for us. As for those 2 giant zombies, they didn't appear again." "That's good. Those level 4 zombies are truly terrifying," Wang Tao exclaimed with a sigh. After checking on Zhang Shixi and lightning to ensure both the woman and dog were fine, he then turned his attention to his own attributes. Health point, 37,353, 110,000, magic point, 1,394, 45,000, special energy, 450,000, awakening key, 1, inactive, level 3, hidden attributes, improved body conditions, night vision, plant affinity. A poor physical state could affect the speed of mana recovery. With not much mana, he couldn't use self-healing, which is why Wang Tao's health point wasn't high. However, it wasn't a big problem. He could just find Yang Qingong later to restore some mana. But Wang Tao's focus wasn't on health point and magic point, it was on the awakening key he had acquired. This awakening key had appeared after he killed the level 4 black skin night demon. When he set his sights on the awakening key, an explanation appeared. Awakening key, the key needed for awakening, obtained by killing a creature of Lord level 4 or above, either of the same level or higher, inactive, currently unusable, requires 3 conditions for activation. 1. Max out health point, completed. 2. Max out special ability level, not completed. 3. Possess hidden attributes, completed. Note, automatically ascend to level 4 after awakening. Reading these introductions, many of Wang Tao's previous questions were resolved. Only through awakening could one ascend to level 4. Without awakening, it would be impossible to reach level 4. But awakening required an awakening key, which could only be obtained by killing creatures of Lord level 4 and above. Wang Tao had felt it before, that ascending from level 3 to level 4 would probably have additional requirements and wouldn't be as simple as before. Now it seemed this was indeed the case. However, obtaining this awakening key wasn't just difficult, it was as challenging as ascending to heaven. After all, one had to personally kill a creature of Lord level 4 or above. Only someone like Wang Tao, who had fought with a level 4 zombie lord himself, knew how strong they were. If it weren't for the night demon, they might have been utterly defeated by another level 4 zombie. And to kill it personally, not to mention that unlike Ascension crystal cores which could be traded, this greatly increased the difficulty. Of course, even with an awakening key, one couldn't awaken immediately. The key needed to be activated, which required 3 conditions. The first condition was to max out health point, presumably meaning to reach the upper limit of 100,000 blood at level 3. Wang Tao and several teammates had already achieved this condition. The second condition, to max out ability level. The maximum for level 3 abilities wasn't 10, but rather to ascend to level 4, level 1 with an Ascension crystal core. This, of course, Wang Tao had not achieved. The third condition, to have hidden attributes. So hidden attributes have this use too? In that case, hidden attributes were even more important than the first 2 conditions. After all, health point could be gained by killing zombies, and special ability levels could be raised using crystal cores, but hidden attributes. Wang Tao felt they were related to luck. If lucky, like Ding Yuken, she activated a hidden attribute the very first time she killed a zombie. If unlucky, like team member Nisa Ion, even with 100,000 blood, she had no hidden attributes. Of course, obtaining other items, such as night vision eyes or magic seeds, could also grant hidden attributes, but that was also a matter of luck. So those with hidden attributes were the ones with the potential to ascend to level 4? Improved body conditions, night vision, plant affinity. Wang Tao looked at his 3 hidden attributes and fell into deep thought. Chapter 624 to 259 Night Demon Type 1-1. The reason why level 4 is so much stronger than level 3 is the inclusion of an awakening. Regarding this awakening, Wang Tao doesn't know much yet and can only understand it through snippets of introductions. Without a doubt, the strength after an awakening is immense, but the difficulty of awakening is also substantial. Especially the requirement for the last hidden attribute, which probably stumps most people. However, for Wang Tao, hidden abilities are not an issue, considering he has 3. All he lacks now is ability. As long as he upgrades the remaining 2 abilities plus 10, then uses an Ascension crystal core to advance to level 4, that should do it. The only problem now is how to get a level 4 crystal core. After all, level 4, Lord Zombie Lords are too strong, And yet, he hasn't encountered any 4th order elite zombies. When it comes to upgrading ability, Wang Tao looks at the loot from this journey. Although it was very dangerous and he almost lost everything there, danger coexists with opportunity. His gains were also plentiful. Let's not mention that one level 3 lord and one level 4 lord night demon zombie, even the other zombies killed along the way, including those smashed to death by Rush, were numerous. Everyone's health point had risen to the upper limit of level 3, 100,000. Including Nisa Ion, who had the least health point, now at 100,000 blood. Now only Lightning remains at 4999 health point, but it's unclear how to increase that for now, so that'll have to wait until later. Then there are the crystal cores, plenty of level 1, level 2, and even level 3 crystal cores were obtained. Many of them usable by the team. And what surprised Wang Tao was that he obtained another, extreme speed, crystal core. He already had 2, and with this one, he could synthesize an epic crystal core. Wang Tao wanted to combine his iron wall and extreme speed, and now he had the chance. Without a second thought, Wang Tao starts the synthesis of the 3 extreme speed crystal cores. He skillfully extracts, integration, and fuses, extreme speed. Then he begins synthesizing the 2 abilities. A moment later, the synthesis is successful. Level 3 ability, Iron Wall, enhances defense, running speed, attack speed, spirit, physical constitution, and shooting for a duration, and slowly recovers from injuries. Side effects, none. The name remains the same, but the list of effects has increased by 1. With this, Wang Tao's Iron Wall ability synthesis has reached its cap, meaning this ability can now be upgraded. He didn't have enough omnipotent crystal cores on hand, but he acquired a bunch of crystal cores this time, including several omnipotent crystal cores. Wang Tao immediately begins fusing the omnipotent crystal cores. After some time, Wang Tao's Iron Wall ability successfully reaches +10. Now, the only one left for Wang Tao is integration, still at +1, while the other 3 abilities are all at +10. Since he's already synthesized air bullet once with integration, he still needs 2 more types of offensive attack crystal cores. Once he gathers these 2 types of crystal cores, all 4 of Wang Tao's abilities could be at +10, and he could then attempt to fuse an Ascension crystal core. This time, Wang Tao might not fuse a Purity level 4 Ascension crystal core. After all, the difficulty of obtaining level 4 crystal cores is too high. If he wants Purity, he would need to synthesize using 3 crystal cores. That's 12 Ascension crystal cores for his 4 abilities. How many level 4 zombies would he have to kill to get that many? In any case, Wang Tao still has the 3 cleansing potions left over from before, each capable of clearing up 1% of internal impurity. He'll just cleanse the impurities later. Wang Tao looks toward the biggest loot from this strip, the items dropped by that level 4 Lord Night Demon. The special energy granted 25,000, which was a bit more than what the level 3 Lord Night Demon provided, but not by much. The main thing is the other loot. This level 4 Night Demon dropped a total of 5 loot packs, and it dropped 4 items from its body. Definitely a massive haul. The first item is, of course, the crystal core from inside its head. Yes, this level 4 Lord Night Demon's brain actually contains a crystal core. Other Night Demons, like the level 3 Lord, do not have crystal cores. Probably only level 4. Level 4 crystal core, strength, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 35%, side effect, strength and body size are proportional. Without sufficient body size, strength will see negative growth. Strength, passive ability, significantly increases strength. It turned out to be a power crystal core, which surprised Wang Tao. Because the crystal cores that burst from Night Demons are typically one of the fixed 3 kinds, physical enhancement, energy boost, and health point enhancement. This is the first time he has seen another type of crystal core. But since there was already a crystal core inside the head of this level 4 Lord Night Demon, the appearance of a different type of crystal core isn't surprising. This might be one of the differences between level 3 and level 4. Seeing this strength crystal core, Wang Tao feels he might have gotten lucky. Because the side effect of this crystal core's strength is proportional to body size. And the size of this level 4 Lord Night Demon wasn't particularly large, so the effect of this increase in strength was probably not that significant. Wang Tao looks at the second item, the pair of claws from the Black Skin Night Demon. Received, 2 level 4 Night Demon's claws, level 4 Night Demon's claw, crafting material, compared to the previous Night Demon's claws, this one had the prefix level 4 inches, its level wasn't indicated before. This must be a rather precious material. The third item is a glass bead-like thing that fell out of the Black Skin Night Demon's head along with the crystal core. Received, Awakening Energy Pearl. Chapter 259 Night Demon Type 1-2. Awakening Energy Pearl, after use, one can obtain 100 awakening energy. Awakening energy, the energy required to unleash an awakening and to elevate its level. Awakening energy? Wang Tao looked at the explanation and seemed to roughly understand. So awakening has levels, similar to special ability levels. To upgrade special ability levels, one needs to integrate crystal cores, and to upgrade awakening levels, one must integrate awakening energy pearls. Moreover, activating an awakening also consumes awakening energy. Wang Tao tried it out, but he couldn't use the awakening energy pearl at the moment, probably because he hadn't undergone an awakening. It was unclear how common awakening energy pearls were. If every 4-level zombie could drop one, then that would be quite nice. If it required good luck to obtain one, that would be frustrating. The fourth item was a large black heart-shaped object which was actually the heart of a night demon. However, it wasn't named just a heart, it was called a weapon. 4th order weapon, night demon type high, health point, 10,000 10,000ths, limit 100,000, status, can be awakened, enhancement, independent attack, weakness, afraid of ultraviolet light, compatibility, 0%, independent attack, can perform attacks independently as ordered by its master, but is vulnerable to ultraviolet light. Seeing the attributes of this heart, Wang Tao was filled with question marks. What's this? Could it actually summon a night demon to fight? Driven by intense curiosity, Wang Tao immediately tried to awaken it. He soon felt a faint consciousness, but he couldn't awaken it. Compatibility wasn't high enough. Almost forgot. Wang Tao slapped his forehead and hurriedly took out crystal cores to increase the compatibility of the night demon type high. Then Wang Tao discovered that this thing really consumed a lot of crystal cores. For a level 3 weapon like the entangling roots, one level 3 crystal core could fully restore compatibility. But for the 4th order weapons, night demon type high, one level 3 crystal core could only restore 10% compatibility, a level 2 crystal core could restore 1%, and a level 1 crystal core couldn't be used at all. So does that mean that one level 4 crystal core would be needed to restore 100% at once? Wang Tao didn't have many level 4 crystal cores on hand, so naturally, he couldn't experiment with it here. Therefore, he used level 2 and level 3 crystal cores to fully max out the compatibility of the night demon type high. Although it was costly, he had to use them when necessary. Then Wang Tao tried to awaken it again. Whoosh! Wang Tao's heart suddenly surged like flowing water, then materialized in front of him into a more than 2-meter tall black night demon. SSS. It really was a night demon. Zhang Shixu and Lightning, standing nearby, were startled and immediately became vigilant of the night demon. This night demon was different from the ones Wang Tao had seen before. It was a pure black night demon, while the black skin night demons he had killed before only had black bone armor, with the rest of their bodies being red. So it was easy to tell the difference. But no matter how you distinguished it, this was a night demon. It still looked somewhat intimidating, especially to Lightning, whose fur stood on end. Wang Tao reached out to the faint consciousness and beckoned. Then he saw the night demon immediately crouch down, its limbs touching the ground, and just like a puppy, it placed its head in front of Wang Tao. The touch felt terrible. Lightning? Lightning tilted its head, its small eyes suddenly displaying a hint of confusion. After noticing this, Wang Tao burst into laughter, immediately crouched down, hugged Lightning, and thoroughly ruffled its fur before letting it go. Lightning then vigorously wagged its tail, knowing its master hadn't replaced it with something new. Zhang Shixu also realized that this was something Wang Tao had concocted, and she curiously touched it as well. Brother, this is... Watching the night demon squat motionlessly in front of Wang Tao, Zhang Shixu was puzzled. This is a 4th order weapon, similar to my entangling roots and iron tree vines. As he explained, Wang Tao made the night demon perform various actions. After studying it for a while, Wang Tao also roughly figured out what this thing was all about. Unlike his entangling roots, the night demon type high could only engage in independent combat, and it could not be worn on the body. It was a bit like the iron tree vines. However, iron tree vines needed Wang Tao as a carrier, usually resting on his wrist. The night demon, on the other hand, didn't need that, it could operate independently of Wang Tao. Wang Tao could use it by simply issuing a command in his mind, but it wasn't very flexible. That's because controlling it involved a rather complicated process. Wang Tao had to think of what to do, then issue the command, then the night demon would receive the command, and finally execute it. It wasn't a case of Wang Tao thinking something and the night demon doing it immediately. There was a certain delay in this process. Working with it seemed less effective than coordinating with Zhang Shixu. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu knew each other well, and with just a gesture or a glance, they both knew what to do. The night demon was a bit slow, although it had a very faint consciousness. This consciousness was not enough for it to possess self-judgment. Comparing it to Lightning, if Wang Tao let Lightning roam free, Lightning might play around and stick to Wang Tao. But if there was sudden danger, lightning would unquestionably become vigilant and join the fight. If it realized the enemy was too strong, lightning might even hide. And if it saw Wang Tao in danger, lightning just might risk its life to save him. Lightning had its own intelligence and judgment. Chapter 626-259 Night Demon Type 1-3 But this, Night Demon Type High, was different. It lacked intelligence and its own judgment. If Wang Tao let it roam freely, it just stood there dumbly. Even if it encountered danger, it wouldn't attack on its own because Wang Tao hadn't issued an attack command. If Wang Tao ordered it to attack, it would keep attacking, without running or stopping. Of course, these were more abstract commands. Wang Tao could also give it specific instructions. The more specific the order, the better it performed. For example, if Wang Tao told it to squat and not move, it would stay as motionless as a statue. If he told it to walk a few steps, specifying the exact distance of each step, it would execute almost to the millimeter, a feat even lightning couldn't achieve. So, Wang Tao felt that this, Night Demon Type High, was quite dumb and didn't seem like an intelligent being but more like a robot that only followed orders. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage. The disadvantage doesn't need mentioning, it was too rigid, and if it wasn't precisely controlled, it might not be able to fully utilize its strength. The advantage was that it likely wouldn't rebel. After all, it had no intellect or discernment, and only recognized commands from Wang Tao. Even Zhang Shixu couldn't order it around. As to why it would only listen to Wang Tao, he surmised it was probably because he was the one who had awakened the Night Demon Type High. Then Wang Tao conducted an experiment. He commanded the Night Demon Type High to revert to its heart form, then collected the heart back into the space backpack. Once inside the space backpack, the status of Night Demon Type High turned to dormant. Wang Tao let Zhang Shixu attempt to awaken it. Just as he had thought, it no longer obeyed him, only Zhang Shixu. This was pretty interesting, as it allowed others to have control. However, Wang Tao had the space backpack. Without it, how could others put it into a dormancy? Wang Tao wasn't sure. He speculated that maybe it was related to time? Perhaps if it wasn't used for a long duration, it would slowly drift into dormancy? Then, Wang Tao tested whether the Night Demon Type High could be controlled mentally. Zhang Shixu's hidden ability, Eyes of Contract, could control other creatures to a certain extent, but those creatures had to be much weaker than her. It had no effect on the Night Demon Type High. Wang Tao also possessed abilities like mental disturbance and mental shock, all of which were ineffective. After discussing it with Zhang Shixu, he discovered it wasn't that they couldn't control it, but that they didn't have the option to control it at all. The Night Demon seemed to be devoid of spiritual power. Simply put, no matter how smart you are or how skilled at persuasion, if you try to deceive it, you won't succeed. It's not because it's clever, but because it effectively doesn't have a brain. This, too, was an advantage. At least there was no worry of it being controlled by someone else. Last, and most importantly, was the matter of how strong this Night Demon Type High was. Under Wang Tao's control, Night Demon Type High had a brief exchange with Zhang Shixu. After which, Wang Tao came to a conclusion: it was very strong. That speed, that defense, that attack power, were simply outstanding. But, to fully unleash the Night Demon Type I's strength, two conditions had to be met. The first condition was, the controller of the Night Demon Type High, which was Wang Tao, must handle it well. Wang Tao's control was the limit for this Night Demon Type High. If he didn't handle it well, then the result would be a disaster. At present, Wang Tao was exploring gradually and felt he still had significant room for improvement. The second condition was to increase the Night Demon Type I's health point. This was similar to most humans: the more health point, the stronger the force. It currently only had 10,000 health point, with an upper limit of 100,000, and only when it was at full health point could it unleash its maximum capability. However, Wang Tao had experimented and found that increasing its health point was too costly. A level 3 crystal core could only add 100 health point to the limit. A level 2 crystal core added 10 health point to the limit. And as for a level 1 crystal core, they were of no use at all. That meant even a level 4 crystal core could, at most, add 1000 health point to the limit. The consumption was outrageous when he had increased the health point of the entangling roots before. But the consumption for the Night Demon Type High was 10 times higher than that of the entangling roots. Wang Tao didn't have many level 4 crystal cores, so naturally, it was not possible to use them for this purpose. He was also reluctant to use level 3 crystal cores since they were his main supply, and he didn't have an abundance of them. Therefore, Wang Tao didn't do much to upgrade it, for the time being, limiting it to 11,100 health point. Just to increase that 1,100 health point, he used up 10 level 3 crystal cores and 10 level 2 crystal cores. The cost was just too great. Indeed, 10,000 health points seemed rather low, but it had strong defense. Wang Tao felt that under his control, it could probably be considered half a level 4? Even if not half, if it were just 1/3, Wang Tao would be satisfied. Next time he encountered 4-level zombies, Wang Tao thought he could let the Night Demon type high have a try, perhaps it could have an unexpected effect. However, it also had a vulnerability to ultraviolet light, so he would have to be cautious when using it in the future. Wang Tao studied the Night Demon type high for a while and then reverted it back to a heart shape. If he let it remain in the form of a night demon, Wang Tao felt it might be easily mistaken for something dangerous. Once others had seen it, if a real night demon entered the base and was mistaken for this one, it could lead to a boy who cried wolf scenario. Although the likelihood was small, it was better to be safe than sorry. After the Night Demon type high turned back into a heart, upon a single command from Wang Tao, it could instantly transform into a night demon. The speed was also very fast. There was a minor issue, though. It could only turn into a large heart, unable to wind around Wang Tao's wrist like the entangling roots and iron tree vines, which made it inconvenient to carry. Wang Tao placed it on the table, where it remained a motionless heart, resembling a curiosity-bearing sculpture. Unexpectedly, the Night Demon type high made for a rather fitting decorative piece, in tune with the apocalyptic wasteland atmosphere. After examining the 4 items dropped by the level 4 Lord Night Demon, Wang Tao turned his attention to the 5 loot packs. In the first pack was still a crystal core gift bag, containing 5 crystal cores. But the variety of these cores was not quite what Wang Tao had expected. Chapter 627 to 260 Night Demon Set 1. The crystal cores within the crystal core gift bag were a red, level 4 crystal core, Awakening, an orange, level 4 crystal core, Ascension, a purple, level 4 crystal core, Omnipotent, a blue, level 4 crystal core, Energy Boost, and a purple, level 4 crystal core, Health Point Enhancement. To have an orange Ascension crystal core, Wang Tao was overjoyed, as this was directly usable. As for the other crystal cores, compared to the level 3 Night Demon, they were missing 1, physical enhancement, but had gained 1, awakening. Level 4 crystal core, awakening, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 35%, side effects, none, awakening, after fusion, one can obtain 100 awakening energy. Seeing the attributes of this awakening crystal core, Wang Tao raised his eyebrows. The awakening crystal core almost had the same effect as the awakening energy pearl dropped by the black skin Night Demon. The reason for almost is that although this awakening crystal core had no side effects, it contained impurities, whereas the awakening energy pearl did not. From this perspective, the awakening energy pearl was obviously better. However, better things are certainly rarer. Wang Tao guessed he'd been lucky to have looted the awakening energy pearl beforehand. Such items must be uncommon. Of course, this is not to say that awakening crystal cores are bad. On the contrary, Wang Tao felt that in the future, this type of crystal core would definitely become one of the most valuable ones. The premise is that humanity can last long enough for a large number of awakeners to appear, allowing this kind of crystal core to become widespread. Shaking his head, Wang Tao presently had no ability to ponder these things. He continued to look through the loot. The second loot pack contained potions and potion recipes. Received 10 strength potions, medium. Received 1 strength potion, medium. Recipe, strength potion, medium. After injection, one's overall strength increases by 50% to 150%. The stronger the physique, the larger the increase, lasting 1 minute with a cooldown of 6 hours. Strength potion, medium. Recipe, once learned, each crafting session can produce 5 medium strength potions. Required materials, 5 strength mushrooms, 1 zombie crystal core, 100 milliliters purified water, 10 kilograms of food. Compared to the small potion, the medium potion reduced the cooldown time and raised both the upper and lower limits of the enhancement. However, it also requires more core materials. Still no potion that permanently increases attributes. How stingy. Wang Tao muttered a complaint before learning the potion recipe and turning to the third loot pack. Received 1 high-power ultraviolet flashlight. Received 100 mini ultraviolet illumination shells. Received 20 ultraviolet illumination light strips. Received 5 large ultraviolet illumination bombs. This pack contained only ultraviolet tools, and compared to the level 3 Lord Night Demon, there were more mini illumination shells and light strips, plus the addition of a large ultraviolet illumination bomb. Large ultraviolet illumination bomb, once ignited and launched into the air, it emits a strong ultraviolet light in a certain area, lasting for 3 minutes. This large ultraviolet illumination bomb looked like a mortar that could be directly launched into the air. Wang Tao thought the ultraviolet strength of this device must be very strong, since it can be emitted into the air, it must be able to radiate over a vast area. For example, the mini ultraviolet illumination shell, with its limited range, only works well within about a 10 meters radius. When he gets the chance, Wang Tao plans to test the power of this large illumination bomb. The fourth loot pack contained items Wang Tao had seen before. Received, 1 awakening energy pearl, another one. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. He had just said that the awakening energy pearl was better than the awakening crystal core but would certainly be rarer, yet it turned up in the loot pack. He now had 2 awakening energy pearls and 1 awakening crystal core. That meant he effectively had 300 awakening energy. He just didn't know how much that counted for, whether 300 was a lot or a little. Wang Tao looked at the last loot pack. Received, a Night Demon Belt Blueprint. Received, a Night Demon Gloves Blueprint. Just as Wang Tao expected, among the contents were blueprints for Night Demon equipment, and there were 2 blueprints at that. Night Demon Belt Blueprint can be used to craft a Night Demon Belt. Required materials: 5 kilograms level 4 Lord Night Demon's Bone, a level 4 crystal core, 20 iron blocks, 20 steel wires, 20 rubbers. Night Demon Belt. Attributes unknown. This belt blueprint required bones from a level 4 Lord Night Demon and a level 4 crystal core. Fortunately, Wang Tao had previously extracted bones from the black-skinned Night Demon, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to craft it now. Night Demon Gloves Blueprint can be used to craft a pair of Night Demon gloves. Required materials: 2 level 4 Night Demon's Claws, a level 4 crystal core, 20 blades, 20 steel wires, 20 rubbers, 20 screws, 20 gauzes. Night Demon Gloves. Attributes unknown. The second blueprint was for Night Demon Gloves, and Wang Tao was currently unsure whether they'd augment attack or defense. However, he had enough materials on hand to give it a try and find out. So, Wang Tao had Zhang Shixi bring over the Night Demon bones they had brought back earlier, and then he gathered all the required materials. Both of these equipment pieces needed a level 4 crystal core, but thankfully, Wang Tao had looted a crystal core gift bag, so he did have some level 4 crystal cores available. After some thought, Wang Tao decided to use the Strength and Energy Boost level 4 crystal cores. Not that those 2 crystal cores were trash, but the others were better. After all, the remaining ones were Health Point Enhancement, Ascension, Omnipotent, and Awakening. So these 2 had to be sacrificed. Chapter 628 to 260 Night Demon Set 2. Wang Tao started by crafting the Night Demon Belt. A rainbow light flashed by, and a simple, unadorned black belt appeared. The style of this belt was modest and low-key, similar to the Night Demon breastplate and leg armor. Night Demon Belt, 4th tier, Excellence, Durability plus 70, Defensive Power plus 70. The attributes of this belt were strong, with both durability and defensive power increased by 70 points, the highest Wang Tao had seen so far. Wang Tao tied it around his waist to try it on, and it fit perfectly. However, the suit attributes he had imagined did not appear. Could it still be insufficient? Now, Wang Tao already had the Night Demon breastplate, Night Demon leg armor, and Night Demon belt, yet the suit attributes still hadn't appeared. But Wang Tao wasn't in a hurry. He began crafting the Night Demon gloves. Another rainbow light flashed, and a pair of gloves appeared before Wang Tao. Gloves? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised because the gloves were semi-transparent and as thin as cicada wings. Night Demon gloves, 4th tier, Excellence, Durability plus 70, Defensive Power plus 70. Attack speed plus 10%, the durability and defensive power were the same as the belt, both increased by 70 points, but with an additional attribute that increased attack speed. Wang Tao immediately put on the gloves. These gloves were very snug and breathable, feeling as if he wasn't wearing any at all, and there was no discomfort. This made Wang Tao quite comfortable, but what was even more pleasing was that the suit attributes finally appeared. Only. Night Demon Set, all basic attributes enhanced, attributes not activated. Activation requires awakening energy, not activated. It needs awakening energy for activation? Wang Tao tried using the awakening crystal core and awakening energy pearl, but to no avail. It seemed that the needed awakening energy came from the wearer's own awakening energy. Meaning, he would have to wait until his own awakening to use the suit attributes? Darn. Wang Tao was somewhat helpless. The anticipated suit attributes had appeared, but activating them was too difficult. Still, even without the suit attributes, the equipment space attributes were usable. They could provide him a considerable increase in defensive power. Wang Tao looked over his current gear. He had 2 sets in total, the Night Demon set and the Rush suit, Night Demon breastplate, Night Demon leg armor, Night Demon belt, Night Demon gloves. Rush left arm, Rush right arm, Rush knee guards, Rush combat boots. Both sets of equipment could be worn at the same time without conflict. However, the Rush suit was low on durability. Mainly because of the slap from the giant zombie yesterday, which Wang Tao usually cherished, But that one hit knocked out a lot of durability. If only I could get another rush suit as a spare. Wang Tao thought, stroking his chin. The rush suit was actually pretty good. The defensive power was a secondary concern, the main thing was its rush ability. But this rush ability had a 1-hour cooldown, and for the former Wang Tao, that hour wasn't considered long. One rush was enough for either attacking or escaping. But now, for instance, facing something like the giant zombie required multiple rushes to escape, and his suit was falling behind. However, suits were hard to come by, dependent on luck. All he could do was hope to encounter more zombies that could drop equipment blueprints. After checking these spoils of war, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Testing the night demon type I had taken quite a bit of time. Aren't you tired? Wang Tao looked at Zhang Shixu, who had been by his side all this time. Lightning was already a bit tired, dozing off beside Wang Tao's feet. Brother, I'm fine, Zhang Shixu shook her head. She had been quite injured the night before, but her body seemed to have blood regeneration, and she was already much better. Alright, then let's make a hearty dinner together. Wang Tao had some food supplies in his car, and there were also some leftovers at the military base. Everyone had almost lost their lives in the city center the night before, now, they needed to relax properly. Great. Zhang Shixu nodded with interest. The two spent some time cooking a big table full of dishes and then went to wake the others. Wow, Wang Tao, did you cook all this? Yang Qingong rubbed her eyes in astonishment. It wasn't necessarily that Wang Tao had cooked so well, but they hadn't eaten proper food recently. Suddenly seeing a table full of dishes gave her a sense of returning to pre-apocalyptic times. Little Zhu and I cooked it together, everyone, please try it. Wang Tao said with a smile. Everyone still had some injuries on them, so being able to enjoy a delicious meal at this time was quite delightful. After eating, night had already fallen. In front of everyone, Wang Tao took out the night demon type high, and showed it off. He needed to let them know his abilities, to avoid any misunderstanding and being attacked as a monster. As expected, everyone was startled by the night demon type high. Once they learned it was Wang Tao's weapon, they were both shocked and curious. Wang Tao let them touch it to get familiar with it and took the opportunity to tell them about advancing to level 4. Ascension to level 4 requires awakening. Awakening requires a secret key. The secret key is obtained by killing level 4, Lord level zombies or higher. And activating the secret key needs 3 conditions. Hearing Wang Tao's words, everyone was a bit dumbfounded. Level 4 was strong, but the difficulty of ascending to level 4 was too great, wasn't it? So, we need to push our strength to the peak of level 3, enhance all abilities to level 4, and possess a hidden attribute. Only then can we awaken. Chapter 629-260 Night Demon Set 3 Hijijun frowned and said. Yes. Wang Tao nodded. Then what are hidden attributes? Hijijun asked curiously. Some people have special abilities that might not have been prominent or even apparent before the apocalypse, but they started to manifest themselves afterward. That's what hidden attributes are. Though these abilities can also be acquired later on, it's all a matter of luck. Wang Tao explained briefly. He didn't want to reveal his ability to see others' attributes, so he organized his language and found another way to say it. Do you have any hidden attributes, Wang Tao? Yang Qingong quickly asked. Wang Tao looked towards everyone, his eyes suddenly flashing green. Night vision is my hidden ability. He did not mention the other 2 attributes, body strengthening, and plant affinity, because those 2 were not as easy to demonstrate. The others suddenly realized. They wondered why they had never seen a crystal core with night vision ability. It turned out to be Wang Tao's hidden ability. Does that mean, Wang Tao, you can awaken? Yang Qingong's eyes showed some joy. She was even happier than Wang Tao at the chance of his awakening. Wang Tao nodded. But it's only a chance. I'm not sure what awakening would be like exactly. That's great. Yang Qingong clenched her fists tightly. If you could awaken, Wang Tao, then we wouldn't be so helpless against those 4-level zombies. Yang Qingong was very confident in Wang Tao's strength. Now that Wang Tao could kill a level 4 lord, it would be even less of an issue once he ascended to level 4. Seeing Yang Qingong so confident, Wang Tao sweat a little. He was not nearly as confident in himself. Then Brother Wang, you still lack. Nisa Ian promptly asked. I only lack the special ability level. I have one ability that hasn't reached level 3, level 10, and I don't have enough level 4 ascension crystal cores. I need at least 2 more. Wang Tao said with some helplessness. So, we still have to hunt for 4-level zombies. Hijijun said solemnly. Yes. We need to kill at least another 2, and if we're unlucky, maybe a few more. Everyone went silent. After all, last night's experience told them that 4-level zombies were much stronger than level 3 zombies. They managed to overpower level 2 while at level 1, and level 3 while at level 2, but it's almost impossible to beat level 4 zombies at level 3. And they were not just any level 4 zombies, they had to kill a level 4 lord. That was an almost impossible task. After all, killing just one Lord Night Demon was difficult enough, not to mention that it attracted the giant zombie. With their current strength, encountering a giant zombie meant death. This task is very difficult, but we can't give up. At this point, Hijijun spoke. He looked at everyone with a firm gaze. Zombies evolve faster than we humans. If we can't overcome even this difficulty, then we can only wait for death. And don't forget, we managed to kill one level 4 Lord Night Demon. Even though we took advantage of a situation, nighttime is when zombies are strongest. We even escaped the encirclement of 2 giant zombies. So I believe, we will definitely succeed. Listening to him, everyone's confidence slowly returned. Indeed, if they could kill the first one, they could kill the second, the third, the countless ones to come. Even the giant zombie, so formidable, could not catch them, they couldn't give up. So next, I think we should make some preparations. Hijijun looked towards Wang Tao. What do you mean? Wang Tao asked. Hijijun's face immediately showed a smile. Don't forget, Wang Tao, there are some thermal weapons in this military base. We initially thought about not making too much noise, to ensure the hunting of zombies would not be too dangerous. But now, facing a level 4 Lord Zombie, we will definitely make noise and attract a lot of zombies, possibly even a giant zombie. So we might as well not hide anymore. When we see a level 4 Lord Zombie, let's just go for it with heavy firepower. As long as we can kill the level 4 zombie quickly, we have a chance to escape. SSS, Wang Tao was initially shocked by Hijijun's words, then felt that Hijijun was right. Considering yesterday's fight with the Lord Night Demon, it would definitely attract zombies, so why not be more aggressive? As long as they killed the Lord Zombie before other zombies or the giant zombie arrived, wouldn't that solve the problem? Of course, this was still very risky, but not as risky as being chased by 2 giant zombies. Okay. Old He, you command this time. Wang Tao decisively nodded. When it came to thermal weapons, Wang Tao was not that knowledgeable. Everyone has their field of expertise, and it was better left to Hijijun. Okay. Hijijun did not refuse, and then he added. It's getting late now, everyone should rest well. I can't sleep anyway, so it's the perfect time for me to figure things out tonight. Okay. Wang Tao nodded. The matter was settled, and they had to try using thermal weapons to handle the level 4 zombies. The biggest problem with using thermal weapons was how to escape after attracting a large number of zombies. But for that issue, Hijijun already had a plan, that was the helicopter in the hangar. However, flying required relatively good weather. Light rain was okay, but heavy rain, strong winds, and thunderstorms were not suitable. They had to wait for good weather. Everyone went to rest. Wang Tao didn't go back to his own room but followed Yang Qingong to hers. What are you doing here? Yang Qingong's face blushed as she pretended to be clueless. Need to replenish some energy. Wang Tao immediately hugged her, and the two rolled onto the bed together. He was still low on health point, and because he was low on health point, his energy had not fully recovered. He needed to first replenish his energy and then use self-healing to restore his health point. You're still injured. Don't move, let me do it. Knowing that Wang Tao had an energy replenishing ability, Yang Qingong considerately lay on top of him. Chapter 630-261 Stirring the Tide of Corpses 1. The next day, early morning. When Wang Tao awoke, he was the only one left in the bed. Looking at his full health point and full mana, Wang Tao couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Yin and Yang balance, the ability to regenerate mana, was truly amazing. After a night's rest, both health point and mana were full. Especially since Zhang Shixu had considerately let Wang Tao rest without lifting a finger, allowing him to enjoy the whole process. After washing up and stepping outside, he saw a dark figure suddenly pouncing toward him. Wang Tao crouched down and hugged Dog Lightning. Were you waiting for me to get up? Woof. Good boy. Wang Tao rubbed Lightning's head and then went downstairs with him. He found Hijijun and wanted to hear his thoughts. I was just about to look for you. I want to check out that helicopter. Hijijun said to Wang Tao. Okay, let's go together. The helicopter was in the hangar, and there were still those soldier zombies inside. Wang Tao hadn't killed them before and had left them in the hangar. Wang Tao and Hijijun arrived at the hangar together and looked at the figures still engaged in loading and unloading, both with mixed emotions. Wang Tao used mental disturbance to take control of them and got them into a small room and locked the door. Then the two approached the helicopter. Wang Tao asked, what are you planning to do? I'm planning to mount a few heavy machine guns on it. Hijijun said, stroking his chin. This was a military transport helicopter with quite a spacious interior, capable of carrying over 20 people. In addition to carrying them, there was definitely room for more weapons. There were already provisions for weapon mounts inside. However, it could only fit 2 heavy machine guns, and Jijun, thinking that wasn't enough firepower, planned to add 2 more. "Come help me modify it, it's slow going by myself." "Sure." Wang Tao also called Zhu Xiaojun over, and the 3 of them began modifying the helicopter. On the left and right doors of the helicopter, 2 Type 400 heavy machine guns were installed, firing 12.7 mm bullets. Their power was naturally beyond question. The only downside was the slow rate of fire, with a combat rate of about 300 rounds per minute. After all, this wasn't meant for installation on aircraft or dedicated for anti-air use, hence the low firing rate. What Wang Tao actually preferred was the 6-barrel Fire God Gatling gun with its ultra-fast firing rate, thousands of rounds per minute, and ferocious firepower. Unfortunately, this military base didn't have that. They had some originally, but they were destroyed in earlier battles with the zombies. Of course, a regular heavy machine gun was not bad either. Plus, a slower firing rate had its advantages. It was less wasteful with bullets. There weren't many bullets left at the military base. After spending a whole day and making many modifications, Jijun finally managed to mount all 4 heavy machine guns. 2 machine guns were installed on each of the 2 side doors of the helicopter, and these 2 sets of guns were tied together, meaning one person could control 2 machine guns at the same time. "There are 6 of us and 1 dog. I'll fly the helicopter, and we need 1 person as co-pilot. Then 2 people will control the 4 machine guns, with the remaining 2 loading bullets." Jijun explained to everyone. Among them, only Jijun knew how to fly the helicopter and was very proficient at it, so naturally, he would be the pilot. As for the co-pilot, although no one else knew how to fly, they could learn. They didn't need to be too proficient, just as an emergency backup. Wang Tao was immediately conflicted. He wanted to learn to fly the helicopter but also wanted to shoot guns. After some thought, Wang Tao decided he wanted it all. Giving up shooting was out of the question, but he could also learn to fly the helicopter, regardless of whether he would actually fly it or not. Wang Tao then gathered everyone together. "Old He will explain how to fly the helicopter, and everyone should listen carefully. We might not need it, but it could come in handy at a crucial moment." "Alright." Everyone was quite interested in learning to fly the helicopter. So, Jijun gave a static demonstration in the hangar, familiarizing them with the helicopter's various functions before taking them on an actual flight. After spending another day, everyone had memorized the theoretical knowledge well enough. It was hard to say whether it would be useful at a crucial moment, but as long as they could rote memorize, that was enough. They didn't have the luxury of time to learn slowly. Next was the practical operation. Fortunately, there wasn't much wind that day, and though it was still raining, it didn't affect much. So Jijun began to take Wang Tao and the others for a test flight. The helicopter was towed out of the hangar by a military vehicle and started up. Humming. "This sound is too loud, even the rain can't cover it." Nisa-Ayan, who had never been on a helicopter before, looked pale at the noise. "This is one of the reasons I didn't use the plane before," Wang Tao said somewhat helplessly. He had ridden in a helicopter while filming in the past, so he knew how loud they could be. Wang Tao could already imagine how many zombies they would attract when they took this thing into the city. All of them, including Dog Lightning, boarded the helicopter and closed the door. Jijun immediately said, "Attention, taking off." Humming. Soon, the helicopter lifted off the ground. For Nisa-Ayan, Zhu Xiaojun, and Zhang Shixu, who had never been in a helicopter before, it was quite astonishing. Wang Tao and Yang Qingong had ridden in one before, but that was a thing of the past, and the experience now had its own unique feeling. Jijun didn't dare to fly the helicopter too far, just circling near the base. The zombies around the military base had originally been cleared out, but now from high in the sky, they could visibly see a lot of zombies being attracted over. Chapter 631-261 Stirring the tide of corpses. Wang Tao was mentally prepared for this situation. It was unavoidable. They would have to go back and clear out these zombies later. Thus, 3 days passed. Jijun's teaching had stopped. After all, time was precious, and it was not possible to spend a large amount of time on practice. Mainly, he, as the pilot, was to fly, the others were just for emergency backup. Wang Tao had also practiced many times. Not to say that he was particularly skilled, but at least he could get the helicopter off the ground. He also learned how to handle some emergency situations. By now, a large number of zombies had accumulated outside the military base, and they needed to be cleared out quickly. After scanning the area and confirming there were no 4-level zombies, Wang Tao led a few people out of the military base. It took quite some time, but eventually, they cleaned up all the zombies outside the military base. And indeed, there were some unexpected gains. Wang Tao obtained another type of actively attacking crystal core, and there were several of them, which could be synthesized into an epic crystal core without side effects. Level 3 crystal core continuous / quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 40%, side effect, body stiffness, continuous / consumes energy to attack twice rapidly. The ones using the continuous / ability were a group of elite zombies that looked particularly stiff. At that time, everyone thought they were zombies with poor mobility. Indeed, their agility was low, but their attacks were decisive, able to strike twice instantaneously. The speed of those two strikes was extremely fast, impossible to block. Nisa Ian suffered a setback from them. Luckily, in the end, they were dealt with by Wang Tao. Wang Tao synthesized this crystal core into an epic crystal core and then skillfully integrated it with his integration. Shortly after, Wang Tao learned a new superpower. Wang Tao tried it out. The damage of a single slash using continuous / was not as high as that of high-frequency vibration, but the damage from 2 slashes exceeded that of high-frequency vibration. This was good news for Wang Tao, as it significantly enhanced his attacking ability. Now he was only missing one more attack-type ability. If he could find that, it would be perfect. However, the zombies around the base had been cleaned out, and there were no other gains. They could only search in the city. Wang Tao, what do you think? I feel that the weather has been good these past days. Although the rain hasn't stopped, there hasn't been much wind or thunder. He Jijun looked to Wang Tao. Wang Tao took a deep breath, then said sternly, then. Tomorrow, we shall make a trip to the city district tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. They had been training at the base for so long, just waiting for this day. As for the personnel arrangement, Old He will fly the helicopter, Nisa Ian as co-pilot, Zhang Shixu and I will be shooting, Zhang Hong and Little Jun will load bullets. Everyone's role was important, but as far as shooting was concerned, Wang Tao felt it appropriate only for himself, He Jijun, and Zhang Shixu. However, He Jijun would be flying the helicopter, so he naturally could not shoot. Wang Tao had the precision shooting ability, and Little Zhu had good eyesight, so the two of them would shoot. Everyone naturally had no objections to this arrangement. Woof! Lightning suddenly barked. Wang Tao looked down at Lightning, who sat at his feet with a serious expression, and said with a smile, "You come with me to help me stay alert to the enemies." Woof! That night, they began refueling the helicopter, performed simple maintenance, and loaded various ammunition, incendiary grenades, smoke grenades, and other items onto it. The next day, everyone got up early. God is helping us too. After looking at the sky, He Jijun grinned. Today was still a rainy day without much wind or thunder. After breakfast, they were all fully armed. Wang Tao waved his hand. Let's go. Zhu Xiaojun drove out first, pulling the helicopter out of the hangar. The corrosive acid rain kept falling. If the helicopter stayed in the hangar, it would eventually be damaged, so it needed to be well protected. He Jijun started the helicopter, and everyone entered in single file. Departure. WRRRRR. The helicopter made a huge noise as it moved towards the city district. Inside the helicopter, as Wang Tao looked at the increasing number of zombies below, he felt somewhat helpless. The noise from the helicopter attracted all the zombies on the ground. Even though these zombies couldn't keep up with the helicopter, as the zombies in front fell behind, more zombies from the back filled in. These zombies were like the helicopter's shadow, almost running along with it. It was quite chilling to watch. This is horrific! Zhang Hong exclaimed as he looked down at the scene below. There was a saying among the survivors, that you don't know how many zombies are around you until you make a big racket. Now, that saying was proved true. Along the road they traveled, even though it seemed clear of zombies, as soon as the helicopter passed by, zombies ran out from all corners. It felt as though these zombies were like cockroaches, in these deserted places. If you find one, there definitely isn't just one, but at least a swarm. Wang Tao, do you think these zombies can reproduce? Zhang Hong suddenly asked. That's really hard to say. Wang Tao frowned. Although he hadn't seen zombies with the ability to reproduce, they had been to the night demon's nest and observed that night demons could hatch more of their kind. Of course, that hatching couldn't be considered reproduction, as they used humans or ordinary zombies to create new night demons, resulting in a 1-for-1 output. It didn't increase the number of zombies. Chapter 632 to 261 Stirring the Tide of Corpses 3 But it doesn't eliminate the possibility of zombies capable of reproduction, given the vast array of zombie types. If it's true, Wang Tao feels it would probably be like the incubation flesh in the night demon's nest. It's impossible to imagine zombies giving birth to children. After all, the organs in their bodies are all decayed, and they should no longer have the ability to reproduce. The speed of flying a plane is much faster than driving, even a helicopter, not known for speed, can reach the city center in just a few minutes. Looking at the skyscrapers far away, Wang Tao immediately said to Hijijun, "Keep away from the buildings, otherwise if we encounter giant zombies, there may be visual blind spots." "I understand." Hijijun nodded. He didn't plan to enter the city from here. After all, the image of that giant zombie disguising itself as a building at night was still vivid in his mind. The helicopter circled around and entered the city from a place where the buildings were relatively low. And in the time it took to circle around, a massive number of zombies had already gathered below. Especially those mad demon zombies, they were running and roaring chaotically below, looking extremely terrifying. If someone fell down at this moment, even Nisayan with her jump ability, would probably be torn to shreds instantly. However, as terrifying as the large gathering of zombies was, it actually made Wang Tao's search easier. No level 4 zombies, keep moving. Wang Tao's target this time was the level 4 Lord zombies. Other than level 4 zombies, even level 3 lords wouldn't get a second glance from him unless they provoked him. After all, they had already made such a commotion. If they wasted time with other zombies, it would be too time-consuming. Only Wang Tao could see health point bars and distinguish the levels of zombies. The others lacked this ability, so they were all observing their surroundings, wary of those 2 giant zombies. Today's luck was neither good nor bad. They had yet to encounter a level 4 Lord zombie, nor had they encountered any giant zombies. This made Wang Tao and his companions breathe a sigh of relief. Even though they were fully armed today with fierce firepower, if they really encountered a giant zombie, they would still have to flee. Suddenly, Wang Tao's expression turned serious. "Did you find something?" Yang Qingong quickly asked. "Not a level 4 zombie, but I think I've found a night demon's nest." Wang Tao spoke. His plant affinity ability could sense that, in a building wrapped in plant roots ahead, there were many zombies lying motionless, much like night demons. Night demons typically rest in their nests during the day. Everyone's expressions turned solemn upon hearing this. Their previous encounter in the night demon's nest had left a deep impression. Afterward, they had analyzed the origin of that level 4, Lord Night Demon. They all speculated that the nest might have housed 2 Lord Night Demons, one level 3 and one level 4. This would explain why the level 4, Lord Night Demon, found them so quickly. It might have been returning home, only to stumble upon the intruders. Now that Wang Tao had discovered another Lord Zombie, it's possible that there was also a level 4 Night Demon inside. Wang Tao instructed Hijijun to fly lower, nearly grazing the building as they passed. Then, Wang Tao's perception ability instantly sensed the situation inside the building. Indeed, night demons. Perception allowed him to see more clearly, observing the poses and sizes of the night demons inside. When the helicopter flew by, those night demons were awakened. They were moving restlessly within the building, appearing somewhat agitated, but dared not come out. Wang Tao carefully sensed it and found that it was a smaller night demon's nest compared to before, harboring roughly dozens of level 3 elite night demons, with no level 3 lords or level 4 zombies. Theoretically, there should be a lord in a night demon's nest. If there wasn't one, it might have either died or gone out. Wang Tao thought the latter was more likely. There could occasionally be conflicts among zombies, but with the strength of night demons, they shouldn't be killed by other zombies. Wang Tao quietly took note of this location to check back later when possible. And just at that moment, a sense of alarm suddenly arose in Wang Tao's mind. He immediately yelled at Hijijun, "Go now!" Without saying another word, Hijijun pulled the joystick, causing the helicopter to ascend sharply. About 10 seconds after the helicopter left that building, a huge root-like object suddenly came around from behind the building, whipping at where the helicopter had just been. Fortunately, the helicopter had already left, and the tendril hit nothing. What the hell? All the onlookers shivered at this scene. Had the helicopter been struck, wouldn't it have crashed directly to the ground? It's a level 3 plant monster lord, it was hiding on the other side of this building. Wang Tao explained, then gestured, "Let's go there." Humming, Hijijun circled around to the back of the building. Then they saw a giant tree, towering skyward from within the building. This tree was not the actual body of the plant monster, it had no health point bar, indicating it was not aggressive. The real body of the plant monster was one of the roots, hidden inside this giant tree. If it weren't for Wang Tao's perception ability, they would have never noticed. Looking for death. Wang Tao didn't want to waste time on zombies below level 4, but that didn't mean he wouldn't fight back when attacked. Wang Tao immediately activated his iron wall ability and precision shooting appeared. Then he aimed at the root and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat, 2 parallel heavy machine guns fired at the same time, the furious firepower instantly covering the root. -1478, -1578, -1034. This plant monster had quite high defense, The heavy machine gun only hit for 1,000 health point. But it was too large to avoid the shots and was soon blasted to pieces. As they watched its corpse and the loot pack on it, Wang Tao asked He Jijun to get closer so he could pull the body over with iron tree vines, gathering the loot. Then Wang Tao saw that a massive horde of mad demon zombies was running over from afar, their numbers dark and dense like a tidal wave. A zombie horde. Quick, leave. Chapter 633-262 Explosion-proof Zombie 1. The negative impact brought by the helicopter combined with the machine gun was even greater than Wang Tao had anticipated. He had only fired a few shots, but it had already triggered a zombie horde. And it wasn't just any horde, but one with a large number of mad demon zombies. Mad demon zombies could climb walls. If a large number of mad demon zombies climbed up to higher ground and jumped onto the helicopter, they might have actually been able to bring it down. He Jijun naturally noticed the horde as well and immediately controlled the helicopter to ascend, hurrying to leave the area. Thankfully, it was a helicopter that wasn't obstructed by terrain and could fly upwards. Otherwise, with a horde coming from all directions, there would have been no way to evade it. Phew, as the helicopter ascended, and the zombies on the ground appeared smaller and smaller, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The scene of the zombie horde just now was terrifying, something some people had never witnessed in their entire lives. However, flying so high was safe, it also made it impossible to see the zombies below clearly. Wang Tao wasn't fleeing for his life but hunting for level zombies, so he had to fly lower. Let's go to another area first and descend after we're away from the horde, He Jijun said. Okay. The helicopter started flying towards another area. Meanwhile, Wang Tao checked his loot. The level 3 root monster he had just killed brought him 22,000 special energy, a crystal core, and 3 loot packs. Level 3 crystal core, whip, quality, epic, 100%, purity, 40%, side effect, when using non-whip weapons, damage is reduced, whip, passive ability, damage is increased when using whip weapons. The crystal core from this plant monster was quite interesting. However, no one in Wang Tao's squad used whips, so it was probably not useful for them for the time being. Inside the first loot pack, the crystal core gift bag contained crystal cores Wang Tao had seen before. They were a red, level 3 crystal core, photosynthesis, white, level 3 crystal core, power, blue, level 3 crystal core, nutrient absorption, purple, level 3 crystal core, omnipotent, and red, level 3 crystal core, ascension. The second loot pack contained plant essence fluid. Obtained, 10,000 plant essence fluid. The last loot pack had a blueprint inside. Obtained, a steel whip blueprint. Steel whip blueprint can be used to craft a steel whip. Required materials, a level 3 crystal core, 10 steel wire, 10 screws, 10 blades, 10 rubber, 10 wood blocks, steel whip, attributes unknown, a blueprint for a whip weapon? And the crafting requirements were not high, needing just some common materials besides a level 3 crystal core. Wang Tao, with nothing else to do, immediately took out a level 3 crystal core to craft it. Moments later, a whip with a metallic sheen appeared in his hands. Steel whip, level 3, excellent, durability plus 40, attack power plus 40, with an increase of 40 in durability and attack power, it seemed decent enough. However, since no one among them was skilled with a whip, which might cause self-injury if used incorrectly, Wang Tao stored it away. Perhaps, he could trade it with other survivors in the future. After flying for a while and seeing no zombie horde below, He Jijun slowly lowered the altitude. As the helicopter descended, its noise quickly spread, many zombies on the streets looked up, and those in the buildings ran out. A few mad demon zombies appeared, but they did not form the horde of the scale seen earlier. Seeing this, everyone breathed a temporary sigh of relief. Wang Tao immediately started scanning for zombies below. A moment later, he shook his head. There are none in this area. Let's move to the next one. He didn't spot any 4-level zombies. Unless they were hiding in buildings, but with the loud noise of the helicopter, 4-level zombies should have come out upon hearing it. So there probably were none here. But he wasn't disappointed. If 4-level zombies were everywhere, he would be fleeing for his life instead of hunting. Half an hour later. Wang Tao didn't know if he should call his luck good or bad. His luck was good because he hadn't encountered any giant zombies for the past half hour and hadn't triggered any large-scale zombie hordes, which was relatively safe. His luck was bad because he hadn't found any 4-level zombies until now. In fact, Wang Tao was beginning to wonder if in this urban area there was only the night demon and the 2 giants, making just 3 4-level zombies in total. And while he was harboring such doubts, he suddenly saw a large rock flying towards the helicopter. Fly left. Wang Tao immediately yelled. He Jijun acted swiftly upon hearing Wang Tao's shout. He pushed the control stick without hesitation. Even so, the stone still grazed the helicopter. Thud. Everyone felt the helicopter shake. Fortunately, the helicopter wasn't small and had some weight to it. The stone just grazed its exterior and didn't smash into it directly. Additionally, Hijijun, with his experienced maneuver, made a quick recovery, so the helicopter was largely unharmed. They quickly looked down and saw a tall and robust figure with a bomb disposal helmet and armor embedded into its flesh, and bulging muscles all around. Is that a Level 4, Lord Zombie? Goodness, I've finally encountered one. Wang Tao's voice carried a hint of excitement. Health point, 100,000. Chapter 634 to 262 Explosion-proof zombie 2, magic point, 50,000. Grade, level 4, Lord, awakened, tenacity, all basic attributes improved, with significant increases in strength and defense. This was not only a level 4, Lord but a level 4, Lord with 100,000 health point. Like the previous night demon zombie, it was one of the weakest level 4, Lords. The opportunity is right here. No need for words, just fight upon meeting. Even though this explosion-proof zombie could throw rocks that might even threaten the helicopter, doesn't everyone have a ranged attack? Prepare to attack. Old he, it's your show. Wang Tao adjusted the angle of his machine gun and pulled the trigger at the explosion-proof zombie. Da. In an instant, twin streams of fire hit the explosion-proof zombie, producing a clinking sound. -293, -38, -312, -22? Seeing these damage numbers, Wang Tao couldn't quite believe it. The weapon in his hand was a 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun. Such powerful bullets hitting the head of the explosion-proof zombie only caused 300 damage, and hitting the body only a few dozen. What is this? Titanium helmets and explosion-proof shirts. And low damage aside, since Wang Tao was up high and had plenty of bullets, as long as Hijijun was skilled enough not to get hit by rocks, they would eventually kill it. But what Wang Tao didn't expect was that the explosion-proof zombie could regenerate health point. And its regeneration wasn't based on time, instead, the zombie recovered health point every time Wang Tao shot it. +100, +100, +100, regenerates health point when hit. Recovers 100 each time. Wang Tao's bullets could only inflict 300 health point damage to it, and that was when hitting the head, yet the zombie was immediately regaining 100. This blood regeneration was obviously not a self-healing ability, because self-healing could be interrupted. Plus, self-healing depended on per second recovery. With sufficiently high defense, self-healing was no match for this unwavering regeneration of 100 health point upon getting hit. Wang Tao found that after shooting for a while, the explosion-proof zombie's health point fluctuated but hardly decreased. Especially once Hijijun had found his position and Zhang Shixi began firing as well, with two people operating 4 heavy machine guns at the same time against the explosion-proof zombie. Da. Consequently, Wang Tao watched somewhat baffled as the explosion-proof zombie's health point fully recovered. Stop. Wang Tao hurriedly called for a stop. What's wrong, bro? Zhang Shixi was somewhat puzzled. Wang Tao explained, we can't kill it like this. It has an ability to heal itself after getting hit. Don't join in for now, help me keep an eye on other areas, I'll handle this. To kill this explosion-proof zombie, one must aim for the head. Hitting the head deals 300 health point damage, and then it regenerates 100, resulting in 200 health point damage. If you hit the body for a few dozen health point, it still regenerates 100 health point, so wouldn't that mean its health point just kept increasing as it got shot? Zhang Shixi did not have the precision shooting skill, so it was impossible for her to hit the head with every shot, leaving Wang Tao to take on the job. Okay. Zhang Shixi immediately stopped shooting. Meanwhile, the explosion-proof zombie from the nearby ruins picked up a chunk of stone and hurled it at the helicopter. They were caught off guard before because Hijijun didn't see it. Now that the zombie was in plain sight, he definitely wouldn't be ambushed again. Hijijun immediately maneuvered the helicopter to dodge the large stone thrown by the explosion-proof zombie. Roar! The explosion-proof zombie on the ground roared in frustration as it saw the helicopter evade and pounded its chest while standing on a pile of rubble, as if to challenge the helicopter. Wang Tao took a deep breath, focusing solely on the grip of his heavy machine gun. This time, he did not use 2 guns simultaneously but focused on using only one. He was no longer pursuing firepower density but precision. Aiming at the explosion-proof zombie, he pulled the trigger. Da. -344, +100, -335, +100, -381, +100, Wang Tao was now firing in rapid single shots. With the aid of precision shooting and without the zombie intentionally dodging damage, each of Wang Tao's bullets hit its head. If he could keep landing headshots, It meant that he was only inflicting a little over 200 health point damage each time. Though it was little, as long as the zombie didn't regenerate too much health point, he could grind it to death. Roar! The attacked explosion-proof zombie picked up another stone, hurling it towards the helicopter. Old He, you good? As Wang Tao continued firing, he called out to Hijijun. He wanted to shoot down the explosion-proof zombie, which meant they couldn't fly too high, otherwise, they wouldn't be accurate enough. Yet, the zombie could throw stones that threatened the safety of the helicopter. No problem. Just focus on your shooting, leave the rest to me. Hijijun responded confidently. If it was an advanced missile or something similar, he definitely couldn't evade it. But a zombie that threw stones, which he had spotted in its exact location. If he couldn't dodge that, then his title of Soldier King would have been for nothing. Reassured by Hijijun's words, Wang Tao focused on rapid fire with the heavy machine gun. But the noise here had already attracted many zombies, and there seemed to be the beginning of another horde forming. Zhang Shixi gripped her heavy machine gun again. Bro, I'll clear the other zombies for you. Good. Wang Tao responded. It couldn't be ruled out that other zombies also had ranged attack capabilities, so he needed Zhang Shixi to help keep a lookout. Whirring, D-A, 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 roar, the sound of rotor blades, the rattling of heavy machine guns, the growls of zombies. Various sounds were mixing together, causing Wang Tao to grow somewhat irritable. Chapter 635-262 Explosion-Proof Zombie 3. However, fortunately, his willpower was not bad either. He forcibly blocked out these noises and concentrated on shooting headshots at the explosion-proof zombie. After 1 minute, the explosion-proof zombie had lost 20,000 health point and had 80,000 left. But by now, tens of thousands of zombies had gathered in the area. They all looked up at the helicopter with their murky eyes, howling and screaming. Yang Qingong and his companions felt their scalps tingle as they watched more and more zombies accumulate. They feared that this situation would surely attract a giant zombie. It was just a matter of when it would show up. Another minute later, the explosion-proof zombie had lost 10,000 more health point, leaving it with only 70,000. And it was at this moment that Wang Tao noticed the helmet, which could withstand heavy machine gun fire, on the explosion-proof zombie's head had cracked. The helmet had already grown onto the explosion-proof zombie, and with the helmet cracked, blood-red muscles were exposed directly underneath. Wang Tao subconsciously fired another shot. Bang! -632, plus 100, the damage had increased. It doubled. Wang Tao was immediately overjoyed. Previously, accounting for the explosion-proof zombie's blood regeneration, Wang Tao's shots could only take away 200 health point, but now one shot could deal 500 health point. Roar! After realizing its helmet had shattered, the explosion-proof zombie became even angrier. It began attacking indiscriminately, and many nearby zombies were smashed to bits by it. Wang Tao was naturally pleased to witness this scene, and he continued to focus his attacks on the explosion-proof zombie. Yet another minute passed. The explosion-proof zombie had lost another 50,000 health point to Wang Tao's gunfire, leaving it with only 20,000 health point. It had completely entered a frenzy, its muscles became even more developed, and its speed increased. It threw rocks frantically at the helicopter while slaughtering the surrounding zombies. Wang Tao, from some distance away, was starting to have difficulty aiming. And at that moment, a series of muffled footsteps could be heard from afar. Thump, thump, thump. Wang Tao immediately looked up. In the pouring rain, within the sea of zombies that was like a black tide, a massive figure appeared. Each step it took crushed multiple zombies beneath its feet. The giant zombie had arrived. Old He. Descend to within 10 meters of the ground. Give me 20 seconds. A fierce determination flashed in Wang Tao's eyes. If this level 4 explosion-proof zombie still had a lot of health point left, Wang Tao would have decisively given up. But now it only had 20,000 health point left, and its helmet was gone. Wang Tao had to seize this opportunity. Alright. Hijijun didn't say anything unnecessary and immediately began to lower the helicopter. The closer the helicopter got to the ground, the more accurate Wang Tao's heavy machine gun fire became. But the danger also increased greatly. This was a test of Hijijun's piloting skills. Wang Tao stared intently at the explosion-proof zombie and, at a certain moment, he threw a weakness potion at the zombie, then immediately pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, Wang Tao began firing in a rhythmic burst, and the health point bar of the explosion-proof zombie plummeted rapidly. Meanwhile, the giant zombie was getting closer and closer to the helicopter. Sweat broke out on the foreheads of Yang Qingong and the others. They felt as if they could smell the stench from the giant zombie's mouth. At this time, the helicopter was only 10 meters away from the explosion-proof zombie. A vast number of zombies began building a wall of bodies, like a colony of ants, growing taller and taller. Zhang Shixu and the others fired their guns wildly to hold back the zombies, while Wang Tao remained incredibly calm, pinpointing his last few bullets. Ratatat, -845, +100, -743, +100, -223. 100,000, the explosion-proof zombie's health point dropped to 0. Its murky eyes widened as it stared at the helicopter, and ultimately, it collapsed to the ground with great reluctance. Whoosh, a black tendril suddenly fell from the helicopter, instantly wrapping around the explosion-proof zombie's waist. Wang Tao gave a fierce tug, pulling the massive body of the explosion-proof zombie to the helicopter's door. The reason Wang Tao had Hijijun descend to within 10 meters was that his iron tree vines only extended 10 meters. Any further and he wouldn't be able to reach. Old he, let's go. Whirring, without needing Wang Tao's instructions, the moment Hijijun saw the explosion-proof zombie's body being hauled up, he immediately began the helicopter's ascent. But just 3 seconds after the helicopter began to rise, many zombies within the giant human wall jumped up at once, lunging towards the helicopter. Unfortunately, the helicopter had already taken off, and they couldn't reach it. The human wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. That was close. Seeing the zombie human wall fail, Zhang Shixu patted her chest, feeling her heartbeat racing. Rumble, at that moment, the helicopter suddenly made a sharp turn, catching everyone inside off guard and sending them tumbling around. Had it not been for the seatbelts, they would have all been thrown out. Everyone hastily looked out the window only to see a huge, rotting palm swipe past the side of the helicopter. The wind from the palm caused the helicopter to wobble. Giant zombie. Everyone, hold tight. Hijijun skillfully maneuvered the helicopter, flying right through the giant zombie's arms. Wang Tao had already grabbed the spoils from the explosion-proof zombie. He secured the body in the storage area at the back of the helicopter. Then he picked up the heavy machine gun again, aiming at the giant zombie. I want to see just how strong you are. Ratatat, -12, -21, -10, -9, 299,923 300,000. Retreat. Retreat quickly. At this moment, there was activity both from the north and the south. Thud, thud, thud. After seeing the figures from these two directions, Wang Tao let out a curse. Damn. 2 more giant zombies. One with 200,000 health point. And the other. 400,000 health point. I just knew there would be more giant zombies in the city. The giant zombies seemed to move slowly, but with each step covering 20 to 30 meters, it wouldn't take long for them to get here, and one of the giant zombies even bent down to pick up a rock. However, as they were still at some distance from the helicopter, Hijijun remained calm, throwing a bunch of incendiary and smoke bombs to distract the giant zombies. Wang Tao also took the opportunity to throw out many self-destruct bombs outside of the helicopter. Boom, 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 in a violent explosion with smoke, a camouflaged helicopter burst forth. A huge boulder nearly grazed the helicopter as it flew by. The helicopter shook slightly but quickly stabilized and sped away from the area, leaving only roars in the smoke. Chapter 636 to 263 Anomalous Equipment 1. Are we safe now? We're safe. Inside the helicopter. When Wang Tao said they were safe, several people all let out a long sigh of relief. Though the helicopter could fly, those giants were dozens of meters tall and could throw rocks, which was very dangerous for the helicopter. If it hadn't been for Hijijun's excellent piloting skills, the helicopter might have actually been brought down by a giant zombie. To avoid leading the giant zombies to the base, Hijijun deliberately flew in other directions. Fortunately, the helicopter's fuel tank was large, otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to fly for so long. But during the escape from the urban area, Wang Tao had the feeling of being watched. He wasn't sure if it was by the giant zombies, but the feeling persisted. So he kept his guard up and told Hijijun to keep flying. Half an hour later, that feeling of being spied on finally disappeared. For safety, Wang Tao had Hijijun continue to fly until now. Wang Tao actually wanted to fly a little longer, but they were running out of fuel. Let's head back, but let's take a different route. The helicopter circled around once more, barely making it back to the military base before running out of fuel. Before landing, Wang Tao checked to make sure there were no problems with the military base, then allowed Hijijun to land. Phew, Yang Qingong and the others staggered off the helicopter. Hijijun's piloting skills were high, but after all, this was a military transport helicopter with no comfort to speak of. Plus, they had to dodge danger, so there was practically no pleasant traveling experience. They were almost nauseated. Even Lightning, who was always spirited, seemed listless. It was only after Wang Tao stroked its head that it regained some spirit. Wang Tao was still alright, though he felt slightly uncomfortable. The one in the best mental state was Hijijun. He seemed unfazed and even drove the helicopter to the hangar. Once at the command center hall, Wang Tao took out various foods. Everyone started eating without much concern for image, even though they had already replenished some energy on the plane. But they were still hungry. Let's summarize the battle process. Wang Tao clapped his hands. After eating a lot, the other spirits had revived substantially, and they immediately started discussing. By the outcome, this operation was naturally a success. They had killed level 4 zombies and hadn't lost any personnel. It was a great victory. But from the process, there were too many dangers. If it hadn't been for their quick reactions, good skills, and a bit of luck, it's hard to say what the result would have been. And the reason for all this was the explosion-proof zombie's extremely strong defense and its ridiculous blood regeneration ability. They had originally prepared 4 heavy machine guns, but only one of them really inflicted damage on the explosion-proof zombie. This disrupted Wang Tao's initial plan and severely affected their efficiency. If the explosion-proof zombie's defense had been weaker and it didn't have the blood regeneration ability, then the 4 heavy machine guns firing at the same time should have resolved it quickly. The power of the heavy machine guns was actually quite large. Ordinary zombies could be torn in half by a single bullet. Even elite zombies couldn't withstand a few bullets. But unfortunately, they encountered a level 4 zombie with freakish defense. Wang Tao felt that level 4 might be a watershed. Dealing with zombies below level 4 with firearms was basically no problem. But after level 4, it might start getting difficult. Especially in the end, when Wang Tao fired a few shots at the giant zombie with the heavy machine gun. That damage, around a dozen points per shot, was probably comparable to giving it a massage. It's an unjust battle liability. We were just unlucky to encounter a zombie with strong defense. Wang Tao hadn't gone into details about the explosion-proof zombie before, but now he briefly shared the information about this zombie. So it's a zombie that's very good at defense and can also heal its own injuries. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder the explosion-proof zombie was so hard to kill. After Wang Tao's explanation, everyone suddenly felt eager to try again. Since they had managed to deal with that extremely defensively abnormal explosion-proof zombie, defeating other level 4 zombies should be no problem. If they went again next time, maybe they could quickly resolve the other level 4 zombies. No matter what, we have had a great victory this time. And I've got another level 4 Ascension Crystal Core. Hearing that Wang Tao had obtained another level 4 Ascension Crystal Core, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If they had been busy for so long without even getting a Crystal Core, that would have been frustrating. Alright. Everyone go get some good rest. Prepare for the next sortie. Okay. Everyone went to their rooms to rest. Today they hadn't expended much physical strength, but they had drained a lot mentally and needed a good rest. Wang Tao went back to his room to check over the spoils of war. He had a brief look on the helicopter, and it was clear that a level 4, Lord Zombie was extraordinary. Like the level 4, Lord Night Demon he killed before, the spoils were very rich. The explosion-proof zombie provided 25,000 special energy and 1 awakening key. Wang Tao now had 2 awakening keys. But looking at this awakening key, Wang Tao suddenly had a bad feeling. He had thought that awakening would consume a key, but now he wondered if perhaps awakening might involve more than just using a key. Otherwise, if 1 key led to awakening, what use would subsequent keys be? Chapter 637 to 263 Anomalous Equipment 2. However, exactly how that would work, he'd have to wait until the awakening to find out. Wang Tao looked towards the other loot. The explosion-proof zombie itself had dropped 3 items, and there were also 4 loot packs. The 3 items were the crystal core from its head, the explosion-proof armor on its body, and a baton at its waist. Level 4 crystal core, defense, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 35%, side effect, body oozing pus. No wonder the explosion-proof zombie's defense was so high. It turned out it had a passive crystal core for defense. Received, a contaminated explosion-proof shirt. The explosion-proof armor that the zombie wore seemed somewhat surprising to Wang Tao since it bore a name, though equipment dropped directly from zombies had no attributes and hence Wang Tao didn't know if this explosion-proof shirt was strong or not, but its defensive power should be decent. He could experiment with it later. The design of this explosion-proof shirt was a bit much to handle. It wasn't just clothing, there were bits of hardened flesh and blood on it. If he were to wear it, others might mistake him for a zombie. Received, a contaminated baton. The explosion-proof zombie did not utilize the baton during combat. For its size, holding a baton was probably akin to holding a toothpick. This baton was different from a normal one, too. It had fused with its flesh and mutated. It was called a baton, but its shape was that of a stick made of flesh and blood, which looked quite discomforting. Then there were the 4 loot packs. The first pack contained 5 crystal cores, a red, level 4 crystal core, omnipotent, an orange, level 4 crystal core, ascension, a red, level 4 crystal core, awakening, a blue, level 4 crystal core, strength, and a purple, level 4 crystal core, return to light. As there was an ascension crystal core of epic quality, this was quite good for Wang Tao. With this one, he now had 3 ascension crystal cores. And another awakening crystal core, also red. Among these crystal cores, it was only, return to light, that Wang Tao had never come across before. Level 4 crystal core, return to light, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 35%, side effect, irritability, return to light, passive ability, regenerates health point when health point is lost. The healing is fixed at 10 health point for level 1 up to 100 health point for level 10, with a cap at level 10, that was the ability the explosion-proof zombie had to recover health point when hit. Wang Tao suddenly became a bit excited. This ability was, to some extent, miraculous. However, as he continued reading the description, he found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had celebrated too soon. This blood-regenerating ability first required taking hits, and the recovery was fixed. At most, it could only restore up to 100 health point. For those with high defense, it would certainly be fitting, they take hundreds of damage and can heal 100. But for most people, it might not be so appropriate. If one's defense was low and they were hit for 3000, only recovering 100 would be kind of pointless. Still, overall, this ability was quite good, because it has one huge advantage: it's a passive ability that doesn't require stamina. If he could gather 3 of them later on, Wang Tao might consider fusing them. The second loot pack from the explosion-proof zombie contained potions. Received, 20 power potions, small, received, 20 power potions, medium, received, 20 berserk potions, received, 20 hemostatic drugs. Though there was no potion to permanently increase attributes, the variety of 4 potions was still quite good. The third loot pack contained clothes. Received, a explosion-proof suit, durability plus 10, tear resistance plus 10, defensive power plus 5. Movement speed minus 5%. The explosion-proof zombie had exploded out of this set of clothes, which included a helmet, jacket, pants, shoes, gloves, and more, a very complete set. But this was a standard set, not one of those mutated garments. In addition to the standard durability and tear resistance, it provided a boost of 5 points to defensive power but also reduced movement speed by 5%. For Wang Tao, movement speed was clearly more valuable than this slight defensive boost, so it was quite useless to him. As for others, they might be able to wear it, but they all had iron tree armor given by Wang Tao which couldn't be worn over this set of clothes. So, it was of no use to anyone. The last loot pack contained equipment blueprints, and there were 2 of them. Received, a mutant explosion-proof baton blueprint. Received, a mutant explosion-proof electric shield blueprint. These were respectively a baton and a shield blueprint. Mutant explosion-proof baton blueprint can be used to craft a mutant explosion-proof baton. Required materials: a baton, a level 4 crystal core, 10 iron block, 10 steel wire, 10 screws, 10 nails, 10 rubber, 10 cable, 10 electronic components, 10 batteries. Mutant explosion-proof baton has electrocution properties. Mutant explosion-proof electric shield blueprint can be used to craft a mutant explosion-proof electric shield. Required materials: level 4 zombie bones 10 kilograms, a level 4 crystal core, 10 iron block, 10 steel wire, 10 screws, 10 nails, 10 rubber, 10 cable, 10 electronic components, 10 batteries. Mutant explosion-proof electric shield has electrocution properties. The descriptions of these 2 blueprints made Wang Tao's eyes shine. The baton and shield were actually electrified. Without a second thought, Wang Tao began crafting. After killing the explosion-proof zombie, when he was collecting the loot, he had specifically brought the zombie's body with him. Based on Wang Tao's previous experience, some equipment blueprints required zombie bones. After all, this was a level 4 zombie, and if he indeed needed the bones and didn't have any, they would be hard to come by. Chapter 638 to 263 Anomalous Equipment 3. Now, making this explosion-proof shield really came into use. The baton was easy to craft since the infected baton dropped by the explosion-proof zombie was useless, and it could be used directly for crafting. As for the level 4 crystal cores, Wang Tao thought it over and chose one with defensive power and strength. Wang Tao had already fused with both these crystal cores, so they were of no use to him personally. After gathering all the materials, Wang Tao began to craft. Shortly after, 2 items appeared before Wang Tao. The mutant explosion-proof baton differed in appearance from an ordinary baton, being black and red with vein-like patterns that made it look less like a proper weapon. But appearances didn't matter. What was important were the attributes. Mutant explosion-proof baton, level 4, excellent, durability plus 80, attack power plus 60, comes with electric shock effect. Electric shock effect requires awakening energy. The attributes were interesting. The durability was 10 points higher than his previous level 4 equipment, although the attack power was slightly weaker. However, that was understandable, since it was, after all, a baton, so it was normal for its lethality to be weaker. But the electric shock effect requiring awakening energy to be used? This left Wang Tao somewhat speechless, as he didn't have awakening energy and could only use it as an ordinary baton. But did this mean that the electric capability must be quite strong? After all, it consumed awakening energy, so it should be more than just a regular stun baton, right? Wang Tao turned his attention to the shield. This shield's appearance also greatly differed from that of ordinary shields, being a square shield primarily black in color but decorated with many white bones, giving it a somewhat fierce aspect. Its attributes, however, were the highest Wang Tao had ever seen on equipment. Mutant explosion-proof electric shield, level 4, excellent, durability plus 100, defensive power plus 100, comes with electric shock effect. Electric shock effect requires awakening energy. Both durability and defensive power were increased by 100, which Wang Tao had never seen before in equipment. However, since it was a shield, it made sense. As for the electric shock effect, it also required awakening energy to be used. This made Wang Tao quite frustrated. As a person with strong curiosity, having equipment but not being able to use it was quite annoying. Level 4. Awakening. Wang Tao clenched his fist. The awakening was becoming more and more attractive to him. Now, he was just one level 4 Ascension Crystal Core and one attack type ability short. Of course, he could do without the attack type ability, but since he had the opportunity to fuse with other abilities, he couldn't let it go to waste. Wang Tao wondered whether he should first promote his other 3 abilities to level 4. He could actually fuse a level 4 Ascension Crystal Core now, promoting his 3 already plus 10 abilities to level 4. Level 4 abilities would undoubtedly be much stronger than level 3 abilities, greatly increasing his strength. But he hesitated because his special energy only allowed him to extract and synthesize level 1, level 2, and level 3 abilities. There was no option for level 4 abilities. Wang Tao didn't know whether ascending to level 4 would grant him the ability to extract and synthesize level 4 abilities. As of now, he couldn't. This meant that if he promoted his abilities to level 4, he wouldn't be able to extract and synthesize anymore. If he encountered special circumstances where he needed to fuse other crystal cores, he wouldn't be able to use them. Thus, he hesitated. Forget it, no rush to fuse the Ascension Crystal Core. After all, our main reliance on hunting level 4 zombies is still on thermal weapons. In the end, Wang Tao decided not to fuse just yet. After all, they were currently using thermal weapons, and a minor increase in strength wouldn't change the overall situation. Even if he promoted his abilities to level 4, his overall strength would still be far inferior to that of level 4 zombies, because he lacked an awakening. The next day, everyone assembled in the hall. Because of the helicopter's activity yesterday, more zombies had gathered around the base, and Wang Tao called everyone to clear them out. They were too few in number, and an excessive accumulation of zombies around the base could lead to unforeseen complications. Hence, whenever zombies gathered, Wang Tao would lead a team to clear them out. Soon, 2 military vehicles took everyone away from the military base. With the number of zombies outside being significant, Wang Tao divided them into 2 teams to proceed separately. After spending the whole day, they finally cleared all the zombies surrounding the base. Wang Tao unexpectedly received 2 pieces of good news. The first piece of good news was that his special vine had split. Level 3 weapon, Iron Tree Vine, health point, 10,000, upper limit 100,000, status, awakened, enhancement, splitting, 2, independent attack, compatibility, 100%, his Iron Tree Vine had to split before it could be nurtured. Previously there had only been 1 vine, so it always had 10,000 health point. Wang Tao wasn't sure what would cause it to split, suspecting maybe it was related to time. Today, the Iron Tree Vine succeeded in splitting. It became 2 vines, each with 10,000 health point. Without a second thought, Wang Tao took out a crystal core to start nurturing. Moments later, the upper limit of the vine's health point increased to 20,000, creating 2 vines both with 20,000 health point. Although the health point was still not high, it wouldn't be as easy to cut as before, right? Furthermore, not only had the health point increased, but the length had also grown. Previously at 10,000 health point, the vine's length was 10 meters. Now, with 20,000 health point, the length of both vines reached 20 meters. The increase in the length of the Iron Tree Vine was a significant boost for Wang Tao, who was relying on it to pull zombie corpses up to the helicopter. The length of 20 meters, now having 2 of them, greatly increased Wang Tao's margin for error. The second piece of good news was that Wang Tao finally obtained another active attack-type crystal core. And while clearing the surrounding zombies, they also collected many omnipotent crystal cores. That meant he could make all 4 abilities +10, and then integrate the level 4 Ascension Crystal Core. Chapter 264 Flame Monster 1. This active attack type crystal core is called Instant Strike, and Yang Qingong and his team encountered a group of level 3 elite zombies, and after killing them, this type of crystal core emerged. Level 3 Crystal Core, Instant Strike, Quality, Excellent, 60%, Purity, 40%, Side Effect, Reduced Attack Power, Instant Strike, consumes energy for an instant attack. There is a certain interval between attacks. This ability is quite interesting. According to what Yang Qingong said, the group of zombies all wielded sticks, machetes, and other cold weapons. As soon as you get into close combat with them, you're bound to be attacked first. It's difficult to see how their attacks are delivered because they're too fast. But the damage isn't very high, at least not fatally threatening to those wearing Iron 3 armors. Wang Tao, after seeing the specific attributes of this crystal core, roughly understood that the attack was purely fast. Of course, speed is also a symbol of attack power in itself. The simplest example is a bullet. Yet, the side effect of this crystal core is to reduce attack power. So this is why Yang Qingong and his team felt that the enemy's attacks were fast, but not very powerful. Of course, this was not a problem for Wang Tao. He used 3 instant strike crystal cores to synthesize an epic one, then he extracted another ability from it and fused them. Moments later, Wang Tao successfully fused instant strike. After experimenting, he found that without the side effects, the power of instant strike was indeed significant, almost on par with high-frequency vibration. However, high-frequency vibration had no interval between attacks. He could use it any time as long as he had the energy. Instant strike, however, had an interval of about 10 or more seconds. But for Wang Tao, this was already enough. The feature of instant strike was not the damage, but the immediate attack that made it impossible for the enemy to defend against. Wang Tao felt it was very suitable for sneak attacks. If there was a drawback, it would probably be that the attack range was rather short. Wang Tao reviewed his abilities. Instant Strike and Mastery Fusion indeed could be combined, with over 90% probability. Wang Tao went ahead and fused them. Shortly after, a new Mastery Fusion ability appeared, with the same name but an additional term. Level 3 Grade 1, Mastery Fusion. Mastery Fusion consumes energy to use abilities such as Instant Strike, Continuous Slash, Air Bullet, High Frequency Vibration, Shockwave, Indirect Attack, and Energize one hit. Wang Tao immediately began fusing with level 3 Omnipotent Crystal Cores. His level 3 Omnipotent Crystal Core was already nearly depleted, and the drop rate for Omnipotent Cores was not high. However, they had eliminated a large number of zombies, many of which were level 3 elites, so he had managed to gather a few Omnipotent Cores, marginally sufficient for his needs. After some time, Wang Tao's Mastery Fusion ability also successfully reached +10. At this point, all 4 of his abilities were at level 3 +10. Now, all he lacked was a level 4 Ascension Crystal Core. Wang Tao and his group rested for 3 days at the base, gathering their strength. The rain had lessened a bit that day. With ample preparations, Wang Tao and his group set off in a helicopter towards the Yueyang City urban area, led by He Jijun. With the experience from before, He Jijun flew the helicopter high right from the start, traveling at a high altitude. Though the strategy couldn't make the noise disappear, it spread out and lessened it somewhat, preventing zombies from quickly gathering below them. Of course, as long as the helicopter kept moving, it wouldn't be an issue. Otherwise, if they stayed in one place for too long, they could still attract many zombies. They had barely approached the urban area when Wang Tao cursed under his breath. Damn it! Because from the helicopter he could clearly see the giant figure at the edge of the city. Giant zombie. Everyone's faces looked a bit grim. Since the giant zombie was here, naturally they couldn't pass by this area. Even though giant zombies were definitely slower than the helicopter, if one giant palm slapped them down, they would be in dire straits. There was no need to take that risk. So He Jijun began to take a detour. But just as they barely skirted around that giant zombie, another one appeared in the distance. Everyone was somewhat stunned. What's with these several giant zombies? Why have they moved to the outskirts of the urban area? Could it be they specifically came to block us? How so? Yang Qingong asked with concern. This giant zombie, it's not one of those 3 we encountered before. What? Everyone was taken aback. Do you mean there are other giant zombies? Correct. The appearance of these giant zombies was pretty similar and hard to distinguish. The 3 giant zombies Wang Tao had seen before had health point levels of 200,000, 300,000, and 400,000. Yet this giant zombie had 350,000 health point, and the one they had just circumvented was 300,000 health point. Clearly, this must be another new giant zombie. How many giant zombies could there be inside Yueyang City urban area? Suddenly, Wang Tao felt an urge to leave the military base right away. After all, the presence of so many giant zombies close to the base made it hard to rest easy. After hearing Wang Tao's firm statement, everyone fell silent for a moment. 4 giant zombies, a number that embodied despair, and there could still be more than 4. As if to prove their thoughts, after Hijijun had detoured around this giant zombie from a long distance, yet another giant zombie appeared in the distance. Have the giant zombies in the Yueyang City urban area all run to the outskirts? Could it be they specifically came to trap us? Nisa Ian suddenly said. The idea was a bit far-fetched. Could the zombies remember them? And even set up an ambush specifically for them? Could they really be that smart? Chapter 264 Flame Monster 2. But considering the current situation, it seems that it's not impossible. Let's check other places. If there really are many giant zombies in Yueyang City, and they are all on the outskirts, then we can only head back. Wang Tao shook his head helplessly. Hijijun piloted the helicopter, continuing to detour. Then, Wang Tao spotted the 5th, the 6th, the 10th giant zombie. Everyone else also became utterly helpless. No matter whether these giant zombies were lying in wait or not, they couldn't get into the city. And everyone was worried that if these giant zombies discovered the location of the military base, they might be able to trample it flat. What do you think, Wang Tao? Hijijun looked at Wang Tao. Although they hadn't been discovered by the giant zombies and hadn't caused a zombie tide, because they had taken such a long detour, there wasn't much fuel left in the helicopter. At most, they could keep searching for another half hour. Once half an hour was up, whether they made it into the city or not, they would have to leave. They needed to save enough fuel for the helicopter, to maintain a margin for error. Keep going. I just don't believe it. Anyway, old he, you watch the time. When it's time, just leave. Wang Tao said, clenching his fist. All right. The helicopter once again changed direction from afar, heading towards another area. What's going on over there? After flying for a while, they finally encountered an area free of giant zombies. Before Wang Tao and his companions could feel relieved, they noticed a cluster of houses on fire. It was raining, yet the fire didn't die down. Instead, it grew even more intense. That seems to be a warehouse. Yang Qingong said uncertainly, as the helicopter flew quite high and she couldn't see clearly even with binoculars. Wang Tao asked Hijijun to lower the altitude a bit. There were no giant zombies in this area, so it should be safe. As the helicopter descended, the loud noise gradually spread downwards, and many zombies on the ground began to look up into the sky. Wang Tao and his companions finally got a clear view of the scene of the fire. It seemed to be a warehouse-like place, with many standardized low-rise buildings burning fiercely. The flame surged, bellowing smoke billowed. Wang Tao felt it couldn't have caught fire without reason, especially since it was raining, and it wasn't extremely hot and dry weather that might cause spontaneous combustion. Could there be survivors? Wang Tao wondered. If it wasn't spontaneous combustion, then it must be man-made. Zombies couldn't possibly start a fire, right? So most likely it was survivors. If there really were survivors in Yueyang City, then Wang Tao definitely wanted to meet them. Surviving in such an environment was something even he thought he couldn't achieve. At the mention of survivors, Yang Qingong suddenly grew excited. The reason she came to Yueyang City was to find her sister. But unfortunately, after they entered Yueyang City, they only found one living person, Hijijun, and no other survivors. Although she didn't want to believe it, Yang Qingong knew that her sister was most likely out of luck. Now suddenly discovering a possible ability user, Yang Qingong grew excited. What if there was news of her sister? But soon, Yang Qingong became disappointed. As the helicopter descended, she clearly saw there were no zombies or human figures inside the burning warehouse. There were many zombies outside the warehouse, but they weren't surrounding it. If there were people inside, the zombies wouldn't be so calm. And as the noise from their helicopter grew louder, wouldn't any survivors come out to look if there were any? After all, it was a military helicopter, a symbol of the military. Wang Tao was also disappointed. He hadn't seen any human traces. Unless someone had intentionally hidden away, but the area was fairly flat and open. With a fire raging, there were not many places to hide. It seems there are no survivors left. Or maybe the survivors have already left, huh? Wang Tao cut himself off abruptly. He quickly rubbed his eyes. What's wrong? Yang Qingong asked. There seems to be something in the sea of fire. Holy shit. A level 4, Lord. Wang Tao pointed somewhat dazedly at a spot in the midst of the inferno. Yang Qingong and the others followed Wang Tao's gaze and indeed noticed something amiss. In the raging sea of fire, there was a shadow with flames burning all over its body. Judging by its figure, it was shaped like a tall human. However, its facial features were indistinct, Perhaps it didn't have any at all. This flame-like shadow was in a hazy state, causing all to doubt if they were seeing things or mistaking the flames for a person. But it truly was different from the surrounding flames and quite resembled a person. What is that thing? Everyone was amazed at the sight. When Wang Tao had been observing the scene, he subconsciously ignored the sea of fire. After all, humans couldn't be in the flames. Zombies, though not able to retain fire on their bodies for long due to the flame retardant effect of their blood, didn't mean they weren't afraid of fire. They were carbon-based life forms, how could they not fear fire? But this being was indeed in the middle of the sea of flames, and it seemed to be an energy body composed of flames. However, when Wang Tao saw its specific attributes, he suddenly understood. It was a monster. Health point, 120,000 120,000, magic point, 120,000 120,000, grade, level 4, Lord, internal impurity, 50%, awakening, blazing flame, body burning flame. Chapter 264 Flame Monster 3. This monster's awakening ability is to ignite itself? So, it's not only not afraid of fire, but the sea of flames might have been caused by it. But whether you spew fire or water, as long as you're a 4-level zombie, then you are my prey, Wang Tao. Wang Tao immediately aimed the heavy machine gun at the flame monster. Attack. He gave everyone a heads up and then instantly pulled the trigger. Da. Zhang Shixu's hands were already on the machine gun, and after hearing Wang Tao's command, she also instantly pulled the trigger. 4 heavy machine guns opened fire at once, and 4 tongues of flame flew towards the flame monster. However, -1, -1, -1, watching that string of -1s, Wang Tao was a bit stunned. No way, does this flame monster have higher defensive power than the giant zombie? Even when he used a heavy machine gun on the giant zombie, he could take off more than 10 points of health point. Disbelieving, he fired again, aiming at the zombie's head. But the result was still the same. -1, -1, -1, something's off. Wang Tao felt that something was very wrong. Even if the defensive power of this flame monster was high, it couldn't possibly only take 1 point of damage, right? Even 2 or 3 points would be fine. Bro, there seems to be something off about the flames on its body. Zhang Shixu suddenly spoke up. Although she couldn't see the health point bar, she could see that the bullets hitting the zombie seemed to be ineffective. Wang Tao also felt that the flames on its body were strange, and now hearing Zhang Shixu express the same thought, Wang Tao became even more certain of his judgment. Old he, lower the altitude a bit. Wang Tao shouted. He Jijun immediately let the helicopter descend somewhat. There weren't any tall buildings in this area, so there were no blind spots in vision, which was quite open. If any giant zombies came, they could spot them immediately, allowing them to be a bit more daring. As the helicopter descended, Wang Tao got a clearer view of the flame monster. He saw that when he pulled the trigger and the bullets flew towards the flame monster, the bullets didn't land directly on the zombie's body but were blocked by the flames around it. Damn it! What kind of ability is this? Wang Tao shared this discovery with everyone, and they were all dumbfounded. Flames that could block bullets. The others, somewhat skeptical, gave it another try, but it was no use. Whether it was heavy machine gun bullets or rifle bullets, they were blocked upon hitting the flame monster and then slowly fell to the ground. I thought the explosion-proof zombie we met before had high defense, but this one is even tougher. Yang Xingong said with a wry smile. If the heavy machine guns couldn't take down the flame monster, how were they supposed to win? Wang Tao stopped firing, and seeing Wang Tao stop, Zhang Shixu stopped as well. Then Wang Tao saw that the little bit of health point they had knocked off the flame monster instantly recovered. It has a self-healing power too. Wang Tao could only feel fortunate that this flame monster seemed to lack long-range attack abilities. As long as it couldn't attack the helicopter, Wang Tao would be standing on invincible ground. Wang Tao tried other attacks as well, such as throwing surgical knives and steel bars. But no matter what attack struck the flame monster, it all resulted in not a bit of damage. Moreover, any small damage it did take would immediately be restored. Everyone felt a bit helpless. With such a degree of defense, it was impossible to kill it. The zombies below were gathering in greater numbers, and if no solution was found soon, they would have to retreat. After all, giant zombies didn't just take hits without fighting back like this flame monster did. At this moment, Wang Tao got behind the heavy machine gun again and fired a shot at the flame monster. However, this bullet wasn't ordinary, it was an air bullet. Bang! -1593, it's effective. Wang Tao had suddenly thought, if ordinary bullets were useless, what about air bullets? He had used air bullets before when attacking explosion-proof zombies. But as their power was a bit less than that of the heavy machine gun bullets, Wang Tao had forsaken them. Now, suddenly remembering them, He gave it a try, and it really was effective. What's the principle behind this? How come a non-physical attack can actually do damage? Wang Tao didn't understand the principle, but since it was effective, he wouldn't hold back. Rat-a-tat, Wang Tao pulled the trigger once more. He could almost be certain that this flame monster possessed a self-healing power. Because when Wang Tao attacked it, its health point didn't regenerate. As soon as he stopped attacking, its health point would start to regenerate. Self-healing powers could be interrupted. So this was likely self-healing. As long as Wang Tao kept on attacking, it wouldn't be able to use its self-healing. Wang Tao could use an air bullet every 10 seconds, 10 times a minute, and with each dealing 1,500 damage, that was 9,000 in a minute. As long as it didn't regenerate, in just over 10 minutes, he could kill it. But could they hold out for 10 minutes? The truth told Wang Tao, they could not. Because a giant zombie was approaching from the distance. Seeing this giant zombie, everyone tensed up a bit. But no one urged Wang Tao. The flame monster seemed a bit interested in the helicopter. It walked out of the sea of flames, but the fire on its body still did not go out. Seeing this, Wang Tao commanded directly, "Old he, lower a bit more." He Jijun, without a word, continued to lower the helicopter. He only stopped when it reached about 10 meters above the flame monster. Wang Tao took out a bone knife and slashed at the flame monster through the air, sending a shock wave hurtling towards it. If the air bullet could harm it, what about the shock wave? -1283, exactly. Wang Tao's guess was right, such a non-physical attack could indeed harm it. So, Wang Tao clenched his teeth. "Old he, can you guys lure away the giant zombie?" "I can." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to go down." Wang Tao took a deep breath, then turned to Yang Qingong, Zhang Shixu, and the others. "I'll go down by myself, I can harm it. Please lure away the giant zombie for me. I'm counting on you." Having said that, Wang Tao jumped directly from the helicopter. At the same time, the entangled iron tree roots on Wang Tao's wrist began to wriggle rapidly. Before he landed, Wang Tao had transformed into a plant monster. Thud, after Wang Tao had killed an iron tree monster, the entangled roots had devoured its corpse, evolving itself and becoming entangled iron tree roots. And it had gained an additional ability, fire resistance. Chapter 265, A Sea of Flames. Time was running short, and Wang Tao couldn't bother to explain much. After saying a word to his teammates, he directly jumped out of the plane. "Good." He Jijun responded and then said to the others, "Hold tight, I'm going to give you guys a thrilling ride." Buzzing, He Jijun controlled the helicopter to turn on the spot, then headed straight for the giant zombie. On the ground, Wang Tao shifted his gaze. He looked toward the flame monster not far away. Having just emerged from the sea of fire, Wang Tao could now clearly see that it indeed had a humanoid shape, very tall, but obviously, it wasn't human. Wang Tao felt that this flame monster seemed to lack any offensive abilities, and coupled with his own fire resistance, he dared to face it alone. Of course, if he misjudged, Wang Tao would immediately call He Jijun to retreat. He was risking it all, after all, he was just one Ascension Crystal Core away, and now that there was a rare opportunity to kill a level 4 lord, he couldn't give up. It's just a pity that it was daytime and he couldn't use the Night Demon Type 1. Wang Tao gripped his bone knife and unleashed a shockwave at the flame monster. -1134, suddenly, after being attacked, the flame monster began running toward Wang Tao. -11, -12, -14, as the flame monster approached, numbers appeared above Wang Tao's head indicating health point loss. The flames on the flame monster's body weren't fake, they had a burning effect. But Wang Tao was fully covered by entangled iron tree roots which provided fire resistance, so he didn't lose much health point. In fact, he didn't even feel that hot. Previously, Wang Tao didn't have much of an idea about the fire resistance ability of entangling roots, since he hadn't had the chance to use it. But now, he roughly understood. The flame monster was fast but not as swift as the level 4 night demon from before. Wang Tao could clearly see its trajectory and, once again, swung his knife at it, using high-frequency vibration instinctively this time. Bang! -1, Wang Tao felt as if he had struck a rock. It has a physical body? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. He'd thought that this flame monster might be an entity of pure energy or something, hence impervious to ordinary physical attacks. But Wang Tao now realized, it wasn't as he thought, the flame monster did have a physical body. After being hit by Wang Tao's knife, the flame monster humanly turned its head to look at his knife, then suddenly lifted its hand and lightly slapped towards Wang Tao's chest. Bang! -3773, Wang Tao was sent flying backward in an instant. Crash! He crashed through a wall and fell into a warehouse that was still ablaze. Damn it! Indeed, The flame monster hadn't shown any offensive abilities, but with a mere slap, it dealt over 3,000 damage to the entangled iron tree roots. Its physical constitution might not be as formidable as the night demons, but it was still not weak. The only consolation now was that the physical constitution of the flame monster was seemingly weaker than that of the level 4 night demon. If it were like that night demon, able to deal over 10,000 damage with a slap to the entangled iron tree roots, it would truly be invincible. Swoosh! Wang Tao burst out of the warehouse and collided with a flame monster at the entrance. He held a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, pulling the trigger as he swung the knife at the flame monster. -1,589, -1,224, unflinchingly, the flame monster took both hits. Then, it slapped Wang Tao again. Bang! -3,823, Wang Tao once more flew into the warehouse, this time breaking through another wall. The damage was absorbed by the entangling roots, leaving Wang Tao unaffected. So, he quickly got up and charged at the flame monster again. However, Wang Tao had no intention of clashing head-on. Upon reaching the flame monster, he swiftly used instant strike, then made a quick getaway. -1, the flame monster lost another drop of blood. Instant strike is indeed ineffective. The flame monster turned and ran toward Wang Tao. Wang Tao wasn't as fast as the flame monster, but he wasn't much slower either. As long as he didn't stop, the flame monster wouldn't be able to catch him anytime soon. But Wang Tao needed to figure out which of his abilities could harm the flame monster, which made fights inevitable, so they had several close encounters. -1, -1, continuous slash doesn't work. -1, energize one hit is also ineffective. -1, various mental attacks also don't work. -2,138, indirect attack actually works? After sacrificing some of the entangled iron tree root's health point, Wang Tao roughly figured it out. Among the abilities he knew, only shockwave, air bullet, and indirect attack could damage the flame monster. Wang Tao was actually quite surprised. He didn't expect that indirect attack could damage the flame monster, and its damage was much higher than both shockwave and air bullet. This was a pleasant surprise for Wang Tao. Originally, he thought he could kite the flame monster by exploiting the fire resistance of the entangled iron tree roots and using shockwave and air bullet. But after engaging with it, he realized that both the speed and physical constitution of the flame monster were formidable. Even without offensive abilities, Wang Tao might not be able to withstand it. This made Wang Tao quite uncomfortable, as relying on the low-damage shockwave and air bullet, he felt he had no chance of killing this flame monster. Unwilling to give up, Wang Tao wanted to try again. After all, he had so many attack abilities, perhaps others might work too? And indeed, there turned out to be an effect. Indirect attack could actually cause 2,000 damage to the flame monster. Chapter 265, A Sea of Flames. Although he didn't know why, Wang Tao felt he had a chance to kill the flame monster. Bang! -3,583, the flame monster once again slapped Wang Tao, sending him flying. While in the air, Wang Tao took out his pistol and fired an air bullet at it. -1,528, after being smashed to the ground, Wang Tao rolled over and got up, then hurled a shockwave at the flame monster that was rushing towards him. -1,193, another 1,000 damage. Wang Tao felt that this flame monster was quite stupid, far less clever than the previous level 4 Lord Night Demon. It didn't know how to dodge at all, only choosing to clash head-on with Wang Tao. And that was exactly what Wang Tao was hoping to see. After all, when he used his shockwave and air bullet together, he could deal over 2,000 damage. As long as he didn't let the flame monster use its self-healing, then Wang Tao truly had hope of killing it. However, Wang Tao soon realized that he had celebrated too early. The flame monster seemed to have some learning ability. After Wang Tao dodged its attacks a few times, it also began to intentionally dodge Wang Tao's attacks. Damn! Wang Tao's face immediately turned ugly. The reason he dared to fight the flame monster alone was also an important one. Wang Tao felt he had wisdom, while the other did not. But now, it seemed that the other side also had some intelligence. Wang Tao's air bullet could only be used once every 10 seconds, and with the flame monster dodging, it significantly reduced Wang Tao's damage output. If there was plenty of time, it wouldn't be a big deal. But He-Jijun and the others were drawing the giant zombie's attention away to help Wang Tao, and every extra second Wang Tao wasted meant an additional second of danger for He-Jijun. Also, to Wang Tao's annoyance, it could even dodge the shockwaves. This was tantamount to Wang Tao wasting 2 abilities. Wang Tao looked up at the helicopter that had reached the giant zombie, and then at the flame monster not far away. He took a deep breath. If that's the case, don't blame me. Wang Tao charged directly at the flame monster. When the flame monster saw Wang Tao coming, it stood its ground, waiting until Wang Tao came close before taking a swipe at him. Having been slapped several times before, Wang Tao was prepared. When he saw the flame monster raise its arm, he rolled on the spot, not only avoiding the flame monster's attack but also reaching its back. Then Wang Tao lifted his bow knife and struck a blow to its back. Indirect attack. -2297. The flame monster immediately turned around, its flaming palm instantly landing on Wang Tao's chest. But Wang Tao suddenly extended his left hand, grabbing the flame monster's shoulder. -27, -28, -23, despite the burning entangling roots, Wang Tao did not let go. Bang. -3842, the slap hit Wang Tao square inches the chest, but because Wang Tao had grabbed hold of it, he did not get knocked away. Wang Tao swung his knife again, indirect attack. -2435, the flame monster swung another palm at Wang Tao. -4138, Wang Tao continued to slash with his knife. -2387. Wang Tao had thought of a desperate way to fight, which was to entangle with the flame monster and trade blood with it using the indirect attack. At close range, the flame monster couldn't possibly avoid Wang Tao's attacks. But Wang Tao couldn't avoid its attacks either, since he had to hold on to it to keep from being knocked away. Even though the flame monster's attacks dealt 4,000 damage to Wang Tao each time, and Wang Tao could only deal a bit over 2,000, the speed of their attacks wasn't much different, which seemed to put Wang Tao at a disadvantage. However, Wang Tao had advantage, which in his opinion was quite significant. He had more health point than the flame monster. The flame monster had 120,000 health point. Wang Tao had his own 110,000 and the entangling roots 100,000, totaling 210,000 health point. Wang Tao believed his health point was enough to offset the difference in damage between them. Plus, Wang Tao himself could regenerate blood, and he still had various potions unused. He felt he had a chance of winning. But there was a problem. He and the entangling roots were not one entity, they were separate. The one taking hits had always been the entangling roots, and he himself didn't have any issues, basically still at full health point. But, if the entangling roots were to be left in a critical condition, or died, leaving him on his own, he definitely couldn't beat the flame monster, because he lacked fire resistance. Wang Tao wasn't sure how high the flame monster's burning damage was, but even ordinary flames were something Wang Tao couldn't withstand. Especially since the place where he and the flame monster were fighting was a sea of fire. So Wang Tao needed to ensure the health point of the entangling roots. There were two methods to maintain health point. The first was fusion crystal core, but obviously, there was no time for fusion at the moment. So the only method left was the second, to use his own blood to nourish the entangling roots. This method was fast and very convenient. As long as his own health point was sufficient, the entangling roots would not run out of health point. But there was a deadly weakness, that Wang Tao would fall into an extremely weakened state. Once Wang Tao couldn't cope anymore and released the entangling roots, he would be virtually certain to die in his weakened state. Wang Tao was prepared to risk everything. Of course, if it came to such a situation, he would definitely try to escape in advance. He still very much valued his life. Bang. -2384, Wang Tao delivered another indirect attack, taking away over 2,000 of the flame monster's health point. This time the flame monster didn't swipe but kicked instead. Bang. -5236, even though Wang Tao grabbed onto its shoulder, he was still instantly kicked away. Chapter 265, A Sea of Flames. Such strength. That kick had cost Wang Tao 5,000 health point. Wang Tao got up from the ground, saw that the flame monster still had 3/4 of its health point left, and his entangling roots had only half its health point left. He immediately began to transfer his own health point to the entangling roots. In just a few seconds, the entangling roots' health point was fully restored, while Wang Tao lost 50,000 health point. Wang Tao didn't feel any weakness at the moment, but he couldn't dispel the entangling roots, otherwise, it would have been over for him. Whoosh! By this time, the flame monster had already charged in front of Wang Tao. Seeing that the monster was raising its foot again, a fierce-looking shield instantaneously appeared in Wang Tao's hand. Boom! The flame monster's kick landed on the shield, and while Wang Tao wasn't injured, the impact numbed his hand a bit. After attacking with its foot, the flame monster was much stronger. However, with Wang Tao using the shield, he wasn't sent flying again, which saved him some time. Wang Tao quickly stowed away the shield and slashed at the flame monster with a knife. -2319, the flame monster kicked at Wang Tao again, but with his guard up, Wang Tao easily dodged the attack. He raised a bone knife and performed another indirect attack. But to Wang Tao's surprise, the flame monster also dodged his strike. Moreover, its dodging posture was very similar to Wang Tao's earlier one. Why does it feel like it's imitating me? Wang Tao's expression turned unsightly. By now, he could almost be sure that this flame monster indeed possessed intelligence. Never mind how high its intelligence was, the fact that it could learn Wang Tao's techniques and use his own moves against him was causing Wang Tao a lot of discomfort. What if it continues the fight and learns all of Wang Tao's techniques? I have to end this quickly. Wang Tao gritted his teeth, and instantly, a tendril of iron tree vine shot from his wrist. The vine wrapped around the flame monster's body, preventing it from dodging, and then Wang Tao, holding the bone knife, began to wildly execute indirect attacks. -2386, -2287. Though the iron tree vine also contained the words iron tree, it did not have any fire resistance attributes. Wang Tao had tried before, the fire on the flame monster's body could burn several hundred health points off the iron tree vines every second. So, unless it was a critical moment, Wang Tao certainly couldn't afford to let the iron tree vines die for nothing. After being bound by the vine, the flame monster was stuck for a while. But after being slashed by Wang Tao several times, it finally broke free from the iron tree vines. Bang! The iron tree vine snapped. Wang Tao quickly retracted it. This tendril was left with just a sliver of health point, barely surviving the flame monster's attack. Meanwhile, the flame monster had already lost half of its health point because of Wang Tao's slashes. It suddenly raised its head, emitting a silent roar. Then its flames began to burn even more fiercely. -23, -31, -28, the burn damage Wang Tao was taking suddenly doubled. Not knowing if the flame monster had any trump cards left, Wang Tao retreated immediately, putting some distance between them. Whoosh! But as soon as Wang Tao turned around, he saw the flame monster charging towards him. It was much faster than before. Wang Tao had been able to kite the flame monster a bit before, but now, he was caught up in an instant. Bang! -6783, Wang Tao was slapped fiercely. The damage has increased this much. With a grimace, Wang Tao saw the damage number while being struck. If the flame monster's damage had increased by so much, Wang Tao might no longer stand a chance against it. Wang Tao, how much longer do you need? At that moment, He Jijun's voice came through the headset, which was well protected by the entangling roots and thus still functional. Wang Tao quickly looked up and saw the giant zombie in the distance swatting at a helicopter like it was chasing mosquitoes, with the helicopter in dire straits. When Wang Tao looked over, he saw the giant zombie suddenly throw an abandoned sedan at the helicopter, which flew past, scraping the side of the helicopter and causing sparks to scatter, while 2 heavy machine guns fired at the giant zombie. At this sight, Wang Tao took a deep breath. Give me 3 more minutes, I'll be ready for pickup in 3 minutes. Alright. He Jijun didn't say much more, and even his tone was steady, without any panting. Wang Tao shifted his gaze back to the flame monster that had already reached him, immediately using every potion available to him, the running potion, strength potion, mental potion, and the like. These potions didn't last long, but they had a long cooldown. They could only be used at critical moments, like right now. As soon as the potions entered his system, Wang Tao immediately felt his physical condition improve significantly. With a slight sidestep, he instantly dodged another attack from the flame monster. Then he turned around sharply and kicked at the flame monster. Bang! -1092, he used indirect attack in that kick, which knocked off over 1,000 health point from the flame monster. The flame monster was sent flying, landing outside the sea of fire. Wang Tao immediately rushed out of the sea of fire as well. The flame monster landed among a group of zombies that had not left the perimeter of the sea of fire. Then, in an instant, the zombies within a few meters of the flame monster were set ablaze. These zombies lost 5,000 to 6,000 health point every second, and in the blink of an eye, they were burned to cinders. Damn it! Wang Tao was initially stunned and then seemed to understand something. He had wondered why this flame monster seemed weaker, at least not as strong as the previous level 4 Lord Night Demon. After all, he couldn't take on a level 4 Lord Night Demon alone, but he could handle this flame monster. But now Wang Tao understood, it wasn't that the flame monster was weak, but that its strongest ability was its flames. However, those flames were blocked by Wang Tao's entangling roots. The flame monster's burning of the entangling roots caused only a few dozen health point loss per second. But when burning those zombies, it caused thousands of health point loss per second. Realizing this, Wang Tao took a deep breath and then charged toward the flame monster. But at that moment, the flame monster suddenly turned its head towards Wang Tao. The flames on its body expanded rapidly. They reached 3 meters high, 5 meters high, even 10 meters high. Then, boom! A burst of flames exploded. A huge fire erupted, covering the sky and the earth. Within 100 meters radius, everything was engulfed in a sea of fire. Chapter 266, Ability Explosion. The flame monster turned into an ever-growing ball of fire. Reaching a critical point, A loud boom rang out, and the area was instantly engulfed in flames, becoming a sea of fire. A splendid, fiery red mushroom cloud slowly rose. Zombies, plants, buildings, and rainwater surrounding it were all devoured by the flames, including Wang Tao. The sky suddenly turned a fiery red, and then a shockwave struck the helicopter. The helicopter shook violently, throwing the people inside from side to side. Hee-Jun quickly steadied the helicopter, and then everyone turned their gazes toward the direction from which the shockwave had come. There was a small mushroom cloud. That was where Wang Tao had been. Bro. Zhang Shixu's face turned white, her beautiful, pure eyes filled with panic. Wang Tao. Wang Tao, are you alright? Yang Qingong immediately tried to contact Wang Tao through the earpiece, but there was no response. Zhu Xiaojun's face was a blur of confusion. He felt certain that Wang Tao couldn't be dead. He believed in Wang Tao. But the mushroom cloud had emerged. What the hell is this? Even the typically composed Hee-Jun was unsettled this time. Judging by the size of the mushroom cloud, it was as if they had been bombed by a missile. Wang Tao. Could he still be alive? Brother Wang. Nisa Ian was somewhat in disbelief. Woof, woof. Lightning, firmly strapped in by safety belts, thrashed wildly, trying to break free and find its owner. Even the giant zombie was attracted. It abandoned the incessantly buzzing mosquito before its eyes and strode towards the fiery wasteland. On the ground, the fire explosion came quickly and also dissipated quickly. The gorgeous fire mushroom cloud gradually disappeared, revealing the fiery wasteland below. Suddenly, an area in the debris that had been slightly raised shook. Crash, the rubble split apart, and a giant figure rose from the ruins, walking out of the sea of flames. He slowly straightened up, revealing his over 4-meter-tall, burly figure and the tattered roots wrapped around his body. Cough, cough. Such tremendous power. The man lifted his head, exposing the young face beneath the broken root mask. Wang Tao. On the helicopter, everyone burst into tears of joy at the sight of this figure. At first, when they saw the giant figure rising from the fiery ruins, they thought it was the flame monster. It wasn't until the giant figure walked out of the flames and revealed Wang Tao's signature root armor that everyone realized Wang Tao had survived. At this moment, Hee-Jun said very calmly, "Fire your guns, draw the giant zombie over here." The giant zombie had just headed where Wang Tao was. Yang Qingong and the others quickly came to their senses and began pulling their triggers. Rat-a-tat, but to the giant zombie, these bullets were little more than mosquito bites. It paid them no mind now because it seemed to find something more interesting. Yang Qingong shouted frantically through the earpiece, "Wang Tao, the giant zombie is heading your way. Run." On the ground. The first thing Wang Tao did after getting up was to look around, and he immediately spotted the giant zombie striding towards him. He grinned and then made a dash towards another pile of ruins. Crash, with his fan-sized hands, Wang Tao began digging into the debris. Seconds later, he found an all-black figure with no facial features, the flame monster. He pulled out his bone knife and swiftly brought it down on the creature's head. Indirect attack. -1,200, 120,000, crash, the flame monster burst into a pile of loot. Huh? Wang Tao noticed that the black armor-like layer on the flame monster had a name. And from inside the body of the flame monster exploded a small flame with a name. Wang Tao didn't have time to look closely, he quickly gathered all the loot and ran. He picked up all the crystal cores on the ground as he ran, pointing out a direction to the helicopter above him. Go. Hee-Jun steered the helicopter towards the direction Wang Tao pointed. Whirring, the helicopter flew in the direction Wang Tao indicated, and Wang Tao ran towards that place too. The giant zombie seemed to notice Wang Tao and immediately quickened its pace. But before the giant zombie could catch up, Wang Tao had already met up with the helicopter and arrived underneath it. Wang Tao stretched out his hand towards the helicopter, and the iron tree vines on his wrist flew out, quickly wrapping around the hook reserved on the helicopter. Hee-Jun immediately pulled up the helicopter. Wang Tao's feet slowly left the ground, and he was hoisted away in the opposite direction of the base by the helicopter. Roar! The giant zombie let out an angry roar and continued the chase, but it wasn't as fast as the helicopter, and soon fell behind. As a precaution, Hee-Jun deliberately took a detour, just like the last time they returned. An hour later, just as the helicopter was about to run out of fuel, they finally returned to the military base. By then, Wang Tao had reverted to his normal size. Once above the base, he let the iron tree vines unwind from the helicopter and landed directly on the ground. Thud. Wang Tao landed smoothly. Soon, the helicopter landed successfully. Bro. Wang Tao. Zhang Shixu and Yang Qingong jumped out of the helicopter and hugged Wang Tao, one on each side. Then they instinctively checked Wang Tao for serious injuries. Wang Tao had already retracted the entangling roots, but his clothes were torn to shreds, his black hoodie destroyed, and his night demon breastplate and leg armor were also ruined. His exposed skin was covered in dried blood and scars. He looked utterly wretched. Chapter 266, Ability Explosion. Don't worry, I'm fine, Wang Tao said with a smile as he rubbed the two girls' heads. He looked a mess, but he still had over 10,000 health points, with no danger to his life. Wang Tao let go of the two of them and hugged Hijijun, Zhu Xiajun, and Nisa Ayan in turn. Then he specifically crouched down to hug Lightning, who buried its head in Wang Tao's chest and whimpered a few times. I really didn't expect you to survive that huge explosion. Amazing. Good fortune comes after a great disaster. Hijijun punched Wang Tao in the chest. Haha, I'm not ready to die yet, how could I go before my time? Let's go inside. Wang Tao laughed heartily. The group moved the helicopter into the hangar and then returned to the command center. After all, the outside was laden with corrosive acid rain, and the helicopter couldn't be left out in the rain indefinitely. Wang Tao, how did you suddenly grow so much bigger before? Have you changed back? Or am I seeing things? Yang Qingong asked uncertainly. The others also looked curiously at Wang Tao. It was clear this wasn't just Yang Qingong seeing things. That was one of my abilities. It's called Berserk. If it hadn't been for that ability, I might really have died. Wang Tao said this with a hint of melancholy. Berserk automatically triggers when health point drops below 30%, once per day. Once triggered, health point, magic point, physical strength, and spirit are fully restored, body size increases, all negative statuses are removed, attack power significantly increases, speed increases to some extent, and defensive power decreases to some extent. Berserk lasts for 1 hour, after which he returns to normal. Since merging with the Berserk ability, Wang Tao had yet to use it even once. Being an ability that could only be triggered when critically injured, Wang Tao was very cautious and rarely found himself in such a state. With his current health point, his health point would have to drop to 33,000 to activate it. During his last attack from the giant zombie, he had 37,000 health point, so it didn't trigger. Even Wang Tao himself had nearly forgotten he had this ability. This time, in the fight with the flame monster, he hadn't expected it to have an ability akin to self-detonation. At that moment, Entangling Roots was almost at 0 blood, and since Wang Tao was channeling health point to it, Entangling Roots took away the rest of his health point, dropping his health point below 30% and triggering Berserk. Once the special ability trigger of Berserk activated, aside from reduced defense, all other attributes increased and both health point and magic point were fully restored. However, this reduction in defense refers to after Berserk was fully activated. There was a few seconds of a transformation-like motion before Berserk officially started, during which Wang Tao's defense power was very high. It was precisely because of this that he managed to block most of the flame monster's attacks. Otherwise, Wang Tao felt that even if his health point had been restored to 100,000, he might not have been able to withstand the flame monster's powerful move. The move from the flame monster wasn't meant to be a mutual destruction, but it was left with only 1,200 health point, buried in the rubble, its flames even extinguished. So, after the explosion, Wang Tao immediately went over to deal with it. Wang Tao briefly recounted his ability and the preceding events, and everyone was quite amazed. It just goes to show that this was unique to Wang Tao. If anyone else had been in his place, they probably would have died multiple times. Speaking of which, I was somewhat overconfident. I assumed the flame monster didn't have much attacking ability. But who knew, it wouldn't attack at all and then suddenly unleash such a devastating move. Wang Tao sighed. He now felt that, after reaching level 4, judging by health point alone might not always be accurate. Take, for example, the flame monster. If it weren't for the entangled iron tree roots taking a significant amount of burn damage for him, just the burn damage from the monster itself would have been unbearable, let alone fighting it. He might have been reduced to ashes in no time. In this case, the flame monster could be more frightening than the giant zombies with 200,000 health point. As everyone listened to Wang Tao's story, their expressions grew more serious. In some respects, Wang Tao served as a cautionary tale for them all to heed. So, your crystal core? Hijijun suddenly asked. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of this mission. The Ascension Crystal Core is ready. After I rest a bit, I'll go study what a level 4 awakening is all about. Then, I'll be sure to share with you all, Wang Tao said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone first breathed a sigh of relief and then excitement set in. Finally, they had a chance at level 4. Okay, we won't disturb you then. You should rest up, Wang Tao. Hijijun patted Wang Tao's shoulder. I nodded, then looked seriously at everyone and said, thanks for all your help this time. If it hadn't been for you holding off the giant zombie, I would never have been able to kill the flame monster. Thank you. Haha, we're all one of our own. It's only right that we help each other out. Hee-jun laughed loudly. The others also had smiles on their faces. After Hee-jun and the others left, Wang Tao looked at Zhang Shixu, who had been following him closely. He said in a low voice, "I'm going to find Yang Qingong to replenish some energy. You'll be sleeping alone tonight." Zhang Shixu's face turned red at once, understanding what Wang Tao meant. Zhang Shixu lowered her head and hummed in acknowledgement. Wang Tao went to Yang Qingong's room. Today, she was even more proactive than last time, yet very gentle. After all, they were almost separated by life and death this time, and she needed to vent as well. After a sweaty time together, Wang Tao was fully recharged. Chapter 647-266, Ability Explosion. He immediately activated his self-healing ability, allowing his health point to slowly recover. Then, cradling Yang Qingong in his arms, he began to check the loot from the battle. Wang Tao wasn't sure what exactly the flame monster was. Regardless, it had dropped quite a few things, and they seemed pretty decent. First was the special energy. It brought Wang Tao 28,000 units of special energy and also provided him with an awakening key. Wang Tao now had 3 awakening keys. Then there were the crystal cores. Inside the flame monster's head was a level 4 crystal core, mental defense. No wonder Wang Tao's mental attacks had no effect on it. Of course, Wang Tao's mental attacks weren't strong since he didn't mainly focus on mental attacks. The loot pack from the flame monster contained a total of 5 crystal cores, including a red, 4th order crystal core, promotion, a purple, 4th order crystal core, versatility, a blue, 4th order crystal core, self-healing, and an orange, 4th order crystal core, explosion. Including this ascension crystal core, Wang Tao now had 4 in all, 2 of excellent quality and 2 of epic. He could integrate them now. But there was no rush, he would finish looking through the loot first. Among these crystal cores, explosion was the only one he hadn't seen before. Ordinary crystal cores contained only one pattern, and they were generally distinguished by this pattern. But the explosion was different. It had 2 patterns, one was a little flickering flame, and the other was a red light point that contracted and expanded intermittently. 4th order crystal core, explosion, quality, epic, 100%, purity, 35%, side effect, after use. Health point drops to 1%, explosion, compress all awakening energy, then detonate it instantly. The power is related to the amount of awakening energy. Only the fire awakened can merge it. This explosion ability was the flame monster's final ultimate move. However, this crystal core was significantly different from the others, not only in appearance. First was the merging issue. It stated that only fire awakened could integrate it. So does this mean awakeners would be categorized into fire, water, and the like after awakening? Next was the side effect issue. This crystal core only had side effects when used, which was different from the others. Finally, there was the consumption issue. This ability didn't consume mana but awakening energy instead. The more awakening energy one had, the greater its power. Wang Tao guessed that this flame monster must have had a lot of awakening energy, which was why its power was so immense. Wang Tao looked toward the other loot. In addition to the loot pack, the flame monster itself had dropped 2 items. One was the black armor-like covering on its body, and the other was a small flame. Received, 10 black stone armor. Black stone armor, crafting material, can add certain defense, mental defense, element resistance, fire resistance, and flexibility to equipment. This was a crafting material, but it improved several attributes. No wonder Wang Tao's mental attacks had no effect on the flame monster earlier. It wasn't just because it had mental defense abilities, but also because of the black stone armor. The equipment made from this black stone armor should be quite impressive. Received, a magic flame. Magic flame, once released, it will grow into a fire beast. Once swallowed, it will grant a hidden ability, When he first saw the magic flame, Wang Tao felt it was somewhat similar to the magic seeds. Now, upon closer inspection, it certainly was. There were 2 options for dealing with the magic flame: release it or swallow it. If released, it would supposedly grow into a fire beast. Could this fire beast be that flame monster, or was it something else? Wang Tao wasn't sure, but it was clearly not an option to release it since swallowing it would grant a hidden ability. Without any hesitation, Wang Tao put the little flame into his mouth. Whether he held it in his hand or put it in his mouth, he felt no burning sensation. Instead, it was warm and very comfortable. A moment later, the merge was complete. Magic Flame Merge Countdown, 9 days 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Like the previous magic seeds, merging successfully required 10 days. 10 days wasn't a long time, Wang Tao could wait. Then he looked towards the loot pack. This flame monster had exploded into 5 loot packs. Wang Tao usually got more than 3 packs for slaying above his level. 5 was quite lucky. The first crystal core gift bag had already been checked. The second pack contained hand grenades. Wang Tao hadn't seen this type of grenade item in a while. Received, 10 explosion grenades. Explosion grenade contains a certain amount of awakening energy. When detonated, creates an explosion within a 50-meter radius. It contains a certain amount of awakening energy. So these grenades must be that explosion ability. But a 50-meter radius? Wang Tao gasped in amazement, questioning whether it was a grenade or a missile. A 50-meter radius? That would mean an explosion area of 7 to 8,000 square meters. A standard stadium is about 10,000 square meters, which meant that the area covered by the explosion from this grenade was nearly as large as half a stadium. All Wang Tao could say was stunning. Ignoring the potential power for now, the range alone was already ridiculous. And surely, the power wouldn't be small considering it contained awakening energy. Wang Tao stowed these grenades away, estimating they should be able to deal with 4-level zombies. If he encountered 4-level zombies again, he had another way to handle them. Wang Tao turned to the third loot pack. Received, 1 awakening energy pearl. Inside was an awakening energy pearl. This item clearly had a low drop rate, as the explosion-proof zombie hadn't dropped any. The flame monster hadn't dropped it directly, it came from its additional loot. With this pearl, Wang Tao now had 3. The fourth pack contained the highly anticipated blueprints. He had several pieces of equipment that had been damaged in the recent action, and he was eager to see if there were any new equipment suitable for him. Received, 1 Blackstone top armor blueprint. Received, 1 Blackstone pants armor blueprint. Chapter 648 to 267. 2 pieces of news. This hunting mission was definitely a huge success, but Wang Tao's losses were not insignificant. There's no need to dwell on his personal injuries or those from the entangling roots, for those could heal and weren't a big concern. The main issue was the damage to his gear. The anti-rip black hoodie and black sport trousers he wore were ruined, the level 3 Night Demon chest armor and leg armor were also destroyed, even his rush suit had suffered damage, having narrowly escaped destruction at the hands of the giant zombie previously. This time, it didn't make it through. In fact, the destruction of his gear couldn't entirely be blamed on the flame monster, as when Wang Tao triggered frenzy, his size increased significantly, and these pieces of gear had their limits. At that moment, although Wang Tao could have stowed his gear in his space backpack, they were enhancing his defense, so for the sake of his own life, he had to let them take the damage. Therefore, Wang Tao was now eagerly anticipating the blueprints the flame monster might drop. Obtained, 1 Blackstone armor top blueprint. Blackstone armor top blueprint can be used to craft 1 Blackstone armor top. Required materials, 1 Blackstone armor, a level 4 crystal core. Obtained, 1 Blackstone armor pants blueprint. Blackstone armor pants blueprint can be used to craft 1 Blackstone armor pants. Required materials, 1 Blackstone armor, a level 4 crystal core. Blackstone armor top comes with defense, mental defense, element defense, innate ability attributes. Blackstone armor pants blueprint can be used to craft 1 set of Blackstone armor pants. Required materials, 1 Blackstone armor, a level 4 crystal core. Blackstone armor pants comes with defense, mental defense, element defense, innate ability attributes. The Blackstone armor top and pants were quite interesting as they only required Blackstone armor and a crystal core, with no need for additional materials. Furthermore, typical equipment tended to have unknown attributes, but these descriptions included 4 distinct attributes. Wang Tao immediately began crafting. Moments later, the crafting was complete. When Wang Tao saw what the 2 pieces of equipment looked like, he was momentarily stunned. This top and trousers looked rather skin-tight, very much like a set of black autumn clothes. These 2 pieces of equipment might look unremarkable, but their attributes were explosive. Blackstone armor top, level 4, epic, durability plus 200, defensive power plus 100, mental defense plus 50, element defense plus 10, fire resistance, ability, not inlaid, requires awakening energy to activate. Blackstone armor pants, level 4, epic, durability plus 200, defensive power plus 100, mental defense plus 50, element defense plus 10, fire resistance, ability, not inlaid, requires awakening energy to activate. This was the strongest gear Wang Tao had seen thus far. A direct plus of 200 to durability, one of the highest he had seen in gear before was the mutant explosion-proof shield, and that was only 100. Then there was the increase of 100 to defensive power, which was on par with the mutant explosion-proof shield's defense. However, the most important were the subsequent attributes. Mental defense plus 50. This was the first time Wang Tao had seen such an attribute, which must be an innate trait of the Blackstone armor material. As for how strong this 50 mental defense was, Wang Tao wasn't sure, but considering the flame monster had completely ignored his mental attacks, it must be strong. Next was element defense plus 10, which might be defense against elements like fire and water. This kind of ability seemed related to awakening. Meaning, it likely provided a certain defense against awakening abilities. Wang Tao had yet to awaken, so he wasn't quite clear about this element thing yet. Last was fire resistance and the innate ability. The fire resistance probably wasn't much different from entangling roots, maybe even stronger, as after all, these were items dropped by a flame monster. As for the innate ability, all Wang Tao could say was incredible. Looking at the situation, the top and trousers could potentially inlay 2 different crystal cores. After all, this was an ability carried by individual pieces of gear, not a set. However, he was currently unable to inlay any crystal cores, as doing so required awakening energy to activate, which Wang Tao did not have at the moment. Awakening energy. It seems a lot of things above level 4 need awakening energy. Yang Qingong had already fallen asleep. Wang Tao tried on the clothes. Surprisingly, this set of gear was the most comfortable that Wang Tao had ever worn. Wang Tao suddenly thought that if he wore this set inside, he could wear other equipment on the outside. Night Demon set. Wang Tao stroked his chin. Having lost the Night Demon breastplate and leg armor, he thought perhaps he could hunt more Night Demons to see if he could get more blueprints to drop. Wang Tao turned to look at the last loot pack, which contained something that looked like a key. Obtained. 1 awakening key, the necessary key for awakening, huh? Can this thing actually drop? Wang Tao was surprised. The awakening key he had acquired from killing a level 4 Lord Zombie was not a physical object but resembled special energy, visible now in his attribute panel. Of course, he could feel a few light points inside his body as well. But in any case, it wasn't a physical object he could take out. And yet, he was now looking at an actual awakening key. The awakening key gave him a sensation similar to the virtual awakening keys inside him. He could also fuse it like a fusion crystal core. However, Wang Tao wasn't in a hurry to fuse it. He could wait until he needed it to fuse because once fused, he wouldn't be able to extract it again. After inspecting all the loot, Wang Tao took out a level 4 Ascension crystal core. Chapter 649 to 267 2 pieces of news. His heart was slightly excited. He really wanted to see what awakening was all about. Wang Tao quietly left Zhang Shixu's room. He was about to awaken and ascend to level 4. He might fall into a deep sleep again or something else might happen, so he would need someone to keep an eye on him. Zhang Shixu was too tired and was sleeping soundly. There was no need for Wang Tao to disturb her. Wang Tao returned to his own room. Brother? Zhang Shixu had been sleeping on his bed, but seemed to sense someone coming in and immediately opened her eyes. Lightning, who had been lying at the bedside, zipped to Wang Tao's side. He patted its head and then said to Zhang Shixu, "I'll be fusing with a level 4 Ascension crystal core in a moment, and I don't know if something else might happen, so keep an eye on me." Okay. Zhang Shixu's spirit lifted. Wang Tao took out 4 level 4 Ascension crystal cores, 2 of outstanding quality and 2 epic ones. The outstanding ones had an 80% chance of success, which shouldn't be a problem since Wang Tao was never the unlucky type. After taking a shower and drying his hair, Wang Tao changed into his new autumn clothes and, from nowhere, found a few sticks of incense to burn in the room. Finally, Wang Tao held Zhang Shixu's hand in his and rubbed it. "Lend me some good luck." Fusion. A moment later, the first Ascension core of outstanding quality fused successfully. The ascended ability was Iron Wall. Fusing with a level 4 crystal core increased his magic point by 800, which was within Wang Tao's expectations. After acquiring the first level 4 ability, Wang Tao immediately felt different. But if asked where exactly, he couldn't quite pinpoint it at the moment, as he would need to test the ability to find out. Wang Tao didn't have time to test, as he continued fusing crystal cores. Soon, the second Ascension core of outstanding quality also succeeded. The ability ascended this time was Berserk Enhancement. Both cores of outstanding quality succeeded, allowing Wang Tao to let out a sigh of relief. Then, as expected, the 2 epic crystal cores fused successfully one after the other. His remaining 2 abilities, Mastery Fusion and Yin and Yang Balance, had also ascended to level 4. Wang Tao looked at his attributes. Health point, 110,000, Magic point, 49,200, Special Energy, 500,000, Awakening Key, 3, Grade, Level 3, Internal Impurity, 3%, Hidden Attributes, Improved Body Conditions, Night Vision, Plant Affinity, Ability, Level 4 Grade 1 Iron Wall, Level 4 Grade 1 Berserk Enhancement, Level 4 Grade 1 Mastery Fusion, Level 4 Grade 1 Yin and Yang Balance. These attributes can't be described as very strong, but being invincible below level 4 should be no problem. As for above level 4, Wang Tao had witnessed the power of the awakened ones and knew that his attributes certainly weren't enough, at least not against level 4 lords, unless he too could awaken. Wang Tao had no immediate plans to clear the internal impurity, He would use potions after ascending since the impurity is halved after ascension, saving him a potion. Wang Tao closed his eyes and carefully considered the matter of awakening and ascending. A moment later, a look of surprise appeared on Wang Tao's face, but it quickly turned into a frown. "Brother, what's wrong?" Zhang Shixu, who had been watching Wang Tao, immediately asked. "There's a bit of an issue, it seems that I can't awaken, at least not yet," said Wang Tao, stroking his chin. "Huh?" Zhang Shixu's face instantly tensed with concern. "Don't worry, it's a minor issue. Remember when I fused with that little flame? Until its hidden ability emerges, I can't awaken," Wang Tao explained. He pretty much understood how awakening worked by now. It was like ascending in that when the conditions were met, vague information would form in the mind, and after a bit of research, it would become clear. And this awakening was much more complicated than ascending. Awakening occurred simultaneously with ascending to level 4, and as long as the awakening was successful, ascending to level 4 was assured. For a normal ascension, all he needed to do was to fuse with the ascension crystal core and then set the time for ascension before taking a sleep. But awakening was different, it had several preconditions. He needed 100,000 blood, all abilities at level 4, and at least one hidden ability. Once these three conditions were met, he could activate the awakening key, which Wang Tao had already done. After activation, new information emerged in his mind, and he knew how to use the key. He also discovered an inconvenient truth: the awakening wasn't guaranteed to succeed. The first try at awakening required one awakening key, but it wasn't a sure success. It could fail. The exact odds were unclear to Wang Tao, whether it was tied to strength or luck was unknown. If successful, that would be great. But if it failed, the awakening key would go to waste. Then, he could attempt a second awakening, which would require 2 awakening keys. Whether the probability of success for the second try was higher or lower than the first attempt, Wang Tao didn't know yet. If the second failed, he could try a third time, which would consume 4 awakening keys. And if the third failed, there was always a fourth try, costing 8 awakening keys. One could keep trying even with continuous failures. That is, with each attempt at awakening, the number of required keys would double, which seemed rather exorbitant. Chapter 650 to 267 2 pieces of news: if luck is bad, how many awakening keys will be consumed? Wang Tao had 3 awakening keys on him and 1 more in the space backpack, a total of 4. He could at most attempt to awaken twice, and if both tries failed, he would have to go hunt level 4 zombie lords again. As for the effect of the awakening keys, Wang Tao had somewhat perceived it. He felt that after activating an awakening key, his 100,000 blood volume, a random level 4 ability, and a random hidden ability would fuse together. 100,000 blood volume plus level 4 ability plus hidden ability equals awakening. No wonder the activation of an awakening key required blood volume, an ability, and a hidden ability as the 3 conditions, so that's what it was all about. The reason why Wang Tao can't awaken now is that he has a hidden ability that has not yet fully integrated. Right now, it's in a half-finished state. And awakening requires the random integration of a hidden ability. Since he has a half-finished one, there's no chance for randomness. Therefore, he can't awaken now, he has to wait for the little fire integration to complete. If he hadn't integrated that little fire, he would probably be able to awaken by now. However, Wang Tao was not in a hurry. It was only 10 days, he could wait. Besides, it seemed that each hidden ability represented an awakening ability. If he had 4 hidden abilities, doesn't that mean he could awaken 4 times? If that were truly possible, the strength gain from awakening once compared to 4 times would definitely be different. Wang Tao was very much looking forward to it. It's just that he wasn't sure if the ability and the 100,000 blood volume would continue to exist after the fusion. If the blood volume were gone, wouldn't he be reduced to 10,000 health point? If the ability were gone, Wang Tao would feel quite distressed about it. After all, his abilities had fused with many crystal cores. Wang Tao shared all this information with Zhang Shixu. When Zhang Shixu heard it was just a minor accident, she was immediately relieved. "You scared me to death, I thought." Zhang Shixu patted her chest. "Haha, no worries." Wang Tao ruffled Zhang Shixu's hair and then said, "Alright, let's sleep, and we'll tell the others the news in the morning." Wang Tao sprawled onto the bed. Zhang Shixu hummed in agreement, then naturally snuggled into Wang Tao's arms. Early the next morning, Wang Tao called everyone over and updated them on his situation. Upon hearing that Wang Tao couldn't awaken for now, everyone was somewhat disappointed. They were all looking forward to seeing what an awakener would look like. However, it was only a matter of a few days, not a big problem. They would also not venture out these few days and would just wait in the base for Wang Tao to awaken. Wang Tao thought the same. Since he could awaken, it made sense to wait until after his awakening before going out to hunt zombies. There was no need to take risks now, Staying in the base was fine. Actually, there are some devices in the base that I haven't gotten around to sorting out. Now might be a good time to do some research to see if we can re-establish contact with others. Hijijun spoke up. The military base's means of contacting the outside world, besides the radio, included wired transmission. The base used to connect with capital city through wired communication. However, even that was eventually severed. But the military base must have more than one line, so it's worth trying and researching. Maybe we can establish contact with other survivors, assuming there are any left alive. Alright, I'll get familiar with my level 4 ability. Wang Tao nodded, then turned to the others. You guys can do as you please. If you get bored, you can go out and kill zombies outside the base, but don't wander off too far and be careful. Okay. Wang Tao and his group suddenly found themselves with some free time. And with idleness, comes overthinking. Wang Tao suddenly wondered if he should fly to Zijing City to have a look. The military base now had 2 airplanes. Whether it's a helicopter or a jet transport, flying to Zijing City shouldn't be a problem. But there was a minor issue. Wang Tao perhaps could get the plane airborne, but landing it was not necessarily something he could do. So, doing something like that was not something he dared to attempt on his own. Handling an airplane with such a technical requirement would still be a job for Hijijun. Since Hijijun was busy studying all kinds of communication equipment in the military base and had no time currently, and since Wang Tao didn't absolutely have to go, he merely thought about it and didn't discuss it with Hijijun. However, speaking of return, Wang Tao thought of Ding Yukin, Hanru, Wei Zhengou, and the others who were heading towards Redstone Base at that time. Back then, level 2 zombies weren't numerous. Since among them was a second-order superpower owner, and combined with the vast amount of supplies Wang Tao had left them, Wang Tao felt that, barring a level 3 zombie or monster, they should make it alive to Redstone Base. Wang Tao had also thought about looking for them before, but with a level 3, Lord Black Mist monster in between, he would either have to take a big detour, which was too far and equally dangerous. Hence, Wang Tao had set his sights directly on the military base. Now, as for Wang Tao, he had accomplished half his goal. Although the military base wasn't very safe, the zombies in the nearby Yueyang City urban area were too strong. At least he had 2 planes and could fly elsewhere. After awakening, first head into the city to hunt 4-level zombies to collect some crystal cores. Then go back to Zijin Base to see Lan Yulian. Finally, make a trip to Redstone Base to see if Ding Yukin and the others are there. Wang Tao quickly settled on his next plan. But plans often don't keep up with changes. That day, Hijijun suddenly found Wang Tao. He looked a mix of excited and fretful. The communication equipment I've been tinkering with actually got in touch with a survivor base. This group of survivors is in the neighboring province. They aren't far from either Yueyang City or Zijing City. Their base had some military lines left over which they restored, and quite by accident, contacted us. In the post-apocalyptic world, survivors rarely manage to connect with others or factions. To be able to make contact was certainly good news. That's great news. Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Hijijun continued, but they told me they are facing a life-and-death crisis right now. A vast horde of zombies has surrounded their base. The number of zombies is high, and they've been trapped for half a month, almost out of ammunition and food. They're asking us for help. Moreover, they said it's not just them, other survivor bases that they know of are also besieged by the zombie horde. A zombie horde? Wang Tao's brow furrowed. Yes. They don't know where the horde came from. It just appeared suddenly and caught them off guard. Hearing this, Wang Tao suddenly remembered, on his way to Zijing City, along with Yang Qingong, they too had encountered a large zombie horde. If that horde hadn't dispersed but had grown in size. Zijin Base. Chapter 651-268 Base Annihilation. Wang Tao, how credible do you think this message is? Hijijun looked toward Wang Tao. Naturally, he couldn't just take those people's words at face value. Having survived in the post-apocalyptic world for so long, he knew all too well the malevolence of the human heart. Doing good deeds was fine, but one's own safety had to come first. The credibility ought to be quite high. Because I've also encountered a massive swarm of zombies before, sweeping through like a plague of locusts. Wang Tao immediately called the others over and told them about the situation. Hijijun had never witnessed a large-scale zombie swarm. If he had, he most likely wouldn't have lived to see this day. Nisayan hadn't seen it either, she had always been in Zijing City. Yang Qingong, Zhang Shixu, and Zhu Xiajun had all seen it before, obviously while they were with Wang Tao. When the topic of the zombie swarm came up, Yang Qingong still felt a residual fear. If it hadn't been for Wang Tao, she and her team might have perished in that swarm. I also think this could be true, because back then, the direction of that zombie swarm seemed to be heading towards Zijing City. At the time, I thought those zombies must have been drawn by an airplane or something else, and that they would disperse quickly. If they haven't dispersed and instead grown in size, then they might really make it to the survivor base you mentioned, or even Zijin base. Upon finishing, Yang Qingong looked toward Wang Tao. She knew Wang Tao had become good friends with Lan Yulian. She, herself, had a decent relationship with Lan Yulian. And now, it was highly probable that Lan Yulian was in danger. Everyone turned to look at Wang Tao. Wang Tao's expression was serious, and after a moment of thought, he said, "Old He, go contact that base again and find out exactly what level of strength those surrounding zombies possess. If they can't differentiate, then have them describe the specific appearance and destructive power of those zombies. We must clarify the strength of these zombies." Everyone understood why Wang Tao emphasized the zombies' strength so much. Before they had encountered 4-level zombies, they might have thought that 4-level zombies were just a bit stronger than level 3 zombies. But after witnessing the strength of 4-level zombies, they realized just how much more powerful 4-level zombies were. If they went to rescue and ran into 4-level zombies, especially a giant zombie, not to mention rescuing anyone, just staying alive would be a problem. Alright. He Jejun went back to contact the base. Wang Tao looked at the others. If they truly are in danger, and we have the ability to rescue them, I don't mind lending a hand. What do you all think? Of course, we'll follow your lead. The group nodded in agreement. Wang Tao was the core of their small team, and they all trusted him unconditionally. Whatever Wang Tao said they should do, they did. Then everyone get ready, we might truly be making a move. Rescuing didn't necessarily mean fighting on the front lines. Depending on the crisis, they could choose the appropriate method of rescue. For example, airdropping supplies to maintain basic living necessities, diverting the zombies' attention to create a chance for escape, or guiding them through a dangerous but potentially life-saving escape route, all of which counted as rescue. After all, Wang Tao's group was small in number. Facing off against a zombie swarm would be asking too much of them. Even without 4-level zombies in the swarm, they couldn't defeat so many zombies. Humans have their limits, and even if tens of thousands of zombies stood still, letting them be slaughtered would still be an exhausting task for strength and physical stamina. They might kill many zombies, but by the time their physical strength was depleted and their magic point was nearly gone, they would surely be overwhelmed by the swarm. Of course, if there weren't any 4-level zombies, then Wang Tao's team had much more flexibility. But if there were 4-level zombies, like giant zombies that could take down planes, then if they went for rescue, they would be facing a significant risk. He Jejun also had some experience in questioning. He didn't ask the people from the base directly about the strength of the zombies. It was possible that those people, hoping to lure them over, might understate the zombies' strength. Fortunately, He Jejun had encountered 4-level zombies and had some understanding of them. With his indirect questioning, he soon inferred some general information. There should be no 4-level zombies. Their base isn't large, only housing a little over 1,000 people, and their overall strength isn't very impressive. If there were really 4-level zombies, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold out this long. He Jejun explained. If there were 4-level zombies, it was highly unlikely that their base could have managed to send out a distress signal. If there are no 4-level zombies, then action is more feasible. Old He, keep in touch with them and keep abreast of the situation there. I think we could start with an airdrop. Though the military base wasn't overflowing with supplies, there weren't many people like Wang Tao's group, so they couldn't possibly exhaust all their resources. Especially food, they still had plenty left. Perhaps they could fly a transport plane over and airdrop some supplies, easing their dire needs, considering they were trapped without ammunition or food. This would also allow them to verify whether they were genuinely trapped or just fishing for help. And most importantly, they could take the chance to fly over Zijing City with the transport plane. Wang Tao was very keen to know the situation at Zijin base. He even wanted to fly over to Redstone base to check it out. Chapter 652-268 Base Annihilation. Okay. He Jejun continued to contact the survivor base. Previously, he hadn't disclosed his presence at the military base, nor mentioned having an airplane. After all, one must guard against the possibility of deceit. Therefore, if the other party tried any tricks, flying there would allow him to see everything clearly. Wang Tao glanced at his attributes panel, noting he had just 5 days left before his little Hua would be fully integrated, meaning he wouldn't awaken and ascend to level 4 until then. If only the call for help had come after 5 days. That night, He Jejun had more or less grasped the information about the base, and Wang Tao and others had packed many survival supplies into the transport plane. However, it was too late now. The nights of the apocalypse were fraught with danger and even flying wasn't necessarily safe. They decided to set out the next morning instead. Jejun had informed the survivor base they would come for the rescue the following day, asking them to hold on for one more night. He didn't specify how they would come to the rescue, though. The people at the survivor base were naturally very excited. They pledged to wait obediently inside the base, ready to cooperate in any way necessary. Jejun could instruct them however he liked. They were even prepared to use some of their people as bait if needed. They said they had voluntarily selected a squad ready to die a long time ago. But without a glimmer of hope, they couldn't just go out and die for nothing, so these people were still alive, always ready to seize the chance for others to escape. Wang Tao didn't know whether to believe these words or not, but if they were true, these people deserved respect. The next morning. The rain had lessened today, without thunder or wind, suitable for flying. Wang Tao and his party were ready to depart. Before boarding the plane, Jejun decided to contact the base one more time. After all, they were using wired communications, and the other party didn't have high-power radio. Once they got on the plane, contact would be trickier. But this time, Jejun couldn't get through. Can't contact them. Jejun's brow furrowed. A sense of dread immediately settled in the hearts of Wang Tao and the others. In the apocalypse, loss of contact was usually synonymous with death. They had been in good communication yesterday. How could they suddenly lose contact after a night's sleep? Could it be a scammer? Nisa Ayan's voice was weak as she spoke. Having engaged in such deceptive acts herself, she instinctively thought of scammers. But Wang Tao and Jejun shook their heads at the same time. If it were a scammer, they would entice in various ways until luring the rescuers in before turning on them, but Wang Tao and the others hadn't even started their journey. If it were a scam attempt, cutting off contact at this point would surely deter Wang Tao from coming. Such a scammer would be too foolish. Old he, try again. Let's just wait for now, said Wang Tao. The airdrop plan was postponed for the moment. Wang Tao needed to know what the actual situation was there. An hour later, Jejun finally got through to the survivor base again. Everyone hurriedly gathered around. Static. The base is breached. A giant zombie, tens of meters tall. We're grateful for your willingness to help us, but please don't come. We hope you survive. Boom boom boom. Static. A hoarse, despairing voice came through the speaker, accompanied by a series of explosion sounds, before the line went silent again. Wang Tao and the others fell into brief silence. This base has fallen. It's the giant zombie. The giant zombie broke through their defenses. More than 1,000 people, just gone like that. Heavy hearts and a somber atmosphere enveloped them all. They had finally made contact with a survivor base that truly needed their help. They were all set to find a way to rescue them, but now the base had fallen before they could do anything. Everyone. Don't despair, don't be sad. This is the apocalypse, we should get used to it, Jejun said loudly. Morale was high before they set out, but upon hearing the news of the survivor base's destruction, spirits instantly plummeted. They weren't the ones hurt, they hadn't even witnessed it firsthand. Yet those few words conveyed a palpable sense of powerless despair. Huff, Wang Tao took a deep breath. He rubbed his stiff face, then addressed everyone. Now we can be sure, among the zombie horde, there are level 4 zombies. And it's the incredibly destructive giant zombie. The tall walls of those bases are no match. Most survivor bases would likely fall in this scenario. So, let's make a trip to Zijin base. See if there's a zombie horde or level 4 zombies, and what the exact situation is. Okay. The group nodded in agreement. Wang Tao led everyone to the hangar. Looking at the military transport plane that Jejun had maintained once again, Wang Tao suddenly felt sentimental. He had always been the recipient of airdrops from this plane and never thought that one day he would be on it, airdropping supplies to others. For this mission, everyone, including Lightning, was present. After all, their numbers were too small, it was better to act together. If they were unlucky and got separated, that would really be inviting disaster. The supplies were all ready, the fuel tank was filled, and the plane could take off as soon as it was pulled out. Moreover, Jejun had fitted the transport plane with 2 heavy machine guns. However, unlike a helicopter, the transport plane was harder to modify, they were short-handed, and Jejun wasn't a professional modifier. Thus, the 2 heavy machine guns were installed at the tail of the plane and could only be shot when the rear cargo doors were open, which was far more cumbersome compared to a helicopter. Chapter 653-268 Base Annihilation. Zhu Xiaojun drove the plane out of the hangar. Wang Tao locked all the doors of the base, then boarded the plane. For safety's sake, Jejun had prepared parachutes for everyone. After all, he had only flown old models of planes, and this was his first time flying a new model. Plus, if there was any hidden fault in the plane, he wouldn't be able to recognize it. Wang Tao hadn't been nervous, but Jejun's actions had made him somewhat anxious. He told everyone, if there really is any danger, run towards me. Being the strongest, Wang Tao could protect them if there were any danger. Okay. Everyone nodded their agreement. He Jejun took the pilot's seat in the plane, while Wang Tao sat in the co-pilot's seat. Everyone else sat behind Wang Tao. Ignition, startup. The jet transport plane took off much slower than a helicopter, and the noise attracted some distant zombies. Finally, the plane took off. Wang Tao was extremely tense, fearful that something would go wrong with the plane. Fortunately, everything went smoothly until they were in the sky, and Wang Tao finally relaxed. The transport plane didn't fly too high because Wang Tao wanted to observe the situation on the ground. There didn't seem to be any changes in the urban area of Yueyang City for the time being. He didn't see any zombie hordes. But there were already enough zombies within the city to easily trigger a horde. As the plane quickly left Yueyang City, Wang Tao indeed saw many zombies on the ground. The plane flew over the heads of the zombies, causing countless of them to roar and even chase after it. God, it's really a horde. Nisa uncovered her mouth. The zombies on the ground were like a dark tide, creating a chilling sight. These zombies varied in size and strength, but no giant zombie or other level 4 zombie lords could be seen, which gave him a temporary sigh of relief. As long as there weren't too many level 4 zombies, especially the giant zombies, their safety should still be guaranteed. A moment later, the plane approached the vicinity of Duzhu Town. Wang Tao glanced down and saw that the number of zombies there had also greatly increased. The base in Duzhu Town looked dilapidated, with many zombies inside. He wondered whether the base had fallen or if they had evacuated in advance. Wang Tao hoped for the latter. We've entered Zijing City. The plane was fast, and it wasn't long before they entered the scope of Zijing City. But as soon as they entered Zijing City, Wang Tao clearly felt even more zombies than when he left, many more. Especially when the plane reached Zijing City downtown, looking at the sea of people below, Wang Tao's complexion didn't look good. Fortunately, he saw that Zijing base had not fallen. However, there were many zombies outside the base. Wang Tao immediately turned on the radio and started contacting Zijing base. Inside Zijing base, Lan Yulian's face was full of worry. Recently, the number of zombies in Zijing City had increased significantly. At first, she thought there might be a queen zombie capable of nurturing other zombies, having encountered one before. She even considered organizing a hunting party to go after it. But who could have anticipated that the number of zombies would keep growing, and she then realized it was a massive horde. The previous zombies were just the vanguard. Of course, even if she had found out about the horde earlier, it wouldn't have changed anything because the base was here, with more than 10,000 people. They couldn't leave, and there was nowhere to go. Faced with such a horde, Lan Yulian's only thought was to hold the fort. If it were just an ordinary zombie horde, holding the base wouldn't be a problem. But this horde was anything but ordinary. There were so many level 3 zombie lords, she had even gone out with Lu Yingfeng and a few others to kill a few. Aren't zombie lords supposed to act alone? What's going on with so many lords gathered here? Apart from the level 3 lords, there were hordes of level 3 elite zombies, level 2 zombie lords, level 2 elites, and so on. These zombies were now all gathered outside the base. Zijin base was large enough to be self-sufficient. Even without foraging for supplies outside, they could live quite well. After all, the base raised fish and pigs and had its own vegetable gardens. But having so many zombies endlessly surrounding them wasn't a solution, and sooner or later it would lead to problems. Just yesterday, Lan Yulian saw a level 3 zombie lord with ranged attack abilities. The guards on the high walls didn't dare to show their heads anymore. Moreover, Lan Yulian always had a bad premonition. Now that there were so many level 3 lords, seeing a level 4 zombie wouldn't be surprising. If there was a level 4 zombie, could their base still hold up? Lan Yulian felt that the limits of their base could only hold off a level 3 lord. Because judging from Nisa Ian's jumping ability, if a level 4 zombie showed up, it might be able to leap over the walls of the base in just a few bounds. If he were here, what would he do? Jade Lotus seemed distracted. Just then, Yingfeng suddenly came in through the door. Usually, Yingfeng would knock before entering. If she didn't, it meant there was an emergency. What's wrong, little thing? Jade Lotus quickly asked. Jade Lotus, we just spotted from the high tower a large number of level 3 elite zombies with huge statures, and they seem to be strength-based zombies. They are coming towards our base. Yingfeng said seriously. Lots of strength-based level 3 elite zombies. Jade Lotus turned pale. Their base was an unfinished one, with many vulnerable spots, and if a strong zombie found them, they could very well push down the walls. Let me go out and take care of those zombies. Yingfeng suddenly spoke up. No. Jade Lotus immediately objected. She didn't doubt that Yingfeng could take out the zombies, but whether she could return after going out was another matter. These zombies are like siege soldiers, If I don't go out and deal with them, we might not be able to defend the base. Ying Feng sighed. She didn't want to die, but sometimes, there was no choice. Jade Lotus fell silent. She didn't want Ying Feng to go out, but her going was indeed a solution. How about this, I will go with you. With me there, I can ensure your safety. Jade Lotus said. No way. Absolutely not. This time it was Ying Feng who refused, and she was very firm. She was prepared for the possibility of sacrificing herself, but she didn't want to risk Jade Lotus's life. If she died, it wouldn't have too great of an impact on the base. But if Jade Lotus died, the base would be paralyzed. Moreover, she had long promised to protect Jade Lotus. I'm the leader, listen to me. That still won't work. Anyway, I don't allow it. You, buzz. Just as they were at a standoff, a buzzing noise suddenly came from outside. Both women were familiar with this sound. An airplane. There was an airdrop at this time? No way. The women glanced at each other, excitement visible in their eyes. Ying Feng quickly got the military walkie-talkie previously given to them by Wang Tao. They went outside and immediately saw the transport plane flying over. Zzz. Zzz. This is Wang Tao, I'm on the airplane, can anyone receive this? Hearing this voice, the women were so excited they almost jumped up. Wang Tao. This is Jade Lotus. Little Feng is with me. Sob. It's so good to know you're alive. By the way, is little Zhu safe? Jade Lotus was so moved that she almost cried. I'm glad to see that you're all right too, little Zhu and I are safe, don't worry. So, do you need help now? Wang Tao said with a smile, relieved to hear that Jade Lotus and Ying Feng were out of danger. His heavy mood lightened considerably. We do. There are a bunch of strength-based level 3 elite zombies to the southwest of the base. They might be about to destroy the high walls. Little Feng wants to go out and hunt them, but it's too dangerous. Help me. Jade Lotus believed in Wang Tao's strength, she was sure he could handle it. Wait a moment. Aboard the plane, Wang Tao left the co-pilot's seat and called out. Follow me, let's go shoot. Okay. Chapter 269 Airplane Crash. 1 The zombies Lan Yulian spoke of were a group measuring 2 to 3 meters in height, their bodies rippling with muscles, brandishing various pieces of construction debris as weapons, third-order elite zombies. One look told they were of the strength type, and if they reached the base's high walls, they would pose a definite threat. As for their specific abilities, Wang Tao didn't know, nor did he need to know. Vroom vroom, the transport plane slowed down, circling in the air. The cargo bay doors at the tail slowly opened up, revealing Wang Tao and Zhang Shixia strapped in with safety belts, their hands on the heavy machine guns. Beside them, Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan were holding the ammo belts, ready to load at any moment. Wang Tao aimed at the group of muscular zombies and fiercely pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat, a surge of flame hit one of the zombies at that very moment. -2,834, -3,129, -3,210, in an instant, the zombie's head burst like an overripe watermelon. To be honest, Wang Tao felt that when dealing with zombies below level 4, the efficiency of the heavy machine gun might be higher than if he were to engage in combat himself. Especially when flying high above, capable of blowing zombies' heads off, it was simply too exhilarating. As for drawbacks, fixed-wing aircraft couldn't hover in midair like helicopters. Even with precision shooting, this made aiming quite difficult for him. But Wang Tao thought again, he wasn't short on ammo, there was no need to aim for headshots. A blanket barrage would settle everything. So, Wang Tao no longer pursued headshots deliberately and just aimed at the group of zombies before pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixia opened fire together, their twin streams of flame devouring the zombie horde with abandon. Countless numbers floated above the zombies' heads. The roar of the plane's engines, along with the immense noise of gunfire, attracted a large number of zombies. These zombies followed the plane's movements below, causing some internal chaos within the zombie tide. In fact, many of the zombies besieging the base below had started to chase after the plane. This was an unexpected blessing for Wang Tao. After all, no matter how these zombies chased, they wouldn't pose a threat to him, and it would lessen the pressure on the base. Drop the bombs. Wang Tao called out to the others. Jun had previously made some simple homemade bombs using materials from the military base. Although these bombs might not be very powerful, they should be no problem to handle the dense zombie crowd below. Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan immediately started dropping bombs. Boom. 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 The group could clearly see that many zombies were blown to pieces, their flesh scattering everywhere, and even if they didn't die, they were left incapacitated. Rat-a-tat, Wang Tao continued to pull the trigger on that group of level 3 elite zombies. It didn't take much time before Wang Tao and Zhang Shixia had eliminated that group of muscular zombies. After clearing up this trouble, Wang Tao looked at other areas, covering those zombies he felt were a significant threat with firepower. Then, the plane flew above Zijin base, dropping all of the airdropped supplies. Wang Tao contacted Lan Yulian once again. Jade Lotus, little thing, there are a lot of supplies in there, including machine guns. Use them as you see need. Seeing the airdrops, Lan Yulian wasn't overly excited, she just seemed somewhat reluctant as she said, Wang Tao, are you leaving? You. She wanted to see Wang Tao in person but hesitated to trouble him. I'd like to come down and see you and little thing, but there's nowhere to land. Wang Tao said with a bit of helplessness. Unlike helicopters, fixed-wing aircraft needed airports to land and take off, at the very least, a long, wide road. Zijin City clearly didn't meet these conditions for landing and taking off. That's true. Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng exchanged glances, each with a tinge of regret in their eyes. She really wanted to ask how things were on Wang Tao's side, but she didn't voice her question. Yet Wang Tao seemed to know what she was thinking, and he explained in brief, the military base is safe, but there's no one else left except for us. Moreover, Yueyang City nearby has a large number of zombies, even fourth-order giant zombies that are dozens of meters high. Obviously, we can't hold it, so we won't be staying at the military base for long. We might return in a few days. Be careful. We'll be waiting for you here. Upon hearing this, Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng were somewhat worried and excited. Naturally, they hoped to be with Wang Tao. Yeah. Oh, by the way, among the supplies I've airdropped to you, there are ways to contact the military base, both wirelessly and with wires. Since your base was formerly an official organization, you might have reserved some underground cables or the like, and Zijin City isn't too far from the military base, so you can try and see if you can get in touch. Wang Tao didn't harbor much hope, but he thought it wouldn't hurt to try. Okay. After speaking with Lan Yulian for a few more words, he said his goodbyes. Okay, I have to go now. I'll also help you draw away some of the zombies. I'll come back to check on you later. Okay. Make sure you stay safe. You too. Vroom vroom, He Jijun had been flying the plane in low circles near Zijing City, attracting a large number of zombies. Now, as he departed, these zombies quickly pursued. Wang Tao glanced back and saw at least a third of the zombies near the base were drawn away, which should significantly relieve the base's pressure. After leaving Zijing City, the zombies trailing behind slowly fell back and vanished from sight. Chapter 269 Airplane Crash 2 Next, let's head to Redstone Base. Wang Tao returned to the co-pilot's seat. Okay. Wang Tao knew the location of Redstone Base, and He Jijun had looked at the map before. He slightly altered the direction and headed towards Redstone Base. Wang Tao had never seen what Redstone Base looked like. He had only heard some news about Redstone Base during the early days of the apocalypse when the internet was still functioning. His impression of Redstone Base could be summed up in 2 words: safety. Back then, many people were heading to Redstone Base, and Wang Tao had paid special attention to a few individuals, wanting to follow their updates. But unfortunately, the internet went down subsequently and he didn't know what had specifically happened to them. When Wei Zhengao and the others fled, they headed to Redstone Base. Wang Tao felt they should have been able to reach it, and there was a high probability that they were indeed there. Redstone Base was a bit far from Zijing City, requiring some time to reach. On the way there, Wang Tao had already encountered numerous hordes of zombies, both large and small. It felt as though the zombies were especially active, and he didn't know what was going on. However, aside from Zijin Base, Wang Tao had not come across any other survivor base. Of course, there might be survivors who were well hidden and couldn't be seen even from the sky. Nevertheless, this weighed somewhat heavily on his mind. The only consolation was that, for the time being, he hadn't encountered any level 4 zombies. Wang Tao speculated that perhaps only the area around Yueyang City had a significant number of level 4 zombies. The base that had been in contact with them but was now obliterated was located at some distance from both Yueyang City and Zijing City, with the 3 forming a triangle. It was possible that zombies from Yueyang City had overrun it. But if that were the case, Zijing City might also face the arrival of level 4 zombies, given its proximity to Yueyang City. Wang Tao furrowed his brow in thought. If Zijing City really did have a lot of level 4 zombies approaching, he would need to think of a way to evacuate Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng, perhaps using a helicopter. But Zijin Base had over 10,000 people. Shaking his head, Wang Tao stopped considering these matters. His capabilities were limited, he was not a savior, nor could he act as one. After a while, the plane finally reached the vicinity of Redstone County. Redstone County was not very large. From a distance, he could already see the entirety of it. But where was the survivor base? Before the internet outage, Wang Tao had seen photos of Redstone Base, and its tall walls had filled him with longing. But now, where were those walls? The tallest structure here seemed to be an abandoned hotel over 10 stories high. Wang Tao's expression turned grim. Could the Redstone survivor base have been a sham? But that seemed unlikely. The government wouldn't deceive people with something like this, would they? After all, places like Zijin Base were real. At that moment, Hijijun suddenly spoke up. There seemed to be traces of tall walls amid that ruin. Wang Tao looked in the direction he pointed and immediately frowned. Ruins were all too common in the post-apocalyptic world, and Wang Tao hadn't paid much attention to them before. But now, looking closely, he could indeed see signs of collapsed structures that resembled tall walls. The plane circled the area, and Wang Tao got a clearer view of the situation. However, his expression grew even more troubled. There seems to have been a large base here, but it's been destroyed. It was most likely blown up by explosives, with even the foundations obliterated. An uneasy thought flashed through Wang Tao's mind about Zijin Base, where a large amount of explosives were buried, intended to obliterate everything if the base were to fall to the zombies. So could it be that Redstone Base activated its self-detonation mechanism and was annihilated along with the zombies? If that was indeed the case, there must have been a moment of desperate crisis, otherwise, there would be no need to destroy a base. Just like Zijin Base, which had not been fully constructed and was overrun before completion, it did not self-detonate. Perhaps they still saw a chance to retake the base, and, in fact, survivors did manage to recover it from the zombies. But now, Redstone Base might have faced utter despair, knowing there was no hope left, and so those inside chose to perish together with the zombies. Now, only one question remained. When did the base explode, before Wei Zhengou and his group arrived or after? Hijijun quickly provided an answer. I believe that this base exploded quite some time ago, he said. Then he explained, compared to Zijin Base, it's clear that the area of this base's ruins is smaller, yet the space here is ample enough to have built a much larger base. Since these bases were built by the government, the design would likely be similar under comparable spaces, aiming for large survivor bases. There'd be no need to purposely create smaller bases. So I think, this base might have faced problems right at the beginning of its construction. Didn't we say that Zijin Base encountered issues before it was finished? The problem here must have occurred even earlier than that. After hearing Hijijun's analysis, Wang Tao's tightly knitted brows relaxed slightly. If that was indeed the case, then Wei Zhengou and the others still had a chance at survival. After all, during the early days of the apocalypse, they were at Shuai's university base. Wang Tao instructed Hijijun to circle a few more times around Redstone County and the neighboring towns, but they found nothing. Chapter 269 Airplane Crash 3 Forget it, let's head back. Wang Tao shook his head. He felt that his current state of mind was somewhat like Hijijun's. As long as Hijijun hadn't found his granddaughter, he believed that there was still a chance she was alive. As for Wang Tao, as long as he hadn't seen the corpses of Wei Zhengou, Ding Yukan, and Han Ruo, there was also the possibility that they were alive. I hope you're still alive. After a while, the plane returned to Yueyang City. It seemed to Wang Tao that there were even more zombies in the tide of the dead. Giant zombie. Yang Qingong pointed to one side and exclaimed in shock. Wang Tao followed her gaze and indeed saw a massive figure. Among the enormous horde of zombies, the giant zombie was especially conspicuous. It seemed to be heading in an easterly direction, but due to the plane's arrival, its attention was drawn, and it began moving towards the aircraft. Let's go. Without hesitation, Hijijun immediately pulled the control stick to make the plane climb upwards. Even though the giant zombie couldn't catch up to a helicopter, there was no way it could reach this kind of fixed-wing aircraft. However, the giant zombie could throw things, and it threw with deadly accuracy. If it managed to hit the plane and bring it down, they'd be in big trouble. The aircraft quickly climbed towards the sky and after entering the clouds, the giant zombie was soon out of sight. Before they could even catch their breath, the cabin suddenly went dark, all screens and indicator lights went out, and the roaring engine noise of the plane disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Wang Tao was stunned for a moment. Hijijun's face turned pale, but before he could say anything, everyone felt the plane suddenly shake violently, then plummet towards the ground. Whoosh, the plane was spinning. Items within the cabin were flying chaotically. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Tao and the others were buckled in with safety belts, they'd have been flung out directly. Feeling the world turning upside down, Wang Tao quickly yelled at Hijijun beside him. Old he. What's happening? All electronic devices on the plane have failed. The engine has shut down. Equipment can't be restarted, there's no way to salvage this. We have to parachute. Quick. Gear up. Jump. Hijijun shouted at Wang Tao. Wang Tao was somewhat dumbfounded. All electronic devices had failed? The engine had shut down? What the hell was going on? But there was no time for hesitation now. Wang Tao waved his hand, and 2 black tendrils shot out from his wrist, instantly grabbing the parachutes fixed to the walls inside the cabin and pulling them over. The plane kept spinning and shaking. He struggled to don the parachute on his body. The others had no way of getting to the parachutes. Seeing this, Wang Tao then used the iron tree vines to get the parachutes and hand them over to them. Everyone put them on. He Jejun reacted the quickest. After receiving the parachute handed over by Wang Tao, he donned it in a moment, with great proficiency. Next up was Zhu Xiaojun, who was fully equipped today, with both mechanical arms in place. He simply used the third hand on his back to grab the parachute pack, securing it firmly without having to wear it. But the others were much slower. After all, they were wandering around inside the plane and lacked experience in wearing parachutes. Seeing this, Wang Tao again fetched a parachute and put it on himself. Then he had Zhang Shixu and the others unbuckle their safety harnesses one after another. Before they unbuckled their safety harnesses, Wang Tao used the iron tree vines to entangle them and pull them into his arms. Wang Tao held Zhang Shixu in his left arm and Yang Qingong in his right, while using 2 iron tree vines to wrap around Lightning and Nisa Iron. After ensuring everything was fine, he immediately unbuckled his own safety harness. Then he was flung out instantaneously, crashing towards the windshield. Before smashing into the windshield, Wang Tao had activated the entangling roots to cover his body, and then he gathered strength in his right foot and delivered a fierce kick to the glass. Crash, the glass immediately shattered, forming a large hole. Wang Tao, holding several people, was sucked out in an instant, followed by He Jejun and Zhu Xiaojun being pulled out one after another. Whoosh, Wang Tao promptly opened 2 parachutes and then felt an upward force suddenly pulling at him, significantly slowing his descending speed. He looked around to ensure the 2 people he was holding were fine, and so were Lightning and Nisa Iron, who were wrapped by the iron tree vines. He Jejun and Zhu Xiaojun had also opened their parachutes one after another. After confirming that everyone was unharmed, Wang Tao turned to look at the transport plane, only to see it rapidly overtaking them, soon plummeting into a horde of zombies. Moments later, boom, a loud explosion erupted, and a great fire ignited where the plane had landed. Watching his own plane explode, Wang Tao's eyes were filled with distress. A functioning military transport plane. This was its maiden flight under Wang Tao's command, and now it was gone. The loss was great this time. After a while, the group unsteadily landed amidst the zombies not far from where the plane had exploded. The zombies on the ground reached out towards the sky with snarling faces. Wang Tao immediately cut the parachute cords, released everyone, and then unleashed a few shockwaves at the zombies, instantly clearing the surrounding area. "Is everyone alright?" Wang Tao called out. "We're fine. I'm alright too." Woof woof. Everyone indicated they were unharmed. This is insane. What in the world is going on? Wang Tao felt uncomfortable. He Jejun shook his head. "I'm not sure either. Should we look for the flight recorder?" "Sure." Wang Tao and the others arrived at the place where the plane had crashed, which had turned into a sea of fire, with many zombie corpses nearby. Wang Tao plunged into the inferno, and after some time, he found the black box and also picked up a bunch of crystal cores. Looking at the fiercely burning plane in the midst of the fire, Wang Tao suddenly felt sentimental. The transport plane had always been tasked with airdropping supplies and rescuing survivors. Even in its final moments, it had crushed so many zombies. Sigh, may you rest in peace. With a heavy sigh, Wang Tao walked out of the flames. "We got what we came for, let's head back to base. We are still some distance away from the base, let's try to get there before dark." "Okay." Chapter 270 I Miss You 1 At 8 o'clock in the evening, Wang Tao saw the military base's surrounding wall. "We've finally arrived. There are some zombies around, let's clean them up." After spending some time clearing the zombies around the base, Wang Tao and his companions entered the base and returned to the command center. Wang Tao noticed everyone was somewhat disheveled and said, "Today was really unlucky. Everyone should rest early tonight." Yeah. Everyone felt helpless, as none of them had expected their first flight on the plane to be their last. The base had only 2 aircrafts, and with the biggest one gone, only the helicopter remained. Although the helicopter was more convenient most of the time, the transport aircraft could fly higher and further, something the helicopter couldn't match. Wang Tao didn't rest but went with He Jejun to check the black box instead. The black box is the flight data recorder of the aircraft, used for accident investigation, maintenance, and flight testing. Reading its records can usually determine the cause of an accident. The base was equipped with devices to read the black box, and together they quickly figured out how to operate it. But, damn. It can't be read, all the electronic components inside are damaged. The usually calm He Jejun cursed out loud. Wang Tao closely examined the black box and noted that the damage didn't seem caused by impact or explosion. The outer shell of the black box was very durable, with fire and explosion-resistant capabilities, yet the contents were still ruined. Wang Tao and He Jijun carefully recalled the situation. The plane had suddenly lost control after leaving the giant zombie. But this surely had nothing to do with the giant zombie, for they had flown helicopters in front of it before without any issues. Could it be related to the weather, the region, or some mysterious force? Both felt a bit helpless. If they couldn't figure this out, they'd be hesitant to fly helicopters in the future. Wang Tao had even promised Lan Yulian he would return. The next day, at dawn, Wang Tao gathered everyone and informed them that the black box was also damaged, asking if anyone had any ideas. People exchanged thoughts for a while, but no useful answers emerged. They weren't professionals, after all. Even He Jijun, who knew how to fly and handle some simple malfunctions, was out of his depth with this issue. Forget it, let's not dwell on this for now. Let's treat that area as a no-fly zone. Let's all try to see if we can make contact with anyone else. They had previously made contact with a survivor base, and although it had been overrun, it proved that other survivor camps were nearby. Furthermore, Wang Tao asked Lan Yulian to try to establish contact from her end. So he felt it was still possible that they might make contact with other people or Lan Yulian. Unfortunately, after a whole day's work, they got no messages. Lan Yulian didn't make contact either. Wang Tao checked on his fused little Huo. The countdown showed 2 days remaining. Although Zijin base is overrun with a large number of zombies, it seems temporarily safe for now. I'll make another trip after my awakening. Wang Tao had initially planned to go tomorrow, but after the aircraft accident, he hadn't figured out what exactly happened. He would have to pass through that region to reach Zijing City. If he took a detour, he wasn't clear on the exact size of the no-fly zone. So it was better to be cautious. Busy until the evening, Yang Qingong and others left the communication room. Wang Tao was also preparing to go to sleep when the communication equipment suddenly rang. ZZZT. ZZZT. Is anyone there? ZZZT. I just thought I heard someone's voice. Hearing the woman's voice from the device, Wang Tao, who hadn't left yet, and He Jijun were instantly alert. He Jijun immediately said, I'm here. Where are you survivors from? Wow, there really is someone. The person on the other end was obviously excited. After calming her excited emotions, she spoke again. We are a small team, constantly on the move. We plan to head to Yueyang City. Head to Yueyang City? Wang Tao and He Jijun looked at each other. Yueyang City is very dangerous. There are many level 4 zombies here. We suggest not coming to Yueyang City. 4 level zombies. A few exclamations of shock came through, as they obviously had not encountered 4 level zombies before. Then, whispers of quiet discussion could be heard on the other end. Yueyang City is that dangerous? Maybe we shouldn't go. But we need to reach a large survivor base. If we don't go through Yueyang City, we'll have to take a much longer route. What should we do then? After hearing the phrase large survivor base, Wang Tao's eyebrows rose. He gave He Jijun a glance, and He Jijun nodded. Which large survivor base are you talking about? As far as I know, there isn't one in Yueyang City. The other side immediately responded, I don't know if there's a base in Yueyang City, but there's a large survivor base west of Yueyang City. Although we don't know the exact location of this base, we have some important clues about it. To reach that base, taking some risks is worth it. But we are currently trapped by a tide of zombies. If you are willing to help us, we'll share the clues with you. West of Yueyang City? Wang Tao furrowed his brows. The area west of Yueyang City was too broad. Without specific coordinates, it was like finding a needle in a haystack. Besides, going through Yueyang City was virtually impossible. They'd have to make a detour. Chapter 270 I Miss You Too. As for the so-called clues, Wang Tao had no interest in them for the moment, unless he could get in touch with a base. He Jijun spoke up, we're not interested in clues, but Yueyang City is really dangerous. There are many level 4, lords, zombie here, including giant zombies that are dozens of meters tall. If you try to leave through Yueyang City, you basically have no chance of survival. Listening to He Jijun's grave words, the other party seemed to be frightened, and after a moment of silence, she spoke with a somewhat low spirit, if these zombies don't leave, we have no chance of survival either. You first tell us your current situation, and if possible, we might be able to help you out of your predicament. Thank you. Thank you. Please wait a moment, I'll find someone to talk to you. After being stunned for a moment, the person seemed to get excited, perhaps too overwhelmed to express herself properly. She then called someone else over. Sister Han. Come quickly. A moment later, a calm female voice came from the other end. Hello, I am Survivor Hanru. We are currently trapped in a community called Jinxiu. The specific address is. There are a lot of zombies outside the community, including 2 level 3 lords zombies. If you have the capability, please help us. We can pay with crystal cores. Hijijun looked at Wang Tao. Taking down 2 level 3 lords zombies would naturally be simple. It just depended on whether they were telling the truth and whether Wang Tao was willing to go. But Hijijun noticed that Wang Tao's expression suddenly froze, and he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Wang Tao suddenly grinned and then he directly picked up the microphone. "If you're planning to offer yourself in exchange, I might consider coming to rescue you." Hijijun was surprised. Wang Tao's words were somewhat flippant, not like his usual style. Then Hijijun suddenly remembered something. Wang Tao had mentioned that among the people he was looking for, there seemed to be a woman with the last name Han. As soon as Wang Tao said this, he immediately heard some indignant voices from the other side, as though the 2 people from before were whispering to each other. As for Hanru, she didn't get angry but instead was taken aback all at once. A few seconds later, she started speaking, her voice shaking. "You, who are you? What, you can't even recognize my voice?" A smile appeared on Wang Tao's face. "Ah! Wang Tao!" Hanru suddenly shouted, startling Wang Tao. "Keep it down, be careful not to attract zombies," Wang Tao said helplessly. You. Hanru was so excited she didn't know what to say, and the 2 people beside her seemed to be taken aback by her outburst as well, none of them daring to speak. "Woo-woo? Wang Tao, is it really you?" At this point, Hanru's voice suddenly took on a sobbing tone. "It's me. How have you been these past days? What about the others?" Wang Tao asked. "Not good, we've had a very hard time," Hanru subconsciously replied. "What happened?" Wang Tao frowned. Hijijun, who had been silent all this time, glanced at Wang Tao. He could sense a faint murderous aura emanating from him. "No, you've misunderstood. What I mean is..." Hanru seemed to have picked up on Wang Tao's mood, and she quickly explained, I miss you a lot." Hearing this, Wang Tao finally relaxed. "Wait a moment, I'll call you Ken and the others over." After saying this, Wang Tao heard a rush of hurrying footsteps. Wang Tao took the opportunity to explain to Hijijun, "Hanru is one of the people I've been looking to find. I really didn't expect to make contact with her in such a way. Speaking of which, I owe this to you." Wang Tao's tone was rather emotional. If it weren't for Hijijun constantly using the base's equipment to contact other survivors, Wang Tao might have missed Hanru and the others. "Haha, congratulations." Hijijun laughed heartily, visibly happy. Being able to help someone in need is already a very joyous thing, especially when that someone is Wang Tao. On the other side, at the top floor of an old, heavily guarded residential building, Hanru, holding the walkie-talkie, hurried down to the floor below. There were several people in the room downstairs, studying a map. Seeing Hanru bustling down, everyone's faces turned solemn. "Old Han, is there even worse news?" A person with a disabled body, leaning on an alloy cane and wearing an old military uniform, spoke up in a forthright manner. Another woman, wrapped up tightly and only showing her delicate face, also asked, "What's the matter, Lil Ru?" The others also looked towards Hanru. Their situation was already dire. How much worse could it get? Hanru didn't speak directly but pulled out the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. "You Ken, Sister Kaiyu, Old Wei, Old Xiang, Little Lu, Little Jiao, Little Chen." Hanru called out each person present one by one. Everyone was puzzled, not understanding why Hanru, with a grim face, had named them all. At that moment, the walkie-talkie suddenly sounded. Sizzle. "Hello, everyone, good evening?" Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, everyone was momentarily stunned. The woman clad head to toe in wrap rushed forward, grabbing the walkie-talkie with trembling hands. She spoke with disbelief. "Wang Tao. Is that you, Wang Tao?" The others kept silent, but their gaze was excitedly fixed on the walkie-talkie. "Sister-in-law, it's me." Upon hearing Wang Tao's confirmation, Ding Yukan broke down in tears. Chapter 270 I Miss You 3 Whimper. "I just knew you were still alive. Thank heavens. You're still alive." Whimper. "Alright, stop crying. So many people are watching." Over the walkie-talkie, Wang Tao's tone was very gentle. Whimper. At this moment, a face marred with the vicissitudes of life, Wei Zhengou, walked over. "Wang Tao, to still hear your voice is truly a blessing. If you had died, even if I lived on, I would have felt guilty for the rest of my life. Now that I see you're okay, I feel relieved all at once." They had been able to escape back then because Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu had lured away the black mist monster. Wang Tao had risked his life to ensure their safety. He knew he couldn't disappoint Wang Tao's kindness, so he led the group away. But he also knew that once he left, He would never be able to forgive himself, he would have to live with this guilt for the rest of his life. Now hearing Wang Tao's voice, he instantly felt at ease. Even if he died now, he would have no regrets. Haha, old Wei, aren't you being sentimental? I wonder if your strength has improved after such a long time. Let me tell you, on the way, I met a retired old man who must be in his 60s or 70s, but he's incredibly strong. I bet even if he gave you one hand, you wouldn't be able to beat him. Wang Tao said with a laugh. Huh? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. If it were about anything else, Wei Zhengou might have been modest, but when it came to a showdown of strength between peers, he had to vie for the top spot. Especially since Wang Tao said it was an old man in his 60s or 70s, he couldn't admit defeat. Fine, we'll have you two spar when I'm back. Wang Tao laughed heartily. He felt that He Zhejun could easily bully Wei Zhengou with just one hand. It wasn't that he looked down on Wei Zhengou, but He Zhejun was just too freakishly strong. Sure. Wei Zhengou responded firmly. If there was a chance, he was very much looking forward to meeting Wang Tao, but for now. He sighed, handing the walkie-talkie back to Ding Yukan. Li Kaiyuo, standing beside, moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but being the weakest link in the team, she felt too embarrassed to speak up. Ding Yukan wanted to keep talking to Wang Tao, but she knew now was not the time. She wiped her red eyes and hurriedly said, "Where are you now? Are you safe?" "We are currently at." "I'm safe. Hang in there, I will come for you tomorrow." "Ah." This response startled Ding Yukan, and she quickly added, "It's dangerous here. There's a level 3, Lord. We can't get out." If someone else were on the other side, she would definitely hope they could come to help them. But if it was Wang Tao, she certainly hoped he could come, but more than anything, she wanted Wang Tao to be safe. "Sister-in-law, don't you trust me?" No, I trust you, then just wait patiently. Tomorrow watch me descend from the sky like divine intervention. Then. You must be careful. We'll all be waiting here for you. Sure, keep your communication equipment on, and contact me at the first sign of danger. Wang Tao chatted with Ding Yukan and the others for a while longer, then proactively ended the call. Wang Tao finally understood why Ding Yukan and the others were able to contact the military base. They had found a wired communication device left by the military in a building next door, which was well preserved and not broken. After tinkering with it, Wei Zhengou and the others got it working. They connected their walkie-talkies to this device, and then used it to reach out to other locations. The device essentially acted as a wireless repeater. However, many of the underground lines were damaged, and they had not been able to contact anyone else for a long time. But fortunately, this time they finally got through to someone, and it was Wang Tao. Wang Tao briefly reported to He Zhejun about Wei Zhengou and the others. When He Zhejun heard that there were 3 active members of the security army there, he was very interested. From the onset of the apocalypse to now, he had hardly encountered peers. Now having a chance to meet a few excellent younger peers, he was delighted. But there's one problem: if we go to pick them up tomorrow, there won't be any issue with the helicopter, right? Wang Tao said, stroking his chin. If the helicopter cut out midair, he could save himself, but if they lost the helicopter, it would be a huge loss. There shouldn't be any problem. Anyway, their location is quite far from the no-fly zone we deduced. If we don't venture into the no-fly zone, we should be safe. He Zhejun explained. He and Wang Tao were much the same. They were not afraid for themselves but concerned about the possibility of the plane crashing since it was their last helicopter. Okay, then we'll set off tomorrow morning, just the 2 of us. The spot where Ding Yukan and the others were located wasn't too far from the military base, and with no 4-level zombies, Wang Tao thought it would be okay for just the 2 of them to go. He was mainly concerned about the helicopter having issues, and having too many people to look after might lead to difficulties, as the last incident had left him somewhat traumatized. Wang Tao returned to his room. Hearing the noise, Lightning, who was lying beside the bed, looked up at him and then laid his head back down to sleep. Zhang Shixu lay in bed, gazing absent-mindedly at the ceiling. What's wrong? Brother, do you think my mom is still alive? She's so frail. Last time, she and Wang Tao went out but couldn't find any clues about her mother, and the plane had crashed. Having no leads today either. All of this weighed heavily on Zhang Shixu. Wang Tao heard her and rubbed her hair. Of course, she's still alive. Do you believe I'll find her tomorrow? I don't believe if it were the Zhang Shixu from before she regained her memory, she would believe anything Wang Tao said. Now, well. She still believed him, but she could tell which words were serious and which were meant to comfort her. Just like what Wang Tao was saying now, it was obviously just to comfort her. What if we make a bet? Okay, chapter 271, meeting again. What shall we bet on? Zhang Shixu looked at Wang Tao. You decide. Wang Tao spoke very generously. Zhang Shixu tilted her head to think, and then suddenly revealed a sly smile. If you win, I'll give you a kiss. It's my first kiss, you know what? Although he and Zhang Shixi slept in the same bed, their relationship was pure and innocent, without any intimate gestures beyond hugging. To say that Wang Tao didn't harbor any thoughts at all would be impossible. But what was that saying? It's hard to make a move when you're too familiar. He basically treated Zhang Shixi like a little sister, since they were so close. Wang Tao felt that their interdependent relationship was actually quite nice. Now that Zhang Shixi suddenly said this, it seemed like she was about to break the nature of their relationship. While Wang Tao was still confused, Zhang Shixi suddenly hugged his neck and gently kissed him on the face, then snuggled into his arms. You won. Zhang Shixi didn't care about winning or losing, she knew these were just comforting words from Wang Tao. Wang Tao opened his mouth, feeling that perhaps this was an excuse Zhang Shixi deliberately used to close the distance between them. Meeting someone who conceded before the bet could be a bit disappointing, but it was Zhang Shixi, after all. Alright, let's sleep. Wang Tao helplessly ruffled Zhang Shixi's hair. He had originally planned to tell Zhang Shixi that Li Kaiyue was still alive, and that he was going to pick her up. But now, he changed his mind. He decided to give Zhang Shixi a surprise. The next day, at dawn, Wang Tao told everyone that he and Jijun were going out for a short trip and would be back soon. He didn't specify what for, and no one asked too much, just admonished him to be careful on the way. Before leaving, Wang Tao secretly found Yang Qingong. When I return, find an excuse to keep Zhang Shixi in the room, don't let her come out. Ah. Okay. Yang Qingong nodded. She wouldn't ask too much, but Wang Tao still explained a bit. I found her mother, and I want to give her a surprise. Wow. Yang Qingong was very surprised, then nodded repeatedly. Okay. Don't worry, I'll handle it well. The helicopter took off, leaving the military base. Inside the aircraft, Wang Tao was highly focused, afraid of any accidents. He had even prepared to jump out at any moment. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, without any incidents. Wang Tao slowly eased his mind, thinking that the previous plane crash might have happened because of issues in that area. After some time, they finally arrived at the location Hanrua had mentioned. From afar, Wang Tao could already see the residential area. Surrounding the complex were many metal barrels, and despite the rain, flames still burned within them, likely containing gasoline or something similar. And around the complex, there was a dense wave of zombies. This is the place, let's go. The helicopter advanced towards the complex. Jinxiu residential area. Ding Yukin's group got up early in the morning. Because Wang Tao said he would come today, they didn't know when he might arrive, so they decided to prepare in advance. With so many zombies outside, how is he going to get here? Ding Yukin's face showed worry. Their original plan was to create a diversion outside to attract some of the zombies if they could contact others willing to help. Then, while those zombies were distracted, they would make a run for it. The plan was dangerous, but they had no other options. After all, they were trapped in the midst of the zombie wave, and it was unlikely that anyone would dare come to their rescue under these circumstances. They never expected anyone to break through for them. But Wang Tao just told them to stay put and take care of themselves, and wait for his message. Although Ding Yukin trusted Wang Tao and believed that he could manage this task, she couldn't figure out how exactly he would do it and was worried about his safety. And it wasn't just her, the others were also concerned. Don't worry, he's so strong, nothing will happen to him. Hanrua patted her hand. Yes. Ding Yukin nodded, then turned to look at Li Kaiyue beside her, who looked distressed. Sister Kaiyue, should I ask about Zhang Shixi for you? They were too excited last night and forgot to inquire about Zhang Shixi. Mainly because Li Kaiyue herself did not speak up. After finishing the call last night, Ding Yukin realized that Li Kaiyue was visibly disheartened. She quickly apologized to Li Kaiyue, then asked if they should try to contact Wang Tao again, as they could probably still reach him. But Li Kaiyue shook her head. She knew Wang Tao's character. If Zhang Shixi were safe, Wang Tao would have definitely informed her, but since he said nothing, the outcome was evident. Of course, she still held on to an unrealistic hope. If she asked Wang Tao, then even that sliver of hope might be dashed. So, she was conflicted. She wanted to see Wang Tao, who was an old friend and had saved her several times, a true lifesaver. But she also feared seeing him because, after meeting him, she might hear her daughter's death with her own ears. Facing Ding Yukin's questioning, Li Kaiyue ultimately shook her head. No, I'll wait until I see him. Ding Yukin probably understood Li Kaiyue's thoughts and tightly grasped her hand. Chapter 271, Meeting again too. I think little Zhu will definitely be okay. Li Kaiyue obviously didn't believe that. At this moment, Wei Zhengou and a few others came over and said to the three women, Have you all packed your things? Since Wang Tao said he would take them away today, they had to be ready, even though he really did not know how Wang Tao was going to get them out. Could they possibly fly out? Yes, we've packed up too. Han Ruin nodded. Alright, then I'll call everyone else over, hopefully everything goes smoothly for Wang Tao. Wei Zheng gathered everyone together. There were 22 people in total. Besides a few of their core members, the rest were survivors they had encountered on the road. If they felt someone was of good character, they kept them in the group. Since they had been on the move, the size of their team had essentially not expanded, with the number fluctuating around 20. The rest of the team members knew that someone was coming to rescue them today, but they weren't too excited. After all, their previous plan involved drawing the zombies' attention while they made a forced breakout. The plan was very risky, and there would definitely be casualties. Thus, far from being excited, they were filled with a sense of grim determination. Just then, someone standing at a high point with a pair of binoculars suddenly spoke up, "Captain. A level 3, Lord Zombie is coming this way." Upon hearing this, everyone tensed up. In this group, the strongest were Wei Zheng and a few others, but all were level 2. They had already struggled against the horde, and if a level 3 Lord Zombie attacked their temporary camp, then they would be in even more trouble. Don't panic. Wei Zheng ran to a higher ground, took out the binoculars, and saw a level 3 Lord Zombie approaching their location. They had spotted about 3 to 5 level 3 Lord Zombies in this horde, but not all of them would come at once, only occasionally 1 or 2 level 3 Lords would attack the base. But whenever they came, everyone had to give their all. Unfortunately, their luck was not good today as a level 3 Lord Zombie arrived early in the morning. Wei Zheng quickly checked and, confirming there was only this one zombie, immediately gave an order. "Grab the gasoline and light up the fire barrels around us." Got it. Everyone immediately grabbed the gasoline and poured it into the iron barrels around the base, then ignited the gasoline inside. Boom. In an instant, flames surrounded the entire camp. Even the rain wasn't enough to extinguish the fire. But Wei Zheng didn't feel much relief. After all, this was the last of their gasoline. They might be able to hold off the zombies until the gasoline burned out, but what would happen after that? Zombie lords generally brought minions with them or could control other zombies. This was one way to tell if a zombie was a lord. Like the zombie that was approaching now, although it didn't have minions, as soon as it arrived, ordinary zombies immediately gathered around it, bringing a group of other zombies to the outskirts of the camp. Facing the flames, the ordinary zombies were somewhat afraid and halted in their tracks. The level 3 Lord Zombie, although also instinctively afraid, wasn't so scared that it wouldn't dare to come closer. It stood outside the flames and howled, staring at the people on the rooftop with its pale gray eyes, giving off a feeling it could leap in at any moment. Everyone was on edge. If the level 3 Lord forcibly assaulted their camp, they definitely would not be able to hold it back. Fortunately, the level 3 Lord Zombie just roared outside and didn't actually charge in. This allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, but before they could speak, they saw another Lord Zombie approaching from another direction. Here comes another one. Everyone's faces looked grim. They could deal with one level 3 Lord Zombie if they worked together, but two would be a different story. It looks like there's another. Someone noticed that yet another level 3 Lord Zombie was coming from a different direction. 3 level 3 Lord Zombies had effectively surrounded their camp. Although the flames kept the Lord Zombies at bay for the moment, the gasoline was burning out fast. Once it did, they would have to face the assault of 3 level 3 Lord Zombies. They wouldn't be able to hold out. Looks like we're going to have to fight hard in a bit. Wei Zheng sighed helplessly. He wasn't surprised by the situation. When they were surrounded by the horde, he had already prepared for the worst. The others were silent. So a battle was inevitable, after all. The so-called rescue probably wasn't going to arrive in time. Everyone felt downhearted. No one wanted to die, but in this situation, even if they could escape, there probably wouldn't be many who'd make it out alive. Watching the flames in the surrounding barrels grow smaller, nobody spoke, but everyone was prepared for the last stand. Suddenly, someone's ears twitched, and they said with uncertainty, "Do you hear a buzzing sound?" "Huh? Doing? I haven't heard anything, just the sound of rain." Some shook their heads. "I think I heard it too." But there were those who said they heard it. Wei Zheng and the others exchanged glances, confusion in their eyes. They had heard it too. There definitely is a buzzing sound, but why does it sound so familiar? Chapter 271, Meeting Again 3. Wei Zheng and Xiang Hongbin exchanged a glance, both of them seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. That sound. It's like a propeller. Roar. Zombies generally have better hearing than humans, and the ones outside were starting to get agitated. Especially the 3 level 3 Lord Zombies. They all raised their heads, looking towards a certain direction. The humming noise was getting louder and clearer, the horde of zombies more and more frantic, while Wei Zhengo and the others grew increasingly excited. Helicopter. Wang Tao. It must be Wang Tao. A moment later, a rather plump-looking helicopter emerged from the curtain of rain, heading towards their camp. My God. It really is a helicopter. Is this to rescue us? Am I dreaming? Whimper. We're finally saved. I really didn't want to die. Don't celebrate too soon, everyone. The loud noise from the helicopter will surely provoke a frenzy among the zombies. It all depends on whether the aircraft can land smoothly. We need to prepare for battle. Everyone was excited, but relatively rational as well. After all, the more successful you are about to be, the more careful you have to be. This was a lesson learned with their lives. Sizzle. At that moment, the walkie-talkie in Ding Yuken's hand crackled to life. I'm here, are you guys ready? It was Wang Tao's voice. Wang Tao, you really came by plane. Ding Yuken exclaimed in surprise. Although they had all guessed it, hearing Wang Tao's voice still made it somewhat hard to believe. How about it, is it cool? Wang Tao said with a laugh. Haha. Cool. Dead cool. Before Ding Yuken could speak, Xiang Hongbin burst out laughing and added hurriedly. Wang Tao, there are 3 level 3 Lord zombies around the camp. The helicopter is so loud, be careful, they might attack you. The fire barrels around might not hold them back. Should we lure these 3 zombies away before you land? No need. I've seen those 3 zombies. You guys just focus on getting ready to board, I'll deal with the zombies. Wang Tao sounded relaxed. He certainly didn't have the ability to handle the thousands upon thousands of zombies, but dealing with those few level 3 Lord zombies with not much health point was easy for him. Alright. Since Wang Tao had said so, they naturally chose to trust him. Humming, the helicopter drew closer and closer to the camp, then gradually hovered above it. Roar, the relentless roar of zombies continued, and the 3 level 3 Lord zombies seemed eager to pounce the moment the aircraft landed. But the helicopter's door suddenly opened. A tall figure dressed in a black suit appeared in sight of everyone and the zombies. He leapt gently. Thud, Wang Tao landed instantly amidst the horde of zombies, right near one of the level 3 Lord zombies. Wang Tao. Ding Yuken and the others exclaimed quietly, fearing for Wang Tao's safety. But then, a shockwave suddenly erupted among the zombies, virtually shattering all within a 10-meter radius around Wang Tao. Even the level 3 Lord zombie was thrown far back, dark blood flowing from its body. So powerful. Witnessing this scene, everyone instinctively cried out in awe. Ding Yuken and the others had excitement gleaming in their eyes. This was the Wang Tao they knew. Always so strong. Wielding the bone knife, Wang Tao charged directly at the level 3 zombie lord. The strength of level 3 zombie lords varied, and this one had just over 40,000 health point, which clearly made it one of the weaker among its peers. With Wang Tao's own strength being formidable and his ability now upgraded to level 4, he faced the level 3 zombie lord with a swift attack and quickly took it down. Picking up his victory spoils, Wang Tao then dashed toward the other 2 level 3 zombie lords. The other 2 zombies, one with 30,000 health point and the other with 50,000 health point, were obviously no match for Wang Tao, who effortlessly took on both at once. Meanwhile, the helicopter had already landed in the square inches the middle of the residential area. After all, with Wang Tao drawing the attention of the level 3 zombie lords, other zombies couldn't pose any threat to the helicopter. Everyone, get on. He Jijun waved at the people. Wei Zhengo immediately organized everyone to board the helicopter in an orderly fashion. As soon as he got on, he felt that the pilot was somewhat different. He had the aura of a kindred spirit. Xiang Hongbin and Lu Gang also subconsciously glanced at Wei Zhengo. He Jijun naturally saw them too and nodded with a smile. Wei Zhengo and the other 2 instinctively stood to attention. This was a very strong veteran. All 3 thought to themselves with a bit of surprise. But now was not the time for talk. They continued to help people board while keeping an eye on Wang Tao's situation. However, the buildings in the residential area blocked their view, and from their position, they couldn't see Wang Tao. Is everyone here? He Jijun asked. All 22 people are accounted for. Wei Zhengo shouted. The space in this military transport helicopter was vast, with many foldable seats. It could easily carry 20 to 30 people. Good. Everyone, strap in. As soon as Wei Zhengo saw everyone buckled up, he immediately started the helicopter's ascent. Old man, Wang Tao hasn't boarded yet. He's still fighting the level 3 zombie lord down there. Ding Yuken hurriedly shouted in concern. Hanru and the others also looked at He Jijun. If they left Wang Tao in the midst of the zombie horde, even his strength wouldn't be enough to withstand it. The fight is already over, Wei Zhengo said with a smile. What? The group was stunned. What did he mean the fight was over? Had he killed those 3 zombies? But that was so quick. Just then, the people felt the helicopter slightly tremble. A tall silhouette climbed in through the side hatch, which hadn't been closed, and casually shut the door. Wang Tao. Ding Yukin and Han Rua didn't care how Wang Tao got up, they immediately unbuckled their seatbelts and rushed to hug him. With an arm around each, Wang Tao said with a smile, "We meet again." Chapter 272 Mother and daughter reunited. Wang Tao released the 2 women, then turned to He Jijun and said, "Old He, let's head home." "Hold tight." Whirring, the helicopter dipped slightly and swiftly headed towards the military base. In the cabin, Wang Tao looked at these familiar faces and slowly grinned. "Seeing you all again, it's really wonderful." Not a single one was missing from those core members who had escaped alive from Shuai's county before. Ding Yukin, Han Rua, Li Kaiyuo, Wei Zhengou, Xiang Hongbin, Lu Gang, Qin Zhuang, Jiao Hua. Although they all looked weathered, clearly having suffered a great deal, it was good that they were alive. Especially Xiang Hongbin, his situation had been truly tragic, he had lost half of his body. Though Wang Tao had saved his life, his limbs couldn't be regenerated, and now he was a disabled person with only 1 hand and 1 arm. Still, he managed to survive stubbornly. Wang Tao walked over and thumped Xiang Hongbin on the chest. "Old Xiang. There aren't many people I admire in this life, but you're definitely one of them." "Haha. That's my honor." Xiang Hongbin laughed, showing his scarred face that looked fierce when he smiled, but to Wang Tao, it felt incredibly endearing. The 2 embraced each other firmly. Xiang Hongbin complained somewhat, "Damn. It's okay that you're so muscular, but why do you have to be so tall? You're what, 2 meters now? I have to look up to you." "Haha." Wang Tao laughed heartily and then moved over to Wei Zhengou. "Old Wei. Brother Wang." The 2 said little and hugged each other tightly. The friendship between men doesn't require many words, a look or a gesture is often enough. Of course, Wang Tao did want to have a chat with Wei Zhengou, but it wasn't urgent. They could talk slowly when they got back. He went over to Lu Gang and Qin Zhuang next, bumped fists with them and shared a hug. Back in Shuai's base, Wang Tao thought Lu Gang was quite young. Now, seeing him again, he appeared much more worn, yet he also seemed more manly. As for Qin Zhuang, he had been a doctor in Shuai's base, someone who didn't really engage in combat. But now, the various scare on him showed that though he was still a doctor, he carried not only a surgical knife but also a large machete. "Brother Wang." Jiao Hua looked at Wang Tao, somewhat excited. In his life, he had made many right decisions, but after the apocalypse struck, there was only one decision he considered the most right one, clinging to Wang Tao's coattails. If not for Wang Tao, he likely would have died many times over. After experiencing the despair of the apocalypse's arrival, he couldn't imagine that he might somehow survive for more than half a year. "I'm so glad you're still alive." Wang Tao had saved him on a whim, and Jiao Hua himself had been tenacious, otherwise, he wouldn't have made it to this point. All thanks to Brother Wang's blessings. Jiao Hua defined himself as someone who had sold his life to Wang Tao. So he didn't need to say much, he would let his actions speak for themselves. Wang Tao patted him on the shoulder, then approached Li Kaiyuo. He opened his arms, and Li Kaiyuo also willingly embraced Wang Tao, though she didn't speak. Her expression was somewhat sorrowful. From the moment she boarded the helicopter and realized Zhang Shixu wasn't there, Li Kaiyuo knew that her daughter was likely gone. Now all that was left was for Wang Tao to personally tell her the bad news, but a part of her deceptively didn't want to hear it. As long as she didn't know for sure, Zhang Shixu would always possibly be alive, that was the only way she could deceive herself. "What is it? Are you still mad at me?" Wang Tao suddenly asked. Before they separated from Ding Yukin and the others, Wang Tao had threatened Zhang Shixu with Li Kaiyuo's well-being to get Zhang Shixu to join him in luring away the black mist monster. Mad? Why would I be mad? Li Kaiyuo seemed rather baffled, she couldn't recall what Wang Tao was referring to. She had indeed spoken in anger before, saying things like if anything happened to Zhang Shixu, she would hate Wang Tao for her entire life. But that was all said in the heat of the moment. She was a sensible person and had not actually been truly angry with Wang Tao. Seeing Li Kaiyuo's puzzled expression, Wang Tao suddenly found her somewhat adorable. "Then what's the matter?" Never mind. It's nothing, I'm just too happy to see you." Li Kaiyuo sighed, suddenly feeling a bit relieved. Since she had already guessed the outcome, she decided not to inquire further. She would let Zhang Shixu live on forever in her heart. Seeing Li Kaiyuo's demeanor, Wang Tao was close to revealing that Zhang Shixu was still alive, but he restrained himself. After all, a surprise was best kept for Li Kaiyuo and Zhang Shixu to reveal, and he couldn't spoil it in advance. At that moment, Li Kaiyuo suddenly spoke softly, her head lowered. "Wang Tao, can I follow you from now on?" Of course. Wang Tao nodded at first, then suddenly realized that this follow might not be so simple. Thank you. During the time Li Kaiyu had spent with Ding Yukan, Wei Zhengou, and the others, she had learned a lot and gradually changed some of her prior views. Now she had only two goals. The first was to find Zhang Shixu, which now seemed hopeless. The second was to live well, to strive to survive with all her might. Because her life was not only her own, but also for those people who had sacrificed themselves along the way. If she died, wouldn't it mean that all the others died in vain? Chapter 272 Mother and daughter reunited. To survive well, she knew she didn't have the capability on her own. Hanrua had told her before that she should rely on a man, and now she found Hanrua's words to make a lot of sense. Wang Tao's expression was a bit strange, but he didn't say much else. Truth be told, he was feeling somewhat conflicted inside. Once Zhang Shixu and Li Kaiyu met, how should he handle their relationship? Oh well, there must be a way when the car reaches the mountain, or make one if there isn't. Wang Tao let go of Li Kaiyu and finally returned to where Ding Yukan and Hanrui were sitting down between the two of them. Neither of the women was thick-skinned, but at this time they didn't care about the gazes of others and leaned on Wang Tao like clingy birds. You two have lost a lot of weight. Wang Tao gently stroked the faces of the two women. He could tell that both of them must have suffered a lot. But Ding Yukan and Hanrui didn't mind how much they had suffered, they felt happy now and that their hardships were worth it. Wang Tao asked about their previous situation and, after explanations from Ding Yukan and Hanrui, he generally understood their experiences. When they had separated from Wang Tao in Shuai's county, they had headed towards Redstone Base. However, the journey was far from peaceful, and they encountered many dangers. Nevertheless, with the second-order superpower owner Wei Zhengou with them, they managed to get through without harm. After enduring untold hardships, they finally arrived at Redstone County, only to discover that Redstone Base was long gone, destroyed. This left them all in despair, not knowing where to go. But in despair, they still had to live. Fortunately, Wang Tao had left them a lot of supplies before, which helped them survive and begin a nomadic life in the apocalypse. Their goal was to find a large survivor base, but this was not easy, and they hadn't found one all this time. Then they ran into a wave of zombies. Oh, right. We got reliable news that there's a large survivor base on the west side of Yueyang City.